Chapter 441. Thud. Lucius fell to his knees, trying hard to get support from Magnus' body. His face had gone pale as he saw blood gushing out of his wounds. At that moment, he cried, why can't I ever win? I was so strong. You cannot win because you're blind. You refused to see what was in front of you and instead chased after false vengeance. I did not kill your father, he died on his own inside the Gringotts, trying to forcefully enter my vault. I did not make you an enemy, you did. Honestly, if you were not so mad about Voldemort, I could have used your talent and prestige. But you forced me to destroy the Malfoy family name. Nobody but you're to blame. As for this fight, I am simply too strong. Tell me, if Voldemort was to now come out and call for wizards to join him, how many will? None. But if I did the same, the entire wizarding world would stand behind me. The fight you and your master have been fighting was never ever worth mentioning in my eyes. I was just too busy with other things this whole time. Now, die here. Think about all you did. Think about how a Muggle weapon killed you. That's your curse. Magnus yanked his leg, throwing Lucius away to the ground. He was like a lifeless doll, but life was not all gone yet. It was only slowly leaving the body. He coughed in his own puddle of blood, slowly his eyelids became heavier. Various what-if scenarios ran in his mind, his childhood, his days of pure happiness reappeared in his mind. He lowly breathed out, I was so happy, mother. A few minutes later, his heart also stopped beating. Magnus looked around himself, the big explosion was real and had destroyed the area. He waved his wand and fixed the road at least so the traffic could later move. For the buildings, they would have to be fixed conventionally. For Lucius, this was not the end yet. He picked the body and apparate away straight inside the Ministry of Magic. His destination was the brain room of the Department of Mysteries. Hook him up with the machine and search for words such as Horcrux and Voldemort. He ordered the unspeakables to get to work. They quickly brought the body of Lucius to the large brain tanker machine and pulled a few nodes out of it. Then attached to the head of the body. Another wire was connected to the spine. After that, they started to play with some sort of runes. They obviously needed something like a computer because right now they have no interface to control the device. They commanded the brain machine to search Lucius' mind for Horcrux first. Soon, the machine started speaking. This was something new. Diary at Malfoy Manor, Gaunt's ring. Can you see where the ring is? Magnus asked. This is all information we could find about Horcrux, Your Majesty, the Unspeakable said. Fine, look for the recent mention of Voldemort, such as what his next plans are, he commanded. The two men started to change the rune setting on the machine to give it parameters that it should search about. Magnus could have read the whole mind with legitimacy, but he didn't want to see all the messed up things Lucius had done. Such things had an effect on his mental well-being as well. Why else would Dumbledore become so crazy about this ability? It was because of overusing it. Prophecy, Sybil Trelawney, child, death. The machine revealed. Who the hell is Sybil Trelawney? Prophecy. Magnus rubbed his chin and thought about it. The name must be of the one who divined. Maybe Voldemort had a divinator. Can you get the prophecy from it? Lucius must have heard it, he was the heir of Voldemort after all, he asked. The two men started working. Give us time, sir. It's a long prophecy, one of them said. He nodded and took a seat. Taking out his phone he called Rita. Yes, publish the news, Lucius Malfoy attacked King Pendragon. It ended with Lucius' demise. Then he called Dumbledore, come to the Department of Mysteries, found the location of the other ones. Sir. Here's the prophecy, Unspeakable notified. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies, and, wait. No. This can't be. Magnus was all question mark, play more, what happened after that? This isn't a Hollywood drama. Sir, this is it. The prophecy ended at that. The Unspeakables apologized. Sigh, fine, I will have to find this Sybil Trelawney. Destroy Lucius' body. He ordered and walked out. As he left, the Unspeakables simply set the body on fire. Dumbledore had just arrived. Magnus named him the two Horcruxes, Gaunt's ring and Riddle's diary. What can you tell me about these two? Dumbledore could already guess what these two objects implied. I do not know about the diary, but the ring should have something to do with the Gaunt family. They have only one place under their name, it's an old shack. Then, hurry up. Go to the Gaunt's shack and get the ring, I will get the diary. These two are possibly the last Horcruxes. Once we have these, we shall attack Voldemort. One more thing, there is something about a prophecy made by Sybil Trelawney. He warned the old man. Sybil Trelawney. She wanted to become our divination teacher once, but I refused as we already had the centaurs for that. Her whereabouts will not be easy to find, but I shall try. I will meet you in Hogwarts in an hour, he operated away. Magnus too left, and his destination was Malfoy Manor that was empty and under the bank's possession. Meta headquarters. Your Majesty. Adrian picked up the phone. Yes, understood. I will initiate it. He ended the call and quickly walked to the right wall of his office. He tapped his wand on it, making the bricks move aside and revealing a panel of colorful buttons. He started typing on them, then, at last, hit the big green button. Immediately, alerts sounded in all companies of Magnus, the Golden Company, the Army of Merlin, MI5, Army, Navy, Air Force and all security agencies that had wizards available got alerted. Magnus had initiated the highest level of battle preparedness, and if any Death Eater is seen in any location, he's to be immediately killed. If there is Voldemort, he is to be called to deal with him. The entire United Kingdom became a fortress in a few hours. Magnus arrived at the Malfoy Manor, it was in decay, the wood having been damaged by the termites. The floor creaked with each step as if it would break. He didn't want to waste too much time on this, Accio, Horcrux. Bam! As he expected, it was locked in some kind of a case. He went to the basement and found a safety locker. Spending no time wasting, Confringo, a blasting curse was enough to destroy it. From it appeared an old and thin diary. Why did he make such a weak thing his Horcrux? It seems Voldemort always had a pretty autistic brain. He didn't touch it, instead put it in a bag and went straight to Hogwarts to meet Dumbledore. As soon as he has all the Horcruxes, he will destroy them. Sigh, I should have been at home tonight, the little ones must be waiting to go trick-or-treating, he sighed, looking at the moon in the sky. It was Halloween today. But he didn't know that the night was going to be long, as the day of judgment had finally arrived. He had left Voldemort with no option but to confront him. Chapter 442. Magnus arrived at Hogwarts and awaited Dumbledore in the office. Meanwhile, he spoke to all his main security heads to ramp up the protection of Buckingham Palace by 100%. Even take Severus and his mother, Bobby and his family to the palace too. Emma and her parents were also to stay there. All the important people in his life were to be protected until he finds and kills Voldemort. He had taken everything from the man, and he knew, a man is the most dangerous when he got nothing to lose. You're here. Did you find the diary? Dumbledore just entered the office. Magnus put the diary on the table. Yup, here it is. Dumbledore also put the ring on the table. Good on you to advise me to not touch it. I sensed a great curse on it, one much deadlier than any curse we know. Great, let's destroy it. He got up. How are you planning to do that? The old man asked. Grinning, he just showed his staff. One good fiendfire and these Horcruxes will be fried. I wonder how weak Voldemort will become after losing 5 parts of his soul. They went straight to the room of requirement for privacy. Magnus kept the Horcruxes hovering in the air and away from each other. After that, he put all 5 on the ground in an enclosed fire pit. Tom Riddle's diary, Marvolo Gaunt's ring, Salazar Slytherin's locket, Helga Hufflepuff's cup and finally Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. Get back, Professor. My fire magic is too strong, he warned and waved his staff around. Like a towering dragon, a giant pillar of fire came out of the staff. Slowly it circled around the area and gained the form of an eastern dragon. Magnus was easily able to control it, sending it straight at the 5 Horcruxes. The Horcruxes had a constant dark aura that always called the people nearby it to touch it and gain immense powers. It was the classic trick in the Book of Evil. But this time the only noises were the blood-curdling screams of the pieces of soul. R-E-E-E-E-E-E. The diary was the easiest to destroy and the ring was the hardest. For a total of 10 minutes, the fire raged over the 5 objects, destroying the soul piece by piece. If Voldemort had gotten these Horcruxes back, maybe, just maybe he would have been able to make his soul whole again. But now, they will forever be lost. I can't imagine what it feels like to split your soul, he muttered. Slowly, the fire extinguished, revealing the 5 blackened objects. They were just normal goods now. He picked the treasures of the 3 founders and gave them to Dumbledore. I believe this is supposed to be school property. But he kept the ring in Tom's diary. With this, Voldemort is finally killable. Gather your Order of the Phoenix and start looking for him. Knock knock. Professor, we found Sybil Trelawney. She was hiding from the Dark Lord in a barn in South England. Severus and McGonagall entered. They were pretty much the best headmaster and deputy headmaster duo. Magnus didn't wait, he put the staff at the woman's face. Tell me about the prophecy you made to Voldemort and why did you stop in the middle? The woman looked crazed already. She was a thin woman, draped in gauzy shawls, and cloaks and bangles all covered with shining sequins and glittering strings of beads. Thick glasses on her eyes, which hugely magnified her eyes and caused them to appear about 10 times their normal size. She shivered. I didn't stop. That was it, the prophecy. I stopped because I was shocked as I felt the prophecy slowly vanishing from existence. Repeat the whole prophecy for us, he ordered. It was better to get her account than to trust how much Lucius had heard. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, it is exactly what it means. The one to defeat the Dark Lord was born at the end of July to parents who defied Voldemort 3 times. She said, fixing her glasses at the same time. Magnus quickly called the Ministry for Magic. Eugenia, immediately appear in Professor Dumbledore's office with a list of all magical babies born in the month of July, for this year and the past 10. Eugenia knew when not to anger Magnus, her intuitions told her to hurry. She didn't come alone either, arriving with Moody, Shacklebolt and more Aurors. In a moment's time, Magnus' faithful followers, the army of Merlin and meta-experts appeared. In total, combining Ministry, Dumbledore's Order and Magnus people, there were around 3,000 wizards, and 2,769 were Magnus followers. He started to copy the pages. Each year, at most 5 to 6 magical kids get born in July's end. It was not hard for all of them to search each of these addresses and bring the occupants to safety. Everyone, you have this night, find all these people, check if they are in any danger and bring them to safety. You will all go in a group of 10 each. Remember, the moment you see a Death Eater or any Voldemort follower, kill them right there. We have given them multiple chances to correct themselves but they have refused. For 4 years, this is how much time they had. No more. Got it? Yes, Your Majesty. All 2,769 wizards clad in fine long leather coats and black hats, saluted with their right fist on their chest. Dumbledore, his order and the Ministry folks felt blood rush through their veins. They had never seen such a fan following of a light wizard in the past. Head out and take ample firepower. I will send the backup too. He ordered. Immediately, they walked out, got on brooms and left one by one. Being on the balcony of the headmaster's office, Magnus whistled loudly. All of a sudden the temperature turned particularly chilly, water in a glass on the headmaster's table froze. Alarmed, Dumbledore rushed to him. Get back, Magnus. He just waved off. Easy, Professor. These are my loyal pawns. Listen up, wannabe curtains. He addressed the crowd of thousands of Dementors who covered the shining moon. One of them, that was the leader, came forward and silently hovered a few meters away from Magnus. You know your job just like you killed all the Death Eaters and Voldemort's followers inside the Azkaban, you are to do it here. Fly across the United Kingdom, find all Voldemort's Death Eaters and followers, and deal with them. But remember, if you dare touch any innocent or person unrelated to this, all of you will face the judgment. He ordered them. Everyone who looked at him doing this from behind couldn't help but stare at his back. Magnus seemed like a really tall and strong king, leading the world into a better future. The air around him screamed majesty. All those who recently decided to become his followers felt wiser for choosing this. The era of Dumbledore was finally coming to an end. This new age will be defined by King Pendragon. One by one, Dementors left the school. Magnus towards at the crowd, you all head out too. We don't have too much time. Who knows which family those animals will attack? The Wizarding Brighton has been in peace for this long, I don't want to break that. Wait. Where are the Longbottoms? All of a sudden Slughorn voiced. And the Potters? McGonagall added. Eugenia quickly realized something. Your Majesty, both families had children born at the end of July last year. Magnus' jaw tightened. These 2 families were his staunch followers. Don't worry, I personally shall head to them. Severus, you come with me. Good luck. He put his arm on Severus' shoulder and operated away. Dumbledore seriously ordered his people to move, do as he says, quick. McGonagall, you are with me. Somewhere in southwest England. Aye. As soon as Magnus appeared outside the Longbottom Manor, he heard loud screams. Sev, aim to kill. Come on, Magnus. I would never go easy on these animals. To kill them is my only solution. Severus had his wand ready, but at the same time, he drank a few potions that increased his focus by giving an adrenaline rush. He could now aim and see better. Good, Magnus blasted open the door. Chapter 443. As soon as he blasted through the door, he saw the situation. There were 4 Death Eaters, 2 of them being pretty famous. There were 3 victims, Frank and Alice Longbottom, and the old Augusta Longbottom. The 2 women were being dragged by the hair by the male Death Eaters. Their faces had many bruises as they cried in pain. Meanwhile, Frank was tied to the side, being continuously forced to see his mother and wife tortured. At the same time Bellatrix sent Crucio curses to them all. These curses may not be much for Magnus, but for an ordinary wizard, these were mind-breaking. They put a person in so much pain that their bodies would give up. They were trying to make the 3 tell where they had hidden the baby. The moment they saw Magnus, instead of acting strong and proud, fear shined in their eyes. This was the image of Magnus in their minds, the man whom even Voldemort could not defeat. But Magnus was particularly angered by one person, and it was not Bellatrix. He didn't hold back any power tonight. It was time for the world to see his ultimate strength, make all wizards understand that there was only one way to live, and it was by not being an asshole. He tapped his staff on the floor, sending out a strong vibration through the ground. Immediately, one of the Death Eaters felt his feet slump into the floor as if it was quicksand. Bartemius Crouch Jr. You just completed school last year and have already joined the devil. I thought I had given you a clear message. Yet, here you are. Hurting innocents. Oh, I will give you the same treatment as Rodolphus, he scolded. Hearing this name, Bellatrix was alerted, she nearly jumped on Magnus. But he froze her in midair. Calm down, witch, I will get to you later. What did you do to Rodolphus? Where is Rodolphus? Tell me, she screeched. Bonk, he slammed his staff on her head, don't act as if you loved him. He told me how Voldemort uses you as his disposable whore. Poor man, Rodolphus, couldn't even get the love of the woman he married. Anyway, who are you 2? Never seen you before. He asked the other 2 Death Eaters. They were new faces. Magnus knew all of them as he had issued various wanted posters. The 2 men tried to run away, Magnus even let them escape. But the area had anti-apparition wards, so they couldn't do much other than run like muggles. You gonna let them go? Severus asked. He smiled, not really, it's coming. He walked out of the main door and looked at the sky. 2 shiny dots were getting bigger and bigger until the sound of air being cut came. Bam bam. 2 distinct noises, 2 giant 5-meter-long spears of steel fell from the sky straight on top of the 2 Death Eaters. They impaled their bodies and planted them into the ground. It was instant death. I upgraded the defense of my big home. Now they throw steel instead of stone. I call it steel rain, he told Severus. He returned inside to check on the family. Severus quickly gave them healing potions to feel better. Then he focused on the 2, you know what, I changed my mind. I don't have time to torture you 2. I also want to end this whole Voldemort chapter from this world. So, death it is. Sev, give it to me. Severus handed over 2 vials that had some black thick liquid in them. Magnus first walked to Crouch Jr. and forced his mouth open to pour the contents. This is what I call the essence of death. The name is given because it makes you want to die while being alive. What does it do? Well, it simply first absorbs all water from your body, fails all your organs and then starts melting them, but remember, heart and brain go the last, so, for the next 2 hours, you 2 are going to be in pure agony. Barty Crouch Jr. soon started screaming. Magnus cast a silencing charm on him. He walked to Bellatrix. You probably thought this day was going to be a good one. What a waste you are, nearly everyone from your family turned out decent except you. I do not care what made you like this, as you have caused too much harm. To let you go is disrespectful to all you have wronged. So, open your mouth and say ha ha ha. He poured the potions in her mouth. She gulped it and did laugh in madness. Hee hee, enjoy while you can, mudblood. My great lord will soon be drinking your blood. He chuckled. Won't that make him mudblood too? Speechless. Pfft, you just proved my hypothesis, you guys seriously have some mental defect. Anyway, peace out. I need to head to the next house. Sev, you stay here for some time, once the Longbottoms are well, come to Potter's. He arrived away from there to Godric Hollow's village. Potter's home. The family had welcomed their son, Harry Potter, a year ago. This was the greatest joyous time of their lives as the house was filled with giggles of the boy and of course, the smell of poop and baby products. But thanks to being a wizard, some things were tolerable. Like they could just change the diapers with magic. Or clean the odor in the house with a wave of a wand. The two lovers had no idea that a prophecy was made about them. However, just then a Patronus charm appeared in their house. It was Severus' voice that gave the message, Lord Voldemort may be after your son, quickly head to Buckingham Palace. Bang! But before they could even digest the information, they heard the sound from the ground floor, and the door was blasted open. James knew who it was. Hide Harry and stay here. Don't go. We can apparate away. Lily stopped him. Already tried, they have blocked the space. Pick Harry and leave on a broom, go, he shouted at her and left the room. His father's instincts kicked in, wanting to protect his wife and son was the only thing on his mind. He confronted Voldemort on the stairs, stop there, you ugly beast. Voldemort didn't even look like his normal self at this moment. He had gone crazy after finding all his followers dead in Azkaban and then all his resources and money were taken away by Magnus. Move, blood traitor. I will end your family after this, Voldemort growled, directly throwing killing curses without speaking. James was trained by Magnus for a while in dueling, so he knew how to stop this. He hovered over a toy of Harry and stopped the curse. This made Voldemort even more enraged as he recognized the move, that mudblood taught you this? That alone invites your death. Like a machine gun, he started throwing curses at James one after another, all being killing curses. Soon, James ran out of things to stop the curse and one finally flew to him. He knew he had to give time to Lily to get away, so he just jumped over Voldemort. Mid-air, the curse hit him, his body immediately losing life but at the same time falling on Voldemort, pushing him back on the staircase. Back in the room, Lily noticed the sudden silence, her heart shrank. If James had won he would have called her out. Harry, let's go. Not so fast. As soon as she opened the window, a Death Eater flew in, blocking her path. She tried to take out her wand while holding Harry in her other arm. But she was too late, it was taken from her. Whoosh! 2 more Death Eaters entered, surrounding her. And then Voldemort walked in, wearing a hooded robe, his eyes shining red. Your husband is dead. If you give me the boy, I will spare your life, mudblood. Lily stepped back, but bumped onto a Death Eater. She looked at Harry's face, the boy was about to cry. Shoo, Mummy will save you, sweetie. Don't worry, don't cry, please, but the matter was, she herself was crying. The fact James was dead had hit her mind and it made her feel utterly hopeless. Ha ha, my lord, she still dreams, the Death Eater laughed. So be it, I shall kill both of you together, Avada Kedavra. Voldemort being impatient, sent a bolt of green light, the killing curse. Lily closed her eyes, shielding her son from it. I'm sorry, Harry, she whispered in terror. Chapter 444. Buckingham Palace. News. We are saddened to inform you that no whereabouts of King Pendragon have been found yet. Since the explosion, there has been no news about it. The blast was so strong that experts have advised preparing for the worst. Strange things are still happening around the city and the country. The military is on high alert, the police force is completely on the ground, making patrols. Strange blasts and sparks have been noticed in the sky. We're yet to know what's causing all this or who is behind it. But we all pray for His Majesty's safety. News end. Adam, Grace, the triplets, Emma and her family, Bobby and his family, Severus and his mother were all in the palace, sitting in the living hall. The triplets had no idea what had occurred and just played on the carpet, enjoying the presence of so many people. Grace was going pale with each minute. Magnus had informed her and others that he was fine and fighting a battle that would define the future of the magical world. But she was his mother, no matter how strong he gets she will always be worrying. Adam too was worried, he had confidence that Magnus was strong but he didn't know how strong Voldemort was. But he did not appear weak to his wife. Thankfully, there was also Martha, looking like a short muggle granny due to the presence of Bobby's parents. Emma helped Grace. Mrs. Grant, please have trust in him. She simply hugged Emma, already treating her like her daughter. There was no denying anymore that Magnus and Emma are a couple for life. Magnus had said it himself that this is it. If not Emma, there won't be anybody else. I do hope so, dear, Grace muttered. When Magnus was in the sky outside the Potter house, out of nowhere Duck flew by. He was to be staying at Buckingham Palace and guarding it. Dad, I heard there is a bad man. Can I come with you? He asked. I'm on my way to kill the bad man, you stay here, I will go in, he ordered the good boy. Back in the Potter house. The killing curse traveled towards here, however, to her shock, she felt nothing. No pain or even a touch. Furthermore, she could not feel the crazed laughs of the 4 Death Eaters. She turned around and the view of the back was enough, she recognized it, Magnus. He killed James. Memories resurfaced in his mind, all the pranks he pulled on the guy from the first year. Sure, he was not a good friend of his, but just thinking that someone you knew and whose existence you used to take for granted is dead, never to be seen or heard of again. Duck, deal with these Death Eaters, I will go for their half-blood leader, isn't that right, Tom Marvolo Riddle? Son of Mara P. Riddle Nate Gaunt, who bewitched a muggle to get pregnant, then got left by the muggle and died giving birth to your pathetic existence. Magnus spoke less, but these words were so strong it made Voldemort throw away his robes and jump at him like a maddening cobra. The 3 Death Eaters who came with him were left in shock at what they heard. Sure, they all knew about the Gaunt family. Voldemort as soon as touched Magnus, apparat away into the air. At the same time, Duck, who was sitting outside the house, looking down at it from the towering height, he pulled off the entire roof with his claw. Wah! A baby! It was his first reaction as soon as he saw little Harry. But his cuteness was limited because he sensed the bad Death Eaters. You made them cry. I will kill you, he lifted one in his claw and blew fire on him, killing in an instant. The remaining 2 sent a bombardment of killing curses. But they just bounced off his scale. Don't tickle me. Duck growled and killed another one by piercing his chest with the tip of his nail. The last Death Eater fell unconscious, perhaps the fear was too much to take in. Duck killed him too. Get on my back, I will take you to safety, it's not safe here, Duck told Lily. She was mortified by the scene, she had seen a dragon on a tour but never one as big as this, and they absolutely didn't talk. But Harry was giggling, trying to reach the dragon. Oh, are you scared? Let me introduce myself, I am Duck, also known as Annihilus Grant Emery's Pendragon, I am 11 years old. Magnus is my dad. Please come with me now, he politely greeted her. But the poor boy didn't know that the woman had just lost her husband and no matter what he said she would not be able to understand. Her mind was in a broken state and in shock. Shocking Duck, Lily jumped to grab her wand and threw charms and curses at him. Duck was obviously unharmed by these low-level spells, only his dad could harm him. Lady, what are you doing? Go. Don't you dare come close to my son, she shouted, her hair disheveled, coming over her face, making her appear scary, so much so that Harry started crying. She put him in the cradle. Look, the baby is crying. Duck pointed. But instead of seeing Harry, she ran to check on James. Duck kept on guard for the boy. Harry was just staring at Duck in awe and giggles. You're so cute. Just like how my triplets' friends were, Duck said, sitting down to his level. In the sky, thunder boomed. It was night and dark, a rainstorm was passing over the region. The Dark Lord was getting his face punched by Magnus. Each feeling like brick smacked him. What are you gonna call me now? A mudblood? Huh, you're even less than mudblood, a mutant, a furry, a madman. That's who you are, Magnus continued to beat him up. He didn't even have to fly as Voldemort was doing it himself. AVAD. Slap. This was an actual slap on his face. Voldemort was shocked, he felt every atom in his body ashamed. Magnus cursed, you little shit, can you say anything other than that curse? I thought you were a genius or something. You lowlife, I am the heir of Slytherin, I am the purest of blood, I am the strongest wizard to ever live, gawk. Voldemort suddenly found a piece of cloth stuffed into his mouth, silencing him. Half-blood, dreaming about something again and again does not make it real. Gaunt family was the heir to Slytherin, you're the heir to a muggle. All you get in inheritance is your father's muggle wealth. Magnus taunted him again. Angered, Voldemort flew around. Magnus didn't let him go. He wondered what the man could even do right now since he was too overpowered for him. Ha ha ha, I am an immortal, Mudblood King. You cannot kill me, he proclaimed. This made Magnus laugh. He steered Voldemort's body towards the ground somewhere outside London. But this was a special place that he had selected beforehand. He used Voldemort as a surfboard and hit the ground. It immediately cracked and made them fall into a giant cave underground. It was completely enclosed and dark. Were you talking about this? Magnus threw Tom's diary at his face. Voldemort's eyes contracted. But that was not the end, or maybe you're talking about the ring, the treasures and all. Horcruxes, right? Splitting your soul was not really the right decision on your part. To be honest, you dug your own grave. Voldemort's inner senses told him to run away as far away as possible. How did you get them? Remember Rodolphus? Yes, him. He's still alive, having been tortured for the past 7 years. He told me everything about you. And remember Regulus, good lad. He showed me the Horkers too. Oh, remember Lucius? Yes, he's dead, but he did tell me about the Horcruxes. Tom Riddle, I didn't even have to try, it was always your people who ratted you out. Magnus revealed. It was hard to understand what the weird expressions on Voldemort's demonic face meant, but it was surely not that of happiness. Traitors. All of them. He tried to apparate away. Magnus laughed, the space is blocked. Come on, you know how this goes. So he tried to fly away, but Magnus simply changed the shape of his amazing staff to a rope with a loop and threw it at Voldemort to catch him. There is nowhere to run, you pathetic inhuman creature. All the people you killed, all the kids you orphaned, today, you will answer to all them. Bam! He slammed Voldemort to the ground. This was not really much of a fight at this point. Magnus was so strong that nothing Voldemort threw worked. Not to mention the fool had weakened himself by splitting his soul. Why can't you die already? Crazedly, Voldemort started to throw spells all around. His years of hard work, all his powers were nothing in front of Magnus. He was confident in defeating Dumbledore, but here he was, unable to beat a 19-year-old boy. Magnus sighed and sent out a Lumos spell in the air to illuminate the cave. Tom Riddle, you see that sword stuck in the stone behind me? I will put you down with it. Chapter 445. With no care at all, Magnus walked to the big boulder. A sword was stuck in it with only half of its blade and its hilt being visible. It seemed to be rusted and not in great condition. Magnus took a long breath. I've been looking for you for so long, Merlin finally revealed it today. He firmly held the grip. It was made of some sort of black metal and gold being used for appearance. Even the round pommel at the end was made of black metal with an entire gold covering. A monogram of the dragon was engraved on it with gold. While the crossguard was also similar, made of strange black metal with a lot of gold engravings. But the beauty was lessened due to it being left unattended. Magnus wanted to hold it. This was the endgame, and with this he will have the entire legacy of King Arthur with him. The crown, the sword, Camelot and the kingship, all will be in his possession. Here goes nothing. He slowly pulled it out. Initially, it didn't budge. But then some sort of magic took place and the entire ceiling of the cave started to illuminate in golden light. Voldemort felt his skin burning due to it. He just shrieked and tried to cover himself. Magnus was unharmed. Whoosh! Out of the stone, a holographic face appeared. It was Arthur. How are you, Magnus? Huh, Merlin told me after you left that the man I wrestled with before the war with Scots was my heir from 1,000 years in future. Psi magic is strange. But I am proud that it is you, a wizard. With the power of Merlin, you can truly change the world. May the gods of old and new guide you through your coming journeys and you always walk the right path. You have my blessing, son. It was a pre-recorded message, it seemed. As soon as the hologram disappeared, Magnus felt he could pull the sword much easier now. He did just that, in one smooth motion. Like breeze he lifted it up in the air as soon as it was out. Outside the cave, the sky that was crackling with thunder not long ago started to clear itself. The morning was here. The first rays of the sun fell on the land. In some sort of complex mechanism, the rise of the sun entered the cave and fell directly on the sword, illuminating it as if it was a crystal. With that, Magnus felt a connection being built. The sword felt as if it was just another lib for him, exactly like Merlin's staff. But the magic didn't end there. The sword that seemed rusted started to clean itself off. Under the rays of the sun, it regained all its shine and novelty. The gold became as clear as if it was engraved just today. The silver blade polished itself and shined like a diamond. But, when Magnus turned the sword, he found something strange. While one side of the blade was entirely silver, the other side was made of the same black metal except for the edges. There was silver engraving on it near the hilt. Magically, Magnus felt information entering his mind. It was as if the sword was talking to him. It told him about its abilities. It had too many of them. First of all, the sword had the ability of despair and hope sword, hence different colors on both sides. It could cut anything, no matter how strong the object. It could anoint knights. This would make the wielder of the sword know all intentions of the knights, meaning if one day they want to betray him, he would know. The sword could change its weight. It could also help Magnus jump higher in the air. The sword had the ability to affect the minds of the people around him in a customizable maximum radius of 1,000 kilometers, meaning the wielder could cheer the people around him. This ability was crucial in battles. In short, the sword was highly practical for someone like Arthur, who was a muggle with extreme strength and could kill dragons. It's heavy and long. He weighted it. The sword was in its neutral form, 20 kilos heavy and about 4 feet long. It could gain more weight but not get longer. No ordinary man could have ever lifted and used this sword, that was for sure. With one hand holding the staff and the other holding the shining long sword over his shoulder, Magnus walked to Voldemort that was kneeling like a cockroach. I have nothing more to say to you. You were wrong, I was right, and no matter how long it takes, the truth always wins. If there was no me, then someday someone would have brought you down. Any last words? He asked. Voldemort threw dirt on his face. Seriously? You wanted to put dust in my eyes? Uninterestingly and sighing, he swung the sword of justice, the Excalibur. The aim was Voldemort's arms and legs. Slash. Arg. The demon did scream like one. Do you know why I have not killed you already? Because the world needs to know about you first, your past, your deeds. You shall have a public trial by the ministry and get death. But of course, the one to kill you will be me. He first burned the arms and legs away and then dragged the remaining torso along. He wanted to hold a trial because the ministry needed to show itself as a strong and just governing body. He was the king, but the nation he ran was not a barbaric land with no laws. Hence, he wanted to remain the hand behind all strings. With a long reign of terror coming to an end tonight, the future of Wizarding Britain will officially turn bright. He dragged him through the busy streets of Diagon Alley where the market was just starting the day's activities. People parted their way and started cheering, watching Magnus silently dragging the armless and legless Voldemort, held by a rope around his neck. Long live the king! Long live his majesty! Chants started to resound. It took just a minute for the word to spread. Wizards from around the world and country started to portkey or apparate to Diagon Alley. Nearly all Death Eaters were already dead. Some had gone into hiding, however. They will later be searched and killed. Many dark wizards were killed or arrested too. So, being free, Dumbledore and his order also arrived. Eventually, Magnus stopped in front of the Gringotts Bank as it was at a road intersection, giving enough empty space. Goblins from the bank ran out in full armor and surrounded Magnus to provide security. To everyone, for those who don't know, this is Voldemort, real name Tom Marvolo Riddle. Immediately, his trial will be held in front of you all, right here. The Minister for Magic and the entire Wizengamot shall convene here for it. He announced and waved his wand, sending dozens of Patronus messages. People saw the sight of him so easily performing one of the most powerful spells so easily. A sword on his back and a staff in his hand. It was as if he was the warrior and also the sage. Pop. Emma and Ragnar appeared. They ran to him. Ragnar, however, first went to Voldemort and kicked him right in the face. Take that, yes, that's dog's hid under my shoe, I stepped on it specifically for you. Ouroboros, I should have killed you with your mother. You are lucky, Voldemort growled. Bam. He once again stepped on his face, silence, filth, then walked to Magnus to see if he was fine. Grah. Just then, a giant dragon bigger than the entire building of Gringotts Bank appeared in the sky, then gently landed on the terrace of the bank and looked at the people with big eyes. The wizards all took out their wands, their eyes widening in shock and fear. But instead of roaring and spewing fire, he lowered his tail to the ground to allow Lily Potter to get down with her son. Dad, I protected them, Duck said proudly. Magnus nodded, and you just won a big treat. He looked at the crowd. Do not dare to harm him, his name is Annihilus Grant Emery's Pendragon, the king of all dragons in the world, and my great partner. Roar! Hello, Duck waved his giant front claw. Instead of actually roaring, he said the word for it. It was cute, even for those who were about to wet their pants. Chapter 446. When did he gain all this? A dragon? Dumbledore was utterly confused about Magnus' secret life. He saw for who he was now, a man born to rule, one to be at the peak of power. Seeing the state of Voldemort, the man who was not much weaker than him, it proved that Magnus had long ago surpassed him. If he was the strongest wizard in the world before, now Magnus was the strongest. One after another, all 55 members of the Wizengamot arrived. He once again showed a magnificent feat of magic by waving his staff and erecting a few platforms from the stone-hard ground. It was like a mini amphitheater. There was the main platform, the highest one with a podium for the minister. Then there were seats in the form of 3 levels of stairs for the Wizengamot members to sit. 4 people, there was enough space to watch as he didn't enclose the entire thing. Right in the middle was a stone chair where Voldemort's torso was put as if he was a lifeless doll. Eugenia Jenkins felt more pressure today than on her election day. Today, we have gathered here for the public trial of the criminal that's wanted by all magical communities across the world. Dark Lord Voldemort, his real name Tom Marvolo Riddle, father's name Tom Riddle SNR, a Muggle businessman. Mother's name, Mara P. Riddle Nay Gaunt, a witch. His crimes are far too many to count, all being greater than the others. Hence, his crimes are put in the category of crimes against wizards and humanity. Crimes against life and crimes against the world. And recently, he personally killed the son of the Potter family, James Potter. Sending him to the Azkaban won't do justice to all those he has hurt. Hence, I propose the death penalty. Eugenia kept it short and impactful. Just revealing Voldemort's lineage was enough to cause madness. However, the official death penalty was a first. Previously the highest punishment was Azkaban. Thump thump. Magnus slammed his staff on the floor twice. He was standing beside the minister. All those in favor of this punishment for the cancer of our world, raise your hand. Instantly, all 55 hands rose up. Dumbledore too didn't take a second to do it, having already learned his lesson of not going soft on beings like Voldemort. Bam! Eugenia slammed the hammer to end the voting, in the presence of Great Dragon, Annihilus Grant Emery's Pendragon as a witness. The decision has been made, 55 for yes and none for no. Voldemort is to be killed immediately with the special potion. Lord Ouroboros, please administer it. Ragnar was also a Wizengamot member at this point, he was from an ancient family after all. He happily walked to the depressed half-dead Voldemort, he grinned at his face and whispered, "This isn't the end of your misery. For them, you die today, but I am yet to take revenge for the death of my family. Get ready to see Rodolphus." Before Voldemort could scream, Ragnar forced the potion into his mouth. Immediately, the body fell from the stone chair. Moody walked to it to check, Voldemort is dead. It was as if a carnival broke out. People jumped and threw their hands up, shouting, cheering and some crying. The menace was over, the cancer was dead. Out of nowhere, fireworks appeared in the sky, confetti started falling on everyone. Shops that served food and beverages announced 1 free order per person for the day. Seeing this, Magnus also made an announcement, "Eat all you want, drink all you want today in the Diagon Alley, all on me. Long live King Magnus," they started chanting. A great many of them tried to get close to Magnus to congratulate him on this win. But he quickly stepped to the side and walked to Lily Potter. She was blankly standing in her place, holding a crying baby and staring at the dead body of James. Her life had changed so much in a single day, it was unbelievable. He had called Emma for this exact reason, as he had no idea if Lily had any female friends. At least Emma did go to Potter's home from time to time as she was interested in playing with a little baby and also wanted to learn how a mother works. "Lily, forgive me, I could not come faster," he apologized. She shook her head, "No, if you had not come, then Harry would have died too. If anything, I am grateful to you. I just can't," she teared up. Seeing this, Emma hugged her and took the baby. She handed Harry to Sirius, who had just arrived. Then Remus and Peter too. All 3 were godfathers. "Let's go, it's not good to be here. We should prepare for the funeral," Sirius suggested. Magnus, Emma, Severus, Lily, and others quickly apparat away. Dumbledore and McGonagall also followed. After all, this death was directly related to Voldemort. However, Ragnar was nowhere to be seen. The potter's house at Godric Hollows was in pieces because of Duck. Magnus waved his staff and fixed it quickly. James' body was already in a coffin, preserved. The Potters were here, crying over it. He was just 20 years old and their only son. Lily had dried her eyes from crying for the past few hours. It was decided to cremate the body instead of burying it. Magnus decided to help them with that. There was a small graveyard reserved for wizards. For muggles, it seems like a building is there and they are always made uninterested in reaching it out. He used his magic to erect a small tent and lay flowers around. The pyre was set and James' body was put on it, arms crossed and his wand in hand. Dumbledore took the responsibility of saying the last words. James Potter was a naughty kid in school. But nevertheless, he was smart and headstrong. He gave his life protecting his wife and son, he made a sacrifice to allow his line to continue. But above all, he made this sacrifice for love. Love is what we lacked in this world. Voldemort's reign may have come to an end, but it has left us with sad memories that we cannot help but try to come over. The loss of a loved one can be dreadful, but with the support of those around you, one can learn to accept it. I have experienced it, I had no one. But James Potter has left behind a legacy. His friends, his family and his wife, his son. His memories shall stay alive as long as we all live. His name will be passed on for generations as the one who fought Voldemort for love, the one who died for love. May his soul rest in peace. Dumbledore stepped aside, allowing Lily to come forward and put fire on the wood. She looked at James for the last time, silently muttering, "I love you," and proceeded to use her wand to light the pyre. She took a few steps back and took Harry in her arms from Emma. As if the little boy knew who the man was on the pyre, he too cried. None stopped him from crying, however, none even tried. Camelot. Where am I? Voldemort woke up. All he could hear was the sound of a blade being sharpened. Everything was dark, even he could not see anything for some reason. Beep, the lights turned on, the entire ceiling gave a white light. Voldemort looked around, he was in a giant hall, all looking white. It was a mistake not to kill me, Pendragon. However, there was no Magnus. The man who stepped in front of him was the best friend of Tom Riddle from his younger days, my lord. Rodolphus? You look completely fine. Voldemort was taken aback. However, his happiness was short-lived because, from the speakers in the room, Ragnar's voice resounded, "Dog, you know what to do. Seal his ass, tie his dick and start feeding him laxative mixed water and porridge." "Yes, Prince Ouroboros," Rodolphus mechanically responded and started to tear off Voldemort's clothes. Then, he thrust a fat cucumber up his back. "Rodolphus, don't do this. Both of us can work together, we can fight and get out." Voldemort panicked for the first time in his life. Without stopping, Rodolphus started to sew his dick. "My lord, get used to this. You cannot run, you cannot hide. This is the reality, this is the life." "Wahaha, absolutely right." Ragnar's laughter resounded in the room, as he was sitting in a different control room with screens all around. He pressed one button and the special room Voldemort was kept changed. All its walls became invisible, showing him where he was. It was in the middle of 1,000 dragons, some sleeping, some eating, but all looked ferocious. There was no running even in 1,000 lifetimes. "No, just kill me," Voldemort shouted. "My lord, open your mouth." Rodolphus held a mug full of water. But the ex-Dark Lord looked away. "Don't you dare, Rodolphus." "Milo," Ragnar interrupted at that moment, "Dog, why are you calling him lord? Call him bitch from now on. That's what he is." Rodolphus nodded. "Bitch, open your mouth." Chapter 447. That night, Magnus returned home feeling sad but also light. He had finally dealt with the only incalculable threat that was the hardest to predict. He could predict the world economy, but predicting when your enemy was going to strike was the hardest. Here, he only won because of his elaborate plans and spies. Of course, he had a few in Voldemort's ranks. They were not in the inner circle, but they would still always know when something big was about to happen. He went to his mum in the underground lab where she was working to keep her mind off things. He just sat down on a chair beside her and talked. "Remember once I told you that the magical world is not so magical?" She stopped doing her work and focused on what he said. "Of course, you were very sad that day." He smiled. "I think I've made it truly magical for Max, Aurelia and Clem, and all coming generations. I kept so many things secret from you when I used to tell you about my days before Hogwarts like a rambling duck. I won't hide anything today. The first time someone tried to kill me was in my first year. But I was strong, I killed them instead. There was a Dark Lord called Voldemort, see him as a magical Hitler. He considered me impure because I come from a family of non-wizards. He had been terrorizing the entire country for years. He tried to kill me many times and failed. He had cheated death by splitting his soul into pieces so he wouldn't ever physically die. But today, I finally killed him. Honestly, it was very easy, I was too strong for him. And I just want you to know that I am not weak, I now stand at the peak of magical power around the entire world. So, please don't worry too much from now on, your son has grown up. He wanted to say more, but Grace hugged him, patting his back and caressing his hair. I'm your mother, silly. No matter how old you get, you will always be a baby to me. I always had confidence in you, but how could I ever be at ease knowing you were living in danger? You defeated a magical Hitler. That's good, you saved the world, not just yourself. You should forever be proud of it because I am and always will be. Magnus hugged her tight, his entire life flashed in front of his eyes, the day he lost his mum and found that tree, the day his destiny changed. The day he met Ragnar, Severus, and the day he first kissed Emma. All these moments defined his life. In the embrace of his mother, even he felt safe and strong. For this family and happiness, he'd do anything, there was no denying that. Thank you, Mom. Hey, no thanks for such things. I'm sure your dad also feels extremely proud of you, but men, they are always embarrassed when expressing real feelings, she sighed. Magnus giggled and responded, but I'm not, I love you, Dad and my siblings. What about Emma? Grace asked, looking into his eyes. He averted his gaze, his face turning red. Yes, her too. The news that Voldemort was a half-blood and not a pure-blood descendant of Slytherin was a great shock to a great many families, especially those who had overzealously supported the Dark Lord, lost their entire fortunes and even some family members in doing so. It was the ultimate eye-opener, the person they were praying to as if he was a god turned out to be a scammer. And now, Magnus' justice was falling over their heads. All their assets were taken, families sent to prison, their vaults sealed. They were put on SDW list, fully known as suspected dark wizard. This brought them under strict ministry Auror's eyes. Heck, the entire family of Death Eaters were thrown in jail. The whole existence of the ideology that Voldemort created was being cleaned off. One of the worst hit families was the Black family, who spent everything they had but now were left with nothing. Whatever was left was now under Regulus' possession, while the only other registered member left alive was Walburga Black, mother of Sirius and Regulus. She was broken and scared at this point and quickly called for her two sons. As soon as they arrived, she rushed to hug them, crying, "Please, forgive me." Sirius didn't, nor did Regulus, they just decided to not be hostile towards her anymore, but if she returns to being a mad blood supremacist, then they'd not see her again. Potter home. The house seemed extremely empty with there only being Lily. She had sent Harry Potter to live with his grandparents. It was better to live with Mr. and Mrs. Potter now to give the boy a better life. She too will move out soon. At this time, there was only one friend who helped her, the first wizard friend she ever had, the same one she pushed away. Severus was there, helping her pack her stuff and leave. He didn't really have feelings for her anymore, nor did he care about Harry Potter. He was here just as a person who had known Lily. He thought he could help in this time of need. What about this thing? Do you want it packed? Severus asked her. She nodded silently. Not speaking much in fear that it would make her burst into tears. Severus also helped without asking many questions. Soon, in an hour or so, the house was emptied. There was nothing but strange silence left. What are you going to do with the house? Severus inquired. I will keep it, maybe one day Harry will want to see this place. Thank you, Sev. I don't know what I will do now, everything has just, so much has changed all of a sudden. Here I was welcoming a new life and now, trying to say goodbye to it. She muttered. Severus had no idea to console someone, but he tried his best. You know, when my mum was kidnapped by Voldemort and I could not do anything to save her. I betrayed Magnus and he knew it, yet he saved her and taught me the value of true friendship. So, knowing you don't really have many friends, just know if you need help sometimes, you have me. He tried to make her feel better. Lily picked a locket with her and James' photo and looked at it. She turned around, eyes were swollen from crying, but again her tears fell. She walked to Severus and just hugged him. Thank you, those words mean a lot. Severus was taken aback, yet he hugged her back and patted her head. You should go now, Harry must be looking for his mother. And if you ever need a job, my shop is always in need of a top potioneer. Sniff. She quickly rubbed her eyes clean and forced a smile. How do I look? Like a tarsiers, as if your eyes will pop out at any moment, he replied. She shook her head, speaking with a chuckle. You and your brutal honesty. See you, Severus. Take care. You too, he waved and saw her apparate away. Now, he was all alone. The thought did come to his mind, that what was all this for? She rejected him just to marry a guy who died in a year. But, he told himself, forget it, she's not worth it anymore. She made a choice and she's living with it. I should too, maybe. It's time I also look for someone. Whoa. Is my little Severus finally grown up? Magnus appeared outside the house. You heard me. Severus was annoyed. Yup, the entire part, until the, I should look for someone. You know, maybe Emma can organize a date for you with one of her friends. Who wouldn't want to date you at this point? You're filthy rich, Magnus suggested. Severus scoffed, I'm looking for a partner who can mentally support me, not a hooker. Why are you here? I came to make sure she's okay. A lot of people make stupid decisions when they are mentally vulnerable. I didn't want her to do that. Her son needed her, he replied. Severus saw a hint of disappointment in Magnus' voice. Mag, us three should start looking for a cure for your infertility seriously now. Yeah, I guess we should. Magnus hummed in agreement. Chapter 448. Next day. Oh, someone's in a good mood this morning, Emma giggled as soon as she felt Magnus spooning her and fondling. Who wouldn't be after killing a blood supremacist magical Hitler that looked like a snake? Life has never been so refreshing. Now I just need to focus on the world and of course, you. The year's coming to an end, I'll be 21, just a few more years before we get married. He whispered in her ears, turning her on. She turned around to face him, her hand going straight into his pants. Oh, look. The little dragon is also up and saluting. And dear, getting married will be just an official thing, we're already way further than a married couple. She replied. He was in pure ecstasy, the morning we're being treasured was the best feeling in the world. Then I wouldn't mind if my unofficial wife allowed me to explore her this fine morning. She kissed his lips. Who is stopping you? And that was it, he couldn't be a strong boy anymore, he melted and went beast mode. The morning exercise went on for 2 hours, they got out of bed at 9 a.m., took a bath where they exercised for another hour, and then got dressed for their daily activities. Magnus always ate with his family. Now at Buckingham Palace, Elizabeth and her side of the family didn't stay. Magnus didn't feel comfortable with them being around him, and he wanted privacy. Magnus, will you be busy today? Grace asked. He was eating his favorite pancakes made by none other than his dearest mother. I'll be going to the moon this evening to install the new living units. But I'm free until then. What is it? I got a call from the school that Maximus and Aurelia beat some kid up, Grace revealed. They were 5 and had become old enough to go to play school. Magnus also wanted them to get a Muggle education before they head to Hogwarts. The two shrank their necks and looked at Magnus scaredly. They knew that Magnus was strict when it comes to education and public image. Why did you hurt another kid? I want the truth, he asked them, not showing an ounce of anger. They dropped their spoons and fiddled with it, not meeting his eyes. Maximus tried to speak. We didn't want to. At that, Aurelia blurted, we did nothing wrong. Big brother, that bad Richard was bullying Clementia and he pushed her in the playground. She fell too. So we beat Richard up. It was Magnus' turn to drop the spoon. Out of nowhere he unsheathed the Excalibur sword and stood up. How dare he? Nobody can hurt my Clementia. Adam facepalmed. Grace, I will go. Magnus didn't budge. Don't worry, Dad. I will deal with this madness. Rag, you pig, why are you still hogging down the food? Stand up and raise your sword. It's okay, big brother. I think he learned his lesson. Clementia spoke in a low voice. Magnus melted right there, dropping his sword and hugging his tiny dear sister. Okay, if you say so. But I will tell Meta to investigate and give the principal proof that she failed to ensure no bullying happens. I will warn her that I shall stop all funding to the school if she still keeps a blind eye. She nodded her head. Clementia was the sweetest child, always considerate about others. She didn't like troubling people and hence avoided talking about her personal problems. That's why Maximus and Aurelia were so protective of her. She was, after all, the youngest of them, even if it was just by a few minutes. Dad, you should go. I don't think I will be able to hold myself back. Rag, you are coming with me to the Belize space station. We've got work to do. He caught Ragnar by the collar and dragged him away. No, my chicken. Unhand me at this very instant, Magnus. Have you any idea how energy-consuming it was to torture that bastard? Ragnar protested. Magnus did stop. Oh yes, is he still alive? Yup, you said you wanted to end him yourself, Ragnar replied. This got Magnus thinking. Rag, what if Voldemort had made more Horcrux? Won't killing him create more problems? Let's just impale him further until only his heart is beating. We will force him to tell us the truth as we did with Rodolphus. A great idea. I finally just killed Rodolphus. Now Voldemort has lost all hope of ever escaping. Ragnar agreed with the plan. Hence it was decided. They would later go to Camelot. They soon arrived at the Space Center. October had ended, and a decent enough time had passed since the last space missions. Magnus' step on the moon was a major event in world history, as the United States had stopped sending people to the moon back in 1972. So what he brought was a reignition of interest of the world towards the moon. Now, all major powers, be it the US or the USSR, both wanted to go there. However, the funniest part was, the mission Magnus, Ragnar and Bobby completed was not even funded by the British government, but a private company. Future Tech Industries had defeated the biggest nations in the world. Magnus had used his connections to spread the word around the world's wizarding community that wizards were needed to work in space, not just wizards. If any wizard had a parent or relative who was good enough physicist or engineer, then they could also get a job. Soon enough, about 69 wizards joined, and about 100 muggles were chosen from a list of 300. After that, a small team of 3 wizards and 1 muggle were prepared to head out. Of course, the rocket would go without people in them. For this, they had to make a lot of muggles sign various contracts to keep their mouth shut or face obliviation. All this was done with the agreement of ICW, International Confederation of Wizards. The 4 astronauts, in Magnus and Ragnar's leadership, used Portkey to arrive at the moon just in time when rocket landed. This was the second consecutive successful moon landing. A lot of nations around the world were envious of it. But for now, Magnus had no plans of collaborating with them. On the moon, they set up a bigger and upgraded housing unit. The best part about this one was that it was highly modular, like Lego, so you can keep on making it bigger. Stack it one above another or put it beside each other. In the end, they built one big facility with such modular boxes, allowing enough space for the astronauts to sleep, eat and work. A few more pieces of equipment were soon going to be brought in. These will be small-scale mineral extraction units. Currently, their biggest need was helium-3, after all, once they are able to build a real fusion reaction, then everything will become much easier. Diagon Alley. Rita Skeeter finally had the perfect content and title for her last book in the series of Magnus vs. Voldemort arc. The book she named, The Dragon King, the One Above All. In it, she further went on to immortalize Magnus. Honestly, Magnus himself didn't read her books at this point as they just told things about his life but with a few more dramatized scenes. But the people loved it for some reason since money kept rolling and the books became more and more famous around the world as Magnus entered different countries. Once she was done, Rita felt panicked, not knowing what to write now. There was no Voldemort, there will be no more fighting. Oh God, will I be jobless now? But then she remembered, wait. I'm rich, I don't need to work anymore for the money. And so, she slowly ended up relaxing down. All these years she was writing something every single day ever since Magnus had made her his slave writer. Although he had freed her later, she insisted on working. Only now she had found some time to relax. Maybe I should marry and pop some babies. I'm sure they will be able to help me write more amazing articles later, she decided. November 1st week passed and a major meeting was to be held. Magnus had called all Order of Merlin members to come and meet so they can set up an agenda together and work on it. This was the first of its kind meeting and many of the Order members will be for the first time seeing who else was in it. This would be very helpful for them to improve their business or work towards their goals. New York, 1981. Magnus was busy greeting the last members before finally starting the meeting. However, then the last man arrived. For this, Magnus stood up to greet everyone. Greet Mr. Harrison Ford. He was my dada professor in the first year at Hogwarts. He's also the president of MACUSA and just recently became the president of the United States of America. Chapter 449. New York, 1981. In November, a secretive location was decided to hold a meeting of the Order of Merlin. There were currently 30 members in total, all being an expert in a field or significant power holder. Magnus, being the known leader, took the main seat at the middle edge of the oval table. There were enough refreshments and food available, served by Abe and George, the butlers of his family and the most trusted elves. Shocking everyone, the newly elected American president turned out to be a member too. This was great news because it meant that Magnus now officially had America under his influence. It's good to see all of you. It's been 9 years since I formed this organization, so much has changed in this time. A lot of prime ministers, presidents and kings are here. More power and wealth is in this room than anybody can imagine outside. So it's time that we put it to good use. Each of you became a member of this order because you were dissatisfied with the current world or wanted to see it go in the right direction. By my own actions, I have already proven to you all why you should follow me. Africa is a prime example of the development unity and honesty can bring one. My next plan concerns South America and Asia. In South America, most nations are victims of corrupt regimes, albeit having mineral-rich land. They have a rich culture and yet don't have much representation around the world. With America's help, now they too shall prosper. A mega train route for freight transport has been conceptualized that will go from South America to Canada. But of course, I do not want to cripple American and Canadian internal economies, so anti-dumping laws will be applicable. I'm sure President Ford has many plans. Magnus addressed them. I stood in the election for this very reason. The United States is rich, but its political sphere is foolish. The previous president has brought much harm to the world by funding the separatist and terrorist groups in Afghanistan to counter the Soviets. I will try to change such things in time, but removing the decades-old industrial military complex won't be easy. Harrison spoke. I'm sure you can find some helping hands here. I too shall help you. While about Asia, it's a tricky situation due to the presence of the Soviets. Pakistan is already under a peaceful regime, its prime minister is someone who has worked for me for a long time. He's present here, Yusuf Ahmad, a top economist from Oxford. While in India, elections are going to be held soon. The new political party that started with my help and a vision of science, health and education will win big. The Prime Minister is going to be an order member, a P.J. Abdul Kalam, an aerospace scientist. Meanwhile, Cambodia, Myanmar, Laos and Thailand are already under our sphere. Japan is still untouched. I have tried to get into China but they are vigilant about it. While other Southeast Asian nations and the Oceania area are also yet to be touched. As you may have guessed, I see space as the next frontier for human evolution, not just humans but the world. Why are there so many wars? That's because we have nothing better to do. Once space exploration is in the equation, the world will be more united. Hence, the United Kingdom, African Union, America, a few Asian nations and Saudi Arabia will be launching a public-private joint space program under the supervision of future tech industries. You don't have to put in money, instead, you can help in other fields, such as sending your talented scientists to work for it, or wizards to become astronauts. As soon as Bobby completes the nuclear fusion engine, humanity will be changed forever, Magnus revealed to them and also pumped their minds with the ideas of the great future. They won't be here if they were not loyal or interested in his plans anyway. They quickly agreed. The rich nations such as America and Saudi Arabia didn't shy away from giving money, but others made sure to pledge to find talents in both magic and muggles to help. After that, the meeting came to an end, but not for the members who were wizards. Although everyone knew about wizardry, muggle members were not included in these talks. Magnus happily greeted Harrison Ford. I remember once telling you to run for president, you said no back then. Harrison sighed. I was optimistic about the country back then, but after we entered Afghanistan and I saw your policies doing miracles for the British economy. The synergy you created by bringing together the wizarding world and muggle world in secret for common prosperity has been inspirational. Magnus took a seat. It was not easy, however. Voldemort was a pain in the ass. But honestly, if there was no Voldemort, maybe all this wouldn't have happened. I would have been a normal student. But now, we have a world to bring together. Let's go and plan. With him were other wizards, Ted Tonks, Adrian Durand, Edgar Bones, Zenrock, Goldruck, Tim Brooke, Adrian's second in command, Ragnar, Severus and just recently joined, Dumbledore. All these were highly powerful and smart people, a majority of them so loyal they'd die for Magnus. Okay, let's start the meeting. First of all, Ragnar has something to say, Magnus started. Ragnar nodded and got up from his seat. He summoned a whiteboard and drew something. Everyone, for the coming years our focus is to mine the moon. It's all going to be in preparation for the moon mission. Right now, it's the end of 1981. Magnus, I and Bobby will be headed to Mars in 1990. By then, hopefully, the fusion reactor will be made and a new rocket engine. Before that happens, we are to set up a colony on the moon that can sustain at least 10,000 people at a time. Now, all these people will be workers such as doctors, scientists and engineers. What's the reason to mine the moon other than helium-3? As far as we understand, mining enough helium-3 for the entire planet's energy needs should be doable with just a few hundred muggles or a dozen wizards, Edgar Bones asked. There are various minerals on the moon, from oxygen to water, titanium and silicon. They can be used to produce various items on Earth. Our main goal is not to deplete Earth's resources entirely. Ragnar revealed. What about Mars? Why do you want to go there? President Harrison Ford asked. Magnus spoke at that. Everyone, first answer me this. What do you think is going to be the biggest need for our civilization to go from being a planetary species to an interplanetary or even galactic one day? Manpower? Ted guessed. Yes, but no, not really. As long as we make sure that a sustainable birth rate is maintained, we will never run out of people. Magnus replied. This made everyone think more. There was no need to say money, as that was a very short-term issue. It was not magic either. Magnus was there. Unity and peace. They are already working on it. Magnus spoke. Metal. That's what we're going to need. In the future, we will be building megacities and spaceships. Where will we be getting all that metal from? There's not enough here, not unless we destroy Earth itself. The answer to all our needs, be it iron or other precious rare earth minerals, is in space. Beyond Mars, there is the asteroid belt. There are huge asteroids that are made of metals and other rare substances. We will bring those asteroids near Earth and dock them to mine. Moon will not be a mining colony for mining the moon itself, but instead for the asteroids. Of course, once we have a big enough colony on Mars, we won't need to always bring asteroids to Earth. If we want ships, they can be made right there. The idea itself sounded extremely crazy. But this was the reason why Magnus didn't keep muggles nearby. For wizards, however, as they knew Magnus had opened a portkey route to Moon, now everything was possible. Harrison talked about a problem however. Magnus, your plan is great, but it has a major flaw factor. That's humans. Chapter 450. What do you mean? Magnus asked him. Harrison spoke in a saddened voice. Look at America, a perfectly capitalistic rich nation on the skin but a broken unequal society under it. Discrimination is rampant, crimes are increasing. Look around the world, there are worse examples. When you make a colony on Moon and Mars, let's say someday their population reaches hundreds of thousands, enough to call it a small country. What will stop them from declaring independence from Earth and calling themselves an entirely different species? Magnus instantly responded, I have thought about that. First of all, we all are working to bring humanity together under one umbrella and identity. Now that you're the US president, I'm sure you can fix your country. And about them declaring independence in space, there is a simple solution. Never make any colony self-sufficient. Always make sure that they are dependent on each other. For example, we will make sure that they cannot grow more food than they need for let's say a few weeks. The rest will arrive from Earth. The food production will also be controlled by me, or when I pass away, by someone I completely trust. We will not allow a single person to hold too much power on a single colony for more than 4 years. We shall treat it like the army. They are going to be employees, not real colonizers. The real colonization of Mars can only happen when we have the technology to terraform the planet, and that's not going to happen in a century to come. All men and women won't be allowed to take their family there, hence they will have to return home every few months. This will ensure that their connection with Earth doesn't go loose. Magnus revealed his plans. What if someone is born on the moon? Ragnar asked this time. Simple, we won't allow it. I mean, we will send the pregnant woman back to Earth as soon as it's found out. This will be done in the name of providing a better safety and facility while also making sure that the limited health facility on the colony is not burdened. He answered. What do you need from us? Harrison asked. Simple, let my companies hire wizards from the United States at a faster pace. Work on keeping your nation free from Dark Lords. Wizards pose as much threat to the world as a nuclear weapon. Magnus requested from him. He would do the same with any major leader of any nation's wizard representative. You got yourself a deal then. Harrison shook his hand, but at the same time warned him about something. Heads up, future tech industries might also face antitrust investigations, Emery's construction too. For one, you are trying to completely buy Intel when your company already has a majority stake in the world computer and chip market. And Emery's construction has been accused of backhand deals to get contracts. I cannot help you with this, it's fair law and trade. Magnus appreciated the warning, thanks. I appreciate it. I will look into it. For the next few hours, they talked about some other things. Such as stabilizing South America and using its wizarding population too. In the end, the meeting turned out to be highly productive. After this, Magnus went straight to Brunei in the South China Sea, where Future Tech Defense had a shipyard. It was a special day as the UK's first ever nuclear-powered super aircraft carrier with a displacement of 100,000 tons. But the most amazing thing about it was the design. It had 3 airstrips. 2 smaller ones for faster jets and a bigger one for bigger slower aircraft. It was officially named HMS Pendragon. How can the UK afford to buy this? Well, all the money that was coming in the economic boom was going somewhere, and since Magnus had advised for expanding military strength because of the UK playing a bigger role around the world, they did. By 1981, the UK had officially crossed $1 trillion in GDP. Now, it was worth $1,124 trillion, as compared to $3.2 of the US. But the good part was that the GDP per capita of the UK was now higher than the US due to having a lesser population of 72 million, as compared to 220 million of the US. The start of this decade was being dubbed as the era of wealth in the UK. Excited? Bobby asked him. This was the reason Bobby was not present in today's meeting. Yup, I wonder what the guys at the company designed. Magnus wondered. You're gonna like it, it's nothing like other aircraft carriers. Although it will be going through sea trials for a year, the world will be seeing it for the first time. Bobby himself sounded excited. Bobby. Can you do me a favor? After the ship is in the waters, can you help me hold a meeting on its deck? I am soon going to talk with the leaders of Malaysia and the Philippines. Magnus requested. What about Vietnam? Bobby asked back. Oh that, I'm still in the middle of regime change there and rooting out the communist government. China is keeping an eye there. But we'll soon have them too, he clarified. No problem, first watch the carrier for God's sake. Bobby led him into the giant shipyard where the HMS Pendragon was docked. It was already floating in the water as the shipyard had the feature of modern floodgates to allow it to be submerged. Behold. Bobby opened the door, allowing Magnus to walk into a giant empty space. In front of him was a huge steel behemoth with a strange shape. It looked like an arrow. Bobby talked about its features. It can hold about 100 aircraft and can house 8,000 crew members. It has all kinds of facilities available and a state-of-the-art modern mega kitchen. And the best part, there is a VIP room at the front just above the nose of the ship. They have large windows that can be shielded when needed. They give a wide view of the sea and are made to look luxurious. Befitting royalty. Oh, it also has a thorium reactor. Magnus just blankly stared at it and blinked. All this time, he had bought many things with money, but seeing something like this truly gave a sense that with money one can buy anything. Magnificent. In today's day and age, although aircraft carriers are obsolete, these can still be an image booster. Good job, Bobby. He praised. Bobby giggled, I'm happy that you're pleased, Your Highness. Ugh, stop making me feel like a fat good-for-nothing nobility. Let's go, give me a tour. After hours of last checks, the ship finally entered the sea. Magnus was able to prepare the VIP room for the meeting. After that, the leaders of the 2 countries, Malaysia and the Philippines, were brought over. They were in awe of the ship and the might it represented. It was clear in their eyes. Magnus didn't appear to be an overly strict guy. He accepted their official bows as greetings and shook hands. His aim was something big today, one that could make him and these people billions for years to come. Thank you for meeting me on my request, Magnus spoke. The 2 men and their staff were acting all polite. For the first hour, they exchanged pleasantries and ate a meal. After that, Magnus handed them a file with the title SCSGC, South China Sea Gas Company. Basically, oil and gas make everybody's lips wet, except Magnus, as he knew the future was all about electricity. The UK was already in the middle of electrifying everything. They read the proposal. It basically laid out the plan to create a new company. Magnus will be the creator and the one to run it. As the Asian nations lack the money and tech to invest in seriously extracting the huge reserves of gas from the sea, he will do it for them. All he asks is a 10% share in the profits, 12% until the initial cost of setting each rig is earned. The plan was to partner with each country that was present in the sea and had a special economic zone. Heck, Magnus had SEZ here too, as the UK now had Brunei as its main territory. The idea was juicy enough. Getting 90% profits by doing nothing was great. There was even a clause that said their nation's workers would be used as long specialized ones were available. It was a big boasting point for them as a politician. I agree with this plan, but what about China? They claim the entire sea theirs. The leader from Malaysia asked. Magnus shrugged, that's madness. The British Crown once controlled the majority of the world's waters, do you see me laying claim all over the world? Don't worry about them, the UN will handle everything. They can have the part that falls under them. Then I agree as well, the president of the Philippines agreed. To some eyes, this would have seemed strange, how can they just accept it so fast? But to understand everything, one needed to see the image Magnus had around the world. He had single-handedly lifted Bhutan out of poverty, helped India and Pakistan transform, by investing, and made Thailand rich too with a canal. The man was on the moon, his family creates things that help the world. The trust value was too damn high. Do it. Chapter 451. Magnus returned home after his tiresome meeting about creating a gas company. He was sure to face some problems from the Chinese side as they claimed the whole sea on a historical note. At that time Magnus too will lay claim to the entire sea on a historical claim of his family legacy. Then he would bring the matter to the International Court of Justice, where the matter will run for years to come. By the time it will resolve, he will have made fossil fuels irrelevant. Of course, a military conflict was not out of the equation, but one would be the dumbest creature on the planet to fight him at this point. He met Emma at home. Love, you need to start preparing. You are going to be the queen consort. Hence, you need to have an image similar to Mum's. For this, you need to invent something that can be used in the Muggle world. Something they can feel proud of. Well, I only know how to make brooms, I have no idea about the Muggle science either. She was confused now. That's the point. Sigh, this one is going to be hard. Even Rag was able to create things. Wait, I got an idea, we're gonna fool the world. Do you remember the flying needle you made? Make it smaller, strap a spy camera on it, we'll just call it the most advanced drone in the world. Who cares if the people can't have it, as long as they know you made it, they will be WAP boys. He suggested. Ugh, I thought I was done with that thing. I just made one for you. She grunted. Magnus didn't know that. He smoothly caught her and pulled her to his lap. Really? Was that like a gift or something? Of course, so what are you going to give me in return? She asked. What do you want? Surprise. All of a sudden the three gremlins barged in. Emma quickly got up and greeted them. Look, big brother, we made pancakes today. Mum taught us. Please taste and tell us how it is. Pancakes made by his siblings. Nothing can be sweeter than that. He took the plate and cut a small slice to bite. However, as soon as it touched his tongue, his eyes widened in horror. Why the fuck does this have so much salt in it? Ah, let me taste it. Emma also took a bite and had the same expression. My mouth, water, I need water. Aurelia smiled brightly. Whoa, they like it so much. Let me taste it. Magnus picked the whole pancake and gobbled it. He patted their heads with a bright smile. That was very tasty. But you don't need to put salt or sugar in the batter. There is syrup for that. Now, I need to go out. He walked to the window, it was on the 3rd floor. He jumped straight out of it and ran to the Thames River. Splash, my tongue. The next day, Magnus remained in his office. Not the one in the palace, though, that was only for official king business. For his personal work, he'd sit in the building of Dragon Holdings. His office spanned the entire half of the top floor, giving a panoramic view of the city. Ring ring. Sir, the CEO of Daily Mart is here to meet you. His secretary informed him on the call. Send her in, he responded. Daily Mart was a huge multinational giant right now. To be able to shop groceries from the convenience of your home was a revolutionary concept. The cost was cheaper as well. The company now not only sends out flyers in newspapers every week but also runs television channels every day where the whole sale list would be shown. The latest offers and biggest discounts get revealed. The company now even started to make original products such as clothing. They had their own farmlands and contracted farmers around the globe too. They were so efficient because of their state-of-the-art automated inventory warehouses. They were made to be automated and fast with the help of robotic arms used by car manufacturers. Not to mention, each warehouse had a resident wizard posing as the repairman. He would fix any broken machine with a wave of the arm in secret. But he wondered why the CEO came. The company was doing well. They had no plans of doing IPO before expanding, so their evaluation is higher. Freya was in her late 20s right now and owned 40% of the company. She entered and gave an official bow to royalty. "Why, Your Majesty?" "Take a seat, Freya. I'm not the king here right now, I'm a businessman." "So, what brought you here today?" he asked. She put some documents on the table. "Sir, as you know, we've been expanding the company for a while now. But in America, we are facing some troubles. We're stuck in a price war with Walmart." Magnus read the documents. It showed how both companies were trying to undercut each other. If one sold toothpaste at $1.50, then the other would sell it at $1.45. Meanwhile, the normal market price was $2. The fight had gone on for so long that Walmart was now selling various items at a cost price, making no profit or very little. "Can we buy them?" Magnus asked. She shook her head. "They are a publicly traded company and hit $1 billion in revenue in 1980. It's run by a family dynasty system and they will not sell it." Magnus silently thought about it. "How do we pay our delivery boys?" he asked. "From the sale of items," she answered. Okay. We're going to continue this price war and cripple Walmart until some instigated rumors hit the market and its shareholders start panic selling so we can buy. To pay our delivery partners, launch a new offer, pay $5 a month and get free delivery for the entire month. Those who don't pay will be charged slightly more delivery charges, but the cost of our items must always be lower than Walmart. I think it can be good if Daily Mart buys Walmart and gets into physical retail stores. I will use some funds from Dragon Holdings to cover the extra operational expenses of our warehouses." He planned and wrote things down for her to remember. She wobbled her head in agreement. "Yes, sir. Don't worry too much. They are a publicly traded company. They have to answer to shareholders, we don't. They can't keep this price war going for too long." Magnus reassured her. After this meeting, he worked on a few other things until his secretary called again. "Sir, a man from Oxford is here. His name is Tim Berners-Lee. He says he has an idea for you." He allowed the man to come in and pitch his idea. After all, Magnus was renowned around the world as the greatest angel investor. Especially in the UK. All the new companies that were doing well had Magnus investments in them. The man entered, probably in his 20s. He was wearing a suit and acted nervously. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Take a seat, Mr. Lee. What brought you to me today?" He got to the point. "I had an idea to develop a network for computers, sir. Just imagine, all your companies and employees are connected to each other. If you want, you can search for names of people and projects on it. You can feed data to it for others to use. And imagine one day it going universal, the entire world connected to the internet. All knowledge is accessible to everyone. Just a few keyboard strokes further. Although DARPA has made it before, it was strictly for the US Army. I want to make a version for the public. I have a few ideas with which accessing and using the internet can be made easier." The man pitched his idea. Magnus did learn programming and understood what the man said. But he was not the expert. "I like your idea. But Future Tech is run by Brandon. I am an investor. If you had a company idea I would have invested. But what you have is a science project. Here, I'm writing this reference letter, take it to Future Tech Tower and show it to reception, they will take you to meet Brandon quickly. If he's interested, you will be given a free hand to work on it." Magnus sorted things out. Tim Berners-Lee was elated with this news. Brandon was famous in the tech world. But he came to meet Magnus because he represented the country. "Sir, if I can show its usefulness, will you expand it to the whole country?" he asked. "If it's really as good as you say, I will expand it around the world and even the moon with satellite, whatever it takes. Here, take this letter." He handed it over. The man bowed and left happily. What both of them didn't know was that this meeting was the creation of history, a meeting that will change the future, ushering the world in the era of the internet. "Ah, nice business as always," he muttered and relaxed in his seat, turning around to look outside at London City. But what can go wrong will go wrong. Magnus had not really faced many hardships that could be called real setbacks all his life. Yes, he was under mental pressure, but he never faced something he could not deal with. He didn't know that there were things in his body that were changing and they were not for the better. For everything in the universe has a price, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Chapter 452. 1982. The next year came. Magnus was on the moon working alongside a dozen other astronauts. Officially, only 6 were living on the moon that went from the rocket. 6 others were wizards and muggles who knew that came from Portkey. Currently, the living units were expanded to house at least 20 people. In a first, now with President Harrison taking big steps, American astronauts also collaborated. Harrison and Magnus talked nearly every day. Because Magnus had a great experience on how to bring together the muggle and magical side without letting the secret out. For this, Magnus gave them his magical contract paper. This allowed them to actually hire wizards and muggles without worrying about betrayals. Harrison wanted to use wizards to solve various problems of the country, such as the police. Using wizardry, sensitive cases can be easily solved. Healthcare and infrastructure can be improved. There was so much to do. Currently, on the moon, Magnus was helping people on the moon extract helium-3 and was also experimenting with water extraction. A big shipment was going to be sent from Earth. It was a diesel generator for the machines to work on. Okay, send it through, Magnus spoke on the communicator. Why is my dragon senses telling me of danger? On Earth, a team had strapped the whole unit in good insulating sheets. This was not your normal generator, it was supposed to be specially made for the harsh temperatures on the moon. It's coming. Boom. The generator didn't come, but the Portkey did blast off all of a sudden. It was a big enough explosion to send those standing close by a few meters away. Magnus was unharmed. What happened? Is everyone okay? One by one, all astronauts nearby gave their status updates. Then news came from Earth. Sir, one of our guys lost his arm. Wizards are reattaching it. He will be alright. Magnus looked around. A good thing Portkey was not kept near the living base. However, now the problem is, the Portkey was destroyed. Fuck, why didn't we make multiple of those? Everyone, get ready, I will be operating to the base. To make sure that panic didn't strike the hearts of those who were working on the moon, not everyone was told about the lost Portkey. But, Magnus too had his problems the last time he used apparition. It was extremely painful. But it had to be done. He went and created 5 different Portkeys for wide distances and placed them on the moon in distance. Then he operated away, UGH. The teleportation happened instantaneously, but the pain that came lasted till long after. Fuck, this time it hurt much more. He looked around at the site. There were blackened spots on the ground, marks of the blast that occurred not long ago. It was something to be investigated why and how this happened. A Portkey does not explode for no reason. Bring me the Portkey boxes, he ordered and turned the new boxes into Portkey 2. I will be back in a minute. Call Ragnar and Severus. We need to understand why and what happened wrong. This kind of mistake cannot be afforded in the future, he ordered the wizard mission director. He returned to the moon to assure everyone that things were fine. He helped them set up a new generator and then returned to Belize base. Ragnar and Severus were there already. Let's go to the lab and check the broken Portkey, he suggested. Ragnar checked it quickly. Look at this. I don't think it exploded because it went bad, but I think it went too good. There is more magic in space, so I don't think magical things will work the same way there. So you are saying it got overloaded with magic? Magnus wondered. That might be the case. Look at this, Portkey didn't explode, it tore apart. Maybe when you were sending the generator, it was too big for it to handle. We probably need some sort of muggle capacitor for magic, Severus advised him. This was good, they were basically researching new things with magic. They had nobody to reference for their problems and work in the space. All the technology they will make with magic will be helpful for generations to come. I will start working on it then. There should be something that we can use to store magical energy. Maybe something like a wand. Magnus thought. Oh, by the way, Mom wanted you to come home quick. She said Emma's parents will be coming for dinner tonight, Ragnar remembered and notified. Emma's parents were trying not to appear so secretive now that their daughter was supposed to marry someone so famous. So they regularly visited the palace for dinner. Magnus nodded, stretching his neck. I will return by the dinner. You two go now, I'm sure you guys were researching something nice. Thanks for coming, and if you find any way to make an object that can store magic, do tell me. You okay? I heard the explosion was nasty. Ragnar inquired before going. I'm fine, it's not the explosion that strained me, it's the apparition that I had to do. It makes me feel as if my body was disintegrating and then forgetting how to integrate again, making me push it to do so. Don't worry, I will take a shower and be fine. He shrugged and got back to work. It was still morning, so there was enough time. He quickly headed to his private room in the Belize base to take a shower. Absent-minded, he started rubbing soap over his body, that was until he felt something. What's this? There was a rough patch on his arm, it felt as if the skin had become scaly. He quickly walked to the mirror and looked. His brows furrowed, what the heck is this? There was a small 3 cm by 3 cm patch of skin that looked like it belonged to a dragon. He tried to wash it clean, nothing happened. He took his wand and tried to chop it away. But it instantly regrew. Now he felt scared, what happened to me? Is this related to my animagus form? Or, my blood? He didn't want to take this lightly. But who can he go to? Saint Mungo? No, he instantly rejected that idea, his animagus form was a secret and he can't let them check his blood. Who else was there so smart and trustworthy? Dumbledore? Wait. There is someone even better, he remembered. Quickly, he cleaned himself off, wore his robes and apparat away to Devon. An old house appeared in his view. It brought memories back, it's been a while since I saw the old man Flammel. Knock knock. The old man opened the door, he already knew Magnus was here. Oh, look who is here, a king. Come in, lad. You're looking even more like a zombie, Magnus greeted back. Flammel laughed, the price for immortality, I guess. What about you? What's with that frowning face? Is everything okay? Let's talk in your lab, Magnus requested with complete seriousness. Flammel led the way to the underground giant lab where Ragnar and Magnus learnt alchemy a long time ago. It was still the same as before, it seems the old man had been doing nothing. So, what is it? He asked. Magnus started to take off his shirt. The old man looked at him weirdly. Magnus saw it in his eyes too. No, I just have to show you something. There's something wrong with my skin and I think it has something to do with my animagus or blood. He showed his right arm. The patch was still clear as always. Flammel interestingly came closer and stared at it, touched it and squeezed it. Does it hurt? Nope, I feel as if it's just normal skin, Magnus said. Flammel plucked a small piece of skin and went to his alchemy table to do a few tests. It only took him a few minutes to start speaking. It's dragon skin, original dragon skin, not some sort of mutation. How is that possible? Why is it appearing on me then? Magnus wondered. Flammel thought about it for a few minutes. He quickly walked to the huge wall full of books and took one out. This was written by a good friend of mine in the 1500s. His moral compass was loose. He used to do tests on his slaves, mostly related to how to combine a magical beast's abilities with a human body. He was unsuccessful, but he did find out that the blood of the beast would only start affecting the body when the human was pushing himself. So, you tell me. Have you been pushing your magical powers? Anything strange that has been happening due to this? Magnus nodded, I did. This morning I didn't have this patch. But when I was on the moon an accident happened and I had to apparate to Earth. No normal wizard can do it unless they have magical powers equal to mine. I felt a lot of pain when I reached Earth. And have you ever felt this pain in things other than apparition? Flammel asked. He was just trying to narrow his findings down. Yes, I did. Whenever I turn into my animagus form, which is a dragon, I feel pain all over my body. He answered. Flammel sighed, son, then you know the root of all this. A dragon, there is a reason why magical beasts are usually not one's animagus. Beasts are too complex to replicate. And here you are, a dragon. To become a dragon, your body needs to morph inhumanly. And then there is your dragon blood. I reckon that it's your blood that gives you extra power, without it you are maybe as strong as Dumbledore, but with it, you surpass all wizards. And now, if you push yourself, the dragon blood, its magic supersedes your normal biological magic. It's like a maledictus, but yours is controllable. Magnus wore his clothes back, so you're telling me not to use magic? Come on, Professor, I still have so much more to accomplish. No, son. I am telling you not to overdo it. Stay within the range of Dumbledore's level of magic. If you push it, that scale, it might increase. Flamel said, saddened too. But Magnus was in decline mode. How can such an absurd thing happen to him? What if I do not stop? This magic is exactly what makes me different. It's what makes other wizards follow me, because they know, even if they all come at me together they cannot win. Flamel showed him the same book. No test subject survived when this book was written. All died within a year. The fact that you are alive means your blood is better infused. There is no telling what would happen if you don't stop. I presume you will turn into a real dragon. Alive and sane. I don't know. You have already proven yourself, you don't need to push yourself anymore. There are no Dark Lords, and if anyone rises, deal with him from the start. Flamel patted his back. Every man has limits, Magnus. Look at me, how do I look? Do I look human? That was my limit. I tested it and now I look like this. Don't test yours, because the price may be too much. Thanks for the help, Professor. I will leave now. Magnus didn't raise his head. He silently left the house and apparat back to London. Not at home, however. He appeared in a park where he took a seat on the bench. He stared at his hands continuously, wondering if this was some sort of punishment for overreaching the possible limitations of magic. But then, anger erupted. This, damn dragon blood. It's the origin of all problems. I can't make a family, now I can't even use this bloody magic. What's the point of having this? He cursed. But this magic was what that had brought him all the way here. He was also grateful for it. Magnus silently looked at his feet, his mind going blank as the faces of his family appeared in the head. There was nothing he wanted to think about. The world was still shit. The goal was still unfinished. He can't afford to die so early. What am I to do now? Be a mediocre wizard? Dumbledore tried it for years, but he couldn't bring any change. Without absolute strength, it's just not possible. But it was also absolute strength that aimed to kill him. Magnus was simply lost, having no idea of time. It was sunny when he sat down, now it was evening. Children came to the park to play, dogs ran around barking. People walked by, his magic making sure they didn't notice him. He glanced at his palms again. The lines on it were dark and clear. Do they really mean something? He wondered. His heart felt fear, not for death, but for the future that now seemed unclear. Cough, son, is this seat taken? All of a sudden he heard a voice, addressing him. He looked up. It was a tall, kind-looking old man, supporting a long white beard and hair, wearing glasses and smoking a cigar. Magnus instinctively moved aside and let him sit, then going back to thinking about the uncertain life ahead, planning how to accomplish the goals before he's dead. Chapter 453. Puff. Cough. Magnus coughed as the old man beside him started to smoke his cigar and blow out the smoke. The air made the smoke fly to his face. Old man, stop smoking or you will kill yourself, Magnus complained. But the old man laughed. This is medicine, boy. I've been smoking for years and nothing happened. Here, want a puff? Sure, I'm dying anyway, Magnus muttered, shrugged, and went for it. He had no idea how to take a puff and ended up inhaling too much directly into his lungs. Cough cough, what's in there? It tastes like lemon. Oh, my cute little granddaughter rolled it, her name is Amy. A sweet child, the old man revealed. Magnus stared at his face. Are you serious? Your granddaughter rolls joints for you. Hey, this is medicine. It got no tobacco or weed. Anyway, what are you sulking about? Had a breakup or something? Wait, I think I've seen you somewhere. You're the butter of the British king, right? The old man said. I am the king. Which world are you from? I've been constantly on the news for a year now. And no, my girlfriend didn't break up. If anything, she's the most understanding person. Who are you? Magnus barked. I am Alexander. People just call me Grandpa Universe. Well, no matter what, you can't have problems worse than me. My twin sons tried to kill me to take over my company and capitalize more for money. Alexander revealed. Magnus stared at his face. You serious? What's the name of the company? I will get it back for you. Alexander smiled. The boy was always ready to help others. No need, the company doesn't exist anymore. My sons also got punished. What about you? Why are you sulking here? Go home, cuddle with your lover, play with your family or something. Life's too short to think about tomorrow or some other problems. Oftentimes, people lose sight of what they already have in the race to get what they want. What would you do if you suddenly found you're going to die soon? Magnus asked him. Alexander silently looked at the sky. I don't know honestly. There are so many people who depend on me. But, if there is nothing you can do, just accept it and live with it. Here, take this card, go to this building's 3rd floor. You will see your answer. I gotta go now, too much work to do. May you have all the happiness in the world, son. You deserve it. Just like he appeared out of nowhere, he got up and left. Magnus read the business card, and when he tried to ask what it was for, there was nobody. Wait, how did he even see me? A wizard? It was already turning night. The lamps were glowing, the park was empty. He remembered he had to be back at home by dinner. But he just couldn't help looking at the business card the strange old man gave him. He wondered what the answer was that he talked about. It's still an hour before the dinner, he looked at his watch. So he decided to head to the address. Soon, he was standing in front of the building. It was a major hospital. He didn't stop and went straight to the 3rd floor. Mom! Immediately the noise of the kids rang in his ear. There were a lot of them, some playing with toys, some stuck to their beds with machines as they watched other kids play. Some had their parents with them, talking and feeding them fruits. Nurse, what happened to all these kids? He asked a woman passing by. The woman stopped and didn't speak, just stared at his face in disbelief. Why, Your Majesty? That's fine, I'm not here for official work. Can you answer my question? He repeated. Why yes, of course, sir. This is the children's cancer ward. All of them are from 1 year to 16 years old here. Sadly, this room is for those with untreatable cancer or those who are too late. She informed him. So, all of them are on their way to die, he realized. Yet he noticed giggles in the voices of many. Smiles were ever present. Some played with toys or read comics. The parents may look sad, but the kids, their ignorance was truly bliss. Or some had just accepted their fate. What am I crying for? I've been alive for 21 years and will probably live until 100 if I'm careful. These ones didn't even get to enjoy their youth. I have no reason to be sad, I have already been very much blessed. With my powers, I can still change the world, and maybe do something for these children, he talked to himself in the head. At this, he remembered the words of the old man. If there is nothing you can do, just accept it and live with it. Yes, live with it and make the best of the time I have left. If I am going to die due to this power I have, I might as well die using it for the creation of a better world. Sir. He was disturbed by the hospital director who seemed to have come running at full speed. It was an old man in his 60s. Magnus silently took out a checkbook and wrote it, Here, use this money to feed tasty things to children that are admitted in this hospital for as long as you can. Make them happy with it. Do not use it for anything else, remember that. He silently left after that. The check was that of £1 million. More than enough to last months. Magnus returned home and headed straight to his room. Emma was there, getting ready. He just walked behind her and hugged her. You're looking good. She giggled, thanks for saying that every single day. I will go and take a bath. By the way, fuck the age, let's get married this year. I don't care about anything anymore. I will do what I want, my goals are important, doing it today or tomorrow does not make any difference, he shocked her with this. Wide-eyed, Emma turned around to face him, Are you serious or is this just another prank? Do you love me? He asked her. She nodded strongly, I've been screaming that for years and you still ask. He knelt down, then let's get married. I see no other girl ever come as close to me as you have. You are the best, even better than what I deserve, the one who agreed to be with me despite knowing all my shortcomings. To keep you waiting is a crime I don't want to commit. I know, this is not a very romantic style. But I will make up for all this with a wedding so grand the world will talk about it for decades to come. So, Emma Vanity, are you okay with becoming a Pendragon? He extended a ring to her, made out of a diamond made from carbon extracted from the moon. She looked him in the eyes. Already seeing it clear that something must have happened today that made him so emotional. I hope you won't regret it. She too knelt down and kissed his lips. Yes, I will marry you. Now put the damn ring on before I start sobbing and destroy my makeup. To hell with the makeup, he put the ring on her finger and slammed his lips on her, pinning her down. She too, let herself go in the heat of the moment and forgot about the dinner or her dress. Magic can fix all that. Magnus didn't take it too far, just normal kissing and touching. 15 minutes later, he lifted her up and helped her fix the dress. "What's gotten into you tonight?" she asked him. He smiled warmly and replied, "Nothing. I just learned to value what I have. Wait for me, I will get ready, we will go downstairs and announce our decision." She stared at his back as he went to the bathroom. For some reason, today it seemed as if there was much more weight on those shoulders. "I will share the weight with you. Just a bit more, I will not be so weak then." He wore a normal white shirt and black pants and went with Emma. She kept looking at his face. "What? Am I looking extra handsome today?" he asked. "No, but there's something different about you. You look more confident today," she said. "Nope, I'm not extra confident. I'm just extra firm." Soon, they arrive at the dinner table. The elves were helping set it up. Food was already cooked by Grace. She didn't have to as they had a big Muggle cooking staff, but she said she didn't want to leave her roots. Seeing everyone was there, he coughed, "Everyone, I want to announce something." They turned to face him. Ragnar noticed the blush on Emma's face and knew what was coming. "I'm turning 22 in a few days. Emma will be 22 in September. So, we have decided to get married in October." He dropped the bomb. For a solid 10 seconds, they were silent. Then the first one to jump and hug them was Grace. "This is the best day of my life," she exclaimed excitedly and bombarded the two with kisses on cheeks. Chapter 454. "What's marriage?" Maximus asked. "This means I and Emma will always be together," Magnus answered. Maximus rubbed his head, "But Emma is always together with us." Honestly, he was not very wrong. Emma spent more time with Magnus and the three gremlins than with her own family. She was already a part of the family. "You are right, but now she will be with us even more." Why, he jumped to hug Emma. The three loved her because she was always very kind to them. Seeing them, Magnus remembered the kids he saw in the hospital. He turned to talk to his brother. "What do you say? Want to make a cure for cancer? Where did that come from?" Ragnar asked him. "I will tell you later. Anyway, I'm going to get married. Once that's done, be prepared to face Mum's constant pestering." Magnus smirked as he said that. Ragnar was indeed worried about it now. "When will Max grow up and ease my burden?" "Sigh, but congratulations to you. I also have a gift for you. I may have found a cure for your condition. All this time we were trying to fix you, but that was like trying to turn duck into a human. Your blood is not that of a human. Meanwhile, your mate, Emma, is a human. Do you think the sperms of a dragon and eggs of a female human can form a baby? Nope, never. Hence, we need to chop your dick." Magnus was nodding all this time until he realized, "Wait, what? Just kidding. I'm going to have to create a potion for Emma that can make her body stronger without mutating her. Basically, her eggs need to become strong enough to hold you." Ragnar revealed to him. "And you know how to make the potion?" Magnus asked. Ragnar shook his head. "It's just a theory. I don't even know where to start. I'm trying to study Muggle medicine for now. It will take a lot of experimentation, of course, not on Emma. So it's not an immediate solution. Tell me if you need anything." Magnus was disappointed but accepted it. Something was better than nothing. "Oh yes, I am going to need your blood and sperm. Ugh, I can't believe I am asking this from my own brother." Ragnar scowled. "I can't believe that I will agree to this. Things I do for myself. Let's enjoy the evening, forget this conversation." Magnus moved away to talk to his soon-to-be parents-in-law. The announcement was not made public, and they were not going to do so until September, a month before the marriage. Now, a royal wedding was supposed to be pretty rule-based and bland. So Magnus was going to do as he pleases while following the rules. He wanted to make Emma feel like the most important person in the world that day, and he will do it no matter what. All the church folks can go kiss their ass for all he cared. But, in April, a major conflict arose. On April 2, 1982, Argentine forces mounted amphibious landings on the Falkland Islands. The invasion was met with a fierce counterattack as the UK was pretty rich at this point. This made the conflict that lasted a day even more bloody and 2 Royal Marines martyred. But this was not something that occurred all of a sudden. The Argentinian government and the UK government were in talks. It was clear to the British side that the Argentinian side won't agree, hence they had sent a naval fleet already. The reason behind this sudden invasion was Argentina's military junta led by Lieutenant General Leopoldo Galtieri was suffering criticism for its oppressive rule and economic management. So, they planned the Falklands invasion as a means of promoting patriotic feeling and propping up its regime. Under Magnus' order, the United Nations Security Council passed Resolution 502. The US was already in full support, and the USSR and China abstained. Hence, the Argentinian side was condemned for breaking the peace. But the situation was already out of control as 2 British Royal Marines had died. It was an attack that demanded full retaliation. How can a mere military dictator even think of attacking unprovoked? Falklands Islands were already a complete part of the United Kingdom. This attack was like taking away British territory. Now, Magnus didn't care about all such things, but he needed to save face as he was trying to lead by example. If the UK could not even protect its own lands, how would the nations that signed military alliances with him feel confident? I will go there personally and lead a team of SAS. Of course, they will all be wizards from the Golden Company and not actual soldiers. He announced at the Special War Committee. But sir, you have a marriage coming soon, the Secretary of Defense said. Magnus scoffed, it's months away. I am a commissioned officer of the British Air Force. I can and should be there. Besides, it's just going to be a 20-minute operation, just in and out. The thing is, with him, it might just be a 20-minute thing. In heavily publicized news, the government secretly revealed that Magnus was personally going there. Now, when was the last time you heard a king go to war personally and fight? It created some sort of craze and everyone wanted to know more. Good for them, they won't have to wait for too long. Magnus arrived with a team of 20 wizards, all experienced in warfare. They wore military dresses and face paint to cover their identities. Then, they were dropped right in the middle of Buenos Aires, the nation's capital, specifically Casa Rosada, the workplace of the president. The thing with dictatorship was that you grab its head, you get the whole thing in hand. Leopoldo Galtieri was in his office, sitting in comfort, hoping for a victory so he can strengthen his rule on the nation. In a matter of 10 minutes, Magnus was sitting face to face with the president. You know, I didn't really care about your country before. But now, I will make sure I take it. As I speak, Meta is looking for all Nazis who are still hiding here. It's just been 37 years since the end of the war, after all. A lot of them are still alive. They will be held on a trial in the UK. Not just them, you will be held on a trail right here. You were really a fool to go against me. Sigh, but thanks to you, now I shall have a foothold in South America. Do you think my people will support the British occupation? Leopoldo Galtieri growled. The man was still in his military uniform with medals he didn't deserve. Magnus always wondered where these bloody dictators get their medals from. This made Magnus laugh. However, Lieutenant, can you please turn on the television? One of the 5 wizards walked to the television set. The other wizards were securing the building. As soon as the television was turned on, a loud noise came. The scenes of large-scale protests appeared. They were all holding signs welcoming Magnus to the country and chanting death to Leopoldo Galtieri. Shocked. You fool, I have a nickname around the world. It's called the Gold Maker. They say, any country or company I invest in turns into gold. Oh, one more thing. Who do you think controls the world media? Let me give you a hint, his first name starts with M and ends with an S. Magnus was enjoying tormenting the man mentally. What happens to me now? Leopoldo Galtieri asked. Now, you sign the surrender and call back your forces, on live television, Magnus said with a wide grin on his face. Leopoldo Galtieri just realized, the game he was trying to play, he was not even a player in it. He was just a pawn on the giant board, the real player was Magnus. But sadly, it was too late for him. In a few hours, the live telecast was shown across the country and the world. Magnus standing beside the man as he says he is stepping down from his position and will allow new elections to be held. Let's go, now I am officially present in every continent. Wait, what about Australia? Meh, nothing happens there. Chapter 455. Magnus was not just the king of Britain but a legend around the world. For Muggles, they wondered how a man can be so awesome, for wizards, they awed his strength. To some extent, Magnus had started to feel like he was aimless since Voldemort died. But now, he had a reason to push forward. He used to think his strength was supreme, but it was also his poison. He had decided that after marriage in October, he would spend all the remaining months of 1972 with Emma, then he will go on a secret world tour with Duck and an army of the most highly skilled fighting wizards that work for him. Slowly, time passes. Magnus does not really bother with planning the wedding. Rather, he focused on the moon and a few others. He had now personally started to go to Africa and help the creation of great African railways. The faster it's complete, the faster the world economy can be boosted. Edgar, I want to fasten the rate of work. Increase the workers. The longer we take, the more Africa suffers. These nations are already pumping a significant amount of money into funding the stretches from their lands. He ordered the CEO of Emery's Construction. Well, it's going to cost you, Edgar said. I will be making a lot of money from here. Let's do it, the faster we finish here, the faster we can take up other projects, Magnus insisted. After his small visit to Africa, he went to the Falkland Islands where a new branch of Hogwarts was being constructed. His work was now basically limited to building the world. Home. Big brother, Mum said I will have to go to school after next year, I don't wanna. Clementia rushed to Magnus, crying and looking scared. He hugged her back, you know, your Uncle Severus will be the headmaster there, and not just him, your big sis Emma will be the teacher for flying. Even Uncle Ragnar will be teaching potions there. School is very important if you want to become a strong wizard one day. And don't you want to make more friends? You wished for it last Christmas. She rubbed her hands in nervousness, he caressed her hair, do you know, I am the big boss of Hogwarts. So when your big brother is the boss, what's for you to fear? I will make sure nobody dares bully you. And we will beat every bully who harms our sister, Aurelia and Maximus joined in. The two were excited to go to the magical school they had heard so much about. Of course, that's your responsibility. Which house do you all want to get sorted into? He asked them. Slytherin. They replied, Clementia also lowly muttered the same. He ruffled their heads, good, but you remember my words. Aurelia jumped, me, I know. The house does not define who we are, we define what the house is. Good girl, on this, let's go shopping. Don't my munchkins want a new dress for my upcoming wedding? He led them out. In the United States, Magnus was unable to take over Intel due to antitrust since Intel was a major player in the market, second only to Future Tech. However, Emery's Construction faced no problems as no evidence of bribery and forced quenching of competition came. Still, Magnus decided that from now on the company will not take minor projects. They will restrict themselves to major national projects, skyscrapers, dams and other specialized constructions. This opened up the market for the little companies. The United States, however, decided to invest in some infrastructure. Although Magnus had not revealed any plans for the big South American railway, President Harrison knew it was coming in a few years. Hence, he wanted to stay ahead of the curve. So he ordered the creation of fast-speed freight routes that start from the border with Mexico and go all the way to the border with Canada. Harrison had a different mindset than anybody else. He cared not which nation stays in the lead as the number one, he cared for the well-being of the people. As long as the world was not ruled by dictators, he was fine. Not to mention, now that the UK was emerging as a big military power, the US didn't have to spend so much on the defense budget. So, due to him, the UK was free to keep rising. Time slowly passed, in the week of September, right on the birthday of Emma. It was announced that Magnus will be marrying his girlfriend, Emma Vanity. A girl from the family of an industrialist/nobility. Emma's drone was already revealed to the world long ago and the news remembered it. The name, Family of Geniuses, has a new member now. It was somewhat of a tradition to give an interview after the announcement of the engagement. So Magnus went ahead to give it with his dear Emma. BBC News was decent enough to organize it right inside the palace. It was not a live interview though. The questions were normal, like what they planned on doing or how they met. Well, after the wedding, I'm going to take my dear wife on a nice long holiday trip. Been so busy these days that I couldn't give time to family. Don't want that anymore. Magnus revealed. Emma meanwhile told them about their love story, we met in our boarding school. Initially, I thought he was snobbish just because of his background. But then we actually talked and became great friends. We only started dating 5 years later, however. We're great together, in all these years, not even once we had a fight or misunderstanding. We have a rule of being blunt to each other. The interview was supposed to give a glance into the lives of the royals for the general public. Once done, the preparations for the wedding day got faster. When October came, the mornings started to get slightly colder, but not enough to make the shorts-wearing lads stop their morning runs. The streets slowly got busier, paperboys, milk delivery trucks and garbage pickers hurried to finish their work. Today, no tourists were allowed in front of Buckingham Palace since King Magnus was getting married. However, just that morning, banger news was released to the world. The first ever Forbes 400 magazine's richest list. In it, Magnus' name was at the top, but instead of there being a number, a symbol was written. Under it was a short paragraph. King Pendragon is guessed to be the richest man in the world, excluding his royal assets. It's hard to estimate since most of his companies are private. But if all of these companies were to go public today, we believe it's likely to hit $1 trillion. Then was the name of the second richest, it was Brandon Steele Armstrong, his name too had, and his wealth was estimated at $69 billion. In contrast, the third richest had a measly $1 billion of wealth. Magnus immediately ordered all news media across the world to start damage fixing. It was supposed to be told to the world that the numbers were absolute trash. But it was true. Magnus had a lot of money. After all, he used this money to build the greatest hospitals in the world, the greatest infrastructure in the UK and around the world. It was his money that brought back UK's economy to the second position in the world, defeating Japan. After that, Magnus focused on his wedding. He'd deal with this magazine later. Westminster Abbey, formerly titled the Collegiate Church of St. Peter at Westminster. It was the location where most of the royal weddings take place. Today, it was fully decorated with flowers and colorful curtains. Various kinds of chandeliers hung from the ceiling, making the place more charming. Although the decoration is usually modest, Magnus went overboard. But this was the simplest part. Taking the vows and completing the ceremony was simply the official thing. Magnus cared not for them and wanted to get over it. So, he awaited his dear girl. She entered with her father beside her and walked to the altar. The archbishop was there to officiate the marriage according to the norms. Emma looked fabulously beautiful in her red gown. Her silver eyes sparkled with the lights. In her mind, it all seemed like a dream. Can't believe I hated him in the first year, now I'm marrying him, she chuckled to herself. Magnus too looked handsome in his ceremonial military attire. He looked at her walk with great anticipation. Although they were no less than a married couple already, this ceremony will hold them together forever in the public's eyes. Can't believe I used to give her a cold shoulder for so long, yet she stayed by my side. Damn, I love this girl. Soon the music ended and she reached him. Magnus extended his hand for her to hold. She reached out. He firmly gripped it, wanting to never let it go. Cough, shall we proceed, Your Majesty? Archbishop coughed. Magnus realized he and Emma had been standing still staring into each other's eyes for over a minute now. He let her hand go and took his position. Yes, please continue, he approved. Chapter 456. The Archbishop started in his hoarse old voice, into this union, Magnus Grant Emery's Pendragon and Emma Vanity now come to be joined. If any of you can show just cause why they may not be lawfully wed, speak now, or else forever hold your peace. None moved. Magnus would have chopped their heads right there if someone had dared create such a drama. The Archbishop continued as he addressed Magnus and Emma, I charge you both, here in the presence of God and the witness of this company, that if either of you knows any reason why you may not be married lawfully and in accordance with God's word, do now confess it. Magnus glared at the Archbishop with eyes that could burn. The old man started sweating. He spoke to Emma, Emma Vanity, will you have this man to be your husband, to live together with him in the covenant of marriage? Will you love him, comfort him, honor and keep him, in sickness and in health, and, forsaking all others, be faithful unto him as long as you both shall live? I will. Emma quickly nodded her head strongly. He turned to Magnus, Magnus Grant Emery's Pendragon, will you have this woman to be your wife, to live together with her in the covenant of marriage? Will you love her, comfort her, honor and keep her, in sickness and in health, and, forsaking all others, be faithful unto her as long as you both shall live? I will. He loudly replied, loud and clear that everyone hears. This was his girl. Anyone that dares to have any mean thoughts will face the fate of French nobles. The Archbishop faced the crowd and spoke, will all of you witnessing these promises do all in your power to uphold these two persons in their marriage? We will, they all shouted, particularly Ragnar, Severus and his siblings being the loudest. Grace would have done the same if she didn't have to maintain her image of grace. Who gives this woman to be married to this man? The old man asked. Quickly Emma's father spoke from the side close by. She gives herself, with the blessing of her mother and father. The man was a step away from crying. Emma glared at him. Just then some hymns started. Once they ended, the ceremony continued. It was time for the vows. Magnus took her right hand gently into his. Then in the most loving and calm voice, he spoke, "In the name of God, I, Magnus grant Emrys Pendragon, take you, Emma Vanity, to be my wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, until we are parted by death. This is my solemn vow. I love you." The last 3 words were added from his part. She blushed uncontrollably. The archbishop too chuckled and gestured for Emma to take her vows. They dropped the hand and this time she took his hand in hers. "In the name of God, I, Emma Vanity, take you, Magnus grant Emrys Pendragon, to be my husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, until we are parted by death. This is my solemn vow. I love you too." She ended her vows with a reply. Magnus grinned ear to ear. They let each other's hands go. Following this, Maximus brought the ring carefully. The archbishop gave a blessing on them. "Bless, O Lord, these rings as a symbol of the vows by which this man and this woman have bound themselves to each other, through Jesus Christ our Lord." Then Magnus picked one and placed the ring on the left ring finger of Emma's hand while reciting, "I give you this ring as a symbol of my love, and with all that I am, and all that I have, I honor you, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit." She soon did the same while reciting the lines. Then Archbishop lifted both their right hands and joined them together, saying, "Now that Emma Vanity and Magnus grant Emrys Pendragon have given themselves to each other by solemn vows, with the joining of hands and the giving and receiving of rings, I pronounce that they are husband and wife, in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Those whom God has joined together, let no one put asunder." At that, everyone responded together, "Amen." After that, some prayers were spoken by the old man while Magnus continued to lovingly look at his bride. Soon, the ceremony nearly came to an end. "The peace of the Lord be with you always." The crowd replied, "And also with you." Then finally, the archbishop asked, "Emma Vanity and Magnus grant Emrys Pendragon, having witnessed your vows of love to one another, it is my joy to present you to all gathered here as husband and wife. Your Majesty, you may kiss the bride." Finally, Magnus muttered as he cupped Emma into his arm by her waist, pulling her so her body was touching him like they were a single wall. He looked into her eyes with a smile, "You can't run now even if you want to." "Oh please, I just want to rest after chasing after you for years," she replied. "Then you deserve a reward," he kissed her passionately. It only lasted 7 seconds but the crowd started to clap or whistle while shouting. A lot of the guests were great friends of Magnus after all. After this, they were to leave Westminster Abbey, get on their horse-driven carriage and head home. He held her hand in his and slowly walked out. As they did that, the crowd started to throw flower petals on them, making it rain. Emma was mesmerized by this. Cameras flashed, capturing the romantic and beautiful moments. My brother got married." Ragnar shouted loudly, he was happy no matter what he used to say. Grace appeared behind him with eyes full of greed, "Son, next is your number." Ragnar's face fell in an instant. Magnus and Emma laughed after seeing this. There was also Severus, giving a silent nod, while his mother was clapping and crying for some reason. Bobby too was happy and jumping as if it was his own marriage. Dumbledore was also there, smiling beside Adam. Everyone was pleased. He soon arrived outside, a golden carriage with various decorations was there waiting. It was driven by 6 white horses. Magnus talked to all of them, "Do a good job if you want treats." The 6 nodded their heads and made noises. Emma loved it, "You know, seeing you talk to animals really turns me on." "Good, I won't have to work on turning you on in a few minutes then," he replied. She punched his side, blushingly. "Take us too." Magnus chuckled. Even before him, Emma extended her hand and allowed Maximus, Clementia and Aurelia to get on the carriage. It was big enough for them to have a seat. The carriage started to move. There was a crowd on both sides, cheering and declaring their love for the two. Magnus had truly brought back the days when people loved the monarchy. "Keep your eyes on the sky," he told Emma. Soon enough, she noticed loud noise approaching them. And as she guessed, a long line of helicopters approached them. From the sky, they started throwing flower petals at them. In an instant, the entire road was full of pleasant fragrance. Whoosh! After that, 7 fighter jets flew by above them, laying down a road of colorful clouds of red, blue and white color. Today, all the military enthusiasts were going to scratch their heads because neither the helicopters nor the jets were from any army or company out there. But the truth was, all these were soon to be launching Future Tech Defense's products. Look there, that's Duck, disguised as a plane, he pointed. Duck was far away in the sky, flying over Buckingham Palace, using smoke to create something. If one were to be near him, they'd hear his cute singing, "I got a mum, I got a dad, I'm always happy, never gonna be sad." As the carriage reached the palace, Duck's artwork was also completed. The good boy had drawn a heart in the sky, on one side was written Magnus and on the other was Emma. She held Magnus' hand tightly, away from the public eye. "Thank you for all this. Have I ever told you that I love you?" "I don't remember, maybe I will have to properly search you and try to revitalize my memory," he cheekily replied and allowed her to rest her head on his shoulder. Magnus continued, "This is just the start, we have a whole 2-month-long holiday planned in Monaco. For the first month, it'll be just the 2 of us, then in December the whole family will join for the New Year and Christmas." She was excited about this and fiddled with her ring. "It's going to be so much fun, and romantic." "Everything's fun and romantic with you. Let's go in." He got down from the carriage and gave his hand to help her. His 3 siblings jumped down on their own and ran into the palace. Magnus and Emma waved at the crowd and the camera for a few seconds and then left. There was not going to be any public speech, as today it was time reserved only for Magnus and Emma. Unofficially dubbed as the Power Couple. Chapter 457. "You know, Ragnar is working on a way to get my infertility fixed. Hopefully, in the future, we can further our family," Magnus said. They were coiled together, naked as the day they were born. It was not something new to them. She rested her head on his chest. "Really? That's amazing. What do you want though? A son or a daughter?" He laughed. "Honestly, at this point, anyone will do. As long as it's yours and mine. But, Emma, I want to adopt some orphanages around the world. I will also be their father Magnus and you will be mother Emma." She hugged him tightly. "I see no problem in that." "Good, now let's sleep. I've kept you awake for so long now." He caressed her hair, slowly making her close her eyes and fall asleep with a radiant satisfied smile plastered on her face. Next day. "Are you sure you don't want to take anybody with you?" Grace asked Magnus. With bags packed and ready to leave, Magnus and Emma stood near their car. "Mom, I'm the strongest wizard in the world right now. No need to worry. I want to do this with Emma. Going on a road trip with her to Europe, it's going to be a different experience. Operating everywhere is not so fun." Magnus put the luggage in the trunk of the car. It was a 1957 Ferrari 250 GT Spider convertible. A nice classic and fast car. They are going to be staying all around Europe, they won't be traveling for too long, so needing a car too luxurious was not their priority. And they could always use magic to make it more comfortable. "Then, take care, okay? Emma, don't let him do something stupid again," Grace said. Emma chuckled. "Of course, Mom. I will keep him in my sight at all times." The 3 little gremlins were sad, however, they too wanted to go. Magnus kissed them bye. "Don't make long faces. You will be joining me next month. Our whole family will play. Also, you still have Ragnar to play with. Look at his hair, they're growing too much, pull them and make him bald." "That's my style," Ragnar defended his fashion. "Sure, that's hippie fashion. Okay, take care, everyone. Mom, take care, if anything emergency arises, you know how to contact me." He hugged his mother and jumped into the car. Emma soon followed. He stepped on the pedal and zoomed out of the palace grounds. He had cast a charm to stay unnoticed on themselves and not the car, since doing that would make others slam into them. Magnus had learned his lesson a few years ago. It was like playing bumper cars where only he was the target. "Turn on the radio, husband," Emma requested as she lazed in her seat reclined back. He chuckled. "Why are you calling me that? Just call me Mag like always." "I don't know, whenever I call you husband I get butterflies in my stomach. I love the feeling," she replied, giggling. "Well, take my advice. If you call me that all the time, you will stop getting those butterflies forever. So keep it rare and meaningful. Now stop lazing around and show me the damn map." I have never driven a car so far. He slapped her thighs to wake her up. Ugh, can't you make something like a satellite-guided device to tell roads? She grunted and got to work. But Magnus felt the idea stick. Nice, I can genuinely capitalize on this. Here goes my lovely capitalist dragon. They continued on their journey. Crossing the Channel Tunnel, they arrived in France. They headed straight to Paris but stopped outside the city to see the Palace of Versailles. Magnus, being the King of Britain, could see any place he wanted. He was a VVIP. But, his face didn't look so good at the moment. What's the matter? You don't like this place? She inquired. He just shrugged. Nah, I just don't feel so good around my neck. This place has a bloody history, Emma. This used to be the home of the French royal family. Before the revolution in which they all were killed, the king got his head chopped on the guillotine. I understand now. Honestly, how the British royal family survive, it's a wonder. She laughed. Oh, we survived because of the colonies and the start of the Industrial Revolution. The French, well, their rulers were too unkind to the peasants. Anyway, let's go and see the Eiffel Tower. Paris, they say it's the most romantic city in the world. Magnus cheered. Although they had previously been to France, the visit was limited to the wizarding school. Really, now you've got my hopes up. If there are city rats and it didn't smell like roses everywhere, I'd be disappointed. She muttered. Magnus sighed and drove towards disappointment. He knew about the city. Sure, it's the city of romance if you're rich enough. To experience the charm, you need fat pockets. In his opinion, one could have a much better romantic experience in any Mediterranean sea-facing town or city. As expected, Emma grunted, this is it. Is this giant pointy metal dick of France the most romantic place? Well, of course, it wasn't pleasing with hundreds of tourists everywhere, trying to click photos. Young man, can you click a photo of my family? Out of nowhere, a man asked Magnus. From the way he spoke, it seemed he was from the Middle East. Emma laughed heartily as he clicked the photo. Of course, they didn't recognize him due to magic. Here, where are you from though? He asked, just feeling interested. The man happily talked, I am Akbar Khan, from Afghanistan. That made him raise a brow. How's everything in Afghanistan? I heard the Soviets have invaded. Shockingly, the man smiled, it's tough, but God bless the Americans and the British. They drop food from their planes every day all around the country. Children and old people don't have to sleep hungry while their sons fight. He nodded and moved away. I didn't know we were sending humanitarian aid. Come on, can you not for a day think about work? Emma pulled his hand. Sorry, let's get the photo clicked. Magnus called a man over who was roaming around offering photos to be clicked. 10 francs a photo. The man said. He agreed. He held Emma's waist and posed. They posed differently to get 10 photos. But then Magnus realized he fell into a scam. That's 250 francs. The man said. Magnus scowled, we only got 10 photos clicked. You should have said that before. I clicked 25 photos. I used my reel. Now please pay the money. 100 more if you want them all printed. The man looked smug, feeling the triumph of once again trapping a tourist. Emma looked at Magnus' annoyed face. She held her laughter. How often do you get to see a greedy dragon scammed? A few minutes later, Magnus and Emma walked away with a nice camera and 1,000 francs. The cameraman had forgotten what he was doing, probably some medical condition. Emma and Magnus went to the top of the tower, to the restaurant. They have a fine lunch there by the window side. But then Emma asked something, the view of the city is so amazing from here. Is there a place to stay the night on this tower? I would love to see the city lights. Chapter 458. Magnus remembered that the maker of the tower, Gustav Eiffel, had also built a secret apartment. But it was closed permanently since the old man was dead. But Magnus was on this trip to make Emma happy, and that's what she will get. There is one apartment, but it's closed. However, for you, I can literally pluck the moon. Just wait, someone will come to greet us on their own. Magnus replied and secretly waved his wand. Immediately the magic that kept them unrecognized was gone. Excuse me, can I have more wine? Magnus called the waiter. In a single glance, he noticed the eyes of the waiter widening. Even the other guests had their jaws hanging open. But the place Magnus was known to be highly expensive, hence none came to bother him. Except for the restaurant manager. The man came smiling happily. Magnus usually used magical means to travel around the world and conduct his business, although he had traveled the world, officially he rarely left the nation. Now, he was the most famous human on the planet, the richest too possibly. Your Majesty, we were not informed of your visit, or we could have prepared well. The manager tried to sound as respectful as possible. Magnus waved his hand, no problem. The food is delightful. The view is also charming. I'm on a personal trip so there isn't much buzz. By the way, can I meet with someone from the Société d'Exploitation de la Tourif? The man frantically waved his hand towards his assistant at the back, as if shooing him away. Of course, Your Majesty. If I may, I would like to suggest that you take the seats at our state guest table in the restricted section. You can have better privacy and view there. The manager said. Magnus noticed the people around him enviously watching. He sighed and denied, it's okay, maybe next time when I come with the whole family. And honestly, sitting with people around gives a better natural experience. We're already done with dinner anyway. Please, then the dessert is on the house. And, if you don't mind, can we take a picture for the Wall of Fame? The manager asked him. He looked at Emma for her approval. She nodded with no care. Sure. This was how Magnus and Emma got their photo immortalized in the Eiffel Tower. One day, the photo will be placed in the museum that will be made in the tower. The value of the photo will be priceless. Soon, someone from the managing department came to talk with Magnus. Since he was a man of extremely high status, the man sent was a managing director. They talked in private this time. He plainly requested, I want to live for the night in Gustav's room. The man got nervous, sir. We don't let anyone enter there anymore. It's restricted to all people. You can see it, however, but living will be impossible. We are going to make it a museum soon. Magnus sighed and took out his phone. He called the Minister for Magic of France. Yes, Louis, I'm in Paris with my wife for our honeymoon. I want to stay a night at Gustav's apartment. The minister on the other side cursed the managing staff, those damn morons. Your Majesty, it was your teacher, Nicholas Flamel, who funded the tower's creation. He still owns the landmark, but has leased it to the Paris government for 1,000 years. So of course you can stay there, I don't want Flamel to get annoyed and sell that tower for scraps. Please wait there. Hearing the story, Magnus didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He just wanted to stay the night here, not put the existence of the poor tower at risk. Soon, the phone of the manager rang and he nodded. Magnus nodded for different reasons. Future Tech had captured 90% of the mobile phone market already. Nearly every phone out there was a model from his company. It was satisfying to see. The development company has agreed. I will go and bring the keys. Magnus thanked, good, I will make a donation of $10 million to your company. Paint the tower or something with it if you want. Feeling awkward, the managing director headed out. Next, the restaurant manager returned. Sir, I will be organizing room service for your secret stay. Would you like to order something specific for the dinner that needs preparing? Magnus allowed Emma to request, just make the best juicy steak you can, we like it done medium, by the way. Get the best wine you can, also some desserts. A few local snacks too for the night, and do you have weed? Magnus quickly interrupted before she could say her words, yes, wedding heart-shaped balloons, actually, forget that part. Just arrange the food. Once the manager was gone, he glared at her, damn girl, you want to destroy my name or something? She laughed uncontrollably, come on, I was going to say something else. That night, Magnus made sure there were no surveillance instruments in the apartment first, then charmed the place with magic to stop anyone from spying. They stood outside their apartment and looked at the beautiful city, shining with lights. Now this is beautiful and romantic, Emma muttered. He agreed and hugged her from behind, yup, it was really worth it. You know, we could have just asked Duck to come and fly on his back. Oh, he's such a baby. He would have asked to sleep near us and we don't have that much space. But we will make it up to him later by living in Camelot. She lovingly said. Duck was truly a baby, as he called them Mum and Dad already. The big boy was on cloud 9 after Magnus married. Grandma Martha told them that for a whole day Duck flew across the entire Camelot Island and told everyone he had a mum now. Let's go to sleep now, I gotta drive tomorrow. He retreated. She chuckled, oh I know exactly what kind of sleeping you want. The night spent on the Eiffel Tower was wonderful. especially seeing the sunrise in the morning. But they had to go now. Funny enough, he found a parking ticket on his car. He forgot to pay up yesterday. But who cared? He got in and headed to the small Principality of Monaco, a sovereign city-state. It was a highly rich region with most of its population being high income. Though their population was just a few thousand. Most of the money the people made was from tourism, expensive and rich-class tourism to be exact. People came there on their big yachts or helicopters to spend money and pamper themselves. Magnus had already bought a house on a hill with an amazing view of the coastal city and the sea. It was big enough for his family that will join next month. Ah, finally. Magnus drove the car into the property and parked. He got out and stretched his back. It was the best feeling in the world. Emma too did the same. She was wearing a loose white shirt and a black skirt slightly shorter than her knee. He admired the view. It was still November, so the temperature had not fallen that low. I want to take a bath in the pool. Girl, get your swimsuit out. He started to unbutton his shirt. She grinned, oh, but I was thinking of maybe, bathing in my birth suit. Magnus waved his wand to ensure there was nobody around. Well, that's even better. I'll be waiting. Without waiting, he ran to the swimming pool and jumped in. The pool was in a location where you can have the best view of the city and sea. Soon Emma joined and they drank and ate merrily. Then followed some fun activities. They had never done it in a pool, and let's just say, they enjoyed the new experience. It was time to relax. Magnus called for house service that evening. From cooks to waiters and even some masseuses. Magnus and Emma were laying on the massage table while two women worked on them masterfully. He was paying them triple the money just because he was enjoying his time. Bang! But then he heard loud thunder. Ugh, is it going to rain? I wanted to swim in the pool again and see the city lights. Sweet, I always wanted to swim in rain. Emma was as crazy as always. An hour later they dressed up for dinner, cooked by the best chefs in the city, but how can their day be normal? Sir, there's a situation outside. A woman is here to meet you. She says she won't leave unless you see her. She has a little baby with her. The waiter entered and informed. Magnus looked at Emma, confused. In normal circumstances, a woman would feel it was something to do with cheating, but she knows Magnus' poor little dragon couldn't breathe healthy fire. Who even knows I'm here? He wondered and walked to the front door. It was still raining heavily outside. Emma followed behind. Who's here to spoil my night? And he paused as soon as he opened the door. There sat a blonde woman on the ground, looking pathetic, but still having the charm of the mature beauty of a high-class lady. Despite her disheveled hair, she looked good. But there were dark circles under her blue eyes, her clothes looking dirty and oversized, her body seemed malnutritioned. But there was no pity or sympathy in Magnus' eyes. He looked at the woman on the ground in an angry gaze, rain now falling on both. Why have you come here now, Narcissa? Chapter 459. Narcissa hated it, the way Magnus looked at her in scorn. He used to call her sister before, with respect one would want, but now there was only contempt. She looked him in the eyes, her own tearing up. Please, help me, Magn. It's your majesty for you. Why are you here? For help. Go and find your dead husband, or maybe the dead Dark Lord. I many times warned you, suggested you take my side. Yet, you went with Lucius, that mindless cockroach. I used to think you were smart, but no. Why are you even alive? He snapped at her. She wept openly. Please, forgive me. I have nowhere to go. Your people are hunting me, they won't stop unless you order them. For my son, please. He looked at the small bundle in her arms. He could faintly notice the blonde hair and the shivering small body. A son? Lucius Malfoy's blood? You expect me to save the boy that might become a Dark Lord in the future? You want me to save you so you can feed all that pureblood bullshit to your son? Give him to me. Why shouldn't I just kill me right now? He waved his hand, making Narcissa freeze. Her expressions were full of terror. She pleaded, no, please, you're not such a person. Magnus didn't listen. He took the baby away from her arms. The baby cried and tried to get back to his mother's arms, but what was a baby's strength? Magnus held him in front of his face by his sides. The small towel covering him fell down, revealing his butt-naked body. However, in an instant, all that anger vanished as the body of the boy revealed itself. Highly malnourished, his stomach caved in as if he had not been fed for days, his face lacked the baby fat and chubby cheeks. Instead, there was dirt all over him and bones visible all around. The boy's gray eyes stared at Magnus in confusion and discomfort. Everything paused for a second there. Magnus cursed, "Damn it, I'm not Voldemort." He quickly wrapped the baby in another warm towel and handed him to Emma. "Hold him, call Severus too, we need someone to feed him a few strength potions and minerals." He looked back at Narcissa then, his anger was still the same with her. "Look at you, so pathetic you couldn't even care for your son. This is where your entire life has brought you, all your magic, getting the top grades in school, this is where your so-called love has brought you. Loveless, without family or wealth, without an inheritance and a place to call home. If you want my help, then they must be on my terms. Anything, I will do anything, if you want my life, kill me, just don't let my baby die," she pleaded. "You will completely remove the name Malfoy from your life. You never knew that man, that boy has no father, you would never mention the name of his father or the Malfoy family to him. You will never tell him who killed Lucius, but you will tell him about Voldemort and all the killings he did. You will denounce your rights from the Malfoy family in the ministry. You will only work where I tell you to work, live where I allow you to live. You will not make decisions about your son's life, I will decide where he studies, whom he befriends and where he will work. All these things must be fixed with an unbreakable vow, if you break it, you shall die and I will consider your son indoctrinated into dark ways. Do you accept this?" He stated his terms. "I do, I will make the vow. I hate that vermin more than you, I would never try to make my baby take after him," she quickly accepted. "Fine, but before that, I will use legilimency on you and look through your mind. I do not and will not ever trust someone so easily who has spent years beside Voldemort and his dogs." This was not a request either. Narcissa's eyes sparkled, she knew she must allow this to earn the trust but she wondered if allowing Magnus to see all that would be right. She relented, "Okay." Magnus initiated legilimency and entered her mind. He looked at her memories from her birth until right now. Memories. At age 6, Narcissus first realized what a cruel house she was born in. Cruella Black, her mother, held her by her shoulders and shook her. "What is your name?" "Narcissa Black, that last name means something, a legacy of centuries is behind it and you want to tarnish that? Don't ever talk to that boy, his family may be called pure blood but he's still beneath us." At age 10. Cygnus and Cruella Black brought their daughters to the Malfoy house. Where, for the first time, Narcissa saw Lucius. "Narcissa, he will one day be your husband, okay? So make good friends with him." Everything in her life was decided by others, and her own free will slowly took a backseat as she let herself move where the decisions of others took her. In school, Lucius treated her kindly, her first kiss was in Hogsmeade in her 4th year. Slowly, she thought that everything would be perfect in her life as long as she got married. But then Lucius started to fall into the gutter called Voldemort. And then Magnus came a few years later, with that Lucius insanity started to arise. After school, the day she was to get married, Lucius came into her room and forced himself on her. She was no more than a broodmare in his eyes, blinded by the lust for revenge and ordered by Voldemort, all he wanted was a child to inherit is a family claim. There was no love anymore, she was a slave, that's all. For times, that how many times she fell pregnant. 3 times the baby died within a month and the 4th time her son was finally born. She loved him and didn't want a life of insanity and madness for him. But she could not leave, chained under the unknown castle, she was to feed the heir of the Malfoy family and serve to the wish of Lucius whenever he desired. Every single day, the words of Magnus rang in her mind, what if she had taken his hand of help in the train? "I'm here, you can always ask me for help." These words felt hollow to her before, but in her years of mental and physical torture, she realized those words were the only genuine ones spoken to her in this life. If she had taken that hand, she would have lived a better life. "Someone, please help." Her pleas were sent out every day, but they only fell on deaf ears. Memory ends. A minute passed, Magnus had retreated from her mind. The rain was still showering as if heaven was angry, or crying. He knelt down in front of her and gave her a hug, he patted on the back of her head and whispered, "It's okay, Sister Narcissa, you're safe now. Nobody is after you, Lucius is dead. Why didn't you come to me earlier?" Narcissa, who was already holding herself by a thin string of mental fortitude, finally broke down. She hugged Magnus, clutching his shirt and lowered her neck on his shoulder. She bawled her eyes out, tears became unstoppable as if the dam holding her emotions was finally broken. All this time she tried to act strong for her son, but now, she can let it go. She wailed, and all that mental and physical agony was finally coming to an end. She cried for minutes. I could not, sniffed Bellatrix was always watching, and, after that I couldn't come closer to your palace. I tried sending mother and Sirius letters but none replied. I didn't know Andromeda's address. I'm sorry, your majesty, I was a fool. Sniff, please forgive me, she cried, sniffing, trying to control her tears. Magnus silently sighed. Who would have thought Narcissa was facing such inhuman circumstances? He pitied her and felt bad, but in no way was he blinded by it. All good men had the possibility of doing cruel acts and all evil men could do good. Hitler loved animals, after all. He helped her stand up. Her clothes seemed she had not changed in weeks. Come in, you might catch a cold in the rain. Emma, bring some clothes for her and hot soup. Did you call Severus? Yes, he's on his way. Emma came to help Narcissa. Soon she was made to take a bath with her son and change into better clothes. Still, both mother and child looked malnourished. Pop. Severus appeared with portkey. Immediately Emma handed him the baby boy. Here, fix him up. Severus couldn't even look around and already found a strange creature in his arms already. It also smelled bad. He scowled. What the fuck is this? Chapter 460. That's Sister Narcissa's baby. Magnus took Severus to the side and explained to him the whole situation. Knowing what had happened to her, he felt pity, wondering that perhaps this would have happened to his mother too if Magnus had not saved her. Severus checked the baby boy. He's extremely malnourished. I believe since Miss Black also seems malnourished, her milk didn't have the appropriate minerals for him. Good thing she found you on time. I don't think the boy has very long left if nothing is done. And you, he moved to check Narcissa. Severus, when he gets into complete professional mode, he cares not who he's interacting with. He pulled Narcissa's eyelids, told her to show her teeth, checked her pulse and took blood samples. Similarly, she's also malnourished. But she's an adult and could have survived. I cannot feed them immediately or they will end up hurting themselves. Especially for the boy, I will need to feed him slowly over the period of this month and monitor him. I will have to make weaker potions for him. I reckon you can pay for all this. It's all right, Sev. I will be paying for it. Have you named him, Narcissa? Magnus asked. She nodded. I've named him Draco, just that. I belong to no family right now. Okay, let's get over with the unbreakable vow. That's still a deal if you want my protection. Magnus didn't forget the important bits. She quickly agreed. Magnus made Emma stand as the witness and tap her wand. Narcissa's vows were clear. If she tried to betray Magnus, tried to teach her son in any form about his father and the Dark Lord, or if she herself tried to follow the ways of the Dark Lord or a blood supremacist, then she would die. While Magnus promised to provide Draco with a safe life as long as he doesn't start following the dark path. A white string of magic twisted around their clasped palms and sealed the deal. Where will you live now? Magnus asked her. Wherever my son is. She answered. Severus shrugged. I was going to keep the kid with me, but you can take him to St. Mungo if you want to. You can get a good room there. I don't have any money at the moment. I can try to ask my sister for help. Until then, may I live at your home? She asked nervously. Severus shrugged. Sure, I have a big home. It's also Christmas and New Year soon. With someone to talk to my mother, she will finally stop pestering me in my experiments. Thank you, Lord Prince, I am indebted to you. She kept her head low. Don't call me that. Magnus is going to remove the Lord and Lady aristocratic system from the wizarding world soon. Only nobles he anoints are to be called that. Now, follow me with the port key. These two are celebrating their honeymoon, can't disturb their sweet time. He called her, holding a port key in his hand. Narcissa apologized to Emma and Magnus. I am sorry to spoil your evening. I had no other choice but to come to you for help. Emma just held her hand, and you did nothing wrong. Magnus would have felt worse if news of you and your son's demise had reached him. Now go and have some rest, please. Magnus nodded at her. Taking the cue, she left with Severus. Emma walked to Magnus and held his arm by her chest. What did you see in her memory? She was tortured by Lucius, sexually and mentally from the day she married him. Voldemort apparently wanted an heir from the Malfoy family so the boy could lay claim to Malfoy's wealth. He explained in the least words possible. And? Is there still Malfoy's wealth left? She asked. He scoffed. Nope, not even the vault is there. It's now used by the goblins to store their junk inventions. All their wealth was taken away by me to fund projects for the British Magical Circle. Anyway, let's continue our night. London, Severus' house. He arrived with Narcissa and Draco. She lacked any luggage or possessions, so it was weird to provide her stuff. But when Eileen Prince returned from her shopping at the food market, she nearly took out her wand. What is she doing here? Severus quickly walked to his mother and took her to the side to explain everything. As he expected, just knowing that Narcissa shared a similar and worse fate as her made Eileen sad for her. She rushed to see the baby boy. He's so thin. I will make a fresh hot dinner for you all. No, mother. Don't, the boy can't eat food, it's for his own good. Miss Black can, however. I will take Draco and give him the supplements. Severus took the baby from Narcissa. You wah. Immediately he started to cry and kicked Severus' face. Narcissa took him back and the boy stopped crying. I will come with you, he's been very irritated for the past few days. Miss Prince, please don't cook for me, I am already imposing myself on you. I will return soon to cook food myself. She said, feeling like a burden on others. Oh, come on, dear. You have a baby to care for. And besides, this house remains so silent and ghostly all the time. Severus also stays busy doing his deputy headmaster work. It'll be a nice change to hear a child's giggles. You go, I will cook food, and I have the elves for help. Eileen Prince happily walked away. She truly lacked friends. Severus led Narcissa to his giant underground research lab and gestured to her to take a seat on the couch. She looked around in awe. It was as if she was in a different world, so many magical things were happening. Rows and rows of shelves were erect around them, each having thousands of potion bottles, some glowing and some giving a dangerous aura. There were also some elves working. The new thing was they all had clean and new clothes. Magnus and his friends are in a league of their own. Likes of Voldemort and Lucius never stood a chance against experts such as these. That Ragnar is supposed to be an even bigger genius in potions. I wonder what his labs look like, she thought to herself. Severus soon concocted a new potion for the kid, one that also tasted sweet. He handed the vial to Narcissa. Here, feed this to him. She gently dropped droplets into his mouth. Draco seemed to love it as he giggled and asked for more by opening his mouth wide. This was after so long she saw her son smile so happily. Thank you. It's okay. He's a little baby with no prior thought processing, he's like a blank slate. He cannot be punished for the crimes of his father. Severus said and returned to his work desk. He put on goggles and started to work on something. There was an awkward silence now, only Draco's giggles were resounding in the giant basement. She decided to take the lead. Are you the deputy headmaster of Hogwarts now? Sorry, I was chained by Lucius for the past 10 years, I don't know much about the outside world. Severus got up, walked to the library section and took out a few newspapers. He gave them to her. Much has changed, not just for muggles but for wizards too. Magnus is basically the strongest wizard in the world, recognized by the ICW itself. He also ascended the throne and now holds the British throne. The United Kingdom is now more than double its size. And yes, I am the headmaster of Hogwarts, but not the one in Scotland. There are now 3 more Hogwarts, one in Brunei, one in Zimbabwe and one in the Falkland Islands. I am the deputy headmaster of the Brunei branch. Oh, the wizards of the United Kingdom also consider Magnus their king, he's unofficially named Wizard King. Narcissa just blankly stared at Severus' face, trying to understand if he was joking, but from his stoic face, she knew it was all real. She gasped, the world has changed so much. Merlin's beard, the magical world seems unrecognizable. It's just the start. By the way, did I tell you, Magnus just set up a colony of muggles and wizards on the moon? He added. Now her jaw was dropping. Severus chuckled for a second at that. Chapter 461. Slowly all things were converging, all things that Voldemort had done started to get erased. Magnus returned home after his long 2-month vacation. The last month was spent with his entire family at the nice vacation house in Monaco. Staying true to his plans before, it was time for a world tour with Duck. His main target was the Middle East. Bringing peace to that region was the most important. According to history, the region has seen wars since the dawn of civilizations. It was as if the land was cursed to be forever bloodied. However, first, he went to end the last chapter. Voldemort was not completely dead, just brain dead. His soul was still fine and they had found 2 more Horcruxes made by him. One was a snake and the other was brick, a damn brick. Where was it? It was part of the Ministry of Magic's walls. Magnus was pretty shocked when he found out, but it made sense. No one would have ever tried to harm the place. He arrived in Camelot inside the special holding cell. With him was Narcissa, looking as healthy as she should. He brought her so she could end this chapter in her life. Want to do anything? Beat him up and stuff, he asked her. Narcissa was disgusted by the look of Voldemort, lots of pipes connected to him, armless and legless. This is a fate worse than death, and he's been like this for a while now. I don't want anything, just seeing him like this has brought peace to my heart. Fine, then, it's time to end this not-so-poor bastard, Magnus proceeded by taking out Excalibur. You have long overstayed your time here, Voldemort. I hope you rot in hell for all eternity. He plunged the sword right through his heart, then gave it a nice twist to make sure his heart was not just punctured but also destroyed completely. The limbless body of Voldemort twitched for a few seconds, the life left his body, the last part of his soul got removed. What was to happen to the body? Disintegrated. I guess this is what you get for having split your soul. You've got none left now, Magnus muttered. In front of them, starting from the bottom, he turned into ashes, but then those ashes too disappeared. Magnus made sure that the presence was gone, he was also pretty sure now that he had fully killed him, or why else would his body disintegrate like this? Sigh, he's dead. I should focus on my coming life now, Narcissa added. Are you still living at Severus Mansion? Magnus inquired as he led her out back to the UK without revealing the Camelot. She nodded. I tried to find a job, but most turned me down or refused to pay according to my ability. So Severus hired me as a potioneer for his potions company. He's helped me so much this month, not just with Draco's health, but also my damaged mind that I can never repay his kindness. Heh, then I guess Sev found a good employee since you are more inclined to never cheat and strive to do even better. Guy has had some personal issues in recent years, he has come out better than most other Slytherins, and I'm proud of him. Magnus praised his brother from another mother. He soon dropped her back at Severus Mansion and headed back to Camelot. 1983 had started off. Trouble in Iraq was brewing. The Soviets were fighting to take hold of Afghanistan. Magnus did not target that place for now as that would irk the Soviets, but he was still working in secret for their downfall. It was funny that all their energy in the Cold War was focused on the United States, meanwhile, the real threat was from the United Kingdom. Are you ready, my boy? He patted Duck's face. He had grown too big by now, no vehicle could be compared with him, it was better to say he was like a tall multi-story building, it was hard to say how many stories, however. Dad, how long are we going to fly? Duck asked excitedly. For about 6 months, maybe a year too. We are going out not to conquer but to build a new world, and that takes much more effort. He reveled, and this was nothing short of a birthday gift to Duck, who always wanted to go on a father-son trip but never got a chance. He rubbed his nose lightly on Magnus. Let's go. Magnus loved him so much. I may not be able to have a real child in this life, but I do have a son. Magnus got on Duck's back, he was avoiding using magic too much, especially turning into his animagus form. Before lifting off, he addressed Goldruck, the commander of Camelot's goblins, keep the armies ready, I might need them at any moment. Forward this message to Adrian and Golden Company too. Goldruck saluted like muggles, yes, your majesty, it shall be done. Let's go, Duck, he patted. Duck cheered and jumped out of the giant terrace of the palace. It was a straight dive down first as he gained momentum from gravity, then he spread his wings. With swooping speed he flew away and soon cleared the clouds. Ha ha ha, that was fun, boy. Duck giddily laughed and started to sing. I am on an adventure with my dad. This time no Summer or Chad. This is the time of father and son. We might even go to the moon. They were not going to fly around the world, that would be wasting time. Duck already knew how to operate with fire, that's what he used. In a moment they disappeared from the skies over the United Kingdom and the next they appeared over Iraq. Their first destination was Iraq because Saddam had started to act like he was the king of the world. He was originally tied by a leash but he had forgotten it. Duck landed on top of Saddam's palace in Baghdad. Of course, the military rushed into action but what could they do to a dragon? Rah, just one deafening roar from Duck and all guards ran back inside. Magnus got down and walked into the building using point-me charms. Saddam was a proud man but also docile when he knew that his enemy was unimaginably more powerful than him, so he was probably hiding. Any man that came to stop Magnus got hit with an ordinary charm to put them to sleep. Soon enough, he found the first person he wanted to kill. How dare you? This isn't your London. You are not king here, I am. Bang, the gunshot rang. The one who shot was not Saddam, he was not dumb enough. No, this was his eldest son, Uday Saddam Hussein, just 19 years old but infamous for his evil brain. Magnus was unfazed by the bullet. Is that so? Did your daddy not tell you he sits on this throne because I allowed him? It was a deal, do as I say and enjoy life as president, or disobey and die. Honestly, you are his biggest mistake. Because no child is born evil, it's their parents whom they watch and learn from. Do you know what is going to happen to you now, Uday? You will die a horrible death from a potion that my dear brother concocted especially so I can make folks like you go through peak pain before killing. Magnus' voice contained not an ounce of emotion, he sounded as if Hiatus' life was pointless, insignificant. Uday felt it and wanted to flee, but he found his body frozen. Want to run? Where will you even go to? Out of the country? Kuwait? Jordan? Iran? Saudi? Go anywhere you want, you will always find my people waiting. Bam! He grabbed Uday's face and forced his jaw to open. I became a king not because I wanted power, I became a king to purge cockroaches like you and your father. He poured the content of a vial into his mouth. Enjoy the meal. Magnus walked away, letting him fall to the floor. Slowly, all veins in his body started to burn from inside because his blood started to boil, however, the potion made sure to not hurt the brain and let it remain cool. This way, maximum pain was assured without killing. It was like the Crucio curse but in liquid form. Chapter 462. The sound of crying and screaming Uday resounded in the palace. Magnus made his way into the main office where he sensed Saddam to be hiding. Come out, rat. I know you are hiding under the table. He took a seat brazenly. What made you think you can do as you want and not get a visit by me? Saddam looked frightened as he came out. I was preparing for Iran. The Ayatollah Khomeini and his revolutionaries have already destroyed the Persian monarchy's presence and have taken control. They are consolidating power and getting stronger. They will invade Iraq if I do anything. Did you not get a friendly note from Ayatollah Khomeini? A letter, stating they have no intentions of war. Magnus asked him. Saddam's face changed as he connected the dots. Why you were behind it? Boom. Magnus grabbed Saddam's face and plunged it on the table, cracking it up. You rat-sized brain fool, Ayatollah Khomeini is my guy, I spent years on indoctrinating and brainwashing him. He is the supreme leader of Iran, his job is to create a democratic and tolerant society, a model of the rest of the Islamic world. Yet you continue to antagonize them, forcing them to arm themselves. I see no other destabilizing element in the region other than you. Why you, how? But they are revolutionaries, Saddam wondered in confusion. Did I not allow you to hold power in Iraq? Did I not make Saudi Arabia the richest, most developed nation in the region? Did I not unite Korea? And now, I am going to replace you, it's easy impersonating you anyway. Magnus put the wand on Saddam's head. Don't, I can still be of use. I can still work for you, just like before. Did I not develop the Iraqi economy as you said? People love me here, Saddam pleaded. They adore you because I control your economic policies. They forgave you and your son for the crimes because they were under the illusion that you were behind the glory of Iraq. Sadly, you let that illusion enter your brain. Good night, you won't be missed. Magnus sent a small sharp stream of water into his head that destroyed his brain completely and killed him. He quickly took out a port key after that and activated it. Immediately a man arrived. Dispose of the body, take the assignment. You will act as Saddam for 5 years then plan a fake natural death. Understood, Your Majesty. Magnus didn't waste more time and left Iraq with Duck. With Iraq, Iran and Saudi Arabia under his control, he had the 3 most powerful Arab nations walking his talk. Dad, where to go next? Duck asked him. Magnus planned the next move carefully. Only Syria was left now, as Pakistan was already under his influence with their prime minister being an order member. Afghanistan was a no-go zone. Yemen and Oman were easy to handle from Saudi Arabia's side. A/N. Remember, the USA did not fuck up the region in this timeline by funding various nationalist groups to counter Soviets, hence many conflicts did not come into existence. The region mostly suffer from poverty and inequality more than anything here. Magnus' task was big. Iraq was just the first step. He was on a world tour, a lot of nations to stabilize, a lot of nations that needed regime change. It would surely keep him occupied for a long time. It was not just Magnus working towards his goals. Emma for a long time now had felt an inferiority complex with Magnus. She felt she was not doing enough as his wife. She wanted to help him in his fights. Hence, her wish was to create a weapon she can use to be destructive. She had the designs, she also had genius friends to help. There were two components, one was a suit that had the same charms as a broom on its metal backbone. It would allow her to fly. The second part was the containers holding explosive flying needles. Combining a suit that can fly and these, she can become a one-woman army and fight enemies. If it was about defense, for that Magnus had provided her with enough charms. Just a bit more and I will be joining you in no time, she firmly worked hard on her project. Ragnar was an enigma, what goes on in his head was sometimes too destructive and sometimes too simple. For example, right now he was building a massager suit for Chad the fat cat. Why? For no reason at all. All these years, Chad and Ragnar had become great friends, despite Chad suffocating him in his sleep, so he was just helping the cat. Okay, go now and test out the suit. Come back if you feel anything needs to change. I have important work to do now. He shooed the fat boy away. By far, the biggest project Ragnar was working on was the cure for Magnus. He wanted a cute little nephew or niece as soon as possible so he could start spoiling them. For this, Magnus' juice needed some boosts. It had been about a year since he started his research, he was moving in the right direction, that was sure, as he had cured completely impotent rabbits and turned them into fuck-baby-making machines already. But the human body, especially Magnus, was much more complex for a simple potion to work. He had to study Dragon's body to understand where to help Magnus. The shortest and simplest way to help Magnus was to mutate Emma too, turning her into a dragoness. But Ragnar was told about a deep dark secret by Magnus after the wedding day. About his high-level magic slowly killing him. Honestly, that was one of the rare moments when he was on the verge of tearing up, he felt that Magnus was the last person to deserve a curse like this. But, fate was a bitch. He helped Magnus make a watch that would always tell him if he was going overboard with magic, the only reference they needed to make was the strongest spell of Dumbledore. This was also a reason why he wanted to rush, there was no telling how long Magnus had left, it'd be a shame if his bloodline dies after he accomplished so much. Don't worry, my brother, I will make your little dragon spew the best fire soon, he cheered himself up and got to work. Brunei, Hogwarts. The annual meeting of Hogwarts headmasters and deputy headmasters was to be held in headquarters. There were 4 Hogwarts in total around the world and there was a need for a center, so the oldest one was decided for it. Severus and McGonagall prepared to head to Scotland. But Severus suggested they take a different means of travel this time. McGonagall was honestly surprised when Severus brought her to his car. I worked on this recently. It's a good way to move around in both Muggle and Wizard neighborhoods. I bought it from Magnus' collection and rebuilt it with magic. It can fly, it can turn invisible and the most important part, it can act as a port key to destinations around the world. Severus explained about his car, it was a black 1967 Chevrolet Impala. McGonagall took a seat, I can't remember the last time I sat in a Muggle car. How old are you? Severus asked her. She chuckled, oh, you know the rule, Severus. Never ask a woman her age. By the way, I have noticed some changes in you, you seem more open now. I can't help but say, I like these changes. Severus didn't reply and drove off, first into the air and then port key from there to Hogwarts in Scotland. It was certainly a way of arriving in fashion, much cooler and impressive to the young students. However, there was a reason behind the changes in Severus. He used to be a loner before, he always worked alone at his home. With the help of Portkey, it was easy for him to come and go to school and home every day. He also worked alone in his basement on various projects. But now, for the past 2 months, a certain blonde woman was helping him in various projects. She was exceptional in magic and also had a much more vibrant personality than him. She knew when and what to talk about and when to be serious about work. Severus initially ignored everything, but slowly he came to appreciate the company, it was better than the lonely sound of glass vials clanking. Not to mention, his mother was also in a much better mood lately as she got someone to talk to and a little kid to make noise in the house. He couldn't say he liked the child's constant screaming though, but it was a small payoff he was ready to make for his mother's smiles. Lemme suck on them succulent stones. Chapter 463. Hogwarts. Dumbledore was the chairman of the managing committee of Hogwarts schools, while Magnus was the overall boss of the board of governors who managed the funds. Dumbledore started the meeting and got to the point, everyone, it's delightful to have you all here. This meeting is of utmost importance for us as a new Hogwarts is about to open in Falkland Islands. It shall cater to students from South America. But, since our experienced teachers are already busy, Professor Flitwick acting as the headmaster in Africa's Hogwarts, we have a place empty for the headmaster of South America 1. We have Professor Slughorn, but he wishes not to leave, so my hands are tied. The Board of Governors and I have come to the conclusion that promotion is due. Professor McGonagall, we need your management expertise in setting up the new Hogwarts. Professor Severus Prince, you are promoted to the office of Headmaster of Brunei Hogwarts. I wish you good fortune in running and bringing the name of Hogwarts to new heights. Severus, however, felt that this was Magnus' work behind the scenes. Professor, won't the wizarding world talk? I am just 22 years old this year. At this, Slughorn chortled, Severus, you were one of my most treasured and talented potion students. His Majesty Pendragon defeated 1,000 beasts at the age of 13, ascended the throne at the age of 19, defeated the Dark Lord at 21 and became the strongest wizard in the world. Your best friend is the greatest example of age being just a number. Dumbledore very much agreed with him, Professor Slughorn, Flitwick and I believe in you, that is why you are getting this heavy responsibility. We know you can do it, you have the talent and discipline to do it. And you understand His Majesty's ideology and dreams of the ideal world the best among us, if anyone, it should be you who leads the next generation of students to that ideal world. Severus, who had taken the job of teaching just as a means of finding a reason to do something, for the first time, felt he was right. Teaching was the right call. He was meant to do this, what Dumbledore said was right, he was a member of the Round Table, he has a responsibility to further Magnus' ideology. He nodded respectfully, then I accept this appointment. Slughorn picked up his glass of wine, let's cheers to that. The next agenda was to find a suitable person for the deputy headmaster position. Any suggestions, Professor Severus? I now allow the headmasters to choose their second in command as it's important to form a synergy. Severus thought about it for a while. Emma came to his mind, but she was busy these days. There was also Narcissa, but her image was at rock bottom. It didn't matter if she was innocent, her reputation was tarnished and it would take years to recover. Ragnar was a mad beast and should be kept away from schools. Magnus was the busiest. I think I have someone in mind. Regulus Black, he's smart and strong as a wizard. Him or Hagrid, Severus named. Dumbledore quickly denied Hagrid, no, I am not letting Hagrid leave, he's far too important here. Regulus Black, it is then. The discussion soon came to an end with the new appointments being made. Severus drove off his car to meet Regulus at 12, Grimmauld Place. To say that the standard of living in the United Kingdom was high would be an understatement. Magnus' policies, timely investments and help from Saudi Arabia during the oil crisis allowed the nation to sustain high growth constantly. Unemployment was at 0.6%, homelessness was at 0% because of Ragnar's cheap plastic cement. Literacy was 100%. The number of kids pursuing a higher college degree was high, with that increased demand for more specialized jobs. Thankfully, there were enough in the market. Silicon Valley Magnus constructed at Plymouth was a major hub for various tech companies, and every day a new company would register there. Not to mention, overall entrepreneurship was at an all-time high, people were interested in setting up new businesses. Of course, not all of them succeed, but even if 100 out of 1,000 registered each month do good, that's a lot of employment for a population of 75 million people. Meanwhile, in the United States, the core problem for all social and economical inequalities turned out to be caused by politics. For years, only two parties ruled nations. Now, no matter how much they tried to show to the people that they were different, the truth was, they shared the same bed. It was like a Christmas present that the Americans got every 4 years but just in different packaging. Hence, when a person like Harrison Ford took office, who was the most powerful American wizard and a centrist, things started to fall into place. Human greed was something that required checks and balances for it to not outgrow human morals. That's what he provided. 1982 went by in a breeze, everyone was busy. Be it Emma, Ragnar, Severus, Adam or Grace. They all had personal projects they wanted to complete. Even the three little gremlins were growing fine and taking their Muggle studies seriously. Magnus continued his world tour as he traveled the globe. He could randomly appear anywhere around the world and leave a mark. He'd create bridges, make tunnels, help in earthquakes, tsunamis, landslides or hurricanes. He was the embodiment of what wizards can accomplish for the betterment of the world if they wish to. Then finally, in 1983, the ICW, International Confederation of Wizards, invited Magnus officially to become the Supreme Mugwump, the leader of the ICW, which is like the United Nations but for wizarding governments. Magnus accepted with open arms. Finishing his work in Mongolia, he flew all the way to Germany, where the Confederation was to be held this year. He arrived on the back of the giant great dragon. There was no public photo of Duck, hence there were only rumors around the world about Magnus Dragon, but today, the strongest wizards from around the world saw it firsthand. This dragon was indeed different, perhaps it was correct to say this was a true dragon, others were bastardized versions. Magnus was wearing wizarding robes that Grandma Martha made for him, they were reddish-black with golden linings and sewing. It was made of shiny silk and had fur around the collar. He also had his staff held firm in his right hand and the sword, Excalibur, rested on his back in a sheath. As soon as he landed on the ground from Duck's back, wizards of all ages and social standing greeted him with much worship and respect. "We welcome you to the Confederation, Your Majesty. We were waiting for your arrival with much excitement. It's an honor to be in your presence, Your Majesty." Such words echoed throughout the corridors of the building. Magnus smiled and gave a nod at all. This was the moment, the proof that he stood at the top, the de facto leader of all wizard kind. It didn't need to be said, but the smart ones understood it. At a ceremony, he was made the supreme mugwump and allowed to give his first address. "I am honored today to be standing here. But to be completely honest, I am not so proud of what this organization has achieved. Just like how useless the Muggles United Nations was before I fixed it, ICW also failed to do what its task was. The ICW did nothing and just sat and watched as the British magical community was being destroyed and slowly being taken over by an evil wicked man. If I had not killed him, he would have succeeded. As wizards, we are in a constant struggle with ourselves, because the dark side may be strong, but the paths lead from the ashes of our society. A society we worked so hard to build, then is it not sensible to also protect it? Dark wizards like Voldemort constantly push to create a mad world, we don't want that, and yet we don't fight. So today, I believe that we all should take a pledge to never look the other way when we see evil. Fight it or inform me, we must keep our world safe, for when the destruction occurs, it cares not if it's the blood of a muggle or a wizard spilling. Remember, when Rome was burning, Nero was playing the lute. Now it's up to us if it's Nero who inspires us or Merlin." His speech ended with a warning, a dire warning that made them look into their hearts. Chapter 464. Days seemed to go faster when everyone was busy. Magnus had consolidated his power over the world by now and his world tour had ended. Duck had the best time of his life with thousands of photos clicked, enough for him to boast around with his friends at Camelot. Magnus too was slowly deciding to shift his home base from Buckingham Palace to Camelot. They can always come here whenever they need to work. The entirety of South America was now under Magnus' influence. Because Harrison Ford was the US president and an order member, he allowed Magnus to proceed without worrying about the US or the CIA. In return, it was the US itself that gained the most illegal immigrants decreased by a huge margin since now each South American and Caribbean nations were much more peaceful and stable. With Magnus controlling their economy, they were bound to go up. Not to mention, Magnus now controlled the world economy and his people kept an eye on each and every aspect of the stock market. He would not allow anyone to manipulate it and cause an economic recession. Insider trading was a crime and such laws that if committed would land you in prison without any chance of bail. Short-selling hedge funds were also under Magnus' eyes at all times. It was he who had the entire resources and influence of the previous Illuminati. Now the only nations left that were not under his influence were China and USSR, they were communist strongholds and it was the toughest nut to crack. "Let's go, Diagon Alley." Maximus cheered. They were going to Hogwarts next year and they were pretty excited, of course, all except Clementia. But she had opened up to the idea. Magnus was now 23 years old. At this age, most people worry about their college or jobs, but here he was, worrying more about the world. He was on a totally different level. "Why do you even want to go there?" he asked them. "I love watching the magical shops," Maximus said. Emma eyed him on suspicion. "Are you sure? Or is it because of the candy and ice cream shop?" Maximus tried not to look at her, he just giggled. "Well, we can have a small treat after the trip." Emma hugged the boy. "Aw, sure you can. All of you can. Chad, you are coming as well. And what's this dress you're wearing?" "Meow meow," Chad started to explain dramatically. Magnus laughed. "It's Ragnar's massage dress for this boy, he says it can help reduce weight. If it's successful, he will release it to the public." Emma however felt worried for the kitty boy. That means he's being used as a test subject?" Chad's face fell at that as the realization hit. Anger erupted. "Mua." Magnus picked him in arms. "Don't worry, he's not mad enough to put your life in danger, he probably wants to help you lose weight. Here, Ragnar appeared from his underground lab and handed Magnus a long sheet. Bring all these materials for me from Diagon Alley. Are you okay, brother? Look at your face, when did you sleep last time? There are dark circles under your eyes, Magnus worried for him. Ugh, don't even ask, man. I've been studying human genetics for the whole week. Damn, we wizards are so backwards when it comes to science. Muggles have already studied most things in great detail. Ragnar was all praise. Easy there, go and take a nap now. You don't want Mum to see you like this. When I return, I will wake you up, Magnus advised him. Ragnar yawned, I guess I will. Magnus arrived in Diagon Alley with his family. He first went to the potions shop and sent Emma to shop for other things with the kids. When he entered, he found Narcissa standing at the counter table, a little baby strapped by her chest. How is everything going, Sister Narcissa? He greeted her. She was holding this shop as an employee of Severus. It was a respectful job that allowed her to pay for her son's expenses. I and Draco both are fine, Your Majesty. It's fine, you can call me Magnus. I am going to need all these potions and ingredients. I will hold Draco for you until then. He exchanged the list and baby. In his arms, Draco stared at Magnus' face with interest. There was a honey pacifier in his mouth. But then suddenly he took it out and offered Magnus, Yaya. Magnus chuckled, it was truly cute, haha, I've had enough of them, little one. You enjoy it. He put the pacifier back into his mouth and walked around. Narcissa, did you meet with your sister? Yes, I did. We have made up and meet every week. She likes to play with Draco. Can't believe my life is so normal now. It used to seem impossible not long ago, she said. Great, what about Severus? How is he? He asked further. She blurted without thinking, he's the best, I mean he's very kind and helpful and respects me. He is considerate of others. I met him a while ago, he was talking about you. He threw the hook. She took it, what did he say? Not much, but he said he's delighted that you help him in his projects these days and have brought a good change to his empty house. He said his mother likes playing with Draco, he said, sounding as uninterested as possible. When he last glanced at her, she had stopped moving and was immersed in listening to him. He internally chuckled and decided to leave. I will be back in an hour, my siblings and Emma are shopping. See you. He put Draco in the cradle and headed out. He spent the entire day with the 3 gremlins and bought them all kinds of books and food. They wanted to get their robes and wand too, but it was not allowed yet. In Zimbabwe, the world's biggest Hadron Collider, 50 kilometers in length, was made. Adam was the lead scientist working on it. He had put all his focus on building the AM engine. He didn't want to fail since Magnus had provided ample funds. For the first time, he felt that being rich was the best thing in the world. After all, can you imagine any nation's government spending billions of dollars on an experimental project? Never, not in a million years. The only reason the world even had fission reactors was because of World War II and the development of nukes. Okay, fire it up, he ordered his assistants. He had attracted the most renowned nuclear physicists and engineers from around the world. Why wouldn't they come after knowing the crazy things that were being built? But of course, each of them had to sign Magnus' most strict magical contract paper. If they broke the contract, they were to be immediately obliterated with no questions asked. The Hadron Collider took so much electricity that Future Tech had to set up a dedicated big thorium reactor to power it. But the moment the machine started up, it was all worth it. The sparks appeared, they were extremely small, but they were the most beautiful scientific readings Adam had ever seen because they depicted the creation of the universe and the future of the entire humanity. As Magnus' authority grew stronger and his hold on the world became tighter, various things occurred. For example, the base on the moon was efficiently mining and extracting minerals. The first ever fusion reactor prototype was already 90% complete and will be fired up next year, and the designs of the first Mars mission rocket were already being made. Emery's Construction was the world's most valuable company. Yes, it had even put Future Tech behind all charts. It was private but estimated to be worth $90 billion. Although this was a conservative figure, their real estimate was $130 billion. They were present in every country. They built bridges, buildings, dams, expressways and all kinds of infrastructure that could help the world move ahead. Their biggest and the most expensive crown project, however, was the Great African Railways. The mega train will make Africa the center of manufacturing. And it was already 100% complete, all that was left was the operational testing. The year 1983 also slowly came to an end, but Christmas was holding secret presents for Magnus and Emma that would put them on cloud 9. Chapter 465. It was Christmas of 1983, not only that but it was also the 10th birthday of Maximus, Aurelia and Clementia. Seeing them, Magnus always felt that they grew up too fast, now just being 2 more years away from becoming a teenager and starting to rebel. Aurelia, here's your gift. Magnus handed each of them their presents. They had no patience and quickly got to open them. Aurelia was in awe at the thing in her hand. Big brother, I love you. This is exactly what I wanted for myself. She was in joy after getting her violin. She had already mastered the piano and wanted a new instrument, so he bought her a top-quality violin. It was better if none asked for a price. In fact, he had bought musical instruments for all 3. Maximus, I hope you use that electric guitar and play great music, you love listening to rock bands, and Clementia, the acoustic guitar is well suited for you. You can make gentle soothing melodies from it. You 3 can even take them to Hogwarts. They loved it. It was like a new hobby in their boring days. This would at least ensure that they don't get into any bad habits. Magnus felt this was the best way to keep your children away from the bad side of the world. He believed that those parents who force their kids to just study all day do more damage than harm. Rather, they should only make them study for a few hours, then let them swim, play a sport or learn a new instrument. Kids don't have the drive to stay focused on one thing all the time, hence it was best to divide their attention into various activities so they focus 100% on everything they do. After that, the cake cutting ceremony was here. As always, the whole extended family was there, even Elizabeth and her kids. A giant cake was made for the 3. They were handed plastic knives that were not sharp. They surrounded the cake and stood in their designated places. There were 10 candles for each. Okay, blow them, Ragnar said. He had gifted the 3 concentration potions to help them learn whatever they wanted. They blew and cutely extinguished the candles. The hall ushered in claps as the 3 started to give cake to their loved ones. The thing with the kids was that they were brutally honest. They loved Grace and Adam the most, of course, so they got the cake first, then it was Magnus and Ragnar, after that came Emma. Queen Elizabeth also got one as she was their granny immortal. At last, Severus also got some because he was a regular at the house. With Severus came his mother and Narcissa as well. Little Draco was there too and he had gained the attention of the 3. They were constantly eyeing the little kid. Magnus was meanwhile taken to the side secretly. Okay, I got a potion ready, but it may take you a few tries to actually work. As soon as Magnus heard this, his face turned to stone in shock. Is this what I think this is? Hee, of course, I call myself the greatest potioneer to ever live on this planet. If even I can't do this, then I should drown myself in shame. Drink it up if you don't want to tell Emma yet. Ragnar said. Magnus hugged him first. Thanks, brother. This means a lot to me. I know, and it means a lot to all of us. I want a cute little niece and nephew, damn it. Who else will I tell all the fun stories to? Telling how dumb their dad used to be in school. Ragnar teased. Magnus chuckled. Honestly, if this works, I have no problem with that. Then in a single motion, he gulped the whole vial. He made faces. Ugh, this tastes so bad. It's a medicine, the most advanced in the world. You expect it to taste like strawberries. By strawberries I remember, I gotta eat some more cake. Ragnar went away to get some cake and also mess with Severus. Magnus, standing alone, glanced at Emma. She looked amazing in her casual jeans and white shirt. I guess, it's time for a second honeymoon. Dear, Charles has something to talk to you about. Elizabeth walked to him with a look of seriousness. Her son was behind, standing stiffly. Sure, what is it? Did he do something again? He asked. Elizabeth didn't speak. She let Charles come forward and request, Your Majesty, I wanted your permission to marry Diana Frances Spencer. She is now 22 years old, so age should not be a problem now. Sure, if you have stayed loyal to her till now then I have no problem. Also, I'm sure the world won't have a problem with her age but instead yours. You are 35, man. But, if this is your wish, then do marry her. Keep one thing in mind, marriage is not a joke. If you are going to do it then be good at it. If I hear of any scandals coming out of your marriage, I will not waste a minute kicking you out of the royal family. The same goes for Diana. In fact, I'd like to speak to her before anything happens, so do come by my office tomorrow morning with her. He sternly advised him, his voice contained an ample amount of magic to make sure that Charles felt threatened. Elizabeth sighed, yes, that would be great, you should meet the girl first. I honestly don't feel comfortable with her, she's too open and wild, I don't think she will adhere to the life of a royal. Even I don't adhere to it, I love to show affection to my wife everywhere, but I make sure nobody sees or it doesn't cause a scandal. I don't go around in public and do stupid things. I am perfectly fine with her having a wild personality, but wild should not mean brainless stupidity. I will evaluate her tomorrow. Magnus left the mother and son to talk with each other. Severus helped Narcissa get introduced to people around. She had never met most of them. However, the one she got the most frank with was Magnus' mother, Grace. Maybe it was just because both of them were blonde beauties. "See, can we hold the baby?" Aurelia asked. Behind her stood Maximus and Clementia, nodding heads. Narcissa glanced at Draco in her arms. The boy was awake and looking around. "It's okay, they won't harm him," Grace assured her. She nodded and knelt down. "Okay, hold him correctly." "Yes, like this." Aurelia was chirping in happiness, "He's so small and so cute." Maximus poked his cheek. Clementia touched his hair. "Silky." But then Aurelia innocently said something that made Narcissa awkward. "Uncle Sev has such a cute baby." Oh, look, he's yawning." He's looking at me." Maximus jumped around like a monkey. Clementia silently extended her arms. "I hold now." Aurelia was a good sister. "Hold him tight, here you go." Meow. At that, Chad came. He was interested in seeing the kid too, so he got picked up by Maximus. Draco noticed the feline, he tried to touch him, Momo. But Maximus took Chad away. "No, you can't touch him. He has not bathed in 3 weeks. He stinks." He even drooped the boy. Chad sadly walked to Grace and got picked by her. She too smelled him. "Yes, you need a good bath. I just bought a new shampoo for you that will make you smell like roses." "Do you like roses?" "Narcissa, do you have any pets?" "Narcissa?" Grace saw she had become unresponsive. When looked, she found Narcissa silently looking at Severus in the distance. Grace silently chuckled. "Cough, I heard Severus never had a girlfriend." Narcissa turned her face back and blushed. "It's not like what you think. I know what I see, trust me. I will only say this, be truthful to yourself," Grace advised. Narcissa shook her head. "No, I am wrong. Just because for the past whole year Miss Prince has been so kind to me, I can't push myself into their lives. Severus is a great talented man, his heart is so pure and his mind is so mature. If there was some other woman, he'd be kind to her too. Besides, a widow with a young son isn't really pleasing to date. He's young, he deserves to go out on fun dates, fool around and be happy." Grace nearly laughed aloud. "I've known Severus since his first year in school and know when I say this, he's been a grown man since the first year. His mind thinks differently, his life was not really easy and happy before meeting Magnus. Circumstances made him grow up much earlier than others of his age. Still, my point stands, I am a widow with a history not pleasing to people. It was good to talk to you, Lady Grace. You are as kind as I read about in the papers. I must go and prepare Draco's food now, so I shall take my leave." Narcissa took her son back. Grace sighed and patted Narcissa's shining blonde hair. She was an absolute beauty, she had the charm of maturity too. Any man would go crazy for her, but here she was, doubting herself. It was clear that she had been mentally scarred and had lost self-esteem. "Dear, as I said before, be truthful to yourself. Sometimes in self-doubt, you wait so long that later all you are left with is regrets. Take care, keep coming here from time to time, it was nice to talk to you." Narcissa nodded and left. She told Severus' mother about feeding Draco and soon operated away from a private room. Seeing her gone, Emma walked to Grace. "What was all that about, Mum?" Grace quickly caught Emma's arm and walked with her. "Nothing, my beautiful girl. She's just confused and scared. But don't worry, she has good people around. What about you? Is everything going well with you and Magnus?" Out of nowhere, Magnus appeared and spoke to Emma. "My love, tickets are booked, we're going to Kyoto for our second honeymoon tomorrow." This left Emma red-faced, but Grace laughed loudly. "It seems things are going too well." She caught Magnus and pulled him to peck on his forehead. "I'm so happy you have not changed too much, sweetie. I should go and find your father now, it's time he learns how to treat his wife by his son." Magnus chuckled. "Dad's bad luck starts today." "Hey! Control yourself in front of your mother, Emma punched his sides. Magnus shamelessly gripped her waist and pulled her closer, what's there to hide? They know we're married and I am madly in love. He shamelessly kissed her in front of the whole family. As always, the three gremlins started running around them and cheering. To them, it was like a real-life fairy tale playing. Chapter 466. Magnus prepared to head to Kyoto the next day. The mission was to make a baby. He knew it'd take a lot of exercises, so he had cleared all his schedules for the next 2 weeks. But before leaving he signed one final deal. He just bought a local football/soccer club based in London. He renamed it Camelot Dragons FC. Straight away he commissioned the building of a giant stadium with a capacity of 100,000 seats. It was going to be the home of the club. The location was just outside London City. It was still connected with the London Tube, being a 3-minute walk away. He bought the best manager in the world and gave him the funds to build a team and train it, at the same time hold scouting competitions around the world, especially in South America and even Asian nations. Magnus had always felt that kids from third world countries always had a bigger drive to work hard on their goals due to not wanting to return to their previous life. This whole plan was part of Magnus' initiative to make the country a sports powerhouse. Heck, once his club was in good shape he'd start a new league game, English Super League and English Premier League. In it, one will have only UK's teams and the other will be a full-blown world tournament. He can obviously do it and make it profitable with money injection. I want regular updates about the team, I don't want it to become a money pit. He ordered his secretary before getting in plane. Yes, he was working at the airport. Once he boarded, his holidays of 2 weeks officially started. Kyoto was a beautiful city. Thankfully in World War II, it was saved by the American Secretary of War from being nuked. The place had too much heritage related to the world. First, they went around to see some castles and even lived in a few. They ate the best food and drank the best wine. There was nobody to disturb them and Magnus made sure to take advantage of the situation. Basically, each night was hot and days were full of fooling around in places they should not. It was pretty exciting for both of them. What's gotten into you? I thought you had grown out of your horny stage, Emma asked him. He scoffed, babe, a man can run out of money, but never horny. And don't tell me you don't enjoy it, if that's the case then let's stop it. I never said that, I'm just curious. Oh, by the way, I just saw some animated things here and it's amazing. Japanese are pretty far ahead when it comes to animation. She said, taking out a few DVDs. Strangely, I got some DVDs too. This one's called Otosan no Chinpo ga Daisuki, Watashi wa Okasan ga Daisuki, Masuko no Subari Yasui Sakamichi. Magnus read the names that were printed in English. She looked at the covers. There were girls in short clothes. Movies? What do the names mean? I am not completely sure, I'm still trying to learn Japanese. But I know some words. There is mother, father, son, slippery slope and cock. Magnus blurted. Emma threw the DVDs, so this is porn. I think it is. Magnus got up to call room service. She was disgusted. Why is this even made? What kind of people fuck their own family? Is this a real fetish? Who knows, Alabama is pretty famous for this, though I don't know if it's the truth. And keeping the family bloodline pure was pretty common not long ago, though you are right, this is a bit too much. Magnus threw the DVDs in the garbage bin. Let's get back to exercising, he chirped. 2 weeks is not a lot of time when you are enjoying every single moment of it. But Magnus had no more free time and he hoped that 2 weeks of degeneracy were enough. He had done it enough times to populate planets by now. They did not return with the plane, however, it was Duck who came to get them. He was always happy to be useful. How have you been, Duck? Are you eating well? Emma caressed his head as he flew. I'm happy and nappy. I eat, sleep and play all the time. I even helped my dragon people make new mountains. But I do miss you all. He said. Magnus had good news for him. Well, I am planning to move to Camelot with the whole family. It's a much more secure place for all and using portkey is pretty easy these days. Really? I hope that day comes soon. I don't like sleeping alone in the big palace. It will be so much fun to have big campfires and sleep under the stars. Duck just told them his dream and it was so innocent that it nearly made Magnus emotional. Well, if what I plan goes successfully, I will move into Camelot within this year. Awesome. Duck cheered and teleported away. A month later, Magnus had to leave for the United States because some 9-year-old kid on their deathbed wished to meet the King of the UK. He was dying, so Magnus agreed to come and meet him. He was in a hospital in Florida. It was a kid with later-stage leukemia and death was imminent. Sadly, Magnus was still trying to find a cure for cancer. He met with him, tossed him his crown and sword to play with, made him wear a red cape and act like a king and stuff, allowed him to make a wish. The boy turned out to be good. He asked to buy a burger for all kids in his school. Magnus did just that, buying each kid 2 hamburgers and also a Sony gamepad. The boy still had a few years to live, however. After the meeting, Magnus went ahead to check out the Falkland Island school. Initially, Magnus wanted to make the school in Belize, but since Belize is too small and has enough people living, hiding the school would have been tough. Hence, the location was selected as the Falkland Islands. They were not populated and had enough uninhabited islands to make school on. He arrived to see McGonagall working there. "How is everything, Professor?" "It's tough to work, I'm too old for all this, Magnus," she replied. She was still a werewolf, but with the help of wolfsbane potions being sold in the market at such low prices that not even the counterfeiters would make then, her life was as good as ever. Plus, she, Dumbledore and a few others had the privilege of calling him Magnus. The rest must use His Majesty. "I can help you if you want. That's my job as the chairman of the Board of Governors." "Do we have enrollments?" he inquired. She put a thick register in front of him. "Why do you think I am so busy these days? There are too many people who have applied to enter the school. I am also getting many inquiries from wizards from the United States and Canada. I rejected them as they already have school. God knows why they have a fetish about Hogwarts. It seems the business will be booming in the future. If the world population keeps on increasing at this rate, then I will probably have to build a few more schools around the world." Magnus planned. McGonagall sighed. "I will take a retirement if you make me their headmaster." "Don't worry, Professor, I already got a fresh lamb getting trained for that." He schemingly laughed. She too understood who he was talking about and laughed together. "Oh, if that's him, then I'm sure it will be successful. He's too stiff to say no to a challenge." Back at Buckingham Palace, something was happening. Grace just woke up and came to make breakfast when she found Emma eating some cornflakes. Her face looked pale and her eyes had dark circles. "What happened, sweetie? Are you okay?" she quickly asked. Emma had no idea. "I don't know, I've been feeling weird these days and vomited twice the last night. Everything feels weird to me." Grace nearly took a step back. Did you just say you vomited and are feeling weird?" "Honey, we need to go to the hospital." "What? Why?" Emma asked back. "You are probably pregnant." Chapter 467. Pregnant? How is that even possible? Magnus can't do that. Emma was confused as heck, but she could not bring herself to stop Grace from taking her to the hospital. Soon, the test was done and the doctor came to wish Grace cheerfully, "Ma'am, it's good news, Her Majesty is pregnant." Grace was on cloud 9 in an instant. She hugged Emma into a tight embrace, but Emma was in shock. "How? We've done it unprotected all the time, so why now?" She quickly used her ring to contact her husband and talked mentally. "Magnus, I am in hospital with Mother. How am I pregnant?" Whoosh. In an instant Magnus apparat in a special room in the hospital designated for the quick entry. He came running and shocked both women, hugged them together and even lifted them up. He kissed Emma. "This is such great news." "Are you sure, doctor? Did you check multiple times?" "Yes, Your Majesty. We did the test 3 times and all showed a positive result," the doctor assured. Magnus kissed Emma's forehead and whispered into her ears, "What do you think the last whole trip was all about?" "Ragnar found a cure. We were not sure, so didn't tell you not to disappoint you." As soon as those words were said, her knees went weak and she fell onto him. He caught her firmly. Tears rolled down her eyes. Is this a dream?" He shook his head. "You can pinch me all you want later. You are going to be a mother and I a father, Emma. This is the only truth that matters." She hugged him tightly. She used to think that getting Magnus was enough of luck for her for this lifetime. The curse of not being able to have a child was just a way for fate to punish her. She had accepted it, but this news hit her like a sudden storm, and she was happy beyond words could describe. Meanwhile, Grace felt strange due to their reaction. They should be laughing and cheering, but she saw a face of relief. But she cared not for it. "Let's go home, it's a day of celebration. Magnus, be gentle and careful with Emma from now on. Do you want me to pick you up?" he asked her. She blushed and shook her head. "No, I can walk." Let's go home, I want to eat something. Of course, Abe and George can cook something nice. I remember when I had Magnus I also felt distasteful with all the normal food, I chased for all the strongly flavored ones. Grace took Emma's arm and walked with her. Magnus saw their backs, he silently smiled, thinking about Ragnar, bastard did it. Sigh, the time to move to Camelot has come. If my enemies find out about Emma's pregnancy then they might try to hurt her. Magnus arrived back home with his mum and wife. First, he quickly barged into Ragnar's underground lab. Ragnar, you mad genius. It worked, what the heck are you doing? Magnus stopped in the middle as he saw Ragnar sitting on a stool, without any clothes but short underwear. In front of him was a giant mirror and in his hand was something like an injection. There were tattoos all over his body now except the face. Heck, the tattoos go even on his legs and possibly dick too, who knows. Ragnar turned around on the stool, oh, nice, come here and help me. These are my final tattoo runes. Once I have them I can store my magic in them so I can moderately use them later. This will at least allow me to use low-level charms accurately. Plus, these can increase my strength. I can literally pop a skull of a giant with my palms like it's watermelon. Magnus was in awe, you've been working to make yourself stronger all this time. Strength is respected everywhere, it doesn't matter how good potions I brew, if I can't stop those who want to steal from me, what's the point? Ragnar said. Magnus got to work and started using the injection-like pen to draw the patterns on his back as he instructed. Emma is pregnant. So it works, good. My sleepless nights didn't go to waste, this means. I guess I will be having someone to spoil in 9 more months. What will you name him or her? Ragnar asked. Magnus didn't speak for a few seconds. He felt so grateful to him. No, you can name the baby. You should be the one to do it. I'm sure Emma would say the same. Sweet, I will give a wacky name, one that strikes fear in the names of enemies. After all, one day he or she will become the monarch. Ragnar chirped. Yes, but by the time I die, whenever it may be, I will make sure I have fixed the world. Heck, I might be able to do that before the start of the new century. Magnus planned. He didn't want his child to face the hardships and wars that he had to. He didn't want them to have to deal with corruption and such. There, done with the tattoo. Come out later for dinner, I think Mum is going to cook a big meal tonight. Emma might get a bit emotional at you though. Magnus handed him the tattoo needles back and headed out. Ragnar continued to tattoo his other parts alone, ah damn, underarms hurt. In Ragnar's head, Magnus, Grace, Adam, Emma and the 3 gremlins were his family. You don't ask them for repayment for showing them kindness or helping them because that's what families do. To him, the fact he was able to help them was enough and the end of the matter. Exhausted, Adam returned home after a long day at the Hadron Collider. As soon as he entered he was greeted by loud giggles, talks and laughs from his family. It was an instant rejuvenator for any man who loved his family. But today it seemed a bit different for some reason he felt. What's going on? What's with all the packages? We're moving to Camelot, Adam. You are going to be a grandpa. Grace blurted, still as excited as hours ago. Thud. The bag fell that Adam was holding. He rushed in, his face plastered with a vibrant smile. Will I be a grandpa? Honestly, Adam was in his late 40s, it was just because he was fed with potions and other things he looked 35. So him saying he'll be grandpa was a bit odd to look at. Yup, you're gonna get a fine grandchild soon. Magnus has decided that for protection and peace of mind we shall all move to Camelot. The place has so many cute and friendly animals, Duck will also be happy. Plus, Martha is an amazing healer and can take care of everything for Emma. Grace explained. Adam nodded continuously, I agree, Magnus has too many enemies around the world. Nearly every day his forces catch Soviet spies that try to enter my experiment grounds. Magnus laughed, Dad, don't worry about them. They are like a dying snake right now, they will wriggle a lot. In a few years, I will deal with them too. I want the eradication of communism and it will be done. Jan Ragnar walked in, congrats Emma. Emma didn't wait and gave him a good hug, thanks, Rag. You're the best. What's this? A change of heart? I'm so used to curses from you that even this feels like you're shaming me. But I'm glad it worked, congratulations. He patted her back. She chuckled and let him go, pack your stuff, we're moving in an hour. I'm honestly looking forward to going to Camelot. We will have so much space to travel around without caring about those around us. Pop. Grandma Martha appeared, and the fact that we have communities of centaurs, goblins and Vela make it even better. There are shops for food, books, vegetables, cafes, and I even opened a new cinema hall. Grandma. Emma received hugs from her too. She carried the next king or queen in line and deserved all care after all. I have already baby-proofed the castle. The little ones will be going to Hogwarts next year anyway, so we still have time to make more changes. Magnus dear, now hurry up, Duck is sitting in the portkey room all excited. I'm afraid if we don't go he might just teleport here. Chapter 468. After moving into Camelot, not much changed for Magnus. His life was as before, busy. Meetings around the world, checking other world powers and making sure they fall in line. Emma was absolutely healthy, she was being spoiled by Grace and Martha, fed health potions, balanced diet and made to do exercise every day. Drinking or any kind of food that can harm the child was avoided. Heck, Abe and George were forced to take advanced classes on how to care for a baby. It was going to be Magnus blood, even he knew that it be a boy or a girl, the child is going to be gifted with power. Dragon blood may be diluting with this next iteration, but dragon blood is still dragon blood. Magnus wanted to do all the work he could in this time so he could spend time with his child and truly teach them his values so they never go wrong. As Emma's belly looked more and more developed, Magnus started to feel a bit more urgency to work harder. His next target was the USSR, the biggest thorn in world peace. Ruling USSR like he did with the USA was impossible because of extreme corruption and the ability of a few powerful people to take away power from the General Secretary if they want to. It's time the Berlin Wall falls, he muttered before heading to Germany. Severus' house. It was nighttime and Severus was hard at work. He rarely slept whenever he was working on something important. Usually, he creates potions or makes previous ones better. His patents earned him enough money that he could sit back and enjoy the money rolling in. But he was a restless man, doing nothing was his poison. In addition, Ragnar's anti-sleeping pills were good enough to not mess up his mind. Narcissa helped him from time to time, but she also had Draco to attend to. The boy was more than 2 years old now and crawls everywhere. Narcissa was pretty strict with him however, and surprisingly he would run to Severus to get saved as Narcissa never acted not ladylike in front of him. I should go to sleep now, he yawned and thought. He had already finished writing his new book for the potions curriculum of his Hogwarts school. It was written in the best way possible, telling kids tricks and methods to make potions better, A/N, basically his Half-Blood Prince book but now mass-produced. He closed his lab and headed to his bedroom on the main floor of the mansion. However, just as he was passing by he saw Narcissa sitting in front of the fireplace on the floor. The rest of the living room was dimly lit. Narcissa? What are you doing here? He asked her, having a hint of worry after seeing her face. Nothing, just couldn't sleep, she replied. Severus took a seat beside her. Bad memories? She nodded and sighed. She was trying to leave all the trauma and bad memories in the past, but every now and then the nightmares would come and wake her up all sweaty and breathless. Severus patted her shoulder. I can give you a sleeping potion to clear your mind. What you have been through would have broken anybody, the fact you survived shows you are strong-willed. Maybe, Bellatrix couldn't hold on to the sanity after whatever happened to her. She was insane before the marriage just made her evil. She said. Severus sighed and told her about his life. My father used to hit me and my mother a lot when I was small. Although they married in love, mother never told him she was a witch. So when she did after I was born, the man went 16th century mode. He blamed my mother and me for all misfortune. He started drinking and lost his job, then blamed us again. That was until Magnus came and did something to him. I have no idea where he is anymore and neither do I care. I do have some bad dreams of my most vulnerable days. I honestly don't know where I would have been if I had not met Magnus and Ragnar. Maybe I'd be one of the dead ones among the bad guys. These bad memories are just the ghosts of the past that will always haunt us, we can only learn to live with them. She glanced at him. He looked particularly different when he said this. You know, you should go out more and date or something. You are much wiser for your age, women like a man like this. He shrugged and got up. The thing is, I am too mature for girls around my age. I tried going on a date, but got disappointed by her stupidity. Let's go, I should get you a sleeping potion. He gave her his hand to hold and get up. She hesitated for a second and took it, smiling. I don't think I will need that anymore, talking to you was a big relief. Glad I could help. You can come talk whenever you want. Good night, he left soon after. The guy was a numbskull when it came to taking hints that someone was interested in him. The year 1984 had so much to bring to Magnus' life. The GR was going to be completed in Africa. The mining on the moon would scale up. Bobby would test the fusion reactor and finally, he will have a child. Just being 24, he felt he had hurried a bit to have a baby, but beggars can't be choosers. He wholeheartedly welcomed the changes to his life. Always caring for Emma when she slept beside him. Make sure none of the minerals decreases in her body. Don't you have any work? Go, stop spoiling me like a baby. She would say this all the time. But she was actually loving it. She too felt it was too early for a child but cared not for it anymore. Magnus continued his work in Berlin. He destabilized the region by provoking the crowd on both sides. He showed each side a dream of a united Germany. Destroying the Berlin Wall was symbolic. Germany won't unite until the fall of the USSR. On the 7th month of Emma's pregnancy, which was in July of 1984, the Berlin Wall fell. Magnus saw everything from his home on television. It was the people of East Berlin themselves who did it. Of course, Magnus ensured that no mass shootings happened by the guards. Yes, send rations and medical aid to the region. Let them know that they are not alone in this fight. He put down the phone. He had just ordered the UN chief to get actively involved. She moved again, Emma exclaimed suddenly. Magnus caressed her belly. Hee, of course, she would, she's gonna be a strong queen when she grows up. It was not hard to find out if they were having a girl or a boy. Martha had revealed to them that it's a girl in the first month of pregnancy. Arg. It's so hard to decide on one. Ragnar was sitting close by with a blank notebook and pen. He wrote something again and threw them away. What are you even doing? Magnus inquired. Deciding on a name for her. I want it to be something beautiful and also meaningful. It's so hard and frustrating. Help me, Mag, or I might just name her Potato. Ragnar requested. Emma barked, don't you dare suggest that or I will bald you in your sleep. Ha, that's jealousy speaking, Emma. You are jealous of my silky smooth blonde hair. Women go crazy over them. Ragnar boasted. Yet you don't date them. When will you bring me the good news now, Rag? Grace appeared and hugged Ragnar's neck from behind the sofa. Ragnar shook his head in disappointment. Mom, I don't want to bring a basic chick home. I want one with history, personality, and strengths. Then I guess I will have to be happy with my granddaughter only. Girl you are looking for does not exist in today's day and age. Grace sighed sadly and took a seat on Emma's other side. They had a new giant living room on the top floor of Camelot just beside the terrace. By giant, it meant giant enough to allow Duck to enter and rest inside. Even now he was sleeping happily in the background. He was so happy every day that he'd tire himself out playing. It was a good time. Chapter 469. Magnus was invited by Bobby to witness the creation of history, the first complete test run of the fusion reactor. It was a small reactor the size of a truck. It can theoretically power a small city of 100,000 people. For a city as big as London, New York and Tokyo, a few bigger full-size reactors would be needed. Magnus arrived without much attention and took a seat in a visitor's cabin. Bobby soon joined him and sat beside him. You look fresh, it seems the happiness of your daughter being born soon is going to make you explode. Magnus chuckled, what can I say, this is something I always wanted. And you know my condition, this is nothing short of a miracle. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Just then Adrian arrived. Basically, all big names were invited to see. The Prime Minister, Adrian from Meta, Edgar from Emery's Construction, Ted from Tonks and Tonks, Tom as Secretary of Defense. All from Order of the Merlin. Ragnar, Severus were there too. Grace wanted to come but she and Emma remained at Camelot. Adam was here though, helping with the experiment. Thank you, everyone. Because of all your combined effort, the nation is better than ever before and the world is less shitty. Magnus welcomed them. Ted chuckled, a snake can have as many heads as one can imagine but without the one head that has all the brains, the snake won't last long. You are the smart snake. No, not today. Today the smart snake is Bobby. Let's hope his plans work out and the reactor is a success. If it is then he will be changing the entire world. Magnus didn't want to take the limelight from Bobby. It's because of you that we were able to bring helium-3 from space. I'd say it's a win for the Order of Merlin, without our combined strength we won't be able to do anything. Bobby said. Everyone silently nodded. This was a reality. Meta provides amazing security, not just to the labs but also to the key scientists. Emery's construction built all the facilities needed for the project. Magnus provided money. Tonks and Tonks fought court cases after cases that were thrown on future tech to stop the tests. The cases came from various environment Nazis. Fools lacked the brain to realize that creating this reactor would single-handedly solve Earth's energy needs for centuries to come, and all of it would be green energy. Initialization is complete and the reaction will be observed in 30 minutes. A voice resounded on the speakers and the digital clock started the reverse countdown. Magnus took out his staff at that instant. He was going to stay prepared for any kind of complications. No man should die here, as that would put the project years back. If there was any problem, he could always reparo the whole reactor and allow them to test again. But, it seemed that was not needed. The test they were going to conduct was not a stress test. This meant their basic purpose was to see if the reactor can reach the energy produced where it can sustain itself without needing energy from outside. This was one of the main reasons why making it was so hard. 2 entire thorium reactors were working full-time to start up this single fusion reactor. Am I late? Harrison Ford arrived from the United States. There was also the King of Bhutan and Saudi Arabia, Prime Minister of Pakistan, India, Cambodia, Myanmar, Chief of African Union and the President of Argentina. All these were members of the Order of Merlin, meaning they were completely aligned with the goals of Magnus and had signed the contract paper. Just in time. It's about to start. Magnus invited him to sit beside him. In the room, he was the most powerful man, heck, he was the most powerful in the world, in both magical and political strength. You look tired, Magnus noted. President Harrison sighed. Soviets. Fools refuse to mend the relationship. They want all sanctions dropped for the negotiation to even start. How am I supposed to do that before they start showing the world their goodwill? Just ignore that. I have something going on in secret. Their fall is near. They will most likely be collapsing into various smaller states. At that, Magnus looked back at all the other seats occupied by other heads of state or kings. Heard that? The Soviet Union will be falling apart. This means a lot of their things will be up for sale as they fight poverty. Buy all the weapons and equipment you want, but make sure you help all the smaller nations that collapse out of the Union and turn them into capitalist society. I will be behind all of it. Remember, our goal is the fall of communism. All of them took mental notes. Some wanted to buy ships, some tanks and some industrial machinery. Soviets had plenty of decent quality. Second-hand meant saving money. Anybody want some oil? I'm open to all. This Magnus, he's going to turn the world electric with this reactor. How will I swim in gold then? King Faisal all of a sudden spoke in a joking but secretly serious manner. He was too old at this point to care about others. The Order of Merlin was like a family and joking was no big deal. In an instant, a few heads from nations with poor natural resources took his personal card. After all, it will still take time for Magnus to create a world grid of electricity with the nuclear reactors. Until then, oil was the gold that ran economies. Amidst their small talk and laughs, Adam took to the mic inside the experiment hall where everyone else looked from a glass window cabin. Adam addressed the people. Do you know the best thing about being the British King's father? It's that I don't feel any pressure or anxiety for being in presence of 50% of the world's GDP sitting in that box. Welcome to the first real test of the helium-3 nuclear reactor. Now, why is this a big deal and why is it better? Fusion occurs when 2 atoms slam together to form a heavier atom, like when 2 hydrogen atoms fuse to form 1 helium atom. This is the same process that powers the sun and creates huge amounts of energy. Many of you might wonder, why are we wasting money here? We already have a reactor. Well, that's because those we have can't drive humanity to the future. Let me tell you some comparison between the current nuclear fission reactors we have and in this fusion one here. Adam moved to turn on the projector. Why is fission reactor so dangerous? Simple, radioactive. Fission is done by splitting heavy. The missing mass converts to energy. This process begins when a heavy element, like a uranium atom, for instance, absorbs a neutron. Having an extra neutron, it becomes an isotope of uranium, and even heavier. Now unstable, the atom then falls apart into 2 smaller atoms, releasing heat energy in the process. It is this heat that turns water into steam, which turns a turbine, creating electricity. During radioactive decay, alpha and beta particles and high-energy gamma-ray photons are spontaneously emitted. These particles and gamma rays are what make up the radiation. In simple terms, just imagine your body's atoms destroying themselves. That's radiation, we saw it in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The big question is, what makes fusion so good? Here on the screen, you see all of them. Adam turned serious now as this was the end of the presentation to these people who will decide if it's worth waiting for this tech or not. Magnus may control these people's goals, but the roads they took were theirs to choose from. He only makes people heads of states who are reasonable and smart, hence, as long as fusion was proven to be good, they will try to spread its positive sides to their nations. Number one reason is abundant energy. Fusing atoms together in a controlled way releases nearly 4 million times more energy than a chemical reaction such as the burning of coal, oil or gas and 4 times as much as nuclear fission reactions, at equal mass. Meaning, just 19 tons of helium-3 could power the United States for an entire year. As soon as Adam said this, Harrison Ford moved in his seat. This sounded too good to be true, but here he was. The next reason is sustainability. Fusion fuels are widely available and nearly inexhaustible. Deuterium can be distilled from all forms of water, while tritium will be produced during the fusion reaction as fusion neutrons interact with lithium. Meanwhile, sea-based reserves of lithium will fulfill needs for millions of years. But we don't need to destroy our seas, we got the moon. It's even better as its fusion with deuterium is more efficient than deuterium-tritium. The third reason is no CO2. Fusion doesn't emit harmful toxins like carbon dioxide or other greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. Its major byproduct is helium, an inert, non-toxic gas. We can even harvest helium and build helium-based engines. The fourth and one of the biggest reasons is no long-lived radioactive waste. Nuclear fusion reactors produce no high-activity, long-lived nuclear waste. First of all, the radiation in a nuclear reactor only stays inside its chamber. In the future when you decommission a reactor, the land will be radioactive for about 50 to 100 years, this is much less than the current thousands of years that take waste from fission reactors. The radioactivity of the products. U-235 has a half-life of 7.038 million years, so do the math. Another big reason is that fusion doesn't employ fissile materials like uranium and plutonium. Means no nukes, but that's already been achieved with thorium reactors. The sixth reason is that there can be no nuclear meltdown because the production of neutrons ceases within milliseconds. This means even if some madman dropped a bomb on a fusion reactor facility, no radiation will spread to the surroundings. We don't have much data about how far the radiation can spread, but Japan gave us a sample in the 40s. The last reason is cost. Of course, at the start, the cost of a reactor will be high. But, let's say in 5 years, we will be able to simplify the process of building it and be able to produce it around the world at a cost less than the current fission reactors. The simple reason is that to operate a fission reactor you need too many things, not just staff but people and places to move the radioactive waste to. Then you need security to make sure that waste remains locked for eternity. With this reactor, we just need to build it and be done with it. Now, any questions? Chapter 470. Mostly, everyone, there was amazed and excited about this future technology. Today, everyone in the room truly felt that the name, Future Tech Industries, seriously suited it. Thank you, Your Highness, but I believe most of us know about fusion. The man who spoke was a rocket scientist, the current Prime Minister of India, APJ Abdul Kalam, A/N. He was a real person, but never became the Prime Minister, rather the President. It's a powerless position. Adam chuckled, I know, Mr. Prime Minister, but there are still a few who could not study science. Yes, I am talking about you, King Faisal. Faisal laughed, give this old man a break. In my whole career first I had to lead troops to fight and consolidate control over Arabia. Then I had to worry about the economy. Thanks to Magnus the oil brought enough money later and helped the nation. Now I have free time and I am never going to bash my brain on books. I pray, eat, exercise and sleep, that's all. It's all right, most people don't understand the science of this level, even Magnus does not, Adam replied and stopped the presentation. But shots were fired, Magnus' brows furrowed as King Faisal laughed in the background. Who cares if I don't understand nuclear physics, I am close to creating a cure for cancer, Magnus proclaimed. They all stopped smiling and looked at him with serious expressions. Magnus folded his arms together and sat straight in pride. Bobby was the first to react, bloody hell. You didn't tell me that, a cure for cancer can make you more money than this reactor, and fast. But Magnus had other plans, the patents will be in the public domain for all, and I will just be making money to return my investments in them. A year ago I went to a hospital once and saw a room filled with kids with cancer, all of them are dead or on the verge of dying now. I promised that day that I would save them, but I could not, making the cure with Muggle tech is too complex. But I don't want more kids to die. He looked at the reactor. We have reached the moon to mine it. We are building energy of the future here. The world will be vastly different 50 years from now. Maybe we will really have flying cars. I want these kids to have a chance to see it. That's all I want from my new invention. He remembered his meeting with that old man in the park, the day he found out about his magic problem. He had no idea if he would see the world 50 years from now, but he wanted others to see all that he achieved. He glanced at his staff, the envy of the wizarding world and a big aspect of his strength. It doesn't matter if they didn't know I am behind the new world, as long as my dream of a united and peaceful world is fulfilled, I won't mind being a simple forgotten name in a history book. Now I feel like crying, Bobby muttered. From the seat behind, Ted put his hand on his shoulder. He saw Magnus grow from a boy in first year of school to this mighty and just king. You are immortal in the wizarding world, your majesty. And I believe that once you release this drug for all, the Muggle world too will remember you no matter how far in the future we go. Because this creation will be even bigger than penicillin. But I don't know how we can achieve its affordability, especially in nations like America. Magnus nodded. America is extremely capitalistic. President Ford can't meddle there yet or he will lose support. I have other options and all Harrison needs to do is sign it. What do you need? Harrison asked. Allow generic drugs to be sold openly and launch government programs to distribute them safely. Make sure that pharma companies can't spread false campaigns to tarnish the image of generic drugs. India and China have huge medicine production facilities. I will mass produce them, along with soon launching vaccines for malaria and many other diseases. Before I die, I want to make as many vaccines and cures possible with the help of my mother to make sure humanity faces fewer chances of extinction from a disease. Magnus told them in brief. I will do it. About time Americans get a good return to health for the taxes they pay, Harrison agreed immediately. China might not agree, Adrian told him. They are planning things against you for the new gas company you built. I don't care, I won't make these medicines there yet, only after I have some control there I will. After all, can't have diluted medicine or vaccine reach the market and tarnish my image. Sigh all right, let's watch the experiment now. He pulled back their attention. But all present there had their minds being exploded with images and thoughts about the future. They felt pumped and confident about the future, about Magnus, feeling it was the best decision to follow him. Unknown to them, this boost came from the sword Magnus had beside him. 3, 2, 1. Pour the power in, let the reaction reach stable. Adam voiced to other men and women running around and keeping a check on machines. They needed to push the reactor until it became self-sustaining. This occurs when the energy being given off by the fusion reactions heats the fuel mass more rapidly than various loss mechanisms that cool it. This means it makes energy faster than it loses it. This way, the energy from the reaction can keep the reaction going while the excess energy can be harvested for the puny humans. Level 1 reached. It's done. The technician shouted with excitement. Bobby explained to all in the room, they have reached the self-sustaining phase, this means the reactor works. Now they need to reach the energy needs they designed the reactor for, if it reaches that then it means it works. We shall try to make a bigger one later. The current biggest reactor is in France, it can produce 900 megawatts. We want a reactor that can produce from 1000 to 1200 megawatts. Just as he was explaining, claps resounded in the experiment chamber. Adam looked at Magnus and gave a thumbs up. This made him stand up and clap too. It's done, they reached 500 megawatt target. Congratulations, Bobby. It seems the morning papers will be full of your praises. Magnus shook his hand. After all, without Bobby pushing for all this and getting all the right people to work, this would have been successful. They all moved down to see the whole reactor unit themselves, or at least the part that could be seen. It sure was very noisy, however. Adam walked to Magnus and shook hands. Thanks for the help this morning, son. Your trick was of great help, I'm sure we would have destroyed the machines otherwise. He shrugged, I just told Adrian to do it, and it's Rag you should thank for providing the liquid luck. Bobby was excited as soon as he found out about this. Whoa, so this is why all the scientists were stumbling upon flaws in the hardware and software all this morning before the test. Tell Rag I will pay him to keep making these potions. I will use them before all major tests. Adrian too desired it. Yes, it will help with making the AM engine. You know what, I will fix an appointment for you two with Rag and Sev, they make the best potions. I am going home now, Emma can go into labor at any moment, I want to be there. Oh, Bobby, your mum called me and asked me to find you a good girlfriend. Magnus was ready to leave. Go, son. Emma needs you. I will handle things here. Adam pushed him, knowing how important this was. Bobby, red-faced, ran to walk with him. The hell, she did that? I thought she was kidding with me yesterday. She's not wrong, Bobby. If the last one turned out bad, that does not mean all are bad. You just learned a lesson. Never date a celebrity, they don't tend to be very smart. Find a girl with a passion for science. You need to start dating, do it for a few years, and if you like her, ask for marriage. Magnus advised him from his experience. He gave ample time to Emma after all. Sighing, Bobby stopped. I guess you are right. I will be turning 24 soon. See you later, I will head back. It was currently November of 1984 starting, and Emma was given the date of somewhere in the middle of November. The three gremlins were planning to head to Hogwarts earlier, but since their 11th birthday occurs on December 25th, they were still not considered for school. This meant they'd go to Hogwarts in 1985 when they would be just 3 months short of their 12th birthday. It was a nonsense rule, but Magnus didn't change it just because he wanted it. Besides, this gave them time to witness being aunts and uncle. Chapter 471. The next day's newspapers were filled with flattery about Bobby, future tech, and various other scientists. Magnus had used his vast network of media groups to promote nuclear fusion and tell all about how much safer it is than the current model of nuclear reactors, all its benefits, and how it's harmless even if it's right beside your house. But he was not worried about any of that as Magnus was at home, feeding Emma some apples. I look fat, don't I? I'm ugly now, am I never going to look good again? Emma started crying. Magnus rolled his eye and pushed a slice of apple into her mouth. This was an everyday scenario, the mood swings were always there. Come on, you are as fat as any other pregnant woman. And don't you see, Mum? She gave birth to me and 3 more and still looks pretty. Don't worry, once the baby is out, you will get regular messages and instructions from Grandma Martha. I assure you, you will be as pretty as ever. Can we have another baby? What if our daughter feels lonely? Emma asked suddenly. At least let the first one come out. I'm sure you won't say the same thing once you are pushing her out. He said. What are my favorite couples doing? Grace returned from her office and sat beside them. Just spoiling your son's wife. She's going crazier by the day, Magnus told her. Emma pouted and hugged Grace's arm. How can you be so rude to your wife who is about to further your bloodline? See, Mum, Magnus so bad. Grace bonked Magnus on the head lovingly. Apologize to your wife. Magnus held Emma's hand. Fine, your majesty, tell me what you need from this humble slave of yours. Polish my nails please, oh, bring the fragrance perfume too. She demanded with no shame at all, prompting Grace to laugh louder, remembering her days of pregnancy. Magnus, in defeat, did as asked. Funny to think he was not alone. As he sat on the ground beside the couch working on Emma's nails, Clementia and Aurelia sat behind Magnus and worked on hair to form 2 ponytails. Maximus was tucked beside Grace and reading a book by himself. Ah, she moved again, Emma exclaimed, this time in pain. Magnus quickly stopped to check on her. If it persists, tell me quickly. The delivery room is ready already. Oh, you're such a wuss, I am just, not fine. Quick. It's happening. She started screaming all of a sudden as the pain started to kick in. Magnus quickly lifted her in his arms in a princess carry. Clementia and Aurelia also got lifted as they held onto his ponytail. He apparat from there into Martha's prepared room. In an instant, Martha appeared. She simply waved her paw and all-important instruments started to fly around in the room. Disinfect yourself first and send the kids out. This was when he realized the 2 girls hanging by his back. He quickly apparat and put them beside Grace. He returned and held Emma's hand. Is it going to pain? Yes, but not as much as Muggle's method. With the use of magic, I can easily help push the baby out. She just needs to keep pushing even if it's just slightly. Martha instructed and started waving her cute small paws over Emma's stomach. Push, Emma, push, you can do it, Magnus cheered her. Oh, shut the fuck up, this is not the time for this generic Quidditch crap cheer, just let me hold your hand tight, argh. I'm not a weak woman. She growled in firmness, holding back the pain from overtaking the mind. Damn, I love this girl, Magnus thought to himself and let her clench his hands as tight as she wanted. It helped her to push as Martha helped with magic. Do you still want another baby? He asked her teasingly. She glared at his face and looked him in the eyes. There was a feeling of craziness in her eyes for some reason. Yes. I want more. But let's wait a few years first. You are one crazy woman, fine. Now push. Just a little more, Martha voiced. In a matter of 2 more minutes, the wailing voice of the baby resounded as Emma's head fell back on the pillow. Martha quickly waved her paw and cleaned the baby, then wrapped a soft towel around before handing it to Magnus. She is one beautiful girl, dear. A mix of both of you, Martha commented. Finally, Magnus took the little girl in his arms as carefully as he could. He looked at her face, her eyes, she did the same. Some sort of a connection appeared and they remained unmoved. She had a cute round face, her eyes seemed to be gray like Emma's, but her hair was a lighter shade of silver blonde, borderline entirely silver. Magnus brought her to Emma. Look, she's so beautiful. Certainly going to break hearts of thousands of men when she grows up, and eye their legs. Emma took her in arms. Martha had already used magic to clean Emma off the sweat. The room, and she looked as if nothing ever happened in there. She too formed some sort of a link between her and the baby. I hope Ragnar has a good name for her. I should tell them and bring them over. I'm sure Mum and the rest are gathered outside, Magnus suggested and walked to the door. But the moment he looked he saw various faces on the small glass panel on the window, trying to look inside. He chuckled and opened it. Everyone, please come in. A new member of the family has arrived in this world. Grace entered like the wind, and before he completed she was with Emma. Of course, she was the most worried, knowing how complicated pregnancy can be. One by one, they all saw the baby girl and praised her looks. The little one was also amazed at and curious seeing so many different faces. Then finally, Ragnar came with a paper in hand. I have come to announce the name I have selected for this little angel that I shall protect with my life. Magnus and Emma giggled at the theatrics, but they had no doubt Ragnar would indeed protect her with life. Magnus entertained. Speak then, Rag. Ragnar walked closer to the bed and lightly tapped the girl's forehead. Hee, cute munchkins. Okay, after great thought and planning, I was able to select a few names that shall mean both strength and wisdom. But, sadly, most of these names were dominated by male ones, all except one. It is a name famous around the world, yet not many have it. It is a name that has a history longer than all nations and religions of today. I proclaim her, Athena Grant Emery's Pendragon, the goddess of war and wisdom. Beauty with a brain and strength to destroy nations. Welcome to the world. Ragnar announced the long proclamation, but the moment the name was spoken everyone paused and digested it. Everyone who knew about this name thought about it and alternated looking at the baby and Ragnar. Slowly, they started nodding. I love it, Emma gave her seal of approval. All that remained was Magnus. I approve of it as well. Athena is the most intelligent and wisest of the Greek gods. She was also good at war strategy and giving heroes courage. Athena's special powers included the ability to invent useful items and crafts. She supposedly invented the ship, chariot, plow, and rake. Yes, our little Athena too shall achieve glory, but wait, does that make me Zeus? Ugh, I don't go around mating with women dressed as animals. Magnus was disgusted with himself. Ragnar laughed loudly, but you sure can do with Animagus, Wahaha, you can also call lightning. God, you truly are Zeus. No, I'm not. Now shut up or my Athena will get scared, he turned back to his girl. Ahahaha, now I can't take the images out of my mind. Ragnar was laughing madly. Grace and Adam were holding their laughter, the little ones were confused, Granny Martha was about to bonk. Bonk. Bad manners, don't be horny, Ragnar. Find a girl. She scolded him. Chapter 472. Boom X 100. Soon, gun salutes resounded across the United Kingdom as a board was placed at the gates of Buckingham Palace announcing the arrival of a baby girl to King Magnus. The girl's name was Athena and the mother and daughter were safe. The country went into a frenzy as this made it clear that the next heir will most likely be Athena, a woman. People were dying to see the royal princess, but they would have to wait. Magnus was not going to take her out of Camelot anytime soon though. USSR. Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev had taken power as the General Secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union with secret hands making sure it happens. Magnus selected this man just for one of his values, he was a dumbass. As expected, Gorbachev initially adhered to Marxism, Leninism, although he had moved towards social democracy. This just meant that he went from being dumb to dumber. He was unable to handle the pressure that came his way from all states within the Union. Each wanted something and were threatening to hold their own elections if nothing was done. USSR was on the brink of bankruptcy. How could he fulfill the demands? Hence he allowed elections with a multi-party system and created a presidency for the Soviet Union. It was a slow process of democratization and the fool didn't even know it was happening. Magnus sent his people to all member states to stir unrest in the political spheres and nudge Moscow into letting them gain autonomy. But each time they were threatened by military actions. However, it sure was taking away much-needed sleep from Gorbachev. All Magnus was waiting for the next was an opportunity, one when the iron is hot and the most vulnerable. The sickle and hammer will come down sooner rather than later and will be replaced with the wheels of capitalism with a pinch of socialist welfare schemes as the nation's poor were too poor. Athena was born on November 29 of 1984, the same date Thanksgiving was celebrated in the US. But the festival was not that big of a deal in the UK and Magnus didn't like that. So, he changed it by calling people to celebrate it like their cousins across the pond. After all, the day boosts the economy. After all, Thanksgiving acts as a nice mood starter for the coming Christmas. He was in Camelot with his dear family. All plans were cancelled, all meetings that needed to be done were to happen at Buckingham Palace. He was going to spend as much time as possible with his wife and daughter. Adam and Grace too were in pure bliss to become grandparents. Heck, Magnus even permanently moved Grace's parents from their home. They were too old and would soon pass away. It was better if they could spend time with their grandkids and great-granddaughter. Meow. Chad was interested in this new little potato that appeared out of nowhere. But he was not allowed to get too close to her. Chad, this is Athena, your new friend, okay? Magnus picked Chad and made him see her face. Chad nodded his fat head, MWA. Yes, she's beautiful. But she's too small to play, so wait a year, okay? He advised the good boy. Summer got the same lecture too. Duck was smart enough to not fool around, but he was very happy to get a sister now. Don't worry, Dad. You got me, I will protect my little sister at all costs. Duck proclaimed. Magnus patted Duck's nose. Of course, you will, I already know that. Now go to sleep, tomorrow you are going to help Granny Martha pluck berries. Ooh, I love berries, good night. Duck cutely rolled his tail around himself and went to sleep. He seemed like a mountain, a cute and kind mountain. Yawn. Emma yawned, let's go to sleep as well. He advised and helped the two reach the room. He put Athena in the cradle just beside his side of the bed. He wanted to allow Emma to have a good sleep to recover. He didn't have to sleep every day anyway, so he could afford all the crying. At night, she did cry a lot. This is what babies do, Grace had taught him and he had first-hand experienced it with his siblings. There were 3 of them after all, and only 2 parents. Hence, Magnus and Ragnar had to work hard too. But Magnus felt no frustration or irritation in taking care of her. Often, he would simply start talking to her about his problems, his dreams, and what he needed to do. She also liked seeing him speak, it seemed. A few days went by. Ragnar brought a small vial full of red potion. Give this to her, I have created this concoction for her immune system. This is basically the vaccine version but for wizards. After all, remember, wizarding diseases can be much deadlier than muggle ones. Magnus obliged and fed it to her. It was most likely sweetened, which is why Athena didn't cry when she licked it. Huh, take it all, my girl. This will help you get stronger. Oh, by the way, Rag, I need you to go and meet Bobby and Dad together. They want to commission you and Sev for a lot of lucky potions. Ragnar's eyes flash in greed. He was no less of a dragon than Magnus. Is that so? Nice, I have already automated the plant. But where the heck is Severus? Shouldn't he be here to see his best friend's daughter? Oh, you don't know. I think something is going on between him and Narcissa, although I don't think they have proposed to each other. I can see they like each other. Severus feels ashamed to tell her as he thinks that Narcissa would see him as a guy taking advantage of a helpless woman, while Narcissa feels he would feel she's a gold digger. So they are stuck, Magnus revealed to him. Ragnar licked his lips. Is that so? Then I guess I will go and give them a good push. When I send them to meet you, make sure you make a house elf call them Mr. and Mrs. Prince just to urge their inner feelings out. Okay, I am out. Ragnar arrived at Prince Manor to meet Severus. However, even after tearing apart his throat by shouting Severus' name, nobody came out. All except one little 4-year-old blonde boy that was too shy to stand face to face. What are yo? Oh, you are that little gremlin, ditto, right? Ragnar recalled. Draco, I am Draco Prince, my lady, who might you be? Ragnar's brows rose up and he looked behind himself. There was nobody except him. I is he, brain damaged, boy, I am a man, why do you call me a lady? Don't you see this long and thick beard on my face? I am a mighty Ouroboros. What is Ouroboros? Draco asked. Ragnar puffed his chest out, it's my house name, based on the symbol of infinity, a snake that eats his own tail. Draco remained silent for a while thinking of something, then he blurted, you eat your own butt? Come here you little. Where is your mum? Did she teach you no manners? Ragnar chased after him to tickle the hell out. Draco just giggled and ran around happily. But the real question was, where were Severus and Narcissa, and the bigger question was why the boy had Prince as the surname. Outside the Crab family house. Are you ready to do this? Severus asked Narcissa, his wand out, a stoic expression plastered on his face. Beside him stood Narcissa in her beautiful dark blue robes, her blonde hair neatly tied in a bun, but her face had a look of tiredness. I have to do this. Thanks for coming with me, Severus. Draco needs a mother, I can't let you die just like that, Severus replied without much thinking. That does not make me less grateful. Okay, who should go in first? It seems they are held up in there. She asked him as he was clearly the expert. Severus took out a badge from his pocket. It had the logo of a dragon that resembled duck in his roaring form. It was the seal of House Pendragon. I will move in first as I have the authority, you stay behind me. Remember, shoot to kill. They were given an ultimatum by the ministry and we have the permission of Lord Regulus Black. She nodded and stuck behind him, being careful of the surroundings. Severus moved closer to the main gate and blasted it open. He flashed the badge in his hand for all to see from their house. I am Severus Prince, the enforcer of His Royal Majesty, Wizard King, Magnus Grant Emery's Pendragon. Come out and surrender, you have illegally kept the money inherited by Narcissa Black from her parents. Go away, bootlicker of that mudblood king. We got the money legally from the line of succession from Gringotts, a voice came from inside the house. Severus sighed, understand this, Gringotts has revoked your rights since not only is Black family having a new lord but Narcissa is also alive. You have no authority, you disobey now, you get a bounty on your heads. He gestured Narcissa behind him to take her position. Severus repeated his warning, don't make me do it, your family only has 3 people left, one is an unmarried teen. So, it's your choice, I can bring you in warm, or I can bring you in cold. Chapter 473. Severus blasted through the door with a few confringo spells. He sensed someone and voiced, left. Narcissa immediately shot a charm to her left, hitting one man. Severus focused on his right on the other 2 wizards. Crab family had relations with Voldemort and a few of them were Death Eaters. Hence, now most of the family was dead, except the 3 as they were too far in the bloodline to be considered real crab. But, they didn't want to live, it seemed, and they were already on the watch list anyway. Whoosh! Trails of shining bright lights touched 2 bodies and soon groans of pain resounded inside the large mansion. Put down your wands, you don't have to die, Severus ordered. We won't let you take the money, we will die without it. They cried. I will kill you if you keep it. And get a job if you want to live, there is no free money. Severus, instead of waiting, started sending curses to knock them out. Let's go and get the money. He proceeded into the basement of the mansion. The Crab family had already emptied the vault in Gringotts in fear that the bank may decide something else later. This was why they came here, otherwise, the bank could have just issued them another key. The bank itself was under Magnus' command now, and it was much bigger and richer because it follows Magnus' economic and investment advice. Reaching the vault, they found stacks of gold galleons neatly placed there. Severus handed her expansion pouches and started shoving the money in them. Once done, they prepared to leave. So, what will you do with this money now? He asked her. I have not thought much about it. Maybe keep it in the bank and find a house. I've imposed on you and Miss Prince for so long now, she apologetically replied. Severus silently stared at her face as she was busy. You can stay if you want, mother likes playing with Draco and teaching him. I did give him my family's surname to not make things worse for him. I am extremely grateful for that. Draco having the prince as the last name is better than Black or Malfoy. But, I feel guilty now, I can't keep myself there, people will talk, they will talk about you. It will seriously bring down your chances of finding a date and move in life, Severus. She replied. Silence ensued. There were things in minds of both, but they did not speak. They needed a push, and shockingly, Severus' phone rang at that moment. It was from Magnus. "Brother, come to my place quickly, I need to show you something cute. Bring Narcissa as well. Ragnar went to your home, don't worry, he will keep Draco entertained. Magnus has invited us two to his place," Severus spoke. Narcissa was happy, "Really? Let's go then, I have not seen his daughter yet, can't wait to see how beautiful she is. Emma is after all the most beautiful girl I have ever met." Nodding, they apparat from there and arrived inside Buckingham Palace. Magnus would never allow anyone other than his family and Round Table members to come to Camelot. It would put security at risk. As soon as they entered the living room, they found Magnus sitting on the sofa. On his table was Chad and another thing. "Oh, look, Athena, this is Severus and Narcissa, both of them are somewhat dense." Magnus turned his daughter on his lap. She was utterly cute and was wearing a panda dress. In her mouth was a honey pacifier. Her eyes sparkled as soon as she saw the two beings she had never seen before. Narcissa rushed to see her. "Ah, she is so adorable. Athena? It's a beautiful name. Severus, come here, look." Magnus allowed them to hold her. As if trained beforehand, Athena hugged Narcissa's chest first, turned her head towards Severus and extended her cute little hand. Severus instinctively gave her his hand. She held his finger and started nibbling on it as all babies do. This made both of them come close to each other and stand still. Ketchak. Magnus clicked a photo. "This photo looks so cute, I will send you a copy later." "Oh, you must be hungry, Bill Py. Come here." The house elf in a nice butler suit and a nice oiled mustache appeared. He bowed first. "What would you like to have, Your Majesty?" "Orange juice, and ask these two too," he ordered. Boopy turned to face the guests. "Mr. and Mrs. Prince, what would you like to have?" This made their faces go red in an instant. Magnus scolded Boopy falsely. "No, Boopy, they are not dating, yet. Go and bring them orange juice too." It all went as per the plan. Narcissa and Severus took seats. Athena kept nibbling on Severus' hand, so Narcissa had to sit close too. They indeed looked like a couple. Soon enough, Emma joined and they talked about normal things. Magnus didn't push things too much, they had probably gotten the idea by now. Magnus just made sure to make them realize that the people around them already saw them as couples. They already had enough sexual tension going on between them. Later that night, Narcissa and Severus returned home. Draco was already asleep as Severus' mother was there. Ragnar had tired the boy by running behind him. In the cold weather, they stood in front of the fireplace in the living room. "Good night. If you need any help packing then tell me." Narcissa nodded. "I will. Thank you for everything, Severus. If you ever need help, just tell me. Even if I can't do much, I will do everything possible." Severus took a long breath and blurted his response. "Then I want you to stay here, let Draco play around, let my mother be happy. I want you to continue to help in my experiments. You are an amazingly smart woman, so. But if you feel restricted being here then you should go," he added. Narcissa stepped closer to him. "You have been so kind to me. Don't you feel I am taking advantage of you? I don't see myself handing out money to you. You never asked for it either, you work and get paid a normal salary. You living in this house is as good for me as for you. So no, I don't feel that way." Severus answered. "What if I want to stay here forever?" she asked, now basically standing so close that there was just an inch separating them. She had to look up at his face. Severus looked into her blue eyes. "Great, then we can grow old together." However, just as he said that, he realized his words could mean so many things. Fearing, he tried to add more, "I meant that I." But all of a sudden Narcissa got on her toes and kissed his lips. Severus held her waist and pulled her closer. "Are you sure?" She nodded her head. "I've been contemplating for a long time, I thought you didn't like me that way. I thought you'd take it wrong if I tried to get closer this way," he said. Both of them sighed, they had been fools. Narcissa kissed his lips again. "Will your mother be okay with this? I am someone with a son already. She's already lost all hope I'd marry and find someone, and she likes you a lot. I think she will jump in happiness," he replied. She kissed him again and asked, "I already have a son, won't you feel strange about that? That he's not your blood, and what happens when the family grows bigger?" To this, Severus lifted her in the air by the waist and kissed her lips. Did I not give him my last name? Having fought blood supremacists all my life, blood is the last thing I believe in, Narcissa. All that matters to me is if you are okay with having me. I am a boring man, you know. No, you are a caring, thoughtful, strong and intelligent man. I do not understand how and why you never had another girl in your life, but I feel lucky to get to know you. Thank you for everything and, feeling this way about me, Severus. She hugged his chest tightly. She could feel his heart beating very fast, the same was her situation. She was so scared about confronting this feeling about him, scared that even this friendship will be lost, but she took a leap of faith after hearing him. The two stayed silent, in each other's embrace. The day was cold but not anymore, as the warmth of each other was more than enough. They silently promised to themselves. You don't ever have to worry about anything, Narcissa, I will be here for you. I will never let you feel alone ever, Severus. I will always stand by you, forever. The feelings that had been held locked for more than a year were now out and ready to bloom, washing away both Narcissa and Severus' life's gloom. Now, among them, only one certain guy was left with no partner, but finding a partner was something he didn't even bother to do. Camelot. Quade, Chad, I told you so many times not to sit on my face when I sleep. I dreamt of a fat woman sitting on my face and choking me, Merlin's tits. Go away. Ragnar was, as always, messed up in the head. Chapter 474. Snoring. Knock knock, Rag, get up, you said you will take me shopping today. Grace knocked on Ragnar's door. Grunting, Ragnar woke up, throwing away Chad from his face and opening the door. Yes Mum, just give me a minute. What is this? Why? You have so many tattoos on your body. Grace took a step back in shock. Ragnar was just in his pants, revealing his tattooed muscular upper body. He sighed, I told you I will get more tattoos. They make me magically and physically powerful. You want to see how amazing it is? Look. Ragnar held his door's handle, which was made of metal. He then twisted it like noodles, entangling it in itself. Grace seemed interested and checked. It was really metal. Amazing. Can I also have these tattoos? Nope, only wizards can have them. That's how they work since we absorbed magic from our surroundings. I will give a few to Aurelia, Max, Clem and Athena later. This is going to be our family's secret for generations to come, a way to make our wizard descendants stronger than the rest, he revealed. This is amazing, dear. But, please don't tattoo your face too, it will make you unmarriageable, she requested. But Ragnar didn't give a straight reply. Just a second, I will be back. He took her to the mall. They didn't hide their identity this time, Secret Service was there around them. People would scream their names and greet them, they'd just wave hands. Holding Ragnar's arm, she secretly pointed to various girls. Oh look, she's so pretty. Ah, that one has red hair, and that blonde, what's your preference? My preference is a woman who can swing a sword, shoot an arrow, read, write and think like a well-educated princess and has the courage that would put men to shame, and she must love my awesome beard and hair. He rambled his demands. This made Grace sigh in defeat. God, how will I find such a girl for you? It's impossible, and what's with your fetish about beard and long hair? Ragnar stopped. Come on, Mum. Look at me, don't you feel I look handsome and more manly? He was taller than her. She looked up and down and nodded. To be honest, yes, your rugged look suits you. But no woman in this modern world will like that. Especially a prince. This isn't medieval times. Ragnar got sad. True, one woman I enjoyed being with was Viking from old time. Poor Freya. Forget it, Mum. If there is a woman like that, I'll get her. What do you want to buy today? He led her to shops. Cute clothes for your siblings and my lovely little granddaughter. Grace chirped. The year 1985 went by as Magnus tried to change the world and untie it. This time his focus was on religion, a very sensitive topic. He could not outright ban it as that would be against basic human rights. Rather, what he wanted to do was make it progressive so that they all can coexist with other religions. Christianity was not a problem as the different branches were already pretty tolerant of each other. One Christian does not ask the other what branch he follows, they just pray to Christ and God together. Hinduism was easy to solve with his absolute power. After talking with a lot of people from Nepal and India, he found that all problems start and end with caste. There were no different sects, but rather different castes, one above another. Hence, the simple way was to delete this part. In short, all caste and its mentions were removed, all caste-based uplifting schemes for people were turned into schemes based on income and poverty. Then there was Buddhism. Magnus didn't have much problem with them, all the violent elements were in Myanmar and some in Sri Lanka, they were easily dealt with. Myanmar's dictatorship was removed by Magnus just before uniting Korea. These religions were rather pushed to be more acceptable to other religions. Then in the end came Islam. King Faisal helped him in this aspect. Uniting this religion was extremely hard because it was spread far and wide and each region had a different interpretation of it. Hence, his method was to find a guy from humble beginnings, make up a religious scholar, fund him and promote him in all ways possible to grow in fame and preach his unified and peaceful version of religion. The first to flock to him were the rich, open-minded ones. Saudi Arabia accepted the scholar soon after. This then started a chain reaction. Magnus however made sure the man was under his control as it'd be a disaster if he revolted after gaining so much following. In the end, all Magnus wanted was to prepare humanity for space. In space, he didn't want any religious divide as that would make a mess of unimaginable proportions in the long term. Just imagine planets with each having a different religion and religious wars between planets. It was a scary thought. Camelot. Big brother, how do I look? Clementia asked Magnus, wearing her Hogwarts robes. He patted her head, you look as pretty and cute as always. I'm afraid I will have to warn the boys to stay away. She giggled and fiddled with her wand. Aurelia and Maximus soon appeared too, showing off their dresses. They had truly grown up into fine kids. But, they were lucky to be going to school at this age, as he had brought some changes to school rules. According to it, on the last weekend of each month, kids were allowed to go home through the school port keys. Of course, many kids came from an abusive environment, they were not sent back and instead they would get movie nights. The choice was totally up to the kids if they wanted to go or not. After all, 11 is a very small age and kids need their parents for guidance sometimes, or often they feel lonely. Hogwarts' large castles were not very cozy in all honesty. Magnus had missed his family too in the starting days. This was also a reason why Clementia was not against going to school anymore. You got your letters. The only remaining part is a pet. Why didn't you get one? Magnus asked them. I will take Summer with me, Maximus said. I will take Chad with me, Aurelia added. Their eyes turned to Clementia then, she had a pet too, it seemed. I will take Fox's son. He's a big boy now and wants to play in Hogwarts. This was not a surprise to Magnus as he had sent Clementia to Camelot a long time ago because of her social anxiety. She had befriended every animal on the island. Good, then you all need to head to your rooms and revise the first-year spells. Remember, you all have me to teach you, this means no matter what problem you face, just ask me and I will help you be best at it, he advised them. It'd be a shame if Magnus' siblings don't do good. Oh, I have a problem with potions, big brother, can you help me? Aurelia asked suddenly. Haha, of course, dear. But Ragnar is the world's best potioneer, he can help you better than me. So if it's potions, go to him. Ah, look. I need to go to the office, see you later. He kissed all their foreheads and left, sweating at the same time. Something major was happening in USSR. Chernobyl nuclear power plant, near the city of Pripyat in the north of the Ukrainian SSR. A safety test on the steam turbine of an RBMK-type nuclear reactor was to be conducted that day. It was a simple task, not involving any major expertise. But, one mistake happened, however, the test was to be conducted quickly and unluckily was scheduled just after the shift change. The men that came to the shift had no idea about the test being conducted. Comrade Anatoly Dyatlov, the deputy chief engineer of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, was drilling his staff and ordering them around in his usual narcissistic and egoistic manner. He ignored all warnings from his staff. Boom! The blast occurred all of a sudden, ripping out a segment of the building and exploding the glass windows in miles around it. The fiery cloud of the explosion made a spectacular show, going so high it lit up the city nearby. But as beautiful as it looked from afar, it was equally deadly inside. Comrade Dyatlov knew what happened but refused to believe it. The core exploded, I looked right into it. Even when these words were spoken by a man with melting skin, he refused to believe. A disaster of unimaginable scale had occurred and the night was only the start. But the bosses in Moscow had no idea they had dug a grave. Now the dragon will come to feast on their misery, for their misfortune was someone's fortune. Chapter 475. Hogwarts, Scotland. Severus Prince was much happier than he had ever imagined himself of being. He finally had a special someone in his life, and it was unbelievable who it was. Narcissa was 6 years older than him. At school, he noticed she was amazingly beautiful, but he never saw her with eyes of interest, for he only noticed Lily. But now, he started to realize what an amazing person she was and how all she faced was something she didn't deserve. She was dumb and brainwashed by her family into believing that purebloods are gentlemen. But now, she truly saw what a gentleman is, and it has nothing to do with one's blood status. They were still getting to know each other, and it was wonderful. Sitting by the fireplace, playing with Draco, holding each other closely. They never took the next step as both were scared of rushing it too much. They first wanted to make sure that both felt the same about each other. However, today, he was called to Hogwarts by Professor Dumbledore for something important. "Severus, it's good to have you back in school. Today, I called you here for a task of extreme importance. I believe that I have grown far too old to continue being the headmaster here, and I wish to let you take my position. The school needs a young blood, and you have it all: talent, the right mindset, and above all, good contacts." Dumbledore dropped the bomb. Severus was not expecting this at all. Why now? "I think I need to be at least in my 50s before I reach this position." Dumbledore shrugged. "To be completely honest, you are wiser for your age. Another reason is that Magnus' siblings will be entering the school soon. I don't have the energy to deal with them. I have heard how chaotic they are. So, I wish for you to be the headmaster here. I am going to retire now. It's been decades since I've had a vacation." "Let's celebrate this occasion then." McGonagall arrived with a party hat and put it on Severus' head, then handed him a small pudding. Dumbledore happily popped confetti and posed with a smile. McGonagall clicked the photo, but Severus' face looked gloomier than the day he was called Wap Boy. "Ketchak. Huh, it's done. Son, make sure you look after the school correctly." Dumbledore patted his shoulder. Then he picked up his suitcase. "Make sure you decorate the office as you please. It's better to do so, as it will be your half-home for the foreseeable future. Now, take care. If you ever need help, then just call me." Dumbledore jumped straight out of the balcony and disappeared. Severus was left standing, the hat still on his head and the pudding in his hand. What did just happen? McGonagall chuckled. "It's okay, he's dying to go and see Magnus' daughter. He said he wants to give gifts to his great-great-great-grand-niece or something." "Is this real?" he asked again. "Yes, normally I'd be the one taking the position, but as he said, I don't want to deal with more Pendragons. Just one was a pain in the back. I want to remain in the Falkland Islands, Hogwarts, and manage it." "Congratulations, by the way," she chirped. Back in the Muggle world. As soon as the world heard about what happened in Chernobyl, all nuclear scientists went into a frenzy. This was the first ever nuclear disaster of such intensity after Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Unlike in controlled nuclear tests, here they had an example of what happens when common people are exposed to long-term radiation. Initially, nobody in the world knew about this disaster. However, when reports came from many European countries that they sense radiation in the air, the world got alerted. Magnus had his agents working in USSR. They all went straight to see what was going on at Chernobyl, and when the report returned to London, it was juicy, to say the least. Magnus quickly called a meeting with Order of Merlin. "Listen up, this is an opportunity that will never come our way again. USSR has finally messed up. A nuclear reactor has exploded. Yes, I know, a few of you are scientists and feel it's impossible. Trust me, I am shocked too, but it has happened. Now, from my spies on their central committee, I have learnt that under the now melting core, there is a giant water tank. And if the core reaches the tanks, there will be an explosion of 2 to 4 megatons. That's instantly destroying everything in a radius of 30 kilometers. This will happen in 42 to 72 hours. It will also destroy the remaining reactors, and all the radiation will destroy Ukraine and Belarusia, home to 60 million people, and devastate the entire Soviet Union, especially the eastern side, all the way until Poland and East Germany. We are talking about contamination of land, water and air. Yes, Soviets have truly fucked up." Magnus briefed everyone while showing images of the disaster taken from spy satellites and wizards. Adam at that asked, "How much radiation are we talking about?" Magnus sighed. 15,000 Roentgen an hour. Twice more radiation than the bomb dropped on Hiroshima. It's been 3 days since then. This means 144 bombs and counting. Everyone in the room took a cold breath and gulped. This was a giant man-made catastrophe. But Magnus was not going to be easy on the Soviets. This incident has given us the perfect opportunity to promote fusion reactors, since it can never have a meltdown or a blast like this. Besides this, I am trying to create a situation in which the Soviets have to ask me for help. The moment I enter the nation, I will initiate the takeover. They need tons of boron and sand, I have tried to restrict their access. Not to mention, just now they are trying to send 3 men inside the water tank's control chamber, to their deaths, so they can allow them to empty the tanks. I will not allow this. They must beg me for help and invite me, as not even the strongest of their wizards can handle this mess. So you will enter the reactor and deal with the core? Adam asked in concern. Yes, Dad. I can do it with my power. It will take a tad bit more than a normal wizard's strength, but I can do it. We must do it to bring down the Soviet Union and bring it under our control. Magnus replied. But deep inside, he was sighing to himself, I hope this amount of magic won't hurt me too much. What are your orders next? Adrian inquired. Please be on standby with our coup department. Make sure all impersonator experts are on standby. I would ask them at any time to kill certain key Soviet officials and take their memories and position. Don't worry, I have support inside the Union too. He ordered. This was basically the end of the Union, and nobody even had a clue. The meeting was quickly adjourned and they returned to work. Adam headed straight to various media channels to give interviews about what this disaster meant and what the future of nuclear energy looked like. Chernobyl. 3 men were sent inside the water control room. It was already submerging with water and there was no light inside. Due to the radiation, even the lights they took inside stopped working. They were already condemned to death by just allowing them inside there. But the Soviet Union was ready to pay this price. However, Magnus would not allow this to happen. The 3 men were secretly cursed by one of Magnus' agents to fail this task. They soon returned, panting. We could not find it. It's completely submerged and we could not see anything, the lights don't work in there due to radiation. Vomit. Lagasov, the man who was responsible for scientific advising in this disastrous time, fell down to his knees in terror. This is bad, very bad. We need to evacuate. Calm down, Comrade Lagasov. We still have ways to deal with this situation, Vice Chairman of the Council of Ministers of the Soviet Union, Boris Sherbina, said. What now? The core can fall into the water tanks at any moment now. Everything we see around us will be decimated. Lagasov gloomily countered. This is our last resort. All things have failed, we have to ask for help from outside now, this shame is better than the decimation of the entire Eastern Soviet Union. It will affect entire Europe and Central Asia, and they will not sit easy until they have destroyed us if we allow this to go on. Boris Sherbina took out the Future Tech mobile phone. He connected with the president, Mikhail Gorbachev. It didn't go through. We will have to take the last resort. From the other side, a sigh came and the phone was instantly cut. USSR President Mikhail Gorbachev's office. Putin, you said you have met His Majesty before. I want you to ask him for help. Our wizard advisors have already revealed to us that only he's strong enough to deal with this much radiation. Mikhail Gorbachev asked his vice president. Vladimir Putin, a 33-year-old young and smart man, nodded, I will contact him right away, Mr. President. Chapter 476. Magnus' office. The phone rang. As he expected, it was from Vladimir Putin. First, he talked with Putin, then the phone was given to President Mikhail Gorbachev. Magnus spoke informally with him. Hello, Mr. President. I heard what happened in Chernobyl, truly a tragedy, I hope you can deal with it quickly with the least fatalities. If Mikhail Gorbachev had known that Magnus was behind many of his sleepless nights he would have vomited. But he tried to sound as polite as he could, Your Majesty, it's a pleasure to be talking to you. It's our first time but I believe that the USSR and the UK can be great friends. Of course, I know what my predecessors did, but I assure you, that foolery was his own decision. Magnus agreed, he was just playing, I feel you. It's better if we leave past mistakes aside and work on a better future. So, what can I do for you, Mr. President? There must be a reason you called me and not the Prime Minister. Please, Your Majesty, most of the world leaders know who runs the United Kingdom. But I did call you to ask for a favor. You see, the situation at Chernobyl has gone out of control. We have tried all we can, we have contained the spread of radiation for the time being. But, I am afraid that there is a water tank below the melting reactor core, if it's not stopped, an explosion that would make the nukes look like children will occur. Hundreds of millions will die and many generations will be affected. No human or machine can go so close to the core and solve this problem, my wizard advisor has told me only you have the magical strength to make a difference. So, with utmost respect and humility, I ask you for help. Mikhail Gorbachev sounded like he would cry at any moment now. It was true, for a man as proud as him, the leader of illustrious USSR, bowing his head to the Western power he so frowned upon was a shame he will never forget. But, in the worst of times, you have to be friends with your enemies. Magnus put his feet on the table and relaxed. So you want me to risk my life and go near the most dangerous object on Earth? I am sure we can come to an arrangement. Gorbachev already knew that this was not going to be a free service. But at this point, nothing was off the table as long as it didn't harm national sovereignty. Magnus directly put forward his demand. Mr. President, the USSR is the single largest nation in the entire world. You know, I have a particular interest in farming. I love living on farms and growing food. So I was wondering, how nice it would be if USSR could give me small peanuts. But you already own so much land in Canada, Australia, Zimbabwe and in Sahara, Gorbachev said. Magnus laughed. I think you have mistaken something. That land does not belong to me, Mr. President, it's the nation's land. What I was talking about was personal land, one with the deed in my name. I don't even want it to be in a prime location, it can be at any corner of the USSR, as long as it has 25% green unfrozen land, I am happy with any place. And how much do you want? Gorbachev inquired. Next what Magnus said made Gorbachev shit his pants. 83, 600 km/sq, that's all. It's as small as the size of UAE. It's peanuts compared to your nation's size. Not to mention, most of your country is uninhabited. Gorbachev gulped. This is too much, Your Majesty. Well, I don't want money, I got too much of it anyway. If you can give me this, I will happily come and help you out. Heck, I will erect a giant enclosure around the reactor to restrict the radiation in the area. It's a great idea, Magnus nudged him to accept. Gorbachev was the highest authority in the country, he could decide this thing if he wanted. The other thing was that he had no time, it was either this or let the Eastern Soviet Union be destroyed. Okay, I will give you personal land with the guarantee that it will not be used by your nation's military or any national activity. It will just be private farmland. Of course, not only that, nobody in the world will know this deal happened. Not as long as I am alive. Now that you have agreed, I will head to Chernobyl immediately, you prepare all the documents and meet me there. Have a nice day. Magnus put the phone down and laughed madly. Waha, fools, his downfall is already guaranteed, I'm just capitalizing on the opportunity. Good job, Putin, I will be sure to reward you, he said to himself and got up. Before that, he sent a batch message on the phone to all concerned people that the mission was on. Magnus used the portkit to arrive in Poland first and from there he operated to Chernobyl. He was quickly greeted by Soviet wizards who worked for the government. How much time do you have? He asked them. A day at most, they informed him. Next Magnus went to check the diagrams of the whole facility. He memorized the location of the core and the water tanks. Have your scientists been able to find out what even caused this explosion? Because as far as we know these types of reactors don't just explode out of nowhere. Magnus asked them. At this point, they started pointing fingers at each other. Finally, Comrade Lagasov spoke, we were preoccupied with stopping more damage from occurring, so we haven't been able to focus on finding the reason. Magnus scoffed, knowing your nation, the reason will probably never ever be known. Some high-level guy will probably try to save his neck and never let the answers come into the light. Are you doubting the communist spirit of the Soviet Union? Vice Chairman of the Council of Ministers of the Soviet Union, Boris Sherbina, voiced his displeasure at that. No, I'm just saying. It's not us who make gulags and who has a population still living in poverty that has to heavily ration their daily food. Action speaks louder than words, the UK and the US have gone leagues ahead of you folks. All that the USSR has left is nukes, that are as good as decommissioned banknotes. Anyway, I presume you have the documents? He asked. Soon after he was given the deed, it was from the Central Committee, saying that now Magnus owned more than 80,000 kilometers/square of land in the northeast of USSR, near Finland. It was good enough, Finland was a friendly country. Good, let's get over it then. Magnus flew into the air and headed straight to reactor number 4. He could fly now as he had taken this knowledge from a few main Death Eaters. Voldemort may have been an evil cunt, but he was one heck of a genius. He put a dozen charms on himself to protect himself from the radiation. There were many charms he was building for wizards to use when in space. His main goal was to create such a perfect charm that can allow a wizard to move around on the moon and in space without needing a spacesuit. He had a radiator meter strapped to his body. It would tell him how much of it was entering his charmed layers. If it was too much, he would abort the mission. But thankfully, it was non-existent. Besides, his aim was not to mess with the melting core, there was nothing he could do about that. It will take thousands of years to calm down and Chernobyl to become inhabitable. It was truly scary how much damage nuclear science could bring. This also made Magnus resolve to change the world and create some sort of safety net that can stop humanity from destroying itself. Back on the mission, Magnus first entered the water tanks and turned the valves to get rid of the water. The place was extremely hot due to the core. Once the water was removed, he was to create an enclosure of concrete and lead sarcophagus, followed by a large steel confinement shelter to prevent further escape of radioactivity. The whole process took him a few hours to do. He had to push himself slightly beyond the magic he was allowed to use, but in the end, the task was done. While Magnus worked here, things were going on across the Soviet Union. Meta was sending their agents and killing various big generals, party officials, and taking their place. Adrian himself went after Mikhail Gorbachev. Taking down the president of the USSR was the easiest way to make sure that the country falls into their hands. After his tiring work, Magnus officially announced he was returning to his nation, but instead he arrived in Kremlin. The dead body of Mikhail Gorbachev was still lying inside the office. Adrian, Putin and Putin's assistant stood there with a face of triumph. "Good job, everyone." He praised them. Putin was gleefully smiling, knowing what was to come now. He went ahead and sat down in president's seat. Magnus praised him, saying, "You did well with helping me bring down this corrupt regime, your work was valuable." "Thank you, Your Majesty. With me as your spearhead in the Soviet Union, I will help you bring peace across the world," Putin pledged to him. Magnus kept smiling, "Then it seems I should anoint you as my knight." Putin's eyes shined in the light, he quickly got up from his chair and kneeled on the ground. He felt very proud of himself that he schemed with Magnus for so long to get to this point, reach the highest position in the country. Magnus took out his sword Excalibur and put it on his shoulder. "Vladimir Putin. I, Magnus Grant Emery's Pendragon, anoint you as the Knight of the East. You worked hard, first as a KGB agent, then entered politics. You wished to become the president, so you came to me to manipulate me, while you secretly built your own base. So I sentence you to die." What? Arg. Putin, in disbelief, felt something pierce through his back. Magnus was not doing it. He looked back. Dmitri. Dmitri was Putin's most loyal assistant. Magnus sneered at bleeding Putin. "Did you really think I would allow a shrewd man like you to take this position? I would allow you to take control of the nation's nukes. I always knew what was in your head. You were using me and I was using you, but you just trusted me a bit too much." A man, Yuri was his name, an ex-KGB. "He works for me now. He told me that in this world of geopolitics, there are no friends, just permanent interests. With this, my interest in you ends. You are as valuable to me as garbage on the road. Your views do not align with mine. You are a man who trusts communists, but is a capitalist who wants to be a king. So, off you go like the French nobles." Dmitri pulled back the sword and let the blood gush out. Putin started at Magnus, eyes full of rage and anger. He wanted to kill him at this very instant, but strength was leaving his body. "See, curse you, to hell. If it means peace across the world, I will gladly take hell." Magnus kicked his body aside so he fell down. Soon, with loud grunts, he took his last breath. The Soviet Union had finally fallen. The mad thing was that no one even knew it. Without any loud noise, Magnus took control of the largest modern empire on the planet. "Adrian, take the place of Mikhail Gorbachev. We will later find a replacement. Dmitri, good job. You can move to get training from Meta. Gentlemen, I will take my leave." Magnus left through the apparition. Chapter 477. For the world, it was a day like any other. Nothing much had changed, and the announcement had been made that the situation in Ukraine was under control. But in secrecy, the entire world order had changed, and those who knew were only Magnus and his order. He had to call another meeting of the order to decide what to do next and how the Soviet Union will be slowly disintegrated with each nation becoming a democracy under Magnus' control. "So, how do you plan to keep harmony among them?" Ted asked him. Magnus had a plan for this, one that would ultimately serve to unite the planet. "It's simple. After the breaking of the Union, all nations along with Russia will join the European Union, all except those that are in Central Asia. A new Asian Union will also be made which will have nations from Central Asia, Southern Asia, Southeast Asia and Eastern Asia. With this, all countries in the world will be in some form of a bloc, the United Kingdom will be in each one of them because we are present everywhere. When the American Union is created, we will be there because of Belize. In Africa, we have Zimbabwe, in Asia we have Brunei and in Oceania, we have many more island territories. One day, we will be able to unite all these unions into one Earth Union. He didn't know if this was the best way to go, but it was certainly better than most others. However, there was one thing remaining. But we still don't have full control over the European Union, Bobby said. We will have it soon. Everything is going smoothly. We don't need to rush now, all we need is to consolidate our control and focus on economic improvement. If the world is rich, the world will be at peace. Magnus gave each one of them some small duties and targets that they should work towards. Taking down USSR was a big thing and Magnus felt much at ease now, enough to be at home and spend some time with his daughter. Dia. Aw, I missed you so much, Athena, come here to Dad. Magnus ran to hug his daughter. Her birthday was coming soon, she will officially be 1 year old. She had started to crawl around and try to stand up, while also saying gibberish words. She loved Magnus the most and hated being away, hence whenever he was around, her throne was his lap. Magnus always made Emma feel jealous about it, but she didn't mind. Big brother. We're going to school tomorrow. His 3 siblings ran up to him. Their first year at Hogwarts was going to start the next day. For them, going through the train was the only option. Although Magnus had access to Portkey, he didn't want them to miss out on the whole experience. After all, the Hogwarts train was just for the theatrics, giving children a perception of how magical their world is, while in reality, it was more deadly. Still, Magnus tried his best to create Hogwarts as safe as possible. He has added a few codes of conduct and safety measures for various classes. He felt it was a bit dumb of Dumbledore to warn students about the Forbidden Forest but not about the dangers of Potion Lab. Are you 3 excited? He asked them. Yes. Yes. No. Only Clementia was not very interested in it. He could understand that meeting new people was anxiety-inducing for her. But quickly Maximus and Aurelia wrapped their arms around her shoulder. Don't worry, our little cute sister. We will always be beside you and if anybody bullies you, we will bully them 10 times more. Magnus nodded, good, that's the best reply to bullies. You bully them 10 times more until they learn their lesson. Bonk. Emma knocked his head lightly, what did you say? Are you teaching them bad things again? No, I am teaching that the world is not sunflowers and rainbows, they need to face all bullies strongly, shut them upon before they do something too stupid. At least that's what I did. Don't you remember Lucius? He defended himself. But you are forgetting something, there are no Death Eaters anymore. There is no Lucius in the school. If anything, these 3 are going to be adored by the Slytherin house because of the legacy you left behind. The parties are still held in their common room every month. Emma said, hugging Clementia. Magnus scoffed, like I'd allow them to bully my Munchkins. Not to mention, Severus has become the headmaster of the school already. He won't allow anything to happen to them. Hearing him, Maximus, Aurelia and Clementia's eyes shined. Maximus jumped, Big Brother Sev is the headmaster. Awesome. By the way, I heard that Sev and Narcissa are finally couples now. I wonder when they will get married. Emma wondered. It was true, not a lot of people knew that Narcissa and Severus were dating. The happiest person in all this was Eileen Prince, she got a grandchild out of nowhere. Magnus also found a point to tease Severus as he became a father. From this I remember, I need to pay him a visit. He's getting more and more late these days for meetings. It seems he's enjoying dating now. Magnus muttered. His meaning is clearly not meant for kids to understand. I forgot, Chad needs a trim, I won't be able to take him with me otherwise, Aurelia muttered and ran away to look around for him. Chad's ears were sharp and he had heard her, it was time to vanish for him. September 1st arrived. Magnus drove a big GMC luxury van to the King's Cross railway station. It had enough space to allow all of them to sit inside. The 3 gremlins were pretty excited about going, even Clementia. This was a new point in their life that was starting. He soon parked the car outside the station, put some charms on his family to avoid being recognized. They rolled luggage trolleys onto a platform infamous for being non-existent but a running joke among station masters. Okay, see that wall, just run straight into it. Don't wait. Magnus instructed his siblings. It was not their first time coming here. Maximus and Aurelia ran straight into it with much excitement. Clementia just slowly walked in. Following her, Magnus, Emma, Adam, Grace and Ragnar entered. Of course, little Athena was in Emma's arms, looking around with her grey eyes. Whoa! Maximus was gaping at the sight of the steam engine. But as soon as Magnus arrived and walked towards the compartment, everyone started splitting and giving way, while bowing their heads and giving nods of respect. He didn't know many people there, most were new parents. It was still a bit farther in the future for students of his generation to have kids old enough to send to the school. Magnus helped his siblings enter an empty cabin and put their luggage. It was very nostalgic to him. He remembered the first day, he bumped into Lucius and had a verbal argument, then found the cabin with Sirius, James, Lily and Severus. He shared his pancakes with his friends. You three, make a lot of friends, these will be the most memorable years of your life. If you ever feel the need, you know how to contact me. Take care. He kissed their foreheads and left the cabin. He stood outside on the platform with his family to wait for the train to leave. K.O. The train blew the whistle and the engine started to produce that thumping noise. The train slowly moved, hundreds of new life journeys started. Magnus and the family waved their hands. They could see the three doing the same from inside. They grew up so fast, he muttered. Dada, Athena tried to jump to his arms. He took her from Emma and hugged her tight. Oh, my cute little beautiful daughter. Please don't grow up so fast, I can't see you leave me and live in the school, filled with boys who will lust after you or I your money. Grace chuckled, now you know what parents feel like. My heart was so broken when you left for school, I still remember that day. So much has changed. It's like, the difference between our lives before I went to school and now is night and day. I am the king, I have a daughter, I am the strongest wizard. Sai, let's go, I have booked a table at a nice 5-star restaurant for us. He led his family out. Ragnar nodded and followed behind everyone else a bit later. True, life has changed so much. Where I had lost everything, now I have such a big loving family. He quickly ran beside his mother and held her arm. Well, whichever restaurant it is, it can never be better than the chicken Mum makes. Chapter 478. Maximus, Aurelia and Clementia looked out of the window. The train traveled through open fields and into the mountains. The view was amazing and it made them excited. They had never been to the school. Why is nobody else coming here to sit? Aurelia wondered. She wanted to make new friends. Maybe they are scared of us. Maximus wondered. Whoosh. Just then the door opened and a girl appeared. She seemed to be the same age as them and acted shy. They could hear murmurs of other people outside. The girl spoke. I am Barbara, nice to meet you and, can you help me get the book signed by His Majesty? You came here to get our brother's autograph? But we won't be seeing him until the month's end, but if you want, I can sign it. I practiced Big Brother's signature once, I think I am pretty good at it now. Maximus said. Thank you, there are 20 books. Barbara pushed forward a big stack. Aurelia smelled something fishy. I understand now, come here and sit with us. You don't need to listen to other people, I know they bullied you and pushed you to ask for this. I already hate them. She pulled the shy girl and sandwiched her between herself and Clementia. Maximus nodded. Yes, you can sit with us. Nobody will ever bully you then. Oh, by the way, Big Brother Ragnar and Magnus gave me lunchboxes full of pancakes and chicken. Making their first friend, they soon arrived at the Hogsmeade station. Hagrid was, as always, the gatekeeper of Hogwarts. Furs years, come here, the gentle giant walked across the platform with the big lantern in his hand. Whoa, is this the famous giant of Hogwarts? Big Brother Ragnar said he could nail a man to the ground by stomping on the head. Maximus was in awe of the beardy man. Hagrid heard him clearly. Wahaha, I don't harm kitties. Ye muse be the little gremlins. Magnus was talkin' haboo. He seems so nice, Clementia commented while she stood behind Aurelia. You must be Clementia. Now, get in line with others and follow me. Hagrid led all the kids to the boats. Then they rowed straight to the castle. As with Magnus, when the three looked at the castle lit up in light, they were in awe. But sadly, they live in Camelot and no castle was much more amazing than that. I bet our house can hold 10 castles like this, Aurelia muttered. No, I'd say 20, Maximus added. On the boat were the three and their new friend Barbara. She was wondering what house they were talking about since Magnus lives in Buckingham Palace and it wasn't even that big. What are you talking about? Buckingham Palace is not that big, she asked. Huh, we don't live there, we bam. Maximus instantly received a smack to his head from Clementia. She was a strict rule-following girl and remembered everything that Magnus taught them before coming here. Maximus looked down. I was saying, we have many more castles than just Buckingham Palace, for example, Windsor Castle. With awkward silence taking over, they rowed the boat to the shore. Soon enough, they arrived at the door leading to the Great Hall. There stood an old woman. Good evening and welcome to Hogwarts, children. I am Professor Sprout, the Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts, Scotland. Beyond this door is the Great Hall where each of you will be sorted into a house with the help of a sorting hat. Now, by law, I am supposed to inform you that each of you is allowed to ask the hat for any house if you are particularly interested in one. If you are confused, then let the hat decide. But it does not matter which house you go to, in the past they used to be very different from one another but now they are nearly the same. Now please follow me in. Professor Sprout led them inside. About 400 new first years were joining this year. This number was a lot more than previous years. The death of Voldemort and peace across magical Britain was a big contributor to it. Not to mention, now the United Kingdom was much bigger. One after another, kids started to get sorted. The names were called alphabet-wise. Aurelia was among the first 5. She skipped to the high stool, fluttering her long blonde hair and took a seat. The sorting hat tried to seem intelligent. But Aurelia had too much dirt on him. Big brother said you never bath. I hope I don't go bald because of you sitting on my head. Ah, another Pendragon. No, you won't go bald anymore. I was dry cleaned not long ago. The new headmaster is very strict and has obsessive-compulsive disorder. Sorting Hat said. Aurelia was angry. What do you mean by anymore? Did you make kids bald before being washed? I will tell Big Brother Sev about what you said. Aha, I was just kidding, sweet little dragon child. Which house do you want to go to? Do I have to say that too? So much for being a sorting hat, humph. I want to go to the mighty Slytherin house, the same one where my brother went. She demanded like the princess she was. Slytherin. Claps resounded from the Slytherin house table. Soon after Clementia's turn came. But as soon as the hat took place on her head, it started sweating, as if a dragon was looking at him from behind him, claws slowing inching closer. I do not want to be shredded to pieces for messing with you, child. Slytherin. Sorting Hat screamed, its voice breaking. Then after a long time, Maximus' turn came. He grunted, ugh, you stink. Of course, I didn't expect anything else from you. What's with all the blonde ones in your family? Slytherin, it announced once again. There was really not much of a question to be asked. All teachers and senior students knew that the prince and princesses of the Pendragon family would go to this house. Heck, they were already called Prince and Princess of Slytherin. Even the new friend the trio made decided to go to Slytherin. The ceremony took half an hour to complete. Then Severus walked to the podium where a mic stood tall with a golden symbol of a dragon on it. He was a bit different from Dumbledore. He was a fun and understanding guy but he would never be as frank. I welcome the first years to the school and the older students return. Albus Dumbledore has retired from the position of headmaster and lives his life in peace. Now the responsibility falls on my head. I will not just be the headmaster but also the potions professor of the school. If any of you ever face a problem with anything in the school, you can directly contact me. I wish you all wonderful times in school. Let the feast begin. He kept it short and headed back to take his seat at the dinner table. But he did notice 3 particular students at the Slytherin table relentlessly waving their hands at him and showing big smiles. He sighed and tried to ignore them. It was best to look impartial, after all. The next day, Charms class. Charms class was the first for them. Slytherin and Gryffindor were to take these together. There was still some rivalry going on between the two houses but it was not as toxic as before. Nobody was doing crazy pranks anymore. The new Charms teacher asked a question just to see the level of knowledge students had. Can anybody tell me what's the spell for levitating things? The professor looked at the kids. He already knew who knew the answer and who didn't by a look at their faces. He saw Clementia sitting with their backs straight, fully attentive and confident. After all, she knew the answer. Ah, Miss Pendragon, I mean Miss Clementia, do you know the answer? He asked. She silently nodded. Then please tell the class, the professor said. Clementia stood up confidently. However, just then anxiety kicked in. This was a problem many people with extreme anxiety face, they hate being the center of attention of people. Sensing so many eyes at her, all her confidence left the body. Her hands started to shiver and she looked down at the desk, IHW, why? She struggled to say it loud enough for people to hear. At that moment, a foolish Gryffindor boy decided to make fun of her. Huh, liar liar pants on fire, look at her, she clearly doesn't know the answer. So what if she's the sister of the greatest wizard, that status won't help you in school. A few chuckles were briefly heard in the classroom. The professor seemed to have the same thought, sit back, Miss Clementia, focus on the class, I will be teaching the char. Clementia was saddened, angered and frustrated. She wanted to speak, but words just won't come out of her mouth. 11-year-old and having extreme anxiety and being a magical empath, this made her tearful. This was unacceptable. You made her cry. Maximus jumped on the Gryffindor boy. Aurelia followed next. Bam bam, 2 punches went straight to his face. After punching the boy up, Aurelia went back to Clementia, use your wand to write the answer. Clementia nodded and waved her wand in the air. She wrote Wingardium Leviosa. Aurelia scoffed at the boy, see, she knew the answer. I guess some people just lack patience. I doubt you will ever achieve anything in magic with that attitude. Humph, Professor, I shall go to Headmaster's office with Maximus, we will be called there anyway. Headmaster's office. Severus facepalmed himself, ugh, it's just the first day. Chapter 479. So, you are telling me that some twat dared make my Clementia cry. Magnus sat in front of Severus in the headmaster's office. Severus sighed and facepalmed, calm down, Magnus. They are first-year students, you were a jerk too back then. But we never made a girl cry. Ah, my poor Clementia, Ragnar stood there too. You know, you are making my job harder than it's supposed to be. I have already addressed the matter, all teachers have been warned not to push Clementia and call her names, she's way smarter than any other first year. About that boy, Aurelia and Maximus gave him a good lesson. But I had to be impartial and I had to send the 2 to detention. Severus explained his side. He was already regretting taking this job. Yes, tell the teachers not to force her too much. Just ask her to write the answer or perform the spell if she knows how to. Never force her to do anything. If she doesn't like it here, I will take her back home and teach her myself. I got Dumbledore lazing around my daughter anyway. Magnus warned him. But Severus only focused on the last part, he's at your home now. He told me he had important work to do. Apparently, playing with Athena was important to him. The old man is happy though, so let him be. I will head back now. Don't be too hard on them. Take care, Sev. Magnus left. I will keep my sword sharpened. Ragnar too left. Camelot. With old man Dumbledore taking care of Athena from time to time, it left much time for Magnus and Emma to do other important things. Emma got back to finishing her suit and Magnus went to complete his various projects. She was building a suit that could help her assist Magnus in his various fights. It was her dream to stand beside him in all his problems and for this, strength was needed. She spent the remaining 1985 working on it. The year was 1986, Magnus was now less of a warrior and more of an administrator. He was playing chess and his job was to move the right pieces in the right places at the right time. Africa was still Magnus' major focus. It being a continent with a wide variety of problems, it needed his extra attention. In Ethiopia, a few provinces received record low rainfalls. This reduced crop production significantly and there were signs of famine looming across the nation. Dragon Services, which had 15,000 members working, with just 20% being wizards, was quick to notify Magnus. Magnus tried to make things as automatic as possible, he had limited time after all and could not always focus on all things. The United Nations was forced to create a giant food bank after Magnus took over the organization. According to this, the United Nations was to create giant grain storage around the world. Currently, large amounts of food storage were present in nations with high crop yields. The United States, China, India, and Russia were the top nations in this. Immediately, grains were sent to provide relief to Ethiopia. This had been done many times, whenever a nation is close to having a famine, food is sent. The United States did not get involved in the Middle East this time, they did not bomb Libya, they didn't enter Afghanistan. Heck, Magnus appeared to be the greatest and the most loved person in the whole region. He publicly made a meeting with the Soviet president, fake, and negotiated a deal so they retreated from Afghanistan. People in Afghanistan saw this as a win for Magnus. Not only that, Dragon's service had already promoted dozens of political leaders in the region, one of whom was later selected to run Afghanistan as its president while others were made governors of various problematic provinces. Al-Qaeda, however, was a very real thing. Pakistan thankfully stayed out of Afghanistan as under Magnus they were more focused on developing their economy and infrastructure. Although Magnus had made sure that the US and any other nation does not support the Afghan Mujahideen, the damage had already been done by the president before Harrison. Hence, it was time Magnus gave a visit to some dunderheads in the mountains of Afghanistan. He felt that he needed to deal with them as quickly as possible because toward the end of the Soviet military mission in Afghanistan, some foreign Mujahideen wanted to expand their operations to include Islamist struggles in other parts of the world, such as Palestine and Kashmir. This means that various smaller organizations similar to Al-Qaeda will be formed. This was unacceptable and dangerous to world peace. Magnus believed that the root cause of all problems and conflicts is a bad life. When people have no jobs, education or things to enjoy, they turn to religion and go a bit too deep into it. Then some leaders start interpreting things differently, basically creating their new school of thought. Violence was always easier to inflict than preaching peace, this has been seen throughout history. So, all these organizations will soon enough turn into extremist militias. Not only that, Magnus had recently called the leaders of Israel and Palestine to Buckingham Palace to make them accept a deal to resolve their conflicts. The United Kingdom will invest billions in both sides if they accept the deals. Duck, we are going to roast some bad men in Afghanistan, are you ready? Magnus mounted Duck. Oh, I know that place, it's very warm on day and cold at night. It's desert-like but very beautiful with mountains. Bad men live there. Duck remembered the place he visited during his personal tour. Yes, they do. They are hiding inside caves. I will need you to cook them right inside their caves if they don't come out. Okay. He instructed the boy. Aye, Dad. Let's go. Duck teleported and arrived in Afghanistan. Soviets had already left by now and most of the life had returned to normal. But a few trigger-happy chaps were still refusing to put down their guns as it was more exciting than picking the boring books of physics and biology. Tora Bora region, there were various mountains with cave systems that the Al-Qaeda used. Magnus had no idea where they were and it was impossible to hunt them inside. So he made Duck roar first and then spoke through a sonorous charm. The language used in the country was Pashto and Persian. He used Pashto because most of the Al-Qaeda was familiar with this. Listen up, rats. Come out if you want to live. I will wait 5 minutes, if you don't, then this dragon will spew fire into your cave system, burning you alive. He announced, still being in the sky. After truthfully waiting for 5 minutes, he ordered Duck to breathe fire into one of the cave openings. You asked for it. Rah! Duck didn't waste a second. The fire traveled like a snake, then got split, entering every turn and opening it could, burning all that came in its way. Loud screams of men started to come, followed by blasts of their weapons stored there. In a few seconds, some men came out running, some were burning and some were completely covered in fire. It was a gruesome sight to hold, but Magnus had seen worse. Duck, stop now. The good boy walked back to Magnus and stood behind him, as if showing that he'd kill anyone who makes a move on his dad. Who is your leader? He asked them. Then one man with a long beard and turban walked forward. I am the Emir of Al-Qaeda, Osama bin Laden. Well, Dus bin Laden, what is it that you seek by indulging in these activities? Magnus questioned him, of course, not answering was not an option. Laden's brows twitched, but he felt that the AK rifle in his hand that used to be no less than his lover was useless against the dragon. I am going to bring glory back to Islam. The Arabs have lost their way, they have become too soft, they need to follow the true law of the divine. Yawn, is that so? Then according to your idea, I should be running around the world crusading to bring glory to Christianity. Buddhists and Hindus should be using their armies to expand and subjugate. Shut your rotten mouth, I know what you are doing. You are useless illiterate fools who have nothing better to do and are tripping on power. You are murderers, rapists, pedos and whatever other bad things you can be. I didn't really come here to negotiate with you as I don't negotiate with terrorists. So, Duck, eat them. He loudly ordered. No. Dad, I never eat people, I don't like it, and he seems not tasty. I can roast him for my vulture friends though, Duck protested. But the goal was to kill, and kill he did. Osama and his followers melted like the worst wax ever made. Duck made sure not to turn them into ashes as he would let the vultures eat them. The men tried to shoot their guns, but they didn't even register on Duck's body. Rhea. Chapter 480. Killing terrorists for someone as powerful as Magnus was a piece of cake. The best thing about terrorists was that they rarely got the support of any wizard because they had nothing to offer. Managing the world, a new thing arose. The Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher, arrived at the palace to meet him. It was to talk about something highly important, she said. Your Majesty, she greeted him. Take a seat, Prime Minister. What brought you here today? He called for 2 cups of tea. Sir, we have received multiple requests from the Chinese administration about the handover of Hong Kong back to the mainland. We have tried to ignore them and reject their proposals, but they seem to have started to panic and threaten they will just lay siege to it. She briefed him about the situation in the East. The lease agreement ends in 97, right? Well, give them my one and final offer. Hong Kong can join mainland China. It will not be called British territory anymore, but it will remain a free market and will be administered by the Crown. It will hold no major elections and will be a special economic zone, a capitalistic port for East Asia to make money from. Then, in 2047, the Crown will completely give away control to China. They can do whatever they want. Of course, Chinese nationals can enter the region freely and work there until then. So can British nationals. Magnus wrote down everything on paper. They will likely not accept this, sir, Thatcher said. Magnus scoffed, who is telling you to give this to them? First, try to stall them, make them frustrated, then start throwing small pieces. After they start to become desperate, then propose this option. From what I understand, they want Hong Kong not because they care about the place, rather it's so their government can pat their backs and tell the people that, look, we united China, now only Taiwan is left. So, don't worry. What will happen after 2047? If we do this, won't they target Taiwan next? She asked him. Magnus smiled silently. There won't be any countries or borders in a few decades. What Hong Kong, what Taiwan. All are the same in my eyes, just a piece of land on the blue planet, stranded in the deep dark space, acting as a ball of a magnet. Don't worry about that, I have all that in mind. You can get them to sign an agreement for the terms I gave, with Hong Kong remaining a prospering region. We can develop the entire China and Southeast Asia, uplifting hundreds of millions out of poverty. He assured her. Yes, he wanted to develop China too. He knew that the land had immense potential to rival any other nation in the world. They had huge raw material resources and a big population. The only problem was the government. It didn't have its eyes set straight yet. N. It's the 80s, Magnus does not know about future China, so he is estimating the growth of China from the current scenario. Remember, the World Trade Organization was not established yet. Thatcher gathered her documents and left soon after. Next was the meeting between the leaders of Israel and Palestine. This was going to be a tough nut to crack for Magnus, but he had to. The region had already been stabilized, for the most part, only this conflict was remaining. 5 days later. Magnus welcomed the Prime Minister of Israel, Chaim Herzog, and Yasser Arafat, the chairman of the Palestine Liberation Organization. He brought them to the big meeting hall in the palace and first shared initial small talk. I wish that during this negotiation you don't let anybody other than the 3 of us be present. Not even your assistants. Today, I can guarantee that you will go home happy with a good deal in hand. I speak most languages from around the world, so don't worry about a translation. He requested them. They had nothing to fear as the world knew Magnus was meeting them. If anything happened to them, then that would bring much shame to the UK. So they accepted this request, and in the end, the decision rested in their hands anyway. Magnus started with letting them make their demands and offers be known to one another. Soon enough, the Prime Minister of Israel, Chaim Herzog, gave his offer. The first main part of the deal was territory, that if a new nation of Palestine was to be made, how much land would it have? To make it better for you to understand, imagine that Canada took over the USA. Then the Americans got divided into 2 factions, one holding in Texas and one in New York, both saying they should be the ones to represent the USA in negotiations for getting the land back from Canada. But Canada is confused about whom to take seriously now. Israel offered to form a Palestinian state initially on 73% of the West Bank and 100% of the Gaza Strip. In 10 to 25 years, the Palestinian state would expand to a maximum of 92% of the West Bank. The reason it could not be 100% was that a lot of Israeli communities had major settlements in the West Bank. It was impossible to move all of them. The smaller ones will be shifted though. In return, Israel was ready to give the remaining land in the form of another uninhabited part of Israel, so this meant, in the end, Palestine was getting 100% of the land back, just not all of the West Bank. The next topic was refugees and the right of return. Israel didn't make many compromises here. Magnus had to interfere here to make them agree, it's understandable. No nation wants its own demographics to suddenly change. It's like asking Saudi Arabia to allow millions of Christians to enter and then hold public offices. Don't worry, I will invest enough money in Palestine that it will become a high-income nation in no time. Next and the final topic was Jerusalem, a place that has seen more blood than prayers. It's a holy place for all three Abrahamic religions. Hence, Magnus accepted Israel's proposal. I agree, the United Nations will maintain Jerusalem, allowing all tourists and devotees to enter safely. It is better that it goes to no nation as that's what caused so many wars in the past. But at this point, Yasser Arafat, the chairman of the Palestine Liberation Organization, had a problem. He was already on board the plan as the world and he too respected Magnus for truly investing in the region, he is known to keep his promises. Even if I agree to the other 2 points, I don't know about Jerusalem. I agree it should be under an international body and not a nation, but the Arab world will not agree. Palestine is connected and supported by them, I cannot make a decision that will upset them. He said. It was an understandable concern. Magnus sighed and clapped his hands, let them in. Both leaders were alerted by Magnus' sudden call. They looked at the door as it opened. But soon enough, both had their jaws dropping to the floor. First entered King Faisal of Saudi Arabia with the President of the United States, Harrison Ford. Then entered the new leaders of Iraq and Iran, both walking side by side. Then came the Prime Ministers of Pakistan, Bangladesh and India, all walking together. Followed by Indonesia, Egypt and Jordan. Lebanon, Bahrain, Azerbaijan, Yemen, Afghanistan, Kuwait, Qatar, Syria, Turkey, and the UAE. Their leaders also entered. Then finally entered a man that was very famous these days, the man Magnus had helped stand up and take the lead as the true leader and teacher of the faith. A true promoter of peace and equality. Haytham Khalid al-Muhammad al-Aziz. The room in an instant became crowded, voices of all of them joking and laughing were clear. All of them were either true followers of Magnus on their own or were appointed by Magnus himself. Be it a Shia or Sunni, they were talking with smiles on their faces. This was a sight to behold, the world would go crazy if this photo was released to the public, and it will soon happen. Magnus got their attention, my friends, tell me, do you have any problem with Palestine and Israel letting Jerusalem be an international zone under the United Nations? Harrison Ford spoke first, I have no problem. In fact, I just passed a new bill in Congress to develop infrastructure in the underdeveloped Arab nations and also fund $300 million for the beautification of the whole Jerusalem. King Faisal barked, let me give some money too, Ford. You are not even religious, you're a wizard. I did take the oath of the president with my hand on the Bible, Harrison Ford replied. King Faisal scoffed, as slimy as always. I offer $4 billion for the development of the region. Magnus, it seems Emery's construction will be making big bucks soon. Magnus chuckled, don't worry, in the end, you all will profit from the development. Just like that, all nations pitched in money to develop the entire Middle East by the end, a total of $69 billion had been pledged. Magnus looked back at the leaders of Israel and Palestine who had gone silent this whole time. See, I don't think there should be any problem with you signing this deal now. Chapter 481. The deal was quickly signed between the two sides as the world had already given them their blessings. The group photo was clicked soon after. Magnus stood in the middle. On both of his sides were leaders of Israel and Palestine. But on Palestine's other side stood Harrison Ford and on Israel's other side stood King Faisal. This was a sign of unity. Heck, India and Pakistan stood just behind Magnus on the step. The only missing major power was the Soviet Union, but they were still not dissolved yet. The photo was the creation of history, the day the Arab world finally came together and joined hands. The entire Middle East was safe and secure after this. With everything under his control, there wasn't much left to do other than develop the world. The next day, photos were printed on the first page of all newspapers in the world and television channels were talking about it non-stop. All leaders from these nations with conflicts in a single frame, smiling and posing. This was an idea never conceived before. None of the so-called political experts had thought in their wildest dream that such a result would come out. And once again Magnus was at the center of it. How and why was not asked, they were told to be just glad it happened. But most people with some brain could see that the British king certainly held more power than the Prime Minister at this point. But who was going to complain about it? Nobody wanted to be eaten alive by the public for slander against their beloved king. As the nation was seeing good days, economic growth and development of visible infrastructure, people were happy with things as they were. In just a few days, Forbes magazine published their rankings of the most powerful people in the world. Magnus was at the top. The next came Harrison Ford, then Bobby, King Faisal and a few more heads of state that Magnus appointed. The president of the USSR got 10th place as his retreat from Afghanistan revealed he wasn't that strong. But at the same time, Times magazine published a special edition. Magnus' face was on its cover. It was a photo of him from his crowning, where he had the crown on his head. It was a close-up shot of the face. The craziest thing was, it was not titled Person of the Year, instead it was Person of the Century. Its small summary was similar to Forbes magazine. It read, with so many wins under his belt, his involvement and winning the Falkland War and his immense wealth from ingenious businesses, it makes him easily the most influential person to be born in this century. His words can make or break a nation, a single word from him can boost or bring down the stock market. He is nicknamed, Hand of Gold, for whatever he touches turns into gold. Uniting Korea, stopping economic recession in the UK with friendship with Saudi Arabia. Pushing back USSR, uplifting Bhutan, the Thai Canal and so many more. All these signify that Magnus Grant Emery's Pendragon holds influence like never before in human history. Camelot. Finally, Magnus had a lot of free time now. His daughter, who was about to turn 2, had already started walking and saying basic words incorrectly. Dada and Mama were normal for her now. Athena, look what I brought for you, your favorite lemon candy. Magnus lifted her in arms. She was the cutest little bundle of happiness. Always smiling, giggling, she rarely cried and was most of the time curious about everything around her. Did you miss me? He asked her. But in return she just rested her head on his chest as if hugging him, telling him how much she loves her dad. It filled Magnus' heart with warmth. All hardships were worth it. Do you want to go out and play with Duck and his friends? He asked her. But she didn't understand and he took her anyway. Duck was playing with his friends, Pebble, Gringotts Dragon, and Cuddles, Basilisk. The three were sitting together and playing with large round stones. The game was simple, each had 5 stones with them, then in front of them on the ground were 5 more stones, in the center of the ground was a small hole. They were to use their stones to throw them on the stones on the ground and push them into the hole. The one who gets the most stones in the end wins. FUU. Hey. Don't cheat, Pebble, I know you are trying to breathe fire to push the stones. Duck objected quickly. Pebble shrugged and replied in her language, you cheat too, I know your breath out from our nostrils. You guys are cheating. Cuddles the Basilisk was shocked and confused. The poor girl was the most honest person among the beasts on the island. Whoosh. What are you 3 doing? Magnus flew down between them. He patted all their faces first, letting Athena do the same. He expected Athena to be the most fearless wizard in the future, she grew up between such dangerous beings after all. Whistle. Stop, the game has been interrupted, we need to restart it. The voice was not new. Magnus turned to it and found one long white-bearded old man. Old man, what are you doing here? I thought you went to ICW for the meeting. He called Dumbledore out. Dumbledore shrugged and went to fix all the stones. I was going to, but then Duck invited me. How can I say no to him? I am in my retirement, less work the better. Dumbledore had truly retired, he had given up his Order of the Phoenix and Magnus had incorporated it into his Order of Merlin. On top of that, Dumbledore has taken an unbreakable vow to keep the location of Camelot a secret, and if he ever revealed then he will die. This is how he got to play with Athena. You lazy bum, I thought the ex-headmaster of Hogwarts would be more meticulous. And here you are, you even made Athena addicted to lemon candies. Anyway, I have come to play. Duck, gather the football teams, we are having a tournament today, he announced. Good Boy was on cloud 9 with that, yippee, he flew away to make the announcement. In no time, thousands of beasts gathered, from Nundus to cute hippogriffs and unicorns. But they were not all players, most of them were spectators. The teams were divided into a few. There was Team Duck, Team Pebble, Team Cuddles, Team Phoenix, Team Goblins, Team Centaur and finally Team Elves. Of course, due to different power scales, there were many handicaps placed on teams to level out their abilities. For example, Duck was denied from using his wings and tails because he was just too strong. Magnus and Dumbledore were going to be the referees. Soon, everyone wore their team jersey, it was just big shirts as beasts can't wear pants. The crowd gathered around the playing field, they started chanting and food also started to roll in. This was a sight that even the entire magical world would be too shocked to believe, forget muggles. When did you ever see a Nundu and Chimera sitting together and giggling? When did you see a unicorn and a dragon be friends? The order of nature was totally different in Camelot. All were friends here. But today, a new addition was made to this whole event. A new mascot was here, it was none other than the most loved kid in Camelot, Athena. She was wearing a cute bear dress and waving her arms, Aya, Aya, oh oh. Okay, let the game begin. Magnus threw the ball in the air in the middle of the field and whistled loudly. I am so proud of Magnus, he finally did it. I can already see the world being in much better shape than ever, Merlin said in the portrait with Arthur. The two had access to all magical buildings and wizarding schools around the world at this point. Arthur agreed, he even has a cute little daughter now. It seems our legacy has a future, our bloodline will not end. The world had forgotten about me but Magnus made them remember. I feel at peace now, Merlin muttered and relaxed in his chair. Arthur did the same here, my friend. I just hope he can live a long life now. Even after I know he's cursed by the same magic that made him stronger. Sigh, what a shit luck. Shaking his head, Merlin muttered his last words before dozing off, you know it, Arthur. Everything in the universe has a price. Sometimes it's just too heavy. Chapter 482. On Athena's second birthday, Magnus decided to inaugurate the British History Museum. There was a special section named Arthur Pendragon. In it, there was a big wall with a timeline of Arthur's whole life. There were various swords, crowns, armors and other artifacts. Heck, Merlin was also given a place but it was said that he was a warrior and a healer/chemist. He helped win wars with the use of chemicals. A replica of the entire round table was created with wax statues of all members sitting around it. Magnus tried not to add any mythical items but he did add things that would get the historians thinking about the past. Then there were segments as the time progressed, all the next kings and queens came. Magnus didn't hide the colonial past either and addressed it for what it was. There was no point in hiding it. He announced that all artifacts that were taken from colonies will be returned as long as they can assure that they will be taken care of and put in museums for people to see. After all, what was the point of returning if they will just be destroyed? Then finally there was a section for Magnus and his parents. There were wax statues of Adam, Grace, Magnus, Ragnar and Emma. Triplets and Athena will get theirs when they grow into adults. There were a lot of things that signified all the inventions Magnus and his family made. But many more were to come. Happy birthday, my dear Athena, Magnus kissed her daughter's cheeks. She giggled joyfully. All kids were together, it was Thanksgiving so the triplets were back as well. A warm little party was held in Camelot for her birthday. She was dressed in a cute white princess dress, with a little crown placed on her head. She looked more like an angel than a princess. Emma went crazy clicking pictures of her while others fawned over. There was not much they could give her as a gift other than toys. Ragnar, however, gave her a talking teddy bear who could recite her poems whenever she felt bored. He was probably one of the most creative members of the family. You three, how is your school going? I am not getting any complaints anymore. Magnus asked the gremlins. They tried to look away, hee hee, everything's fine, big brother. The Slytherin common room is so fun. There are so many photos of you all around the school. And there is a lesson in the history of magic about you, big brother. It tells how you defeated 1,000 werewolves and Voldemort. Clementia added, her eyes shining in pure pride she felt about him. Huh, that was such a long time ago. All right, no talk about school now. We are holding a competition for eating chicken and pancakes. Whoever wins gets a cash prize. 1986 ended soon. Magnus and his family continued their work with nothing new or major happening. Of course, every once in a while some news media house would post something they should not that could hamper the growth of the world, they would be put down. In the year 1987, one major thing happened. Magnus by now had a good control over Christianity around the world now. The Pope was his guy. Buddhists were also pretty much at peace, the Dalai Lama was brought into the fold. Hinduism was also controlled with the help of a few religious leaders in India and Nepal. Israel was a happy little Jewish place. Islam didn't have a focal point at this point, Magnus helped in that too. There was an organization called OIC, all Islamic nations were a part of it. The organization unanimously elected a new head, naming him Caliph. It was an old rank that was abolished a long time ago after WW1 ended with Ottoman Empire being destroyed. Caliph is the chief Muslim civil and religious ruler. In earlier times it was only supposed to be made with the authority of God. But slowly the rank became more political than religious. They elected Haytham Khalid al-Muhammad al-Aziz as the Caliph of Ummah. Ummah means Muslim world. The man would act as a focal point for Muslims around the world, he would lead them into a future full of progress, peace and prosperity. Magnus, however, had to make sure that all religious leaders were under his complete iron grasp because if even one of them went rogue, that would cause extreme destruction. The year 1988 was the next, it was highly important for Magnus as this year the giant Great African Railways was going to be launched. The tracks had been laid down, they were all electrified. The train engines for now were going to be electric-based as the nuclear fusion reactor was still in its initial phase, miniaturizing it would take years. But fusion reactors were already up and running in the UK, from Scotland to Zimbabwe, from Belize to Brunei. Fusion reactors accounted for 40% of the UK's power needs, fission reactors accounted for 45% of energy needs, rest 10% were from the windmill and hydroelectric dams, only 5% was from fossil fuels. The railway system was going to bring trillions of dollars into the African region and also make Magnus richer. At this point, he even stopped trying to see how rich he was. He had already surpassed the wealth of the richest fictional characters ever made in comics. Heck, he might even surpass the rest in a few years once he starts mining the asteroids. In the capital of Zimbabwe, Magnus arrived to inaugurate the train system. It was a major developed city by now and one of the main hubs for the train system. Zimbabwe alone supported 30% of the UK's GDP of $3.45 trillion, $745 billion in our world. The United Kingdom had come a long way and was not too far from the American GDP at this stage. Americans had $4.85 trillion. But it was worth mentioning that the average GDP per capita in the UK was much higher. He stood in front of a small crowd on a stage. Behind him was a giant locomotive designed by Adam and manufactured by his company. Everyone, this steel behemoth behind me is not a simple train, it's the future of Africa. This continent, which was the cradle of humanity, evolution and so much more will finally see true prosperity. While conserving nature and also developing cities, towns and roads, we will have Africa that's rich and yet true to its roots. On this occasion, I am glad to not just announce the start of this train but also some other projects. A similar railway is going to be constructed in the American continents, going from Canada to Argentina. Other than this, a Trans-Europe line will be made, going from the UK to Russia and all the way to the northern parts of Korea. One more line will be made for Asia and the Middle East, going from Thailand to India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, then heading to Europe through Syria and Turkey. In Europe, it will travel through Bulgaria, Serbia, Hungary, Austria, Germany, Belgium and then end up in the United Kingdom. There will be hundreds of feeder lines along the way. With this, the cost of shipping and connectivity will be greatly enhanced since trains are much faster than ships. Not to mention, ships create more pollution. However, ships will not become irrelevant as these train lines can only help countries that lack a port or are too big to have access to ports all around. With this, the entire world shall know prosperity. A/N, LOL. This is the reverse pain from Naruto. Claps resounded and clicks of cameras made noises. Magnus headed to cut the ribbon in front of the locomotive and got into the pilot's cabin. It was spacious with all kinds of luxury. It had comfortable leather seats with big windows for a great view, the cabin was fully air-conditioned, there was a full bath with a toilet and even a tiny kitchen with freezer and microwave. There was also a cabin with 2 sleeping beds with noise cancellations. A single train will be handled by 3 men at a time. 2 will be the main pilots and 1 will be the conductor/pilot. This was because an average time to complete the full journey from one end to the other would require at least 4 to 6 days. But the pilots were going to be treated like plane pilots, they will have to leave their urine samples before boarding the trains, they have to wear a special watch that will notify them about when they should sleep and wake up. The salaries were going to be great too, so all this was worth it. Although the computers were there to help and automate a lot of things, humans were still needed to operate them. The machines were not yet that reliable. Magnus sat down by the pilot's seat and looked at the changing view outside. The greenery and the desert lands of Africa, the train ran on elevated tracks in a number of places. The experience was truly mesmerizing. This was the fruit of his hard world. I hope I can keep developing the world. I wonder if Dad will get the AM engine up and running so I can at least see Mars before I die, he muttered to himself. He opened the door and walked outside the pilot cabin and stood at the front of the train on the covered platform edge. The air brushed past his face, his hair and beard fluttered. He looked at the shiny blue clear sky. I think I've done great up until now. Take that, Merlin. Merlin in the locket, who had not spoken in years, chuckled, I gladly accept defeat this time, Magnus. You splendidly outdid me. Chapter 483. 1988 was the year Magnus had a secret meeting with the ministers for magic, presidents of magical communities and other leaders from around the world. It was the first of its kind, as even in the ICW these heads don't come. ICW is more like an independent organization for all wizards. It does not have members that represent a particular region. He had pretty much brought the entire world together. Now it was time for the wizarding world to come together. Magnus' dreams of turning the planet into one giant rich civilization with a world economy were impossible without wizards' help. After all, the key to being rich came from stability across the world and more resources. These resources could only be brought from space. While Muggles were amazingly good with technology, wizards with their magic were extremely helpful in some circumstances and they were physically stronger than any human. In a secret undisclosed location, Magnus tried to talk them into cooperating. The new world is not defined by borders, at least that had been the case with us wizards. If we look just a century ago, there were no specialized country-based wizarding organizations. Wizards were free to go wherever we wanted, work and live. But now, just like the Muggles, we have divided ourselves. There is no meaning to the words American wizards, British wizard or Chinese wizard. We are all one single entity because we come from the same history. We were persecuted, burnt, killed and hated. We went into hiding and tried to keep to ourselves. As good of an idea as it may have sounded back then, the current reality speaks a different story. While the Muggles progressed with technology, wizards regressed into a conservative backward society. You can take the finest example from the previous pureblood supremacists. I have said this before in the ICW, we need to join hands to keep the world safe and united. Wizards if work together can achieve more than we have in the past millennia. So I recommend that ICW be turned into a wizard version of the United Nations. A better working one. Magnus gave his suggestions about the betterment of the wizarding world. His main focus was to create employment for the wizards. Through ICW, they can hire wizards from around the world. Magnus was anyway the biggest employer. The meeting was not very successful. Magnus did not have control over all of them. Some agreed, some asked for time and some outright rejected the idea because they would have to give up some of their powers. But in the long run, they will join too, because if they want the riches, joining was the only way. It was June of the same year. His siblings were back home. Now they had just completed their 3rd year. Being 13, a lot of changes have taken over them. They looked much more mature and smarter. But they still had some baby fat on their faces. We're home. The 3 shouted as soon as they entered the home. Although they had a giant castle in Camelot, they had divided the top floor to be their main housing area. It had a giant living room, kitchen and a few bedrooms. They liked it this way as it made sure they would look at each other's faces every once in a while, otherwise, the castle would have been too much. Magnus was about to head out to Australia but stopped to greet them. How are my munchkins? We're not kids now, big brother. Aurelia protested. Magnus ruffled her hair, is that so? But logically, the age gap between us is the same as before. So that means that relative to me you have not grown at all. She raised her hand to argue, but Magnus was not wrong at all. Ugh, why do I forget you are smarter than me? Magnus laughed and hugged her head, it comes with age, dear. Now go and change your clothes. Clem and Max, you too. We are going out for dinner tonight. It's time we show Athena to the world. They are going crazy and some are even saying that Athena does not exist. I want chocolate dumplings, Maximus requested. Sure, you can eat whatever you want, boy. We will have a whole team of chefs working for us. Clem, do you want anything special? He asked her. Knowing she was a quiet child, he always tried to bring her into conversations. Anything will do, big brother. But, I won't mind some lasagna. She sheepishly answered. Great, lasagna it is then. Severus and Narcissa will also be joining us with their son. The boy is 8 years old now, I hope he turned out well. He muttered at the end, truly wondering how Draco turned out to be. After all, he'd hate to kill him. Soon enough, the three were off to their rooms. They were old enough to have separate ones now. Basically, the moment they hit puberty they were given rooms. Dad. Then came Athena, now 4.5 years old. Her ashen blonde hair had grown longer and she looked nothing less than a real princess, which she was. He picked her in arms. Oh, what does my princess want? I went to school today and learned to make a tower. Will you see? She asked with the most adorable puppy eyes ever. Magnus would have stabbed himself if he said no. Of course, show me. She wriggled and jumped out of his hold. She ran back into her toy room and brought something along. Her hands were held in front of her, she walked carefully as to not damage her creations. See, isn't it like a tower? It was a cat's cradle tower. She seemed so proud of achieving this feat and there was no doubt she must have tried hard to get it right. Magnus fawned over her, showering her with praise. Whoa, this is amazing. Your dad really does not know how to make it. Will you teach me? She seemed shocked that her awesome father didn't know. She looked left and right to ensure they were alone. Will you pinky promise not to teach others? He crouched down to her level and extended his pinky finger. Okay, this will be our little secret, now will you teach me? A smile that had put 1,000 rainbows to shame appeared on her face. She strongly wobbled her head and shook the pinky finger with hers. Hee, anything for daddy dearest, just do as I do. He allowed her to sit on his lap as the father-daughter duo played in front of the fireplace. Wanting to spend extra time with her, he made sure to fail a dozen times. It seemed to frustrate her as well. Oh Dad, you are so slow. He chuckled. Not my fault, Athena. I've never done this before. At that, Athena stood up quickly, her face having a stern expression. She patted his shoulder with her tiny chubby hands. Don't worry, Dad, I will never leave my student. Cough, is there a place for another student? Ragnar's voice came. Smelly beard uncle. You spy on us? Athena quickly hit her threads. Ragnar's brows twitched. Not my fault, you were too loud. And this is the living room, anybody can enter here. Also, don't you want another student? Okay, but you won't get a free class like Dad. You pay. She showed her palm. Ragnar grunted as he placed lemon candy on her palm. But even after one, she didn't accept him. This will finish in 1 day, she said. Ragnar sighed and added 4 more. This was all her small palm could hold. She cheered up and put them in her pocket carefully. Soon, Magnus and Ragnar sat cross-legged side by side. In front of them, Athena walked left and right, giving them instructions and telling them whenever they made a wrong move. 2 tall, 28-year-old beardy brothers getting scolded by a 5-year-old was the cutest scene one could see in the castle. That's why Dobby was tasked to record such incidents. So he was secretly recording this exchange. Arg. Making potions is so much easier than this, Ragnar grunted in annoyance. Magnus smirked and this time made a tower as Athena instructed. She was overjoyed and left a kiss on his cheek. She boasted, of course, you are not as smart as my daddy. But don't worry, I never leave my students. Oh, teacher Athena, what would I do without you? I am profoundly honored by your ardent persistence to teach me. Ragnar praised her. Athena had a confident face and stayed standing in dignity, but then suddenly she jumped toward Magnus and whispered in his ear, Daddy, what did Uncle say? Magnus could not control it anymore. He hugged her tight and laughed, ha ha ha, don't mind him, dear, he speaks nonsense. Oi, Rag, how dare you use such tough words? Ragnar slid closer and ruffled Athena's hair. Forgive Uncle then, I am too stupid to realize you are still learning. By the way, do you want to learn how to make lemon candies? She quickly got away from Magnus and jumped onto Ragnar like a little monkey. Yes. You're the best, Uncle Rag. Magnus shook his head in silence as he stared daggers at Ragnar. They both fought mentally. That's bribery, you bitch. Huh, then cry about it, your fat-ass majesty. I'm off. Ragnar got up, still holding Athena in his arms, then took her to his lab. Chapter 484. They had booked a nice private space of a 5-star restaurant. The table was a big one as too many people were invited. Adam, Grace, Emma, Magnus, Ragnar, Athena, triplets, Dumbledore, Elizabeth and finally, Elanine, Severus and Narcissa. Magnus was surprised to see Draco in a young boy's suit. He was wearing pants and a blazer. His hair was neatly combed and he seemed to like those pompous boys from Muggle British high-class boarding schools. "How have you been doing, Sev? And you, Narcissa?" Severus seemed to have trained his body and now had a visible muscular build. His face also had toned down. Of course, his innate features such as his nose could not be changed, but he looked good. Meanwhile, Narcissa still had the same charm even though she was in her mid-30s. She was certainly blessed with good genes. A miracle considering incest in pure-blood families. As good as always, Magnus. Thank goodness these three are not as crazy anymore. Severus stared at the triplets, who shrank their necks. "Huh, I gave them an earful in their first year after they hurt that boy. They straightened up after that." Magnus took their side. He had taught his siblings never to be bullies, even when they are trying to defend Clementia. Because he knew how far bullying could push a kid. Even kids who bully do it either because they come from such a badly behaved family or they had issues of their own. So Aurelia and Maximus changed their tactics and instead became kinder to everyone. Even if there was a bully, they would shame them into crying by talking sweetly. In no time the bully would confess and apologize. What about Draco? He will be going to school in 3 years, right? From 91. Lily's son will also be started from then, Magnus noted. Draco was sitting like a gentleman and hearing everyone talk. Maximus was sitting on Draco's side. He patted his shoulder. "Oh, too bad, we will be in our 7th and last year when you come to school. But don't worry, 1 year is enough to teach you all about studying there. Which house do you want to go to?" Draco looked at Magnus and blurted with pride, "Slytherin." Magnus sighed, shaking his head. Things have gotten out of hand at this point. Because of him, every second kid wanted to go to Slytherin. It went on to the point that Slytherin dorms needed to be extended and a deputy head of the house was needed to maintain everything. "Why not other houses?" "They are the same as Slytherin," Magnus asked. "No, you studied in Slytherin, I want to go there," Draco stated. "Dad, what is Slither, in?" Athena asked him, sitting on her small high chair between Magnus and Emma. "It's a school group where your dad lived and met your mum," Magnus replied. Athena glimpsed between her mum and dad, then suddenly her eyes teared up. I don't want to go, I want to be with Daddy and Mummy." Emma quickly picked her up and placed her on her lap. No, of course, you will not go there. You will forever be with Mum and Dad." She hugged Emma and calmed down soon after. This was how babies act, she was no different. It didn't matter how smart or behaved she was, when it was about her parents, her inner instincts would kick in. The dinner soon continued. They talked and ate merrily. Dumbledore made a few jokes every once in a while. He was the oldest person among them anyway, so he started acting like the grandfather. Elizabeth saw him as a competition, however. When dinner was over and everyone was having a cup of ice cream as dessert, Severus and Narcissa spoke up. "Magnus, me and Narcissa have decided something," Severus said. Magnus saw this coming from a mile away. He chuckled and let them continue. "Go on." Narcissa held Draco's hand, who sat on her left, and Severus, who sat on her right. "We have decided to get married and give me more grandchildren," Eileen blurted. But she didn't even see what was coming next. Narcissa continued, "I am expecting a baby in April next year." There was a momentary pause among all. Then all of a sudden Eileen, Emma and Grace got up to hug her and congratulate her. Magnus and Ragnar pulled Severus with them. The triplets pulled Draco away to tell him how amazing it is to have a little baby at home to play. Adam had to hold little Athena as he was still sitting. The little one fell asleep in her grandpa's lap, mumbling about lemon candies. A distance away, Magnus and Ragnar held Severus by putting their arms around his shoulder. Severus knew this was going to happen. "Say it, what joke are you thinking?" Magnus didn't joke. "Welcome to fatherhood, Sev. I'm happy for you." "Same. I am happy for you, Sev. I was pretty sure that you'd end up a loner depressed man, but this is a much better outcome. Narcissa is pretty and mature, exactly the kind of woman who could handle you," Ragnar added. Magnus and Severus, however, didn't like him badmouthing. He had the least right to do so. Says the guy who is still single. "Man, you're 28, find someone and settle down." Severus agreed, "Yes, you have no idea how calming it is to have a significant other who you can trust and talk to at any time." Ragnar scoffed, "I don't trust people enough to allow them to enter into my life, let alone be so close. I have a family and I am content with it." And if it's about sex, I just need to go to the middle of London and shout that I'm horny. In a second, hundreds of hot women would come running on their butt cheeks with their legs spread wide. Ugh, why did I just imagine a horde of women running on their butt cheeks? Magnus grunted in disgust. Still, the matter stands. As our words stand, you are generalizing women. Do you not trust Emma? She's a girl. She was once not a family, Severus argued. But Ragnar took none of it, that's because she's been with us for more than a decade now. But at least go on dates, I'm sure there are a lot of high-born women who will be happy to try it out with you. You can make the final decision if you like her or not. Magnus suggested while fiddling with his phone. Ragnar silently thought about it. He was absolutely not interested in marrying, but he was getting annoyed by constant pestering from his mum. If this shuts their mouths, so be it, fine, I will go. I care not about their birth status, they only need to be hot and not with assholish narcissistic personalities. In an instant, Magnus dialed a number on his phone, yes. He agreed, bring the catalog tomorrow. Ragnar and Severus stared at him awkwardly. Magnus quickly defended, what? There was no harm in being careful. I just worry about my brother and I too want a cute little nephew or niece to play with. Ugh, what a weirdo, keeping a catalog of women like a pimp, let's go, Sev. Ragnar pulled Severus away and walked to talk to Narcissa. Oh. Oi. I'm doing it all for you. Magnus ran after them angrily. Godric Hollow. Is this where Dad and you lived? Lily Potter walked around the abandoned house. It was luckily still in shape and clean because of the house elf Magnus had hired to clean it once a month. She walked around the house with the hand of her son in hers. Yes, Harry, this is where you were born. We will be living here from now on. You will be going to school in a few years, making new friends, making a girlfriend. It will all happen here. Harry blushed and clutched his mother's hand tighter. I will never love any other girl except you, Mum. I will never leave you. Damn right. All of a sudden a loud manly voice interjected. The door opened with a thud. Lily had her wand in hand. Who is it? Ah, come on, Lily. You don't recognize my voice. Uncle Sirius. Harry jumped excitedly and ran into Sirius' arms. Lily, calm down, you scared me, don't make such entrances from now on, please. It brings back memories. Sirius picked Harry up and apologized. Sorry, I didn't know you were not healed yet. But, stop with this gloomy face, this house needs a revamp. Bright paint, wallpaper, bright light, beautiful curtains and some music in the background. But before that, I just talked with Severus. He's getting married to Narcissa soon. He wants you and Harry to come too and meet his stepson, Draco. Both will start Hogwarts together, it's better if Harry has some friends. Lily liked this idea. I've been away from everyone for so long. I wonder what has changed. I know Magnus has a daughter now, what else? Sirius, why didn't you get married? Harry could have had a friend. Ugh, why work hard to plant a tree and care for it when I can taste the fruit whenever I want? I am popular, Lily. Alright, get ready, Peter and Remus are coming too. We will go out for a nice muggle dinner. Sirius pushed her into her room. Sighing, Lily relented. Sirius was as crazy as ever, but she appreciated it. She needed crazy to feel normal living in this house again. Chapter 485. What the fuck, Rag? This has been the 4th call this month. You once again deflowered a high-born girl and dashed. What the hell is wrong with you? Magnus scolded Ragnar in his office. The long-bearded man was not even ashamed. Hey, I am doing as you asked, I am trying to find the right woman. How am I to just marry someone when I don't even know if they are good in bed? All of them were trash, they were like dead bodies, they just laid there naked and expected me to do all the work. Fuck, one of them even refused to suck me, calling it disgusting, after I ate her like the tastiest chili chicken. Magnus sighed, he had no words to address him. Man, you are one horny fucker. Did you not know they are virgins the moment you look at their private parts? You should know that they are going to be inexperienced. Admit it, you are just messing around. Freya was a virgin and she was the craziest woman I've ever been with. Ragnar pointed, remembering his Viking one-night stand when they went to the past. You are now banned from deflowering women. If you are going to fool around then find one who's not a virgin. If she gets pregnant then I want you to take responsibility. He warned him. Ragnar scoffed, like I would ever make such a mistake. I have full control over my juice, brother. Don't worry. He said that with the biggest grin and a thumbs up. Sigh, just go and get ready to head to Severus' wedding. And don't do something stupid there. Narcissa is already very conscious of people talking about her. I want both of them to be happy today. Say that to Sirius that you have invited, not me. See you later. The wedding was not planned to be very big. Only close friends and family were invited. Such as Narcissa's only remaining sister, her cousin brothers. Severus invited his friends and family. Magnus' family alone was big enough to make it crowded. But there were more people from Hogwarts days that were close to Severus and were invited. Slughorn, for example, was also to come. The ring bearer was none other than the cutest little princess, Athena. In her little flowery dress, she confusedly walked towards Severus and Narcissa, who stood at the end of the aisle. Ring. She extended the two tiny boxes towards them. She was just told she had to do this. Narcissa fawned over her, kissed her cheek and took the rings from her. But Athena was not told what to do after giving the rings, so she just stood there, staring at the ceremony take place. Magnus giggled. He was acting as the priest although they were wizards. Severus and Narcissa wanted their marriage to be done in Muggle ways, they found it more memorable and romantic. So with Athena photobombing, Magnus read the words, they soon exchanged vows and finally, you may kiss. Severus cupped her waist in his arm to pull her closer, then placed a warm short kiss on her lips. They did however look into each other's eyes for a long time before and after it. This was just a formality, we were already like married couples, Severus said. But I am grateful to you for agreeing to do this. I was being called a bed warmer and much worse words by people. I hope now they will understand we are not using each other, she replied. Why did you not tell me about this? Calling you that is as bad as calling someone mudblood. Severus got angry. She gripped his arm tight. It's okay, the consequences of the choices I made in the past will take time to disappear. Cough, you two need to walk out together now, Magnus coughed, breaking their intense discussion. Severus nodded. Not being a wuss, he lifted Narcissa in his arms in a Princess Carrie. She blushed and lovingly giggled, so it took you this long to not feel the need to ask my permission to touch me? Are you not fine with this? He hesitantly asked her, wondering if he offended her. She shook her head and caressed his cheek. No, I'm not offended. Instead, I welcome this touch. You don't need to ask me again, Sev, I'm all yours. Likewise, Narcissa. Severus walked out. Everyone threw flower petals on them, and some musicians played soft instruments. Athena also jumped around, skipping behind them. After the wedding ceremony, it was all about relaxing and partying. The wedding was taking place in a fully enclosed and protected Buckingham Palace lawn. In an instant, the decorations were changed with magic. The aisle was turned into a big dance floor, disco lights were put above, a DJ from Magic Maid Company was brought in, he was a wizard. There was all-you-can-eat food, whatever you wanted, it was there. The kids had fun eating ice cream, pancakes, chicken, cakes and whatnot. They were wizards anyway, eating more was normal. Everyone, let's go and dance, on the dance floor, now. Magnus ordered all. In an instant, everyone stopped hogging food and jumped to dance. The dance floor started to shine in different lights, while the lights above did the same. The DJ put on some nice dance songs. Beat It by Michael Jackson. It was not a song just by Michael Jackson, it was the guy himself singing and dancing among them. He had come to Magnus' invitation. Why? Because Magnus helped treat his skin disorder, vitiligo, which results in white patches on the skin and sensitivity to sunlight. The guy was grateful and decided to sign Warner Brothers Music as his record label. The name of Warner Brothers was synonyms with integrity, honesty, and respect in the industry. Artists, be it singers, actors, directors or writers, all hoped to sign contracts with the company and even join the talent labels. All this respect was because of Magnus' iron grip and no-tolerance policy against corruption and perverts. Anyway, the music was awesome. The kids, the bride and groom, Magnus' family and even Dumbledore danced. Magnus picked Athena up and put her on his shoulder, then grabbed Emma and started dancing. All the while their daughter patted their heads as if they were drums. Severus and Narcissa were also dancing openly, jumping around, holding each other. It was all high-intensity fast-paced dance. Adam and Grace also danced after so long. Letting themselves go. But one funniest bit was Dumbledore and Elizabeth competing against each other. The evening was the most fun they all had in a long time. Just beat it. Ragnar grabbed another mic and started the duet with Jackson. Simple to say, Ragnar had no talent for singing. But who cared, it was fun and that's all that mattered. The party went late into the night until they all were tired and hungry. Then after eating, they all went to their rooms to fall asleep like logs. Moon. The very next day, Magnus went to the moon. The foundation of the main moon colony inside the crater was to be set up. Until now, the colony was only restricted to the surface with the settlement spreading wide. Various living chambers were connected with one another to create a big complex of living space, studies, labs and recreational space. All kinds of rovers, cars and equipment were shipped from Earth. The latest plan was to ship the entire fusion reactor to the moon to finally start using heavy machinery without care and boost development. So far, Future Tech Industries has sent 420 rockets, other nations have sent a few too. About 1,239 people were working and living on the moon already. It was sometimes too hard for people to believe that humanity had gone so far already. As always, there were some brain-dead folks too who claimed that all the moon landings and technology advancements were false. That all the photos and videos were edited. Many claimed that Earth is flat. Future Tech announced that they will be taking 10 of such brain-dead people into space and proving them wrong. It was pretty comical to show their faces on live television as they were filled with embarrassment. Chapter 486. 1991 was the year when the USSR was supposed to be disintegrated peacefully. All its member states will become their own nations. Most of them already had elected governments. Russia was able to keep all the nukes and a majority of military might. Magnus agreed as he found it easier to manage. The new countries were not communists, they were rather democratic. Still, every once in a while some general or dreamer politician would decide to either become a dictator or do a coup. Simple to say, they didn't even find a coffin. While the world rejoiced, Magnus found himself with Nicholas Flamel again, sitting in his lab. His shirt was off while Nicholas looked at his dragon skin patches. It had covered a good part of his right upper arm. "You didn't go easy on magic?" Flamel asked. Magnus sighed, "I did, as much as I could. But last year I had to push myself a bit to start up the moon colony. Boy, you will most likely die if you don't stop. Your magic is killing you. Does it not hurt?" Flamel asked while applying an ointment to make it look and feel like normal skin. "That's why I came here. The pain has increased a lot, I can't feel my right arm but move it as well as before," Magnus said. Flamel sadly breathed, "You've done enough, son. You can rest now. You don't owe anything to the world." "True, I don't. But I owe the world to my next generations. My siblings, my little Athena. The world right now is in a very fragile state. If I turn my head away it will scramble into a lawless violent place. All the nations I made rich will use their resources in weapons. But I promise, once I'm done, I will sit back and relax," Magnus assured. Flamel scoffed and stepped back. "Who are you promising to?" "Me? I don't give a rat's ass about you, I'm more than 600 years old. I've seen all I wanted. This is a promise you should be making to yourself. Tell me, will you be alive to see the kids of your siblings? Your daughter marry and take the throne? Can you promise them that? If you can't, then stop this act of yours. You're fooling nobody but yourself." It was a hard talk that only a man like Flamel who had seen it all that life had to offer could give. Magnus stood up and wore his shirt. "Calm down, old man. I will go and think about it. Take care." He returned home in the middle of the night. He changed clothes and got into bed. Emma was already asleep, but she was quick enough to slide towards him to be hugged and sleep in his warm embrace. They basically slept without any kind of heating in the room because Magnus' body was always too hot. He didn't think much about Flamel's words. He doesn't have an option right now. Leaving things behind after bringing them to this point was criminal in his eyes. "Once I'm done, I will retire and live in peace," he reassured himself and fell asleep, holding the woman of his life dearly to his chest. Athena used to be here too, but she was now 7 years old and demanded to sleep alone always. Ragnar's potion company existed in every country around the world. He rarely went to them as most were automated and run by elves. Each day his potions were sold around the world, various schools took supplies from him. He was able to mass-produce a few essential potions to help various species. This brought the price down, making the lives of communities such as werewolves and vampires better. But today he got called to one of the factories in Albania. It was being stopped by the ministry there. "What is it?" He entered the factory. The elf responsible for maintaining there reported, "Boss, we got this letter from the ministry here, they want us to stop producing our potions for violating their policies." Ragnar scowled and took the document. Have they gone mad? I can buy entire Albania if I want and they think it's good to create nonsense problems. Don't stop, continue your production. I will handle everything. Ragnar then left to meet with the Minister for Magic there. Albania was a small country with not much going on there. It was communist after World War II and only recently transitioned to democracy. However, when Ragnar reached the location where the ministry was supposed to exist, it was all empty. This is strange, if they were not here then who sent the letter? I should talk to Magnus about this. What happened to Albania's ministry? Did ICW decide on something? Ragnar wondered and left soon after. September 1991 was the day when a lot of new kids head to Hogwarts. It was the last year for Maximus, Clementia and Aurelia. They were on the verge of becoming real full-fledged wizards. In studies, all three were at the top of their class, Clementia being slightly better as she spent most of her time studying. But today, it was a special occasion as the three were waiting for two boys to start their school. These two were Harry Potter and Draco Prince. Both Lily and Narcissa had asked them to help the two boys. The three found the two boys on the platform and led them inside the train to sit with them. Harry and Draco had become good friends by now as their mothers set up meetups every now and then. Come here, Draco, eat this great chicken sandwich that I learnt to make. Maximus was quick to hand them all a burger. This is just chicken between pancakes, Harry realized. Maximus laughed, ha ha ha, well, when you have crazy elder brothers, of course, you will get such food. But I guarantee, it's pretty good. Aurelia threw it into the dustbin. No, it's not. And how dare you give me this greasy food? There is so much cheese too. I will get fat if I eat it. Clementia silently nodded and threw it away. It has 800 calories alone. Ah, come on, you used to love it a few years back. Okay, if you don't like this, I got something else. Behold, my creation, ice cream lollipop. Maximus revealed small lollipops. Isn't it just a popsicle? Aurelia scoffed. No, it's not. It's a real lollipop but it tastes like ice cream. Here, try it. He gave them free samples. Cooking was Maximus' passion, but the thing was, he never liked cooking conventional already established recipes. Knock knock. Can I sit? WOAH. Out of nowhere, a ginger-haired boy opened the sliding door of the cabin. His jaw fell. Why you are the triple Pendragon of Hogwarts. Thank you for reminding us of our identity. Who are you? And sure, we have enough space, Aurelia asked him. I'm Ronald Weasley, it's nice to meet you. I am a big fan, I was looking forward to school. I love His Majesty and, who are you two? Ron turned towards the two boys of his age. I am Draco Prince. I am Harry Potter, we're also starting school. Wicked. Though I've never heard about your family. But who cares, let's be friends. The door once again slid open then, whoosh, excuse me, have you seen a toad that, Lady Aurelia? Aurelia, as soon as saw the little girl, jumped to pull her in. Aw, you look so cute, your hair is so, different and cute. You can be an actress. What's your name? I am, Hermione Granger, ma'am. Pat Aurelia patted her head, don't call me that. Use my name, we're just students in the same school. Come and sit with us. We need more female representation in this cabin. She proceeded to sandwich her between herself and Clementia. Soon small talk started. Each asked which house the other one wanted to go to. I don't have much of a choice right now. My entire family has been in Gryffindor, I will continue the tradition, Ron said. I will go to Slytherin. I never knew that His Majesty was a wizard and is such a legend. I always admired him and wanted to become a scientist like him or Mother Grace. Hermione chirped. Aurelia hugged her, sure, you will love the Slytherin common room. We have brought many changes. It has all the latest entertainment systems, oh, and the monthly parties. You're gonna love it. Hermione's eyes had stars at just the thought. She will study and live in the same place her idol did. Kill me with stones please. Chapter 487. It was the 7th year for the triplets. The new head boy and head girl were chosen. Maximus became the head boy and Aurelia became the head girl. Clementia was too shy for this position, albeit being highly deserving as her grades were at the top of the class. Everyone sat in the great hall and waited for the first years to arrive and get sorted into the house of their choice. Most kids looked scared, but there was a surprise: around 800 new kids were arriving this year. Ever since Magnus completely defeated Voldemort and his forces, the numbers have been increasing each day. The talking hat did its little poetry and got to work. Soon enough it was Harry's turn. He sat down on the stool. In an instant, the hat announced, Slytherin. This was Harry's own choice, as his friend, Draco, had already been sorted into Slytherin. He happily moved to the Slytherin table and sat beside Maximus. Then came Hermione. She too went to sit beside Aurelia soon after. Slowly, all the kids got sorted into their respective houses. A few of them had their own choices, some let the hat decide. It went on until one boy sat down and the hat turned silent, seemingly having a conversation with the boy. It was Neville Longbottom. "Are you sure? You can do great in Gryffindor, I can already see it." Hat asked. Neville shook his head. "No, I want to go to Slytherin. I heard that His Majesty saved my mum, dad, and grandma from the Death Eaters. I want to study where he did. If I can attain even a fraction of his power, I will consider myself successful. And my grandma said that students from Slytherin get invited by His Majesty for dinner after they graduate." "Fine, if that is what you wish for. Slytherin," the hat announced. The Longbottom family was well known, so most other houses felt disappointed. Next came Ron Weasley. It only needed a tap of the hat for a decision to be made. Another Weasley, Gryffindor. With that, the new school year started. Camelot. "Dad, what is a blowjob?" 7-year-old Athena asked her father in the study room. Magnus' face strained as if all muscles were pulled. He smiled and put her on his lap and softly asked, "Where did you hear it, dear?" "Uncle Dirtybeard was talking on the phone," she said. "Well, cleaning something by blowing air on it is called a blowjob. Your uncle was just talking about this. By the way, do you want to learn a new charm?" He asked her to take her focus off of what she heard and allow her to forget it. "Yes." She jumped in excitement. Being 7 years old, she had already shown signs of magical potency of a high caliber. Magnus had expected it already. At age 5 she started to make things fly towards her. The reason it started was funny too. It turns out, she used to feel hungry and steal cookies from the kitchen. Initially, she tried to climb the shelves. Eventually, she used magic and made the jar fly to her. She was later found by Emma with a half-empty jar of chocolate chip cookies. Instead of getting angry at her, Emma clicked 100 photos of her. Magnus eventually realized she was using magic and decided to start teaching her early. Initially, he only made her memorize the spells. But then she started chanting them on her own, using them. Of course, it was not very strong without a wand. Heck, even Magnus needed a wand to use truly powerful spells. Wandless magic was no joke. "Okay, today I will teach you a charm called Lumos Momenta. It can create light when you are in darkness," he went on to teach her while she listened attentively. But Magnus was already planning on teaching Ragnar a lesson. As 1991 started to come to an end, the family got busy. Every end of the year was like a festival for the family. There were not only real festivals but Athena's birthday, then the triplets' birthdays were also in the last months. Magnus headed out to do some shopping for exactly this, but he also called his best friends, Ragnar and Severus. They will reach him by the apparition, but to get Bobby, Magnus went out on his own. He got into a nice 1991 Mercedes-Benz 300 GD G-Wagon and hit the road. Bobby was in his office, so he drove to the Future Tech Tower. "Bobby. Come on, I promise I will not tell anyone your embarrassing secrets," Magnus, like when he was young, shouted as he entered Bobby's office. The secretary greeted him but didn't stop. He barged in. "Bobby, let's go and play." Sitting at the end of the room behind a cramped desk, Bobby got alerted. Nobody entered his office unannounced. But he was wearing a nice suit today as he had an important meeting. But when he saw Magnus and heard him, a chuckle left his mouth. "Those days, I remember when you tried to find my new house and only knew the street. So you shouted at each house." Magnus took a seat. "Yes, and we should never forget those days. Anyway, you look too dressed. Got any plans?" "Yup, I have a meeting with the US President. We are going to send the first manned mission to Mars in 1999 and time the landing with the turn of this century," Bobby revealed. Magnus liked it. "Nice. I will be going there anyway, so I will be the man to welcome the new century to the planet." I won't be going, however. The trip will be long. I spoke to your father and he said that the AM engine will be ready by then, but it won't be in its best shape. Basically, he meant that it won't be too fast. It will still take you 3 months to reach Mars and then another 3 months in the return journey. Bobby explained. But Magnus had another idea instead. Bobby. These past years, I have put all my focus on developing the cancer drug in a way to allow large objects to portkey in space. My idea is simple: space has a lot more magic than on Earth. If I can create some sort of a giant portkey that can store the dark matter, then allow spaceships to teleport to the next portkey then recharge itself. From my past experiments, the limit of a portkey on the moon to another point in space is about 500,000 kilometers. Meanwhile, a portkey from Earth can only take us to the moon, which is a 384,400 kilometers distance. The space between Earth and Mars is 309.31 million kilometers. This means it will take 618 portkeys to take us to Mars from Earth. This means that it will take us about 11 minutes to complete this journey. However, I was just talking about a normal uncharged portkey. Now if I can somehow create a portkey that can gather magic from around it, then we could possibly jump 1 million or even more kilometers. This means the journey might only take us 5 minutes. You see what I am getting at? Magnus described his plan. Bobby stood up and turned around to face the big bookcase behind his desk. He pulled a book and then placed it back. Soon, in a spectacular view, the bookcase split apart without making a single sound. It was a big safe. Bobby picked a brown envelope from it and closed it. I had it made by Adrian years ago to keep my and company's valuable patents. Anyway, if what you are saying can truly happen, then won't the antimatter engine be useless? He asked. Magnus shook his head. No, not at all. Don't forget, to put the portkey in its place, we will need the aircraft to make the journey conventionally. Not to mention, my goal to create this portkey technology is to colonize the whole galaxy, not just the solar system. In the future, maybe after I'm long gone, they can create giant plotter aircraft with AM engines. These will be sent around the galaxy to place portkeys around the galaxy. I believe that even after I and you are long gone, our future generations will keep on pushing the tech. It's very much possible that one day a portkey can take us 100 million kilometers away. When that happens, we can literally travel from one edge of galaxy to another in 5 years. But for now, my goal is Mars. 11 minutes to Mars seems pretty juicy, honestly. The AM engine will instead help us make travel to various moons of planets in our solar system. I heard Titan of Saturn is a good piece of rock. Bobby had no idea what to say. Magnus, if I did not know you, I'd say you are a madman. Truly, we cannot let such talks reach those outside. Anyway, here, look at the design of the first ship to Mars. Magnus closed the papers. Nope, get up. We're going out shopping. Rag and Sev will be joining us soon. Ugh, forget it, I will tell Harrison to wait. He shrugged and went along. Chapter 488. Say cheese. Magnus and Ragnar pinned Severus between them and made his stand for a photograph. They all had a Starbucks coffee cup in their hands. Both blonde brothers tried to embarrass Severus and it was working. Bobby, meanwhile, clicked the photograph. Hee, done. Sev, why don't you smile now? You have a pretty wife, a son and now even a cute little daughter. Seriously, you need to bring some change. I do have my own fun, it just has a different, same definition. Thank you for wasting my time, however. I'm sure the board is going to complain about the headmaster of Hogwarts going out for fun during work hours, Severus grunted. Magnus scoffed, I'm the boss of the board of governors. Who dares do that? Great, we have corruption too now, Severus snarled. Brrr, Ragnar made bubbles in his coffee. Come on, brothers. We didn't come out to fight. Let's go, the movie is about to start. Can't wait to see the new Star Wars. George said it's going to be the first part of the prequel trilogy. Dobby is going to act as Yoda in this one. Magnus added his opinion, I'm in the movie too, as C-3PO. I can't even begin to tell you how many changes I had to make to the script and the filming. George sucks big time in writing and executing romance. I even made him reduce some political stuff as people don't go to watch Star Wars for that. They want the plot, Jedi, Sith, epic space fights, dogfights between starfighters. The four brothers soon entered the movie theaters. But the moment Yoda appeared on the screen, all four burst into laughter because to them he still looked very much like Dobby. No amount of makeup could hide that. You know, this is possibly the easiest role for Dobby to pull off. He actually talks like Yoda anyway, Ragnar commented, making them laugh even more. They got a lot of angry stares from people, so they had to put some silencing charms on themselves. But no matter what they did, the space movie turned into a comedy one for them. The year 1992 started, time for the end of 7 years of Hogwarts came for the triplets. All three had turned into beautiful and handsome teenagers on the brink of adulthood. Aurelia had the beauty of Grace but fierceness similar to Ragnar. Meanwhile, Maximus also had more genes from Grace, but his attitude was similar to Adam and Magnus. Only Clementia was different, going against both Mum and Dad's looks and temper. But she was a beauty too, a cold beauty as some said. She was far from cold actually, if one was to truly become her friend, they would find out she had so much to say. Clementia even had a boyfriend, he was from Hufflepuff. The only reason the boy could last was that he was extremely loyal to her, to the point he would get into a fistfight if someone said anything bad about her. Clementia, who was a high-level empath, it was easy for her to see all that in him. She never had such a friend before and cherished his company. It was a nice change from her family being the only company. Magnus found out about it, and after he had run a full background and ancestor check on the boy's family, he allowed the relationship. He was always worried that some assholes would try to date his siblings to get the riches and enter Magnus' inner circle. But the boy seemed fine, although not that remarkable in magic. Maximus was not interested in dating, so was Aurelia. Maximus wanted to become a chef and develop new food dishes. Meanwhile, Aurelia still dreamt of becoming the biggest Hollywood star. And now when Magnus saw how pretty she was, it was absolutely possible for her to do it without his help. He will only help her in protecting her privacy. There were too many predators in Hollywood after all. The three returned home from school. A big private banquet was to be held for them in Buckingham Palace. Magnus stood at the end of the table as the head of the family and the event. Congratulations, my dear little sisters and brother. You three have made me proud. I learnt about all your exploits in school, naughty ones and also academic ones. Aurelia, you have continued to be a top wizard in all subjects except herbology. Maximus, you have been at the top in potions, herbology and charms. Clementia, you have been the student of the year for the past 7 years. You were consistent with your marks, always getting the top score in all subjects. You have even surpassed me. I am so proud of you. You can do an apprenticeship under me from now on and learn whatever you want. But do go to Ragnar for potions. Once again, I welcome you to adult wizard life. Yes, I am proud too. Athena copied her dad. The triplets chuckled and took a drink from Magnus. They were adults in the eyes of magic now. They were free to do whatever they wanted to do in life. When will I go to school? Athena asked them. Magnus looked hurt. You want to go to school? But did you say you will never leave your mum and dad when you are 4? She tried to remember, but couldn't. Shrugging, she replied, I was small, Dad. Now I am a big girl. I even bathed Chad today. Since when did bathing him become a sign of being grown? Magnus wondered. Athena. You want to be a potioneer, right? Ragnar suddenly asked her, while looking at Magnus teasingly. She nodded in agreement, yes. I will make tons of lemon candies then. It was unacceptable for Magnus. No, Maximus will make candies for you, dear. You can instead be a master in all subjects, just like your dad. Okay. She chirped. She was just too amenable. Just like that, 3 more years passed. 1995 came with cries in Camelot. It was the year when Magnus' precious daughter was going to head to Hogwarts. No. I will not let my precious daughter be in that den of hyenas. She's too precious, too cute and soft. Magnus was complaining like a 5-year-old. Grace smiled wryly, now you understand my pain. Magnus is right. We can't let her go. Adam too joined Magnus in the protest. Emma and Grace frowned. Both their men had gone crazy. Emma headed to scold Magnus and Grace scolded Adam. She will go to the same school you study at and Severus is going to be the headmaster. There will also be Draco and Harry to take care of her. Emma tried to calm him down. Grace straight up bonked on Adam's head, go back to your lab and work, old man. Dad. I'm ready to go. Out of nowhere, Athena entered the room, kicking the door open. She was smiling ear to ear. Magnus crawled to her and hugged her small body. Sweetie, are you sure about going? Yes, Dad. I will be returning home every month on the last weekend. I will make lots of friends, she proclaimed. Magnus sobbed and calmed down. Okay, but, out of nowhere, the Excalibur appeared in his one hand and the staff in the other. If any boy tries to hit on you, I will. Bonk. Emma chopped her hand on his head. Don't scare her, Mag. We also met in school. But. Athena jumped to hug him cutely. Don't worry, Daddy. I will never date. I will forever be your and Mom's little Athena. I love you too so much. She kissed his cheek and hugged his neck. Aw, we love you too, honey. Emma also joined in, making it a group hug. Quick now, we need to go to the station. Ragnar must be waiting in the car. Grace notified them. Magnus picked Athena in arms and walked out. He talked to her, telling her what to be careful about in school. He had also given her a marauder's map. She was all set to become the queen of Hogwarts for the coming 7 years. No, don't go, now came Ragnar crying. He loved her like his own daughter after all. Bam! Magnus kicked him aside. Don't delay us anymore. Stop crying like a wuss. Grr, Ragnar growled and proceeded to enter the car. Then he hugged Athena. Oh, where is your animal friend for school? Emma remembered. Athena giggled before revealing, hee hee, I'm taking Big Brother Duck with me. What? X10. Chapter 489. Athena took a seat on the train in the same cabin as Harry, Draco and Hermione. The three were great friends at this point and were among the best in Slytherin house. It was 1995, they were just getting into their 5th year. Their time in the school had been peaceful. Ever since Magnus graduated, no major scandals involving a Dark Lord or secret chambers have come to light. Dumbledore and Severus knew better than not to mess around with school safety too. Are you excited about going to school? Hermione asked Athena, holding her hand. Athena was adored by all her family and friends. She was also cute and that made her even more popular. She nodded, yes, I want to make lots of friends. Will there be more little kids like me? And is there lemon ice cream on the menu? Dad said that the food at Hogwarts is very good. Well, even if there is no lemon ice cream, I'm sure now there will be. Yes, there will be lots of kids your age. You can make as many friends as you want. But first, you will be sorted into a house. Hermione gave her a crash course. Eventually, Athena found herself sitting under the sorting hat. She was amazed by it. Whoa, a talking hat, so cool. See cool. Me. A Pendragon said that. Sniff, I'm not crying, not at all. Sorting Hat started making weird noises. Athena felt weirded out but didn't say it. Which house do you want to go to, child? You are great for all of them, the hat asked, sounding much more loving than normal. Dad said Slytherin is his house. I want to go there, she requested. Of course, if a Pendragon does not go to Slytherin, are they even a Pendragon? Have fun. Slytherin. The hat announced. The hall erupted into loud claps and howling. She was Magnus' daughter after all and her existence was seen as nothing less than that of a goddess. She was going to be the queen of the most powerful nation someday. Bam! Uncle Sev. Let's play. Athena suddenly barged into Severus' office the next day. Poor Severus was relaxing alone, drinking some tea and reading a book. He sighed, this is the 3rd time you entered my office in a single day. How are you finding all my passwords? She giggled, jumping onto his table and sitting down, munching on some biscuits. Hee hee, if I told you then it wouldn't be a trick. Come on, uncle, let's play like back home. You be the thief and I be the Auror. You know that I am the headmaster of this school. At home I was your uncle, here I am your teacher. Severus reminded her. Oh. Come on, uncle. You are not the headmaster. I've been calling you uncle since I started speaking. I'm not gonna call you headmaster now. Oh, look at your hair, they are so messy, can I comb them? She asked him out of nowhere. Athena was too hyperactive for her own sake. Great, I can get back to reading if she does this, Severus thought and agreed. Fine, you do that, but silently. Yes. I will be a good girl. She cheered and got to work. While Severus did his own stuff, she hummed some songs and combed Severus' long hair. Whoosh! Duck's head appeared outside the headmaster's office balcony. He looked inside with just one eye, as he was too big. What ya doing, potato? Making Uncle Sev pretty. You wait outside, I will comb your neck hair too. She responded. Ragnar had given the nickname to Athena, it was Potato. Magnus has also allowed Athena to take Duck with her, after all, the school had enough space. Plus, Duck was already public knowledge at this point and he was extremely friendly and intelligent. He was now working as the ambassador to all dragons. He raised awareness. Finished. Ah, you look so good, uncle. Let me take a photo and send it to Dad and Aunt Narcissa. She swiped out her mobile phone and clicked some photos. Internet was a big thing in the UK already and the phone with a camera was an experimental model made by Future Tech. Kachak. Hee, Dad says he is going to frame the picture. Oh, Aunt Narcissa said you look cute. She immediately started receiving return messages. Knock knock. All of a sudden the door was opened without Severus' permission. Dad, I wrote this new experiment repo, what the? It was Draco. He saw the annoyed face of his father, his hair was tied in small ponytails with green ribbons. The problem was, there were more than just two. Oh, Draco, look. Isn't he looking pretty? She asked his opinion. Dad, do you know what she did? Draco spoke to his father. Severus was so busy and lost in reading that he had not noticed anything. He looked left and right, there was Duck's face out of the balcony, then there was his son. He quickly stood up, what? What did she do? Severus walked towards the mirror and looked. His face fell in an instant and he stared at Athena. I heard Narcissa's name a while ago, was that you? Athena wobbled her head and showed the phone screen. Yup, Aunt says you look cute. You sent it to her. Severus snatched the phone and looked at the message. Here goes my self-respect. Draco laughed heartily. Dad, it's okay. You still have more respect than Uncle Ragnar. And to be honest, I think Mom truly loves you goofing around like this. Athena silently nodded, feeling good at the praise of her hard work. Maybe I should become a hairdresser after school. I think your dad would smash his head on the wall if you did that, Draco japed. Pop. Wahahaha. X2. All of a sudden Magnus and Ragnar apparat in the office, both laughing madly and pointing their fingers at Severus. Dobby be good cameraman, catch people in 4K, said Mr. Bobby. Dobby had also come, he held a giant movie camera on his shoulder, it had a sticker of 4K plastered on it. Sadly for Severus, Athena messing around was not just a one-time incident. She was known around the school as the prank queen and it was just her first year. Sometimes there would be farting sounds whenever someone speaks in the Great Hall. Sometimes girls will grow a mustache for an hour. Sometimes teachers will find their books misplaced with comics. But Severus was always her first choice for playing around. She would often go to his office or try to find him. Soon enough, Athena's birthday came and she asked for something. Uncle, I want to eat a giant fruit ice cream in your office, on your chair. She requested. It was pretty harmless in his eyes, but that was until he saw the ice cream that Athena had ordered. On the afternoon of her birthday, before the evening party, he found her in his office, holding a spoon. She handed him one too. Uncle, eat, there is too much for me. Child, this is too much for both of us. This thing is as tall as Dobby. We can't finish this, he told her. But she silently enjoyed each bite. So tasty. Just like that, his days in Hogwarts became much more interesting than he originally anticipated. Athena was enjoying her time to the fullest, she was trained by Magnus and knew all spells. Magnus and Ragnar had both worked together to forge a wand for her too. He never had anything to scold her for. She was even good at potions, unlike Magnus. But of course, she was not as strong as Magnus when he was this age. However, Severus didn't mind her shenanigans. She was a great change in the school, making it feel much brighter and warmer than it was. Her giggles and pranks were a breath of freshness in the boring day-to-day lives of kids. She's a perfect combination of the craziness, cunning and intelligence of Emma and Magnus. Good genes at work, he muttered in his office. But Severus had a lot of work too. He was the leading headmaster of all 6 Hogwarts around the world. 4 more were also in development. Initially, he thought they were going overboard, there won't be enough magical kids to fill the schools. It turns out, he was wrong. The number of magical kids living in closed magical communities or some backward tribes was more than magical kids in the developed or civilized world. Hence, now that the school became much more accessible, these closed communities and tribes started to send their kids. The total number of kids currently studying in all Hogwarts was 30,000. Each year, about 50,000 to 60,000 students would graduate and find jobs in Magnus megacorporations. The top students would always end up going to future tech space, as that was the most exciting and well-paying job. Chapter 490. Magnus was invited to the United Nations General Assembly to give a speech. Out of all nations in the world at this stage, about 70% were under his direct or indirect control, hence he was the most popular and powerful man in the world even without his magical background. His speeches were less for world leaders and more for the world to listen to, as the world leaders were already working as per his instructions. Good evening, my friends from around the world, those who are present here and those who are watching me. There is a quote, hard times create strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. I agree with this statement. It can be explained well with the United Kingdom, my home. Back when Hitler started his evil deeds, at the start all Western nations didn't do anything. The United Kingdom's parliament fervently had debates about why they should let Hitler be and not meddle. The West stayed silent, saying it was okay as long as Hitler didn't expand beyond the territories lost in the First World War. So what happens? Disorder. What caused the disorder? Our inaction. From there, we can observe a cycle. It goes something like this. First, there is inaction, then comes disorder, and that creates unhappiness. Then there is sadness and misery, we get more motivated to do something about it, hence comes the next step of motivation. Now when we are motivated, we try to do something. Hence comes action. Soon, that action starts showing results, as with the downfall of Hitler. That brings order back to our society, prosperity comes our way, we get rich, satisfied and finally, we get happiness. But what next? Do you know why every great civilization falls? Why every nation after getting too rich slowly starts crumbling? That's because we become too happy, content and we get lazy. Lazy to do the same things again that brought order to our society. We lose motivation. Hence, comes the phase of demotivation. After demotivation, the cycle starts again, our inaction lets vile people take power, bringing chaos. Hence, in my eyes, the only way to keep Earth prosperous is to keep pushing ourselves to do better. Why must we be lazy? Why must we be content with our lives? Sure, you can enjoy all kinds of luxuries, but why must you stop working? There is a reason why so many Indians and Chinese immigrate to the United States. Because they are developing nations, their society is currently going through a phase of motivation and action. In the end, I will end my speech by giving a new motivation to the world. Earth is just the cradle of civilization, the stars are our aim. The galaxy is our home. Today, I am announcing the project New Home. In 1999, I will head to Mars and as we enter the new century, I will open the next frontier of mankind. Humanity is not supposed to stay jailed here. It does not matter if you are a salesman, scientist, teacher, doctor, artist or taxi driver, each of you will have a part to play. So I hope that all who are listening to me play their part. Thank you for having me, have a good day. It was not in the protocol but the crowd stood up and clapped for him. The revelation that he would lead humanity to Mars before the turn of the century was exciting for even the most unmotivated person. Originally, the world had started to grow bored from the continuous mission to the moon. They don't even get much screen time on the news now. But Mars, well, that was a new thing entirely. It was a planet with limitless potential. A planet with its own atmosphere. Things just became too exciting. Mag, do I look fat in this? Emma asked him, dressed in a beautiful black Empire waist dress. He hugged her from behind and pecked her neck. I honestly think that you asked me this question just to get validation. You are smoking hot, my crazy wife. I'm 35, dear. She rolled her eyes. And you're a wizard who drinks the rejuvenation potion. You are so hot that I want to remain in bed with you for months at a time. But sadly, too many social obligations. Magnus felt her body with his hands. It turned her on as well. Then you must work harder and find time to treasure your wife. Knock knock. At least close your door before going down the degeneracy lane. Ragnar reached their room. What is there to be ashamed of? You. Ha, you're a million times more degenerate than me. Magnus barked and got away from Emma. The car is waiting. Ragnar reminded them. Today, Princess Aurelia's first movie premieres. It was a superhero movie, she was acting as Wonder Woman. She had to dye her hair black for it, but it was understandable. The movie was going to be a part of the whole DC movie universe with Batman and Superman. Movies about Green Lantern and Martian Manhunter had already been released and were a success. This movie's villain was the god of war, Ares. Magnus made sure to give decent enough action in the movie with Ares getting beaten to a pulp in some scenes. Like hell would he allow Aurelia's movie to be bland. She did all her stunts on her own too. Soon, the whole family arrived in the theaters. Athena had joined as well. It was the first premiere with various big celebrities coming. After a few photos clicked, Magnus took his seat in the last row. On his right sat Aurelia and on his left, Emma. His little sister held his hand tightly, nervous about her first movie. Huh, why are you worried? I made sure the movie looked as good as possible. Even dragged George's ass from the Star Wars set to work on the movie's special effects. He reassured her. I'm scared of something else, big brother. In the movie, the clothes of Wonder Woman are a bit revealing. I'm sure people will talk about it, say that I'm bringing down the name of the royal family or something. She said. He chuckled. He had already addressed this situation, worry not, Aurelia. I have taken care of that. In fact, people are going to call you a role model soon. Just wait. They stopped talking when the movie started playing and the lights dimmed. It started with the home of Wonder Woman. There was also the male lead, played by some American actor. Magnus made sure that the kiss scene happened with a glass sheet placed between their lips. Aurelia didn't want to kiss other men at such a young age. She wanted to give her first kiss to the man she would fall in love with. However, soon the hall was filled with loud cheers and shouts. Magnus and Adam went crazy, followed by Ragnar, Athena and Grace. Yes. Beat him up. Strangle him with that lasso. Kill him. Yee. Go Aurelia. Aurelia silently shrank her neck and slid down on her seat in embarrassment. Who knew her family would go this crazy seeing her do action scenes? But at the same time, her chest was filled with pride and warmth, her family was so supportive of her. But she didn't know that it was less about just supporting and more about how good the movie was looking. The actions, the graphics, the destruction, all looked real. It was a visual treat to watch that would get anybody's blood pumping. The movie was 1.5 hours long, not a second of it was boring. It ended on a high note, leaving enough suspense for the sequel. Aurelia looked gorgeous in the movie, her black hair suited her body. After the movie ended, there was a small private party for the guests. Aurelia was the talk of the time, men tried to talk with her to take their chances. But every time either Magnus would appear with a scary aura, or Adam and Ragnar would. They knew that all the men in the party were up to no good. Most of the men in showbiz are up to no good. In their eyes, the best wife or husband is a scientist, because once married to a beautiful wife or handsome husband, they don't bother to sniff around in other places. Their life becomes fully focused on their partner and their research. Clementia was also at the party. She shared a shot of vodka with Aurelia and patted her back. I know how you feel. They are sometimes too obsessive. Aurelia shrugged, I know, but I know they only want good for us. Anyway, how's your love life going? I heard you have not dumped that Hufflepuff boy yet. Chuckling, Clementia dreamily replied, he's a good boy. Loyal to me and actively tries to make me happy. Sis, try to find a girl for Max though, I worry about his mental health. He only talks about cooking. Both of them turned their heads to glance at Maximus, who was talking to Grace about a new dish he made. They nodded together, yes, their brother was hopeless. But what about big brother Ragnar? Aurelia wondered. So they glanced at Ragnar next. There he was, trying to woo two well-known actresses, Jennifer Connelly and Nicole Kidman, into a threesome. They shook their heads, I don't think he needs our help. He just chose not to settle down, Clementia muttered. Our family is crazy, Aurelia added, then went back to drinking. Chapter 491. 1999. The year when Magnus was supposed to head to space had come up. Adam had finished the construction of the first version of the AM engine. It took the work of 500 of the world's most intelligent scientists and gallons of lucky potions. It was made to be safe, not fast. The ultimate AM engine was going to be much faster, but to make that they needed more time. For now, they did what they could. The current ship to Mars will not have a whole hadron collider on it to create infinite antimatter. Instead, it will have a limited supply of it. NASA and Future Tech had come together to design it, but Future Tech was the only one responsible for making it. It had been constructed on the moon, as it would have taken too much fuel to get the ship into space. First, the problem with antimatter was that it explodes strongly, so it was not advisable to be used on Earth's surface. While on the moon, they can first put the aircraft in space on normal thrusters. Besides, the main body of the spaceship was in the orbit of the moon, assembled right there piece by piece. Magnus and Ragnar were going, there was no denying that. He had promised Ragnar that he would show him Mars. Besides them, there were 2 scientists from the US, a geologist and a biologist. Then there were 2 more people, both were wizards. In total, a team of 10 was heading out, 4 of them were wizards, the rest were from the US, UK, Japan, Russia and Saudi Arabia. There was a short press conference before everyone would head to the moon. But in reality, they will go through Port Key. Who would want to sit on a rocket from Earth and go through all that exhaustion? Is everyone feeling okay? Don't worry if you have to poop or pee, we've got enough space for that in the rotatory living quarters. He joked. They were all wearing their spacesuits right now. They were designed for Mars especially. The average temperature on the red planet is -60 degrees Celsius, and the atmospheric pressure was also not like Earth's. Though a being like Magnus or any other wizard who knows the right charms could live on the planet without any kind of spacesuit or helmet. The moon colony was in pretty good condition, the giant moon city in the crater was still in development. So far, 5,000 people living on the moon worked from the giant hub of moon capsules. It was like Lego, they kept on adding more blocks and making the colony bigger. A major construction site was built for the development of the Destiny 1 spaceship. The entire thing was already in Moon's orbit, going through the last checks. Magnus, Ragnar and the remaining 8 astronauts sat in a small shuttle that would take them to Moon's orbit. There was no lack of fuel on Moon at this point, as they had 2 fusion reactors working at this stage. They were able to create fuel for propulsion in space from that energy. Crazy how much change I was able to bring just by forcing the world to focus on science and development rather than petty politics, Magnus muttered, looking out from the space shuttle's window at the men at work on Moon's surface. What are you so excited about? He looked at his brother sitting beside him. Ragnar giggled like a girl in love with her high school crush. I am excited about going to Mars, I can only imagine the minerals, the raw materials I can find there. Then their application in potions, maybe I can develop something great, maybe your cancer drug that you're stuck on. Well, a cure to fix my condition would be best, Magnus muttered sadly. Over the years, he found it difficult not to use magic to his fullest, and that has gradually increased the dragonification of his body. His body was in constant pain as if something was trying to rip him apart. He just tried not to focus on it. Ragnar, saddened, said, I will try to. But you mad fool, stop using that magic of yours. You know what, when I return, I will make a device that will sting you so bad you will remember Mum and not use the magic. Just think about Athena, brother, don't you want to see her grow? I do, the thing is, I know I have a few more decades of life left, Rag. It's just that, this uncertainty that I can die at any time keeps me frustrated. But I do hope you can get me that device. Anyway, forget about all that, let's go to Mars. Magnus put all the worry out of his mind, the current mission mattered the most. It was a long process to leave hundreds of safety checks, millions of things to be kept in mind. The cockpit was now like a luxurious cabin of a holiday bus. Comfortable leather seats and such were in abundance. There was enough food to last them 2 years. Magnus and Ragnar were not going to be in charge of maneuvering it, rather it was another wizard from Future Tech Space who was trained in doing so for years. From the communicator, Bobby's voice came, you guys ready to make this 3-month journey? I hope you all don't end up eating each other to death like in those space horror movies. A round of laughs resounded in the cabin. Magnus replied, don't worry, I will try my best to make you feel jealous of not being among us. I already do, Bobby muttered. But chirped, anyway, you will be connected to the broadcasting station in a minute, address the planet Earth before you head out. Got it, Magnus waited a minute. Soon, the light turned green on the communicator machine. He spoke without much preparation, good day or good night, the planet looks the same to me, it's very bright. This view is the only thing I would say is more beautiful than my most beautiful wife. On another note, I'm happy I won't be returning home for months, hopefully, she won't be angry by then. I am 39, will be celebrating my 40th birthday on Mars. But I am more interested and excited about welcoming the new century on Mars. Let it be known, that the 21st century will be the century of space and peace. May God bless us all, take care and wait for our arrival to Mars. He pressed the switch to end the transmission. He stared out of the screen in the front, Earth was visible, shining like a beacon of life. I hope I can see Athena grow into a fine woman and then bring her up here. Show this view to her. What my whole life's work has been about. I hope I'm not a shitty son, brother, or father. Ragnar noticed his eyes. What's the teary eyes about? Nothing, I'd say you're a heartless bastard if you don't get teary-eyed from this view. He said. Ragnar chuckled. All right, I'm a heartless bastard then. But let me tell you, I am ready to die and destroy the world for my family, and yes, that includes you. I would you have kissed your cheeks if you were not wearing the helmet and had a decent-looking face. Magnus tapped on Ragnar's head. Ragnar scoffed. Bitch, what do you mean by a decent face? Look at my beard, my jaw, my dick, it's all top-notch. Every woman I've been with keeps calling me to just sleep with me. You cannot even fathom my big Gus Duckus powers. Waha, you should do stand-up comedy, you'll make millions. Magnus laughed heartily. Ragnar was always the best when it came to boosting morals and mood. If there was anybody depressed, just lock them with Ragnar. This was a change that appeared in Ragnar ever since he exacted his revenge on Rodolphus and Voldemort. He became much more free-minded and cheerful. All he cared about was himself and his family. Rest can go to hell. 1 minute until the first ignition, the pilot notified them. Everyone strapped themselves into their seats tightly. The first jump of the journey is always bumpy due to the rapid acceleration. Once they were at the maximum speed, however, they won't feel anything, as there is negligible friction in space. For brakes, there was a way to reverse thrust the engine. 10. 9. 3. 2. 1. Ignition. All it took was one press of the button to let the antimatter engine make its first blast. Whoosh. Inside the cabin, Magnus and the rest felt their bodies get thrust into the leather chairs. But they were made so comfortable that they didn't even feel any pain. It took them only 5 seconds to reach maximum speed. Pilots and other engineers quickly completed the post-flight checks. Soon, they reported to Magnus as he was the mission commander. Sir, the integrity of the ship is retained, no damage to be reported. Great, let's go to the gravity quarters and get some rest. We will take turns in the pilot cabin in pairs. He commanded. It was going to be a long journey of 3 months before they reach Mars. This was a lot of time to be doing nothing, hence there were all kinds of recreational facilities in the ship, from a gaming station to a gym. Chapter 492. The time spent in the spaceship was boring. There was nothing to do except exercise, eat, sleep and talk to families back home. Thankfully, the spaceship was also supposed to lay down a major communication system that would allow near-instantaneous transmission from Mars to Earth. Dad, I just won the World School Quidditch Championship. I caught the snitch and defeated Ilvermorny School. Athena was now in her 4th year, growing marvelously. He cheered her. That's amazing, dear. I used to play Quidditch in school too. I was so good that I decided to step down and not play. Hee, I know that, you are a legend around the world. The quickest Quidditch game, the quickest catch of the snitch. I love it, but sadly, no matter how much I try, I can't seem to do better than you, she pouted while saying it. Magnus smiled, looking at her face on the screen. He would have hugged her and caressed her face if he could. My little Athena. You don't have to live in my shadow. My circumstances were different. I pushed myself beyond any would because I needed to survive. Just in the first week of my entering the school some wizards tried to kill me. I made the choice for which I am still suffering from consequences. You don't have to do all that, little one. Dad will make sure you never have to. Just study hard and be a good wizard, that's all you need to do. Athena felt he didn't sound right, but she had too many things to do. She had to go back to school after talking with him and get back to studying and preparing for the 4th-year ball night. So she didn't try to ask him more. I will, Dad. I will be a wizard you can be proud of. I already am, sweetie. He said and saw her leave the screen. Emma sat down after that. She went back to school. Who knew, the little girl who didn't want to leave us now can't stay away from her school, she muttered. Magnus shook his head. It's not her fault, Emma. We were like that too. School is just so much fun. How are you? Do you miss me? She scoffed. I have not forgotten the speech you gave 2 months back. So I'm less beautiful than this planet? He wanted to hold her and kiss her right at that moment. No, my love, I was just trying to say things to motivate the people. You are still the most beautiful in the universe for me. Humph. Like I will believe you now. I will remember this. Be prepared to get thoroughly punished in our bedroom. I want that month-long vacation you promised. Her voice and words didn't match, she sounded too loving. That I promise. How is everyone else? Aurelia, Clementia and Max, Mum and Dad? He asked further. Now Ragnar also joined as they will be talking to the rest of the family. Like this, they spent the remaining 1 month too. Soon enough, the red planet came into view and with each minute it became bigger. Everyone got into their suits and prepared to de-accelerate. Strap yourself in, folks. We will experience just the opposite of what we did when we started this journey. The change in our velocity will be noticeable, a lot. The pilot warned them and prepared to start de-accelerating as soon as they reached the distance from which they can move safely to Mars. In 10 seconds. 10. 9. 1. Brace. In an instant, the whole spacecraft came to a near stop. Everything stopped that was one with the body of the craft, but Magnus and the whole crew were independent bodies, their momentum didn't stop with the craft. So they felt as if they were being pulled out of their seats, only the straps helped them stay in place, or else they would have smashed their heads open on the control panel. This lasted for just a few seconds and they had trained for this in the labs already. Nobody vomited or got sick due to this. They looked out of the front screen, the red planet was pretty big, they were close enough to see all the patterns on it. It will take us a day to reach orbit and synchronize with the landing spot. The current coordinated universal time on Earth is 9 p.m., December 29, 1999. The pilot briefed them. They didn't move however, this was the most important stage of the mission, they needed to dock the whole ship in geostationary orbit and then take the landing rocket to the surface. All the members on board were doing something, looking at the various instrument clusters, making sure everything was fine. They didn't want any miscalculations about the orbit. Just like that, whole days passed. Soon, the moment of truth came and the pilot adjusted the spacecraft's position by using pressure thrusters. The AM engine was not useful in small maneuvers. It's done. All OK signs got exchanged by each and every crew member. Everything looked fine. Magnus took the command from there, everyone, quick, off to sleep. We need to be at our best when I attempt the landing. He and Ragnar alone remained in the cabin as they didn't need to sleep as much as the others, thanks to their superhuman body. While Magnus had nothing to work on, Ragnar was busy packing all his testing kits into his magic pouch. I wonder how good magic will work on this planet, Ragnar wondered. Better than Earth. The atmosphere of Mars is much thinner than Earth's. The average surface pressure is only about 610 pascals, 0.088 psi, which is less than 1% of the Earth's value. This means that Mars' atmosphere is more open to space than Earth, hence there will be more dark matter. But be prepared, your 80-kilo body will only weigh 30 kilos. Magnus briefed him about the situation. Future Tech had already sent hundreds of rovers and satellites to Mars. They pretty much know about its crude composition. The only major threat we face on Mars is planet-encircling dust storms that occur on average every 5 Earth years. The last one occurred just a year ago. But good thing, they never get as strong as Earth due to weaker atmosphere. Magnus added. Nice, we're wizards, we can most likely survive any storm. But if what you said makes sense, the best place to set up a base on Mars is underground. Ragnar suggested. That's what we're here to do, brother. First, we will check out the surface, the soil, how's the underground. We need to be careful, we don't know much about this place, even less than what we knew about the moon at the first landing. Slowly, the time passed. After 6 more hours, one by one the crew started to wake up. Magnus meanwhile went ahead to prepare the rocket that will bring them down to the Mars surface. It was similar to the reusable rocket they used for Moon, but this one was much more advanced. They quickly ate food and got into their suits. Only 4 people will be going down on the first try. It was Magnus, Ragnar and the other 2 wizards. The only reason Magnus took wizards was that they had the least chances of dying even if something unexpected happened. By now, most of the astronauts know about the wizarding world under a strict contract agreed by world governments and ICW. Hence, it was very easy to operate with magical items. The plan was to send only one group to the surface, then they would put a port key and allow the remaining crew to freely come and go. The geostationary orbit of Mars was at 13,634 kilometers, it was well within the range of port key. Everyone, time your watches. I will take my step on Mars at the exact moment it is 12 a.m. Coordinated Universal Time, UTC, on Earth. With that, the new century will begin, he briefed them before the commencement of the landing. After they had done all the flight checks, they got into the attached lander rocket. It was reusable 30 times. But it depended on the atmosphere. It was reusable 30 times on Earth, here it would be much more. There was no countdown for deployment this time. The rocket simply detached itself and started to fall down towards the Mars surface. The rocket had computers to make sure that it stayed in position. It started to fall vertically for the landing. Whoosh! Everyone felt the vibrations inside the small cabin as the thrusters fired up, telling them that they were close to the surface. Then, before they knew it, they felt a loud thud and all noises started to die down. They felt no movement either. Are we on the surface? Ragnar wondered. Magnus immediately fiddled with the computer to make the cameras outside give the output. Yes, they could see land and a cloud of red dust just settling down. Magnus took a glance at the clock. It was 11:55 p.m. Just 5 minutes until the new year, the beginning of the 21st century. He quickly opened the hatch and climbed down. He didn't step foot on the sand however, he needed to time everything out while keeping in mind the delay of 3 minutes, which means he had to step out at 11:57 p.m. The signals are up, Ragnar notified him. Magnus took a long breath, he looked around for the first time. It's all red, he muttered to his crew members. Go. Magnus didn't waste a moment and stepped out, plastering his shoe mark on the surface of the red planet. The first man to step foot on Mars was Magnus Grant Emery's Pendragon, the King of the United Kingdom. A name that shall be immortalized for as long as Earth shall remain. Knowing he had to say something, Magnus quoted what he wrote before, 300 million miles away from home, this is the colossal leap for mankind. No longer are we spectators on a small blue marble, we are humans, out to conquer the cold dark universe. Happy New Year, Earth. Happy 21st century, humanity. Chapter 493. Happy 21st century indeed. For the first time, no one had any idea what the future was going to look like. So much had changed so fast, the level at which the technology was changing was unpredictable. The computers, the communication technology, the cars, engines and everything was changing each year. The companies were in full competitive mode, spending more and more money on research and development. Nearly the entire world had their faces plastered on the television to watch the Mars landing. It only took humanity 31 years to achieve this feat. A modern technological marvel had been created. Magnus' whole family was invited by various media channels to give interviews, but only a few agreed. For example, there was Adam, who was the lead developer of the engine, so he gave some insights on the mission. Then there was Aurelia, as she was a celebrity, she was more available to the channels. Still, she only gave a 5-minute interview, telling how proud she was of her brothers. Grace, too, gave a similar recording of how proud she was. Elizabeth, however, went to the BBC News channel and gave a full 1-hour interview. It was full of stories about Magnus and how proud she was of him as her grandson and also as the king leading the nation's soul. At this point, there was nobody left who could say they were anti-monarchy. 100% of the people in the entire United Kingdom loved their king and the royal family. But, this was just the start. Magnus had the cancer drug under development. If he can make it, he will possibly be seen as a god or something. Back on Mars, Magnus called the whole crew out of the shuttle and also unloaded the Mars vehicle. Their job was to find precious minerals. But, first of all, they got onto Mars rover and traveled to the site, which was pre-decided to be excavated. Ragnar, however, didn't come with them. Instead, he took a broom to do his own personal test with magical means. Magnus honestly didn't have any plans for Mars. His main targets were asteroids beyond Mars as they would bring precious metals for further development. He was doing it just so that the future human civilization could benefit from it. He had no idea for how long he would live, and he knew the day he died, a lot of hyenas that he had tamed would once again start poking their heads up. The speed at which human civilization is progressing will once again slow down. But he will try to make sure he leaves behind enough backups. Whoosh! Ragnar returned on his broom. I have found a few things deeper inside the ground. I don't know what minerals they are, but it will need some research. Besides that, magnesium, aluminium, titanium, iron, and chromium are relatively common in them. In addition, lithium, cobalt, nickel, copper, zinc, niobium, molybdenum, lanthanum, europium, tungsten, and gold have been found in trace amounts. I also believe that water used to flow on the surface of Mars a long time ago. Sadly, the planet can't maintain it as it's too cold. However, the orbiter probes we send from Destiny 1 have reported that there might be frozen water on the poles. He reported. Magnus nodded and briefed, as I suspected, this planet is the most likely place for Earth version 2 to exist, but for that, we need to develop some way to make it habitable once again. The main problem is the atmosphere, it's too thin. And if we want to terraform it we need more carbon dioxide than humans have released in our entire existence. Making this place habitable is a daunting task that might not be possible in my life. But, maybe in 100 years, with the use of wizards and muggle technology, we probably can. For now, we will only be creating a mining colony here. Got it, boss. The other two wizards got to work quickly in setting up a temporary base for others to port key in and also send other important materials. 2 people were to always stay on the Destiny 1 craft in orbit. The rest of the 8 astronauts worked their best after checking the soil integrity. Magnus and the other 4 wizards started to use magic to dig the soil and create a big 30 meters wide and 10 meter deep square ditch. After that, they put the living units in there. The units contained the pressurizing and depressurizing entrance, then the living room / kitchen / dining, then there were 3 rooms with 4 bunk beds each. 1 big lab room, a toilet complex. A room for exercise. Then deep under it was the power room that contained all the solid-state batteries version 6 that held power from the solar panels on the surface. Dust storms on Mars can last from 2 weeks to 1 or 2 months. These batteries had enough capacity to hold power for 4 months in them. Heck, the storms on Mars go at a max of 60 miles per hour. There were special weighted suits that could allow them to work even in that condition. Ragnar collected all the soil samples he wanted. Magnus helped him by operating all around the planet as this was an easy task. He also set up port keys in various mineral-rich locations, one at the pole as well from where they collected ice samples. After their 3-month excursion and experiments, it was time to head back, completing their mission that lasted 9 months. But, Destiny 2 spacecraft was also being created and once made, at all times there will be humans present on Mars. Brace for acceleration, the pilot warned. Whoosh! In an instant, the spacecraft gained maximum speed and zoomed towards Earth's moon. "Huh, look at you, giggling like a little girl," Magnus joked with Ragnar. "Of course, I can't wait to do tests on the unknown materials I found. Maybe it's some sort of an unknown element, I can probably name it after myself and make it a bigger headache for kids to learn the periodic table. Ragnium sounds pretty nice." Ragnar mumbled. "Sure, if that's what you want, you can have it. But make sure you first sanitize all the material, we don't want a zombie apocalypse on Earth now," Magnus japed. Ragnar scoffed, "Who needs a zombie apocalypse when we already have a planet full of retards?" A crew member came to them at that. "Sir, we are receiving communication from Earth, they are hoping that you can address Earth." Magnus got up to go to the communication room. "Sure." He took a seat, and the camera started to record. For now, they were at a distance that created a 1-minute delay in communication. It was manageable though. "Hello, Earth. This is Magnus. Alive and well. The mission went better than we ever expected. We were able to establish a base on Mars where the future astronauts can comfortably live in. We have also tested the soil of Mars from various locations. Ice exists on the poles, but the planet is uninhabitable for now. Maybe we can nuke the poles and melt the water to increase carbon dioxide and increase the atmospheric pressure. But only time will tell what we do. I am feeling a bit homesick at the moment, can't wait to breathe under the open sky once again. One thing I would like to add before I end my message is that, before I used to take Earth for granted, it took me to go to space to truly appreciate and cherish our home, for it's truly like our mother. It nourishes us, feeds us and lets us breathe. And I, as a good son, vowed to respect my mother and take care of her as now I'm a grown-up. By next year, space flights will become commercially available for anyone who wants to see Earth from space. I hope then many more will feel the same as I do. Thank you, see you soon." He clicked the red switch to end the recording and sent it to Earth in one go. On Earth, Magnus was always at war with dark forces that lay in darkness, in secret, trying to bring him down and spread chaos. But, the time when Magnus decided to go out of Earth to assure humanity's future, darkness took an offensive. It was subtle, nobody felt it spread, it was slower than a snail, for they knew the danger of poking their head too high would bring the dragon's wrath. Their aim was not to bring down Magnus, nor did they aim to fight him. For them, control over the planet was the final acceptable result. But that road eventually leads to standing up against the current uncrowned king of Earth. Chapter 494. The idea that His Majesty Pendragon proposed is a gross misuse of weapons that should not even exist. To use nuclear weapons in such a way means he is promoting their existence. While we here at the United Nations support the denuclearization of the world. Such weapons should not even exist, let alone be used. Such were the words of some so-called United Nations after Magnus' short speech was shown on television around the world. Of course, the organization received a stern response from the people and the United Kingdom, but not much happened. Or that was what they expected. At that point, Emma, who was acting on behalf of Magnus, made a decision. She called the handler that manages the United Nations, put in place by Magnus. I want all the people involved in making this decision fired. Withhold their salaries and pensions, investigate them for misuse of power. Magnus is not a tyrant, but we all stand against retards. While Magnus is trying to create another home for humanity, these fools who don't even know the S of science want to school him about nukes. If anything, it's Magnus who has tried to bring nukes under control. Her voice and orders were stern, the man soon went back and got to work. About 50 people were fired in an instant and some investigations were launched against them. Your Majesty, the dignitaries from Japan are here, the royal secretary informed her. She, as Magnus' wife, had her duties, and she did it with complete seriousness. It was already June of the year 2000. The mission on Mars lasted a full 9 months. But, the century may have started with a big achievement by humanity, the United Kingdom was also on cloud 9. Finally, after so many years of hard work and pushing business, innovations and entrepreneurship, the United Kingdom's GDP finally reached $2 trillion, the same as the US for that year. However, on average, a British citizen was more than 3 times richer than an American. It was because of the lesser population. Where the population of the US was 280 million and their GDP per capita was $6,000, the population of the United Kingdom was at 88 million and the GDP per capita was at $3,000. It was a lot of money. This made UK's internal economy much stronger as people had too much money to buy whatever they wanted, or start a business. But Magnus cared not to think about all this, he just returned to Earth, this time on a real rocket as too many eyes would be on him. Since reusable rockets were a thing, a soft vertical landing brought them straight to the ground at the Belize base. A tall movable lift was placed there for them to come out. But, it was a reality that the human body needs time to adapt. None of the astronauts that were not wizards could stand up straight. Magnus, Ragnar and the 2 other wizards were used to the apparition, Portkey and their bodies being stressed beyond humanly possible, hence they were more resilient. The space station staff helped each one of them to walk out and brought them down. Magnus, though, didn't need any help. He just wanted to go home quickly and hug his family. They were first taken to a quarantine facility where they were all disinfected. Then they were to sit down and give a press briefing about their health and experience, signing a few portraits of themselves to be put on a new wall of fame that was not reserved for future Mars missions. Magnus' photo remained in the first place for being the first man on Mars. After that, without waiting for a day, Magnus and Ragnar portkeyed to Camelot. I'm back. Magnus shouted. Dad. The first one to jump into his arms was his daughter, Athena. Her 4th year had come to an end and currently, she was enjoying her summer holidays. Come here, my little dragon. He lifted her up and pecked her forehead. How was your school this year? Great, I annoyed Uncle Sev twice this semester. She chirped and puffed her chest out in pride. Huh, it seems you are just like me. Where is everyone else? He asked her. Triplet uncle and aunts are bathing duck. He jumped into a big ditch of mud and didn't take a bath later, so he got dry mud on him. Grandma and Grandpa are at work. Mum is in the kitchen. She informed him. Knowing this, he decided to go and meet Emma first. Okay, you wait for me beside Duck, I will come out with Emma. Rag must be out, take him along. Okay. She ran away happily. He moved into the big kitchen, with a wave of his hand he sent all elves away. Then in a smooth motion, he hugged Emma's waist from behind. Hello, my beautiful wife. Are you ready for that month-long date? Still, in his arms, she turned around and kissed him. I was making pancakes for you. Hee, it seems to marry you was the best decision of my life, he chuckled. Emma scoffed, seriously, you are too gullible. I was a fool, I should have just tried to learn to make the best pancakes instead of chasing after you for so long. Ha, it ain't that easy to woo me, my love. I fell in love with you because I knew I could trust you. I knew you will stand by me when I need you. By the way, I brought you something, a new ring, this time made from gold I collected on Mars. He presented her with a ring. You brought it, you put it on, she extended her hand. Since there was already a wedding ring, he put this new ring on her index finger. Following, he kissed her again, can't wait for the night. Did Mars make you hornier? She joked. He squeezed her in his arms, oh no, it's the 9 months of being away from you that made me horny. And honestly, with a wife so pretty, if I don't act horny, I'm probably not a man. At that, she licked her lips, can't say I'm not feeling the same. I feel I have forgotten what you look like without the shirt and, her hands suddenly reached down and cupped something between his legs, pants. Cough, Mom, Dad, Duck is too excited, we can't hold him from breaking the castle open. Athena appeared at the door. Her face looked red. Emma wanted to get away, but Magnus was shameless. Athena is about to turn 15, so why should he not show his love for his wife just because the kids were around? Sure, sweetie. Let's go, Emma, are you following? I will bring the pancakes. She turned back to cooking, red-faced. Magnus put his arm on Athena's shoulder and walked out. Athena pouted, Dad, be a little discreet, please. He laughed, you want me to be discreet? Are you sure? When you get a boyfriend then you will also do this and get caught, you want me to make a scene then. Plus, you're asking the guy who changed Hogwarts rules to allow students to kiss and make out. I will show my love to my wife whenever I want. Dad, I will never date anyone, that's so lame, she scowled. Haha, that's the worst joke I've heard today. You are a beautiful girl, I'm sure many boys are crazy about you. You are just in your 4th year, give it some more time and you will date a boy. When that happens, I will make sure to scare them to their deaths. He was already planning to save his precious daughter. Athena noted proudly, sure, if I date a guy, you are free to scare him. If he can't even stand up against my dad, he's too weak. Just then, Magnus felt immense pride in her. She sure shared the same mindset as him. Dad. Thump. Duck shouted as soon as he saw Magnus and came to him running excitedly. Thank God the castle was reinforced with magic. I missed you. Boy was too big but felt warm with his nose being tapped by Magnus. After all, to him, Magnus was his dad. And I missed you too, Duck. Let's go and fly around the island. In the coming days, various major dinner events were held in Magnus' honor. It was as if the world was in a festival. It was understandable, all that Magnus had achieved was too big. But Magnus was not satisfied. His last project was a cancer drug. He will truly celebrate when he is able to make it and not just develop, but also sell it at an affordable price. So, over the coming few years, he was not going to use much magic and rather focus on muggle work. It also helped him stop the spread of his dragonification. Ragnar too entered his lab to do his own research. It was unknown what he was trying to make but he said it was a big thing, one that can help humanity for centuries to come and also make him super rich. Money was always appreciated, so Magnus didn't push him. He instead had a meeting with a few students from Hogwarts, most of them were from Slytherin House, but some were from other houses too, those who were in the top of their classes. Chapter 495. At Buckingham Palace, Magnus invited the graduates of Hogwarts to the dining hall. Draco and Harry were there too. Both of the boys had graduated from the school in '97 and now worked around. Draco was a good potioneer thanks to having a great potioneer father. Plus Narcissa was his mother, she was very strict about his studies. By now, Draco had already found out about his father from various sources that were not his mother. In fact, Draco asked Severus about it. Magnus remembers that day when Draco, Narcissa and Severus came to his office to talk to him. Draco wanted to talk to Magnus. He asked him right away why he killed his father and was there no way to stop him. Instead of talking, Magnus went ahead and showed him everything in the pensieve. You want to know about your father? Why did I kill him? Why did your mother stay silent? Here, look at all my memories then. But first of all, tell me, do you know who Voldemort was and what he did? Draco nodded. He was a blood supremacist terrorist who killed innocent wizards and tried to rule the wizarding world, enslave the Muggle population. True, now look at all this. From my first to the last encounter related to Lucius Malfoy, Magnus poured a memory strand into the water in the basin. Draco submerged his head in it. Memories started to show up. From the first day Magnus met him, when Lucius bickered with him on the train, then tried to woo him to join him. Then trying to recruit him for Voldemort led to the first magical battle and Magnus destroyed his bones. Then Lucius' father died while trying to enter Merlin's vault. Then Lucius tried to kill Magnus multiple times. After school, he joined Voldemort, went on many raids to kill muggles and wizards, tried to kill Magnus again and got served by Severus after he kidnapped Severus' mother. Then finally, there were short snippets of scenes that Magnus originally saw in Narcissa's memories, where Lucius assaulted her on the first night. Of course, it was not as graphic this time. But the message was clear: Lucius treated Narcissa like his bed slave and only wanted a son so Voldemort could use him. Then finally, Lucius tried to kill Magnus. In return, he got killed. The story came to an end with Narcissa pleading with Magnus for help. Magnus showed all things that could make Draco hate Lucius. It was important. Splash. When Draco got up, his face seemed angered. He cursed, he was such an asshole and, that bastard. He hurt my mother and grandma, Severus' mother. Draco turned to Narcissa, her eyes tearful. He quickly hugged her. Then glanced at Severus. Thank you. I couldn't have lived with Malfoy as an addition to my name. It disgusts me. He hugged Severus too. The entire group hugged, including Severus and Narcissa's daughter, Magnesia, which they named to honor Magnus, their friend, the one who changed their lives for the better. Back in the dinner hall, Magnus noticed a ginger curly-haired girl being particularly excited about meeting him. She was supposed to be Harry's girlfriend, Hermione Granger. She was also called Big Sis by Athena. He knew about her because Emma informed him that a Muggle-born girl who was at the top of school grades was helping Athena study in the school. So he let her sit beside himself. It's an honor to be meeting you, Your Majesty. I have been waiting for this day for so long now. I am glad people are still as excited about this. So, what made you want to meet me? He asked her. I admire everything that you have done. From the time you were just 9 years old and saved your school friends until now when you went to Mars. You have changed the whole world with your strategies, bringing countries together. I heard you were also behind the fall of the USSR, stopping Israel and Palestine, India and Pakistan tensions. You are the one who has made the UK so powerful and rich. You are behind everything that the world is today. I want to be like you someday. She babbled non-stop and by the end, she was panting. She probably felt this was the last time she would see him. He passed her a glass of water. Calm down, child. What is your plan? How will you bring a change to the world? I will become the first Muggle woman minister for magic. She revealed her plans. But it's a position that's always under my influence. Why would you want to become someone who can't make all the decisions on her own? Magnus interrogated her. Why would I complain? Your leadership has been great all this time. If I become the minister under you, then that means I will get all the experience from you, the way you make decisions and such. You even brought rights to goblins, elves, werewolves and vampires. That's so noble of you. She went non-stop about his achievements. You and Harry are 20, right? Are you two planning on getting married in the future? Magnus asked her, immediately shutting her up. It was a technique he had learned from watching his mum shut Ragnar and other siblings. After all, the triplets were 27 years old at this stage. She went red in embarrassment. We have decided to get married at the age of 25. For now, we both want to focus on our work. I want to become the Minister for Magic and Harry wants to become the captain of the English Quidditch team. Well, Eugenia is going to retire next year. If you can somehow gain enough influence in the ministry, you have my blessing to become the minister. Take my advice, go after Moody. There is no one who has more influence than him. He advised her. But what she didn't know was that this was as good as the final seal of approval to her becoming the minister. She was already working in the ministry under Eugenia, who has asked Magnus to evaluate her. Hermione became excited. Really? Sir. But I will just be 21. Magnus chortled. Age is nothing, Miss Granger. I became king at the age of 18, had a daughter at 23 and so much more that happened behind the scenes. If anything, you being young and having enough talent to become the minister shows how promising you are. Today, becoming the Minister for Magic is just the first stage. Next, there are agencies like the European Wizarding Federation, International Confederation of Wizards. You can become their chiefs if you do good. So, good luck and I hope you achieve greatness. Now, let me go and embarrass Harry about you. He patted her head and skipped to another table. The table Harry and Draco sat at was shared by two more boys, who seemed older and were twins. Both had mischievous smiles on their faces. Hello, kids. Are you enjoying the evening? Magnus took a seat. But, the four boys had a shocked face. Especially the twins. Magnus smirked. You two must be the twins, Fred and George. Do you think that old fart prank will work on me? George's eyes widened. How did, ugh. It was advanced version, ah. Fred's face also contorted like his brother's. Suddenly some poop-smelling greenish goo fell from their mouths. They quickly spit it on their plates. Magnus smirked. There's a line in a book by C.S. Lewis. Do not cite the deep magic to me, which. I was there when it was written. It basically means in this case as, you tried to prank me. God of pranks. Ha. At that, Magnus got up to leave. Enjoy the evening, now everything you will eat will taste like cat poop for the day. Draco and Harry, you better move if you don't want to smell cat poop. Soon, the two twins were left alone as they blinked in defeat. Shocked that the old king fooled them, but again, they reckoned this was why he was the king and they were little peasants. So, what have you two decided on doing, sons? Magnus asked Draco and Harry. I want to be a Quidditch player, uncle, Harry responded. That's all good, I heard you were good at Quidditch. But, you need to make money, there is not much money on Quidditch unless you make it into the A group. I advise you to invest your money in some Gringotts scheme. At least it won't just sit in your vault. He advised him, as he knew James Potter and his now dead parents left a lot of wealth to Harry and Lily. Meanwhile, Draco had bigger dreams. I will join your dragon service, uncle. With this, I can help you manage the world and truly make a difference. Magnus appreciated it. Well, for that you will have to give an interview to your Uncle Tonks. He's the chief of dragon service. I will call him and tell him you want to join. But remember, he will not go easy on you just because you are family. Sternly, Draco shook his head. I don't want him to go easy. If I fail, I will just try to improve and try again. This is my dream, I will fulfill it no matter what. Magnus ruffled his hair, annoying him a bit. Good lad, that's the spirit. Now, let's go and enjoy the party. Chapter 496. The greatest enemy of humanity is humanity's deep perverted desire for destruction. Since the days of the Stone Age, humans have been killing each other. Since the dawn of civilization, humans have been going to war with each other, destroying kingdoms, empires, slaving, raping and pillaging. If there has ever been peace, it has been because a greater power existed that overwhelms the others so much that peace is the only option. Hence, the greatest antidote to this humanity's destructive mindset is a sword at the throat, that scared them from ever committing a crime that challenges peace. His Majesty was that sword. And due to him, there are no wars, there is peace. Hunger is eradicated due to his giant vertical farms under the Arthurland in Sahara and his private property in eastern Russia. Africa is not the poor land it used to be. Sure, it is not much like the West, but it is not poor anymore. There are enough jobs and money for people to make a living. There are schools, there are hospitals, there is hope. King Magnus was that hope. Most people did not know the cost at which this peace had come. One man suffered in constant pain so a billion smiles could flourish. One man gave up his humanity so billions could be humane. This is the story of the boy, scared and forced to fight for his life at the age of 11. The story of a king, who joined the world into one. Two such books exist, one for wizards, that's more factually true, and one for muggles, that needed some manipulation to keep wizards a secret. But both books tell you the story of the same person, Magnus Grant Emery's Pendragon. I am Rita Skeeter, this is the last book I wrote, as per request of His Majesty. Sniff, oh God, I will cry before I finish writing this book. Why can't you live forever? I want to grow old and die while still looking at you being as young. Rita cried her eyes out. Magnus was sitting in her office, reading a small excerpt she wrote. He had told Rita about his condition and that he would die before her. This was his request, that she write a book about his life from the start to the end. He will tell most of the things in it, from his sad days to his triumphs, to his medical condition to what pushed him to ignore it. Perhaps, it might inspire someone to do good. But he also had a selfish desire in it. He didn't want to be forgotten in history. Because when that happens, he will be truly dead. Come on, I still have time, I will be coming here weekly to tell you my story. Be prepared to write it as it is, I don't want too much manipulation. He warned her. Rita had retired from writing as she made too much money. But this was a job she didn't want to reject. She comically saluted like muggles. Why yes, Sniff, Your Majesty, I will be present here. Good, I need to go back now. Possibly, Africa might soon join together and become one giant country. If that happens, I will be one step closer to my end goal. Magnus left after briefing her. Rita still cried as she watched his back. Sniff, I will write the best book ever, Your Majesty. The world must know the cost at which this piece has come. Strange, was he always this tall? She muttered at the end, confused. It was the year 2005, 4 more missions to Mars had taken place, in 3 of them Ragnar also went, Bobby as well. Ragnar wanted more samples from deeper parts of the planet, Bobby just wanted to see Mars with his own eyes. Moon City in the crater was being supported by Magnus and was about 30% done. Around the world, 800 fusion reactors and 200 fission reactors were at work currently. They powered the entire United States, Canada, the UK, France, Germany and Japan completely. This meant that these countries were 100% running on green energy, except when it came to cars. These reactors were also partially helping other countries. About 300 more such reactors were under construction around the world. Future Tech Energy was making billions every single day. At the same time, Magnus gained full control over Japan after he helped them in their economic crisis by fusing billions into their economy in the coming weeks. This managed to save their stock exchanges and companies from going bankrupt. But in the end, all that investment left Magnus with a major chunk of Japan's economy in his palms. The Great African Railway was fully complete, including all its feeder lines. Every year, it brings $700 billion to the African countries' economies. The train was also one of the reasons why the African Union was slowly coming to the decision that it's better to make Africa one big nation. Their idea was simple: currently, no matter how much money they make from the trade, it won't help each nation equally as there were villages, towns, cities too spread out. If they wanted to do infrastructure development, it would take too much time and there was not enough money. However, if they could make Africa one giant land, then they can make a dozen megacities where most of the African population will reside, then there will be farmlands in the most fertile lands. This will help Africa manage its funds and bring prosperity to the whole population. Plus, it will make Africa more empty, more friendly to the wildlife. Magnus was at a meeting of the African Union, here to finalize the Union of Africa. Initially, they wanted to call it the United States of Africa, but that would create too much confusion. So, they decided to name it the United Provinces of Africa, UPA. But the matter has currently come to deciding how the elections will be conducted. How will they decide correct representation? Although all African nations were under Magnus' control, he allowed them enough autonomy to ensure that they don't lose too much because of his policies. He sat beside the current president of the African Union, Zendaya Azabo, silently observing the 54 presidents and prime ministers. Will the new government be a presidential or a parliamentarian government? The president of Nigeria asked. Union President, Zendaya replied, it will be parliamentarian, with the leader called Prime Minister. Presidential form of government puts too much power in a single man. This can be disastrous for a nation as big as ours. What about the management of each province? How will that be done? The Prime Minister of Zimbabwe asked. At that, Magnus got up, not interested in their squabbling and wasting his time. He knew all their questions, so he answered them together. As soon as Get got out of his seat, each of them silenced down and respectfully listened. Magnus' beardy 45-year-old face that aged like fine wine helped a lot in gaining respect. I understand your concerns. Let me clear this out. First of all, remember the reason we are making Africa a nation, to bring together the population in mega-cities. Hence, most of the provinces will not be that populated. Second, the government will have 2 houses. The upper house, which will contain all the MPs, their numbers will be decided by the number of people in each province. Next, there will be provincial assemblies. The elected members will be called MPA, members of the provincial assembly. They act like the parliament but only decide on things related to the province, like deciding the budget, matters related to law, criticizing each other. The prime minister candidate will be decided by the political party before the elections and will be revealed to the public. The legislative organ of the state will make laws, the executive enforces them and the judiciary will apply them. There will be rules that no politician that is not a high school graduate can hold public office. No politician with any crime bigger than a minor traffic violation will hold the office. And, the crime of corruption will be life imprisonment, but let me warn you, the prison will always be under my control. I will not tolerate any bastard jeopardizing the future of this great land. If any of you have an objection to this, then I must investigate you. Most of them shrank their necks in fear. Over the past decades, many politicians have gone missing after they committed corruption or misused their power. Not just them, all their wealth was subjugated. It was already clear that you will get a court trial if you murder someone, but if you commit corruption, you get the king's trial. After that, Magnus allowed them to discuss on their own. In the end, it was decided that the President of the African Union, Zendaya Azibo, will be the acting Prime Minister for the year until the first general elections are held. With this, Africa's first Prime Minister turned out to be a woman. Chapter 497. The next week, a major press conference was held. All 54 heads of African states appeared in a single frame. The President of the African Union, Zendaya Azibo, was standing on the bottom step, in the middle. But behind her stood Magnus, appearing out of place. But for those who knew, this was a show of strength. Standing behind the President of the African Union, he was the master of all threads. Breaking news: African nations have come together in a historic step to become one big nation so the funds and resources can be better utilized. This is unprecedented. Now the biggest nation on the planet is not Russia, it's the United Provinces of Africa. Making Africa the fifth richest nation in the world with a GDP of $3 trillion. Such news broke out, appearing on all news channels. But Magnus had returned home, to spend time with his dear family. Athena, being 21 now, was busy making a career in politics and managing the world under Magnus. She was being taught everything by him. However, he was called by Ragnar into his lab. It was also Ragnar's birthday today. Soon, he stood in front of a telescope-like machine 5 meter tall that seemed magical and muggle at the same time. What am I looking at? This is Deconstructor, a machine I created because I could not find a way to determine what the unknown mineral on Mars was. This machine is based on muggle chemistry but runs and works on magical runes and alchemy. What it basically does is, let me show you. Ragnar excitedly put a ring on the place. He placed it under a pipe that seemed like an elephant's trunk. Just watch. The machine threw a white light on the ring until nothing was visible. 5 seconds later, the machine stopped. Now, there were 3 different objects on the plate, 1 gold, 1 silver and 1 platinum. My machine can deconstruct anything into its base substances. For example, if you put a water drop here, you won't get anything as it will be deconstructed into hydrogen and oxygen. But if you put a mineral, it will help you. I was able to determine the material from Mars. I named it Ragnium. It's a crystal-like opaque metal, present around Mars under 10 meter depth. The best part about it is that the more you heat it the stronger it gets, the colder you make it the softer it gets. But, it will never break. Of course, there is a limit to how hard and soft it can get. I don't know where you can use it, but it's a pretty great discovery. Ragnar demonstrated this with a block of Ragnium. He put it on the table and ignited it on fire with a spell. Whoa! You can use magic. Magnus was more shocked by this. Ragnar scoffed, "Mate, look at me, all those tattoos were for this. But I can't create strong charms that can kill people. Fire is my favorite though, even a spark can hurt. It's just helpful in my day-to-day life, some experiments. I can apparate a short distance though, that's amazing. Oh, I can also crush a giant skill like a lemon at this point. Besides that, potions, alchemy and runes are still my mastery." Magnus sighed. Ragnar was truly born with a handicap and yet he came this far. He was a total badass, no matter what anyone would say. The dude could end the world with a single potion if he wanted to. Well, that's nice to hear. Man, you're 45 now, go and find some girl and get settled. Magnus genuinely advised. He wanted Ragnar to have the same happiness as he had. Ragnar was also the last of his bloodline, it'd be a shame if he didn't pass it on. Sighing, Ragnar took a seat, waved his wand and pulled out a bottle of whiskey on a cabinet 5 meters away from him. His max range was 10 meters only, that's as far as his magic could accio a thing. It was pretty weak. He gestured to Magnus to do the same. "Drink, brother. I am actually not worried about marriage. I may be 45, but we drink rejuvenation potion. I am not going to look old until I am 100. We also drank the elixir that Flammel perfected. Still, why wait? Go out, try to look around, maybe you will connect with one girl." Magnus suggested, taking a sip. "Sigh, I will, Mag. I have decided to do a world tour from next year. I will travel to each country, meet muggles and wizard girls. Maybe I will connect with one." Ragnar said. He had planned this a long time ago. "I wanted to do it, but this new invention had me locked in the lab. This machine will basically help humanity for years to come as we all will come across many unknowns in space." Magnus took a sigh of relief. There were billions of people, and there was no way Ragnar wouldn't find one perfect girl. It will help, I'm sure. Before you go, Rag. Don't forget to meet the family. And do give me the means to find you if I ever need you. Ah, I remembered something I made a long time ago. Ragnar quickly walked over to his locker and took out a piece of paper. It was cut in the shape of an arrow. Here, you take one piece, I take one. They will always point you to one another. With this, you can find me at any time. And if some days it starts burning, that means my life is in danger. So you better come quick. Magnus carefully put it in the chest pocket of the shirt. This sure puts me at ease. By the way, Rag. I have a gift for you. Remember that ring from Gaunt's shack? It was a Horcrux. Voldemort probably didn't know, but it contained a stone. Guess what the stone is? Magnus passed him the ring. Ragnar looked at it, the marking on it was clear. Bloody hell, this is the mark of 3 Deathly Hallows. Magnus nodded, yup. I searched for the 3. I found them all. The invisibility cloak, the original one, is with the Potter family. The Elder Wand is currently in Dumbledore's possession, and this is the final one, the Resurrection Stone. See, can it revive the dead? Ragnar was amused, he knew the stories. Magnus smiled, got up to leave. Nope, but it sure can do wonders. Ragnar, happy birthday. Just wear the ring and call your mother's name. Beware though, it can hurt them if you keep them for longer than 30 minutes. See you in the dinner hall. Ragnar kept staring at the ring, wondering what Magnus meant. He had some idea, but his sane mind dismissed it as something impossible. It went beyond the laws of life and death. Alone, he decided to give it a go. So he put the ring on his finger and called his mother's name, my mother, Sophia Ouroboros. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a bright translucent bluish light came out of the ring and created a human form. Following, some sort of music started, a violin, and the tune was the same as he remembered from his childhood. In an instant, Ragnar's mind went blank, his heartbeat rose and his blue eyes teared up. The last time he saw her face was when she laid there in the room, lifeless, with blood flowing through her throat that she stabbed herself. He, 5 years old, tried to wake her up, but she did not. Tiring himself out, he rolled himself into a ball beside her and fell asleep in her blood. The next day, he woke up hungry. He tried to wake her up again. It went on until Aurors found him. That was the last time he saw her. It was the most haunting memory, but his rotten fate made it the last memory of his mother, and he didn't want to forget anything about his mother. Silent tears slid down his eyes. He was glad Magnus had left. He tried to act so manlily, and here he was, crying. But then, the ghostly figure of the beautiful woman flew towards him. She raised her hand to caress him, but she could not touch him. Still, Ragnar felt as if something brushed his face. Looking at her face from so close, his emotions broke through the dam he had created over his heart. Her warm voice, full of love for him, soon resounded in the dark underground lab. You've been through so much, sweetie. I am so proud of you. Ragnar tried his best, moving each muscle of his face he could, but he could not fight the emotions, the tears. They broke through, shattering every flimsy remaining wall in his heart. He broke down, crying like a child, wailing loudly. All the while the ghost of his mother caressed his face, his head. I missed you so much, Mom. I was so scared. I was so alone. Why didn't you take me along? Chapter 498. Why didn't you take me along? Hearing Ragnar's heart-wrenching words, the ghost of Sophia Ouroboros also cried out. Don't say that, Ragnar. What happened was not your fault. It was a crime and you made the criminals pay for it. Let go of the past now, you need to embrace the future. Make a family, laugh and love, you need to live. Where are you? In heaven? He asked her. She didn't agree or disagree. I am in a place for souls. We don't know if the old man who manages the place is a god or not, but he does make us call him Grandpa all the time. I and your father are well. We want you to be good too, that will make us truly happy as we worry for your safety and life from the moment we are gone. But, it seems you have made a new friend and have a new family. Ragnar cleared off his tears and nodded, yes, Mom. Magnus is my best friend and a brother. His life is filled with bad luck too, but he still smiles. My new mother, Grace, and Dad are amazing people as well. They never made me feel like I was an outsider. I wish all of them nothing but wellness. Mom, did you know, Ouroboros family comes from an ancient line of wizard king in Norway. He was a fool, however, as he messed up a mutation on himself and turned into a half-dragon. He became mad and ate his tail, killing himself. That's how we got Ouroboros' name. Ragnar revealed. He wanted to share so many things with her. Sophia calmly listened to everything he wanted to share. She knew how much he wanted to talk to her. I wish you were with me, Mom. Life would have been so perfect. He calmed down soon after and just tried to hold her hand. She patted his head. Dear, every human gets what's written in their fate, nothing less, nothing more. I too wish I could have lived to see you grow up, dress you in cute clothes, see you get married and someday play with my grandkids. Magnus said I should not keep you longer than 30 minutes, it can hurt you. I just want to say, I love you and I will try to be a man you can be proud of. Though I won't say when I will find a girl. He cheekily added the last words. Sophia kissed his forehead, it only felt like air brushing his forehead. I am already proud of you, sweetie. You've got nobody to prove yourself to. You live your life however you want to and just think about taking care of those who are already in your lives. He nodded. I will, Mom. I will always keep my family safe, always. After that, Ragnar noticed the clock. 30 minutes had already passed. He didn't want to hurt her. Goodbye. Take care and eat healthily. You will always have my blessing. Ragnar waved her goodbye. The bluish light started to disappear into the ring. He didn't feel sad, however, as he felt his heart was at peace. Time for dinner. He walked to the dining hall and saw the whole family sitting together and eating. He first went to Magnus and returned the ring. Thanks, Mag. I will never forget this. Glad I could help. Magnus wore the ring on his right middle finger. Taking a seat, Ragnar seemed particularly happy and excited. He chirped and put 10 fried chicken legs on his plate. I am going to eat so much today that you all will feel ashamed of your appetite. Grace chuckled. Really? What made you so excited today? Nothing, I just realized how lucky I am to have such an amazing mother, he replied, meant for both his mums. Grace blushed. Oh, you, still the same. Here, take some more chicken. Sure, put it all on my plate, he didn't deny and ate heartily. Seeing him, Magnus felt happiness from the bottom of his heart. Ragnar had gotten his revenge, but it was now that his sorrow had come to an end. May this smile always remain with you, my brother. Magnus then talked to Athena to his left. Dear, we will be going to the ICW next. But, okay, we will go there, Dad. She nodded silently. She was being taught by Magnus so one day she could take the throne and run things as well as him. It was not easy to teach, she lacked the motivation to learn everything. Initially, she was excited, but as time passed, her feelings about what her dad does decreased. Still, she didn't want to disappoint Magnus, so she tried her best to always comply with everything, putting aside her wishes. In her mind, everything she was learning was something bigger than her personal wishes. What her dad does affects the entire world, and she can't afford to make a mistake in the future where people will die. Burp, dinner was great. Ragnar finished eating. It was time to make the announcement. But I have something to announce to everyone. Mum and Dad, I have decided to leave. I am going on a world tour to find myself a wife. I will only return once I have a significant other. Grace lost her grip, the spoon fell on the table. Are you serious? Yes, Mum. I think being 45, it will already be hard to find a girl to marry. But since I still look so handsome, I have a chance. Don't worry now, I will complete your long wish. I have given Magnus the means to find me and I leave tomorrow. He announced his plan. Sob, my boy has grown up now. Grace wiped her fake tears. She hugged Ragnar. Good boy, I will wait for my grandkids. Whoa, easy there, Mum. It's going to take some time to pop a few babies. Here, I made you this teddy bear to play with until then. You press its chest, it will speak like me. He handed her the toy. Grace pushed the toy's chest. The voice came. Ha ha ha, it is I, the most handsome, the strongest, the best, Ragnar Grant Ulrich Ouroboros. Grace sighed. What did I even expect it to do? The next day, the whole family stood at the top balcony of the Camelot to see off Ragnar. Did you pack everything? Magnus asked. Yup, food, clothes, my books, potions, materials and condoms. Ragnar gave a thumbs up and lifted his broom. Magnus chuckled wryly. Contact me if you ever need anything. Big brother, make sure you send letters. Aurelia, Maximus and Clementia hugged him. And send me gifts, Athena added. Ragnar exchanged hugs with everyone. Of course, my little cuddlings. He then hugged Emma and whispered to her, take care of Magnus, Emma. I can't tell you much but, he's not very well. Don't let him use high magic. Emma's eyes contracted. Silently nodding, she affirmed, thanks for the heads up, Rag. Next, he spoke to Adam and Grace. Adam was like all fathers, he hugged and wished him luck. But Grace cried, my boy is going out so far alone for the first time. I will miss you so much every day. Hee, I will speak to you daily, Mom. I will send you photos of every woman I see as a possible wife. You can vote too. He warmly stayed in a hug for a while. Meow. Whore. Just then, out of nowhere Chad and Summer came. Chad tried to pull Ragnar's jeans, while Summer sat down on his shoulder. It was comical. Both of them had tied a small piece of cloth in the back, it was full of something. Do you two want to go with me? Why? Ragnar asked. MWA. Chad replied. He picked Chad in his arms, he couldn't help but be fond of this bad boy. He shared so many moments of his life with him. Want to see the world with me? I don't mind taking you too. I do need someone to entertain me from time to time. But, Summer, you need permission from Magnus, and Chad, you need permission from Granny Martha. Chad quickly turned his head towards Martha and hit her with innocent eyes. Meow. Martha rolled her eyes, you have my permission. You just sit, eat and be lazy anyway. Learn a few things when traveling, you are my heir after all. I will start your magical training once you are back. Chad saluted her cutely. Then quickly climbed to Ragnar's broad right shoulder to take a seat. Summer, meanwhile, was with Magnus, sitting on his shoulder and talking. Not knowing what they silently talked. She eventually returned to sit on Ragnar's shoulder. Take her, Rag. But care for her, Summer is like family to me. Magnus gave permission. Lovingly, Ragnar caressed Summer's head, sure, she's a family to me as well. Both of these munchkins are. Okay then, see you once I have a wife. Take care. Eat well and kick asses. He pushed the ground off while holding the broom vertically beside him. It sure was a stylish way to go. Once a few meters up, he correctly sat down on the broom. His disappearing back made Magnus' heart feel uneasy, however. It was as if the universe was screaming at him to stop him. But he ignored it as the universe was a bitch to him anyway. Ragnar left, and in his absence, the house became a bit boring. But thankfully, Duck was always there. Clementia and Maximus were also based in Camelot. Only Aurelia lived in Los Angeles. Besides that, Magnus asked for Bobby to come and visit from time to time. But the boy seemed pretty busy these days for some reason. Still, time passed as everyone got busy doing their own things. Ragnar's letters would come every month, each package with hundreds of photographs. In some Ragnar, Summer and Chad would be dressed as tribal people from some African tribe, in some, they would be dressed in suits. The three were surely enjoying their time. But the same could not be said about the world. In 2008, an economic crisis erupted in the United States of America. It was Sunday, September 28th. Magnus arrived in America to meet Harrison Ford. The man had long ago completed his 2 terms as the president and now acted like a retired president. But, that was not the case, he was in control of a few powerful people in the government. But he had not expected this mortgage crisis to appear and take such a big ugly form. So, what is all this even about? Magnus asked him. Frowning, Harrison passed on the important papers. This is the investigation done by Meta. Magnus read the report. It was a pretty straightforward thing. Turns out, a major investment bank called Lehman Brothers and smaller investment banks were buying mortgages from lenders on a giant scale. Then they combined a bunch of them and started selling them as mortgage-backed securities. Basically, money security where people and institutions can invest and hope for a steady return. Now homeowners pay these securities buyers. Even the government was doing it. This created a cycle of more people buying homes and more mortgages being sold by these banks. Currently, the amount of credit insured by these insurers was at $62 trillion, jumping from a mere $900 billion. At this point, there was no money in the world for something like this to exist, but the market was in full swing of being speculative. Everything was fine as long as the housing market didn't collapse. So what happens when the market's demand for mortgages is high? Well, bank lenders issue mortgages to high-risk buyers. A lot of high-risk buyers. The mortgage contract came with extremely high ballooning interest rates after a set amount of time. So what may seem like a nice deal, will not be the same a year later. Long story short, lenders kept issuing high-risk mortgages, investment banks kept buying them and even hiding them as AAA-rated bonds, then banks and institutions kept buying them as securities, thinking their money was safe. Of course, the government was in on it. Lehman Brothers knew that this bubble was going to burst, so they filed for bankruptcy. Now, it was Sunday, the next day when the sun rises and the market opens, it's going to be a bloodbath. People will kill themselves and jump off buildings. These investment banks had sold these securities to post offices, old age homes, nursing homes, and other institutions. All the money was now down in the drains. These banks have destroyed the lives of millions of people around the world. Millions will lose their jobs. It was a giant fraud. The sad part was, it was all legal. Magnus put down the report and sighed. What's the time? 4 a.m. Tomorrow, the world will face a hit. I can't let that happen, not when we need financial stability all over the world. How good is your control over the government? Harrison was angered at this too. After all, there was no way the administration didn't know. Not enough, but give me an hour. It's time I brought both political parties under my control. Their greed can clearly not be checked otherwise. What's your plan? I can't do much. I can't just wave the wand and make money that never existed. This was pure speculative trading. Now that your banks are on the verge of going bankrupt, they can't pay loans to companies that rely on it to operate. Pardon my language, but you guys fucked yourself. Now, I can make an announcement that I will invest in the United States. What the government needs to do is immediately announce a bailout package. Harrison agreed. Magnus was the leader of the Order of Merlin, his words were of the highest value to all. What about all those responsible? I will not, cannot, tolerate all these so-called investment banks who caused this. Announce what took place as a fraud, a crime. Seize all their properties, all their wealth. Use it to help the people who are going bankrupt, help small businesses. No bailout to these investment banks, no matter how big or how high their reach is. Let them go to hell. They must pay for their crimes in blood if they have to. Put them all behind bars if you have to. Because let me tell you, after this, the American people will lose their trust completely from the government. People are not dumb, they know the government was in on this mess. Harrison's jaw tightened. It was an extremely drastic step. This will mean we will go to nearly every financial institution. Goldman and such will be hit hard. They are the cancer of our society. I love capitalism, but I have said this, again and again, capitalism that harms your own people is not capitalism, it's crony capitalism. They didn't capitalize on anything, they knowingly created opportunities to earn money while knowing it would cause long-term damage. Do you know why the United Kingdom today is richer than the US today? Because I never allowed these bastards to misuse the financial system. Harrison, there is a fine line that nobody should cross. If they do, they should not be saved. Rest is up to you. I will go back and try to mitigate this mess at home. Monday came. Bloodbath also came. But this time, the government was ready. The president resigned soon after, the vice president took over under Harrison's command. It was not just a bloodbath in the market, but also a bloodbath of the investment banks. The government was swift, it called out all these banks, announced them as frauds and seized their money and properties. $1 trillion bailout package was announced, but no banks that caused it were named in the package. Magnus' announcement came soon after. The UK's economy was not as affected, and the announcement that the British government will also make a bailout package of $300 billion was a great help. Magnus announced a $100 billion investment package for companies. Still, millions of jobs were lost, millions of people were affected. But it could have been much worse. However, did the investment banks really cause all this? How could the government see it and ignore it? While Magnus tried to manage the world economy from going into recession, there was a single man who hoped to push the world into chaos. And day by day, inch by inch, he moved closer to his goal. To catch him was impossible because he had learned his lesson from the past defeat. This time, he was prepared to strike just once, a single killing blow to win it all. While the chaos broke out, he sat in his comfortable room and watched the news, an evil grin plastered on his face. Slow and steady wins the race, Mr. Pendragon. We shall meet soon. Chapter 499. The financial crises luckily didn't loom for too long over the world. It only lasted 7 months. After that, the world went back on recovery. Magnus had a lot to do. He now sent his daughter on political missions to solve them. She needed to have a taste of the power that Magnus held, it was better to make her used to it before the power gets to her head. It was 2019. Magnus will turn 60 next year and officially retire from a few of the companies. Not just him, Bobby too, as he was old but looked young, all because he was being kept alive and his age prolonged with all the potions and elixirs. They will still rule the world and run things, but just from the shadows. Just like what the Round Table should be. Currently, there are a few additions to the Round Table. Originally, there were Magnus, Ragnar, Bobby, Severus and Emma. But then, Ted was included. Now, there were also Athena and Clementia. So, a total of 8 people were in it. 2 more places were empty, though 10 was the limit. "Bobby, where are you?" Magnus asked his best friend on the smartphone. Technology had changed so much, the internet made everything easy these days. There was no need for maps or sending long letters. Even Hogwarts had adopted the technology of the internet. A Wikipedia of magic was being made for students now. Bobby texted back his location. Without waiting, he took out his old car and rode to the location. London City had changed a lot by now. Crimes all over the nation were at a record low, all because of the latest technology. The police officers now wore a thing called the Central Identification Virtual Reality Headset. With this, every single person that appears in front of them gets their face automatically searched in the criminal database in real time. With this, any violent criminal on the streets gets quickly apprehended. There were tall skyscrapers all around the city now. London was the world's biggest economic center. It was important to reduce traffic in such a city though, hence the public transport system was made to be the most efficient in the world. Each person was always just a 5-minute walk away from a bus, metro or tram. Driving a car was not cool anymore for the new generation. For Magnus, it was. He stopped in front of a nice-looking building in a posh area. A few people were standing outside it, the door was also open. Seeing him coming, most people gaped in shock, but nobody stopped. As Magnus entered, he heard a few voices, one was particularly loud. "You fucking donkey. Ha ha ha, I love that. You are a mine for the new generation." Bobby's voice also came. Soon, Magnus was face to face with the situation. The sound was coming from inside the kitchen, and there seemed to be a lot of cameras focused on the cooking station. There stood Bobby and another famous man, a world-renowned chef, Gordon Ramsay. "What's going on here?" he asked loudly. Heads turned, jaws fell. Gordon Ramsay's, too. I thought you were kidding, Mr. Prime Minister." This time Magnus' head turned, "Prime Minister. When did this happen, Bobby?" "I thought you would not come," Bobby replied. There was too much confusion in the room, the cameras were still rolling. They had just captured a comical scene that would be a meme for years to come. Cut, the director quickly stopped the cameras, fearful of getting into trouble. Magnus walked forwards, "What's going on?" "Oh, I just won the elections and became the Prime Minister. You remember I told you when we were kids that I had a dream, a goal. This was it, to become the Prime Minister. It was too easy though. I was going to come to you next to be officially permitted to form a government." Bobby confessed to everything. "But you said you were going to retire, you're going to be 60, Bobby," Magnus said. He was hoping to spend some nice time in Camelot, drinking a few beers with his bro while Ragnar was still trying to impress a girl in Russia. "I am retiring from the companies as I can't hold a private business while serving in public office. Anyway, I came here to shoot an episode of Can They Cook with Gordon Ramsay. Why don't you join?" Bobby invited him. Gordon Ramsay's eyes popped out at this proposal. Will the King of the United Kingdom be a guest at his show? He had never even entertained this possibility before. The royal family rarely made public appearances, after all. "Sure, I can easily beat your ass in this. Just like how I beat you in tag in school all the time." Magnus took his blazer off and folded his sleeves. Bobby scoffed, "Huh, I was fat back then, that's why you won. But now, I am a good strong lad. What's the wager?" Deciding on a wager was always hard. Both of them were filthy rich, there was nothing they could not have. Magnus thought long, got it. The loser volunteers for a day at the Animal Rescue Center and picks poop there for the whole day. Spit. Bobby spat on his palm and shook hands. "You got a deal, mate. Let's see who can cook better. Gordon, you be the judge." Gordon started sweating. He didn't want to offend either of the two, one was the most powerful and richest man on earth and the other was the second richest and head of his nation. This, fuck, the mental pressure is even more than my apprentice days. Gordon cursed, but he agreed. If he lives to see another day, this will be the highest viewed episode of any of his shows ever made. Quickly, the show's plot was changed. A few simple dishes were decided and the best out of 3 wins. The first dish they had to make was classic, fish and chips. Magnus scoffed and got to work, his mastery over blades made him look like a professional. But Bobby had more experience cooking at home. Both had positives and negatives. They only had 20 minutes to prepare for it. They easily did it, but the taste mattered, also the presentation. Both had a great presentation. Gordon Ramsay quickly took a bite from both plates. He felt the intense gazes of the 2 powerful men and felt like digging a hole and hiding there forever. It was a tough choice, good God, both of them cook like my dead grandma with dead taste buds. So he had to decide whose dish was the worst in the end. It turns out that Magnus' oil was not hot enough, hence his fish was too oily. Bobby won the round. Magnus felt pressure, the next dish was supposed to be breakfast, they could make whatever they wanted. Gordon decided to do this so he won't be blamed later for selecting a dish that the other one knows better. Magnus giggled, pancakes were his speciality. For a man who's been in love with a dish for 60 years, there was no way he could go wrong. So he decided to make his special fluffy pancakes, so smooth that even butter would feel ashamed. Plus his special maple syrup. Bobby decided to make an egg toast with sugarcane and mint juice. This was his personal favorite breakfast. The juice didn't taste that sweet due to mint, and also made him feel fresh. They had an hour to make. Ample time to do anything. Heck, Gordon didn't care about time anymore. Soon enough, it was time to taste it. The cameras focused on his face. Gordon took the first bite from the pancakes. He nearly let out a moan, my fucking God, I'd kill a guy to learn this. So smooth, so good, so tasty, and the syrup, ah. A perfect breakfast. Next, he tried Bobby's dish. He had a similar reaction, bloody hell, both of them are masters of what they know to cook. This toast is yummy and the juice, so refreshing. Adding mint is genius. I'd give everything to them in return for putting these dishes on my restaurant's menu. But, he had to select one. Knowing he won't get another chance, he decided to give this win to Magnus, as this will lead to the third and the final round. The last round was the main course. They had to cook something for dinner. Magnus went with cooking smoked gravy chicken with toasted baked bread. He learned to make it from Ragnar. Bobby made another fish dish, but this used high-grade salmon. It was a heated battle, like none seen in history. Magnus and Ragnar tried to demotivate the other one with words. Bobby, just admit it, you can't win against me. Don't you remember the kindergarten trip to the park, you made the worst mashed potato. How can one mess up mashing potatoes? Magnus reminded. Bobby scoffed, I don't need a lecture from the guy who was surrounded by girls. You made the girls cook for you, all in return so they can hold your hand. They just used to think my hands are always very warm, that's it. Magnus defended. Well, the potatoes I mashed that day were not properly boiled, Bobby responded. Seeing them like this, no one could say they were not childhood best friends. But friendship was not the issue today. An hour later, the food was served to be judged. Gulping his saliva, Gordon took a bite from the dishes. Both were impeccable, there was no denying it. But he silently cried, he didn't want to select one. Beep beep. Beep beep. Stopping all their goofiness, Magnus and Ragnar immediately took out their phones and looked at the text. Their faces frowned in an instant. Step aside. Mr. Prime Minister, Your Majesty, with us please, members of the Secret Service entered urgently. It seems the competition ends here. Take care, everyone, Magnus waved his hand and left. Bobby too. They sat in a car that escorted them straight to 10, Downing Street. Magnus was constantly looking at his phone screen, how the fuck do they not know where the virus came from? And if it's human-to-human transmissible, why are they not shutting flights? Bobby was the head of politics, he sighed, bloody greedy assholes. They are manipulating information. They won't allow the world to know it can spread human to human. In 20 minutes, a meeting was called. All of the members of Bobby's cabinet were order members, so there was no need for Magnus to stay hidden. What's the situation? The Secretary of Health briefed, Your Majesty, sir, the whole city of Wuhan of roughly 11 million people has been locked down. Because of how tough the Chinese government is going, it's safe to assume it's the early signs of a future pandemic. Magnus nodded. He called Meta Chief, Adrian, to the office. The man appeared with a big suitcase. The suitcase turned out to be a high-tech device. There was a small handprint scanner on it. Magnus put his palm over it. Whoosh! A giant hologram of a screen appeared in the middle of the room. One by one, faces started to appear on it. These were all the heads of state of each country under Magnus' influence, or with good relations. Together, he addressed all of them: initiate the highest health alert in your nation. We are most likely facing a pandemic, like the Spanish flu and Black Death. Test every single citizen that comes from Asia. Stop all flights from leaving and test every single person who is returning from any nation. Use your local wizards for help. I repeat, we need to stop this virus before it spreads too far and wide. If you need money, ask who. I didn't make them create the emergency fund for nothing. The wizard leader of China was also among the people on the holographic screen. Magnus had made a deal with them, that if they helped him keep things peaceful in the region, he would help them spread their business. They were members of ICW too. Your Majesty, we shall take control of the medical body of the Muggle party here. All our wizards will be deployed. The man was notified. Magnus warned all of them though, to all wizards, wear the highest grade of protection, not even a speck of dust should touch you. We have no idea how the virus will react in a wizard's body. The last thing we need is a magical airborne virus. I will also try to create an antidote immediately. The meeting came to an end as quickly as it started. Red alerts started to get issued in nations across the world. Most people didn't even know about a virus in a faraway nation. But now they were reminded that this was not the first time humanity was facing such a condition. Magnus was doing all this not just to save people, but to save the economy. As long as the virus is kept isolated, world trade can keep going. But, the world was being naive to think that this spread was not intentional by a certain someone. Who, after years of being silent, not killing or torturing, finally decided to act on the last stage of his plan. Magic shall once again reign supreme. The Muggles shall bow. The man knew, it was do or die now. It's time to meet Mr. Pendragon. But let me prepare a gift first. But whoever this person was he really in control of his own actions? Chapter 500. Magnus arrived in Japan. A cruise ship that had become a hub for the virus was docked here. He aimed to get the virus isolated in a lab so he could do some tests on it. He used Ragnar's machine to turn the virus back to its original state to understand how it was made, what was its origin. But the moment he got the results, he was left speechless. This is, why? Why would a wizard make such a thing? Traces of magic were visible on the virus. Otherwise, it was impossible to create such an easily transmissible virus that can also adapt itself to mutate. He cursed and took out his phone to call Ragnar. Beep beep beep. No answer came. He left a message. Brother, I need your help, come back fast. To fight a virus a wizard made, he needed the best potioneer in the world. Magnus also had so much work to do. He had to stop all space missions to ensure that no virus spread takes place in space. It was a tough time for him. And just a few months later in 2020, the cases started appearing around the world. The death rate, however, was low for now. Tired, he headed to a lab in Japan. The driver drove him out of Tokyo City, to his residence. He was trying to come up with an antidote. Ragnar was not answering his phone. All he got was a text back saying, I'm working on it. As I said before, wizards are no less than atomic bombs, he muttered to himself. For now, everything was under control. Everything came out as planned. There was no lockdown in any country. For now, he can't allow that to happen, not for the economy, not for health, but children. Millions of children today are alive because of schools. They get to leave their abusive homes and have a good meal and education. If the lockdown happens, all these children will be pushed back into abusive homes with no escape. Millions of smiles will be lost, millions of children will be harassed. 1,000 things running on his mind, he looked out of the car window at the changing scene. What's that? Stop. Stop the car, he loudly ordered the driver. They were passing over a bridge, under it was Tokyo Bay. Magnus had noticed a girl sitting on its edge, looking all sad. This reminded him that suicide was a big thing in Japan. He walked to her. What are you thinking? Is your life flashing in front of your eyes? The girl looked back, scared by the sudden appearance. She was Japanese, probably 16 or something. What was more shocking was that the man who stopped her was not even Japanese, a blonde-looking foreigner. She felt she had seen him before. Don't come closer, I will jump. she warned. Magnus didn't stop, instead, he jumped up and sat beside her. The view was spectacular from there, the light of Tokyo City in the night, watching it from over the bridge was beautiful. If you jump, I will jump too. Do you want the king of the United Kingdom to die? He asked her, speaking in Japanese. Ah. When he said that, she remembered. Her jaw fell. Why, you're King Magnus? Yes, that's me. So, why are you sitting here? Want to die? Magnus asked her directly. The girl didn't answer, she just looked in the distance at the darkness. Magnus sighed, if you lost a job or have some other problems, go to a cancer hospital and see children there. They are fighting death too. I once did it and never felt bad about my life. I have cancer. She spoke. I have leukemia, there is no cure for it. I don't want to be a burden to my parents. I have never been good at studies, I am a failure. Magnus took out his phone and played a clip of an anime he saw a long time ago. The anime was called Orochiban Ebishu. Have you seen this anime before? The girl immediately burst into laughter. I've seen it, it's very funny. Poor hamster, I didn't know even you watch it. See, it's so easy to smile. Ending your life will not resolve anything, it won't make anyone happy or sad. You don't live for others, you live for yourself, well, not if you're me. But, you get my meaning. And if it's about cancer, don't worry, I have created the cure for cancer, it will be available in the market in a few months. He patted her head and proceeded to get back to the road from the edge. She looked back at him, are you telling the truth? I don't lie, child. Now get off from there. I will drop you home. He got back into his Rolls Royce. The girl had given up killing herself, so she too followed. You are so smart, you made so many things. I wish I was even a percent as good as you. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, you just need to find them. I think you can be a great tuber singer, he suggested to her since he had already read her mind. Magnus silently thought about the cancer drug then. It was going through the last phase of the human trials. They will be completed in a month. Then who will give its approval to it? As he thought about the whole project and what he had done, his eyes opened wide a second later, yes. This is it, I can make a vaccine for the virus with this. If it can work on cancer, why not this? With newfound inspiration, he excitedly hurried back home after dropping the girl at her home. He handed her a small stone pendant that can boost her self-esteem. To her, it was just a simple gift. The year 2020 was harsh. All wizards from around the world were working overtime. Major infrastructure projects at Emery's construction had to slow down. In this pandemic, the wizards were the true saviors, as they could heal minor problems with a spell. As the year was coming to an end, Magnus was getting closer to making vaccines. He also funded his companies to try to make them. However, Magnus just learned something, and it made him slightly angry. Magnus and Emma called Athena to their room to talk to her. She had been acting strangely these days, her mind was not at work at all. Magnus knew why, take a seat. What happened, Dad? She asked, oblivious that they knew everything. Emma spoke, we know you are dating a muggle boy. You spend most of your time with him these days. Magnus added, I have no problem with you dating someone, you're old, you should date. But spending millions? Gifting him cars, watches and you even bought a mansion in his name. He's using you, Athena. You two were spying on me. She retaliated. Knowing better not to push her, Magnus shook his head, no, I was informed by the account manager. Sweetie, I want you to find someone kind, someone who will love you for who you are, not for your status and wealth. You even stopped helping me out, you are to be the queen in the future, you can't afford to slack. Athena shook her head madly. No, I will not. I love you, Dad and Mum. But have you ever asked me what I wanted in my life? Ever since I started school, you have been trying to brainwash me, make me study, train, go to boring diplomatic meetings with Dad. In my whole 7 years of school, the only friends I had were Draco, Harry, and Hermione, I had nobody of my age come close to me. Everyone was scared of you. Now, finally, there is someone who values me, you want me to sto dash. But he doesn't love you. You are buying his attention and love with your money and gifts. Emma interrupted. Fine, I will stop dating him. Then what? Back to being Dad's assistant. My whole life I lived under your shadow, Dad. From my first day in school, I was told I needed to be as good as you. I tried so hard, I really did. But I'm not good enough, I'm a failure. I am not the heir you wanted, I know it. So what's the point in trying? She let out all her pent-up frustration. Magnus' heart ached by every word she said. He just realized I am such a shitty father. I only had one daughter and couldn't even give her a happy life. Emma wanted to reprimand her for saying that, but Magnus stopped her. He apologized. I didn't know you felt this way, Athena. Of course, you didn't. When is it that you are not doing something? Even when you are resting you are secretly working. Dad, I love you so much. You are the most fun dad ever. But, I also hate you for being who you are, the king. I hate your position and I abhor it that you try to push me to take it. I just wanted a normal life with normal parents. To have you be supportive of me. Do you know what I wanted to be? I wanted to draw, I liked painting. But I had to study runes and draw them instead. I had to study alchemy and draw their diagrams instead. I hate magic, I hate monarchy, and I hate this side of you. Only silence loomed in the room when she stopped speaking. Magnus had nothing to say. He saw as Athena left the room in frustration. He had no idea how to fix this. I have been such a failure of a father, in the pursuit of perfection, I lost her trust in me. You are not a failure, dear. We both are. Emma walked over to him and hugged his head. I used to think, it'd be Severus who would be a bad father. But his daughter and Draco turned out so well. Such a shame on me, he muttered in defeat. Whoosh. Arg, what the? All of a sudden he felt a burning sensation on his chest. He quickly checked, his face turning horrified in an instant. No, this can't be. He took the paper arrow out, there were only ashes left. What the fuck? His sword and his staff appeared in his hands. What happened? Emma questioned. It's Ragnar, according to this burnt paper, he's dead. I need to go, initiate a complete alert. All of the family is to be brought to Camelot. Severus and Bobby as well. He commanded, rushing out. Bloody veins popped in Magnus' eyes, anger and fear took over him for the first time. What could even kill Ragnar so quickly? The paper was supposed to feel hot when Ragnar's was hurt. Quickly, he sent out multiple Patronus messages. All forces under me, gather inside Buckingham Palace, now. In 4 minutes, 15,000 wizards were standing in front of him, clad in their fighting robes issued by Magnus. Adrian stood at the front as the commander. Magnus revealed to him what had happened. But the thing was, he had no idea where to go, where Ragnar could be. At the time, Adrian suggested something that scared him even more, use the ring, if he's okay, there won't be anything. There was no other option. Magnus went to a private room and aimed his ring at the floor, Ragnar Grant Ulrich Ouroboros. Don't show up, don't you dare, bastard. Magnus' eyes remained shut, he couldn't take the uncertainty. Ragnar, his brother, the fact that he might be dead made his already hurt heart feel real pain. His life with Ragnar flashed in front of his eyes, the first day he met with the scrawny blonde kid in school. Their laughs, their tears, their triumphs that they shared. You can't be dead, Rag. Mag. Thud. As soon as the voice hit his ears, his knees felt weak, he knelt down, in utter anguish. Eyes watering up, he forced himself to face up. W.I. Chapter 501. One day ago. Ragnar had finally found the ultimate cure to the virus that had been raging through the world. It's time to hit home again. Chad, Summer, have you packed your little bags? He turned to his 2 companions. They had traveled the world together and had so much fun. Though they were yet to find a woman that he'd fall for, he had no regrets. Meow. Chad showed off his little backpack strapped to the back, looking all cute. Summer also had a small bag wrapped around her neck. So cute, let me click a photo. He loved the technology. Clicked a photo and sent it to Grace. Knock knock. Who's here now? We're living in the bloody Himalayas, he wondered and walked to the door. As soon as he opened it, he was treated by an ashen-haired man with a weird right eye. Oh, you don't seem local, you lost, mate. Good evening, Mr. Ouroboros. I am Gellert Grindelwald. Tensions grew in the air. Ragnar's sword appeared in his hand and the wand on the other. Shouldn't you be in Nurmengard Castle, your prison? Grindelwald didn't seem fazed at all. Acting uncaring, he replied, ah, that place. Yes, I haven't seen it since I escaped 4 decades ago. That foolish Voldemort sent a few of his minions to partner with me. Didn't go very well for the minion. I would advise you not to use your subpar wizardry on me, Mr. Ouroboros. I know everything about you. Yours was a truly wonderful family, even if they didn't agree with purebloods, they didn't deserve what happened to them. But if you want, we can still duel. He showed his wand, prepared for all confrontation. Being the brash guy he was, Ragnar sighed and asked, "What the fuck do you want from me?" "I'm on a holiday." Devilishly smiling, he demanded, "That cure you made, that's what I want." It didn't take long for Ragnar to add 2 plus 2 and understand what was going on. "You retard, you created this whole crisis. You're still going on about that pureblood crap. Look around you, man. Wizards are happy, they don't need you. But the natural order of things is still not brought. Wizards are to be the rulers. I said this before, I have no qualms with muggles, they should just know their place," Grindelwald snarled back. "I should send word to Magnus." Ragnar waved his wand secretly. No, these puny tricks won't work on me today. You shall be coming with me." Grindelwald didn't give him time to move. He quickly put his hand on Ragnar's shoulder and apparat away. "Ugh, you've got a fine army here, Grindelwald. Where did you find all these wizards?" Ragnar found himself in a cave-like arena. "They are not wizards, Mr. Ouroboros. I learnt my lessons long ago. Wizards are hard to control, muggles aren't. For the past 4 decades, I have only used muggles, taken over small nations, and important people in important places. Must say, I enjoyed the task and the fruits are sweeter than the power I had before." Grindelwald spoke while staying busy with something on the side. Ragnar could not see him, he was chained down at the time and his arms and legs sealed with some sort of black tar. His shirt was also missing. "Smart. What's even your plan?" "Magnus can easily defeat you, he doesn't even need to use his staff." Ragnar asked him. "I know that. His Majesty is the greatest wizard to have ever lived. He is already ruling the world, I have nothing to complain about against him. In fact, I don't want to harm him. My goal is to force him to openly become the Wizard King of Earth." Grindelwald explained. This was a far cry from what Ragnar was expecting. World domination, ending the world, revenge or something like that. That's what Ragnar expected to be Grindelwald's goal. How are you planning that? What happens when the world is left in shambles, destroyed beyond quick repair? All governments are destroyed, all financial institutions are destroyed. What happens when human suffering has reached a peak never seen before? As I said, I control important people in important places. Grindelwald stopped speaking to him and turned to others. "Launch the attack, we will use Ouroboros to lure him in and keep him busy here." Ragnar silently looked down at the ground. "He's talking about nukes." "I know he is. Fuck, how many does he have? Magnus can't be made to fight them. He needs to know before they are launched or he's lured." He silently heard Grindelwald to understand the situation better. As far he could see, there were about 1,000 muggles, all looked like soldiers and had muggle weapons with them. He didn't know if there were more behind him. "He does not know about my abilities," he planned to make a move. It was necessary to get Magnus the message without alerting him, he could not let the nukes be shot. Meow. Out of nowhere, he heard the faint voice of Chad. He tilted his head and noticed the boy was hiding behind him. He was chewing the restraints the whole time. Summer was not far away, doing the same. He stayed silent and let the two do their work, waiting for the right opportunity. He tried to use various means to directly talk with Magnus, but no amount of magic could get past the cave-like walls around him. Where the hell is this place, he wondered. MWA. Chad notified him that the work was nearly done. Smirking, he prepared to make a move and cut all these meat shields into pieces. He closed his eyes and tried to feel his sword in the surroundings. The sword of King Ragnar that he heavily modified. "Come here, Lothbrok," he called his sword, which he had named after the one who owned it first. "Ah, there you are." He felt the sword placed behind a desk in the corner. "Psst," he asked Chad. The boy was working his best to chew down the chains. He sure was a strong, chunky boy. "Naya." He showed his fluffy thumb, giving affirmation. Clank. Ragnar pulled his left arm first, immediately removing the chains. Clank the other hand also got freeze. He raised his hand and the sword quickly flew into them. "Eat shit, Grindelwald." He cursed and started swinging the sword, blocking every single bullet that the men started firing. He had done this many times before. Don't kill him, Grindelwald shouted. This was good. Ragnar saw the hesitation in the attackers. So he swiftly moved, as if dancing with the blade. His massive 6'5" body of pure muscle and madness gracefully made each cut. Ting. Be it flesh or metal, the sword swiftly cuts through them all. Jumps, reverse jumps, slide through the enemies and trip them. Using his potion bombs to make the ground sticky or the air irritating, he made sure all more than 1,000 men with guns were at a disadvantage. You chose the wrong guy today, he slashed, beheading a man. Blood splattered around, on the bodies and faces of others. Ragnar, too, looked all bloody. He was a beast at the moment, everyone else was prey there. But there was a limit. After Ragnar killed the 1,000th man, Grindelwald used his magic. Ragnar blocked it with his sword and used 2 of the 5 magic stones on it to spew fire and water, instantly creating steam. Hidden under the cover of the steam, he downed other men. Every single one he could see, he killed. Chad and Summer stayed at a safe distance from him, watching the action with interest. They had never seen Ragnar being so beastly in fights. He moved like an animal, sometimes holding his sword in his teeth and leaping around on his 4 limbs like a lion. Ha! Thanks for bringing me to your base, fool. And thanks for looking into my eyes. He laughed. Whoosh, you shall not spoil my work of 4 decades. Grindelwald got serious and started throwing curses at him. Ragnar sighed and killed the last Muggle standing. There were only him and Grindelwald left. This seems to be the end now. He glanced at the 2 munchkins, hiding behind a large stone. When you see Magnus, tell him I fought bravely, and if everything goes right, I'll tell it myself. With no care in the world, he walked towards Grindelwald. Whoosh, each curse and charm was deflected by the sword. You puny little thing, you thought you were stronger than me? I have trained myself to fight the strongest wizard in the world. So what if my charms are useless? I can still destroy the world with a single potion, a single poison. Ah, don't try. You see these tattoos on my body, they are runes. They give me not just inhuman strength, but also mastery of some ward-based magic. I can turn into the anti-apparition ward anytime I want. You can't run from me, Grindelwald. I promised my mother that I will protect my family at all costs. I am ready to pay the price. Unhand me, Ouroboros. There is no point in killing me, my people have already initiated the attack. The nukes will be sent out soon. Grindelwald sneered as he was caught by Ragnar. Instead of wasting any more time, Ragnar fought a few more curses from Grindelwald and locked his neck in his arm. I am not Dumbledore, death is the only punishment in my dictionary. Ragnar lifted him up easily and ran towards a curtain-like veil in the middle of the cave-like hall. He knew what it was, but he didn't know what was beyond it. He hoped it was death, for that was what he hoped for. Ha! Meow! Whore! The 2 little friends also ran behind in worry for their human friend. Ha ha ha, you can't stop the inevitable. No one can stop them now. Grindelwald laughed a moment before they entered the Vale of Death. Don't underestimate my family, were the last words Ragnar spoke before he jumped in. The rest was a mystery. Present times. And I was apparently in a giant white room with the floor being clouds. There were a lot of cute dogs. One of them was named Mooney. He said he would take me to the Hall of Judgment, but then you called me. Magnus sat in the chair, listening to Ragnar's story. The ghost of Ragnar did not look hurt, as the soul does not retain the dead body. Saddened, he looked Ragnar in the eyes. How will I face Mum now? Ragnar's ghost flew closer to Magnus. Bother, I'm fine. I'm cool with my death. I kept my promise to my mum, to myself. I was just 5 last time, but this time I wanted to protect my family. I said it before, I'd give my life for you all. It's honestly a pretty nice ending to the story of Ragnar Grant Ulrich Ouroboros. But hey, at least I won't be dying a virgin. Magnus shook his head. The nukes are already airborne, and more are on their way. Most of them will hit somewhere on Earth. The nukes can't, but my magic will kill me if I try to stop them all. Ragnar's face turned grim. Fuck, he cursed. Silence took over the room. Neither of them knew what to do now. Mum, Emma and Athena will be devastated if you also die, Ragnar said. I don't know about Athena. She just told me she hates me today. I wasn't a good father, Rag. I failed in doing one thing I shouldn't have, Magnus responded, gloomily looking at the floor from his seat, both his hands resting on his forehead. I would have beaten you if I was alive. Fool, I used to say I hate you many times, but I never meant it. Sure, sometimes, you were annoying, but you were still my brother. Athena may be going through something rough right now. Instead of brooding, go and ask what's the problem, how you can help. And, you will not die. I will not let that happen. What good is my vow if you die now? So, shut the fuck up, be the proud Pendragon you are, never bow, never fear, we are the Dragon Brothers. Take care of Mum, tell her I love her so much and that she's just like my old mother. Tell Dad, thanks for teaching me chemistry and for being the dad I dreamt of having. Thanks Severus and Bobby for being amazing friends, but nobody touches my gold. Give my best wishes to Emma. Give my blessings to Aurelia, Maximus, Clementia and Athena. They can have all my money. Give duck treats from me. And you, my brother. Ragnar, the cold-hearted boy, his eyes flashed with a faint presence of tears, thank you for not ignoring me in the first year. Thank you for being there when I was lost, alone and scared. I would have probably died long ago in my quest to kill Rodolphus and Voldemort. You got me the vengeance and possibly saved my life. I am an Ouroboros, it'd be a shame to my family if I never paid back the debt of life I owe. Now open your ears, I will only say it once, gah, it's so damn cringy. Anyway, I love you, my brother. Take care. Ragnar's ghost started to fade away. Magnus quickly realized something was wrong. What did you do? I didn't allow you to leave yet. Ragnar smirked in triumph, there are beings who give no crap to that stone, brother. May you and our family live 1,000 years, goodbye. With those words, Ragnar's ghost completely disappeared, leaving behind a feeling of emptiness in Magnus' chest as he stood all alone. How he'd look Grace in the eye was unknown, fuck, he couldn't even afford to mourn for his bother yet. He had to stop thousands of nukes threat. Remember, how in every other supercop or spy movie, the main character always has a bad relationship with his wife and kids, or he's divorced. Heck, even in real life, cops have this issue. I thought about it and realized that any human being who tries to save the world, work for justice, cannot have a personal life. Hence, relationships can never be maintained. It's sad, but this is reality. Chapter 502. The South China Sea, U.S. 7th Fleet. General, there seems to be something wrong with the system. There is nothing wrong, Captain. Give me the key, these are direct orders from the President. Tibet. Commander, ready for your order. Launch it, Major. Pakistan. General, all commanders are on standby. After taking a second at glancing at his watch, he noted, do it. France. We have the orders, press the button. The United States. SSR. Multiple nations have launched their nukes, multiple are headed for us. The NORAD automatic response has been activated. Permission to allow the launch. You have the permission. Send all of them out. India, Israel, North Korea, and a few more black market nukes holders launched the missiles in one go. In an instant, one after another, more than 8,000 nukes were launched. All aimed at random. Back at Buckingham Palace, Magnus was alerted that multiple nukes were headed to London. Though no British nuke was launched since Magnus had an iron grip over everything, wizards were everywhere and Grindelwald didn't take any risk here. Immediately, Magnus gathered his whole family to send them to Camelot. Clementia, Maximus and Athena were already in Camelot as they didn't work outside. Aurelia and his parents, along with his friends, were called. Quick, we don't have enough time. I will try to stop them but I don't want to take any chances. Grandma Martha, put the island on lockdown. He ordered. How did this happen? Adam asked him, even his face looking frightened. After all, this could be the end of the world. Grindelwald, a mad wizard who had been working for 4 decades in secret, Magnus blurted. Dumbledore, standing nearby, fell down, that mad man, where is he? Sweetie, get Ragnar to return. He's still out. Grace quickly requested. Magnus' face fell in an instant. The unwavering will that he forced to come out vanished. How could he tell her about him, but he must, Mum, Ragnar. I talked to him and... He felt his mouth drying up, Grindelwald was trying to lure me and hold me while he destroyed the world. Ragnar fought that wizard and killed him, but he didn't make it. No, no. This is not real. Grace stumbled back. Adam quickly caught her. Everyone's eyes teared up. This was too sudden. Emma caressed Magnus' back, knowing he must be in much anguish, just not showing it for the sake of others. What now? I want the truth. Magnus gloomily glanced at her. His face made it clear nothing was right. In a soft voice, he whispered, I don't think I will survive this, Emma. My dragon blood is mutating with the more magic I use. Half of my body has been mutated already. If I do this, I will completely turn into something I don't even know, I might just die. She didn't overreact or scream. Just a few drops of tears silently slid down her eyes. Is there no other way? Magnus shook his head and looked at the sky. His staff appeared in his hand and he thumped it on the ground. Immediately, hundreds of iron spears from protector statues of Camelot shot towards a few clusters of nukes in the sky far away. These clusters were easier to destroy as even one lucky hit would destroy the whole cluster. I don't want to die, Emma. I'm just 61. I'm still in my prime. But it's not my weakness and the nukes that are harmful to me, it's my own magic. Merlin told me before that there is always a price. If you laugh today and are getting lucky, someday you will cry and be unlucky. He answered while silently continuing to use his magic to do things without anybody knowing. I don't want you to leave, she sounded helpless. Even her armored suit can't stop these bombs. Even if she detonated them in the sky, the heat will still raise the ground to ashes. And you have not fulfilled your dream yet. He softly caressed her face and wiped away the tears, saying, I have done 90% of the work. Getting rid of the nukes will be the remaining 5% and the rest will be a secret that none shall know. I have created a foundation for our world to move forward, for a few decades, my plans will still move without me. I have left behind thousands of liters of rejuvenation potions and elixirs. You, Mum, Dad, Athena, the triplets, Severus, his children and Bobby, you all can be immortal. You all are my insurance policies. I can go in peace knowing you are here. He felt a slight tingle on his neck. The mutation had started. I don't have much time, Emma. Just know this, I love you. Thank you for making my life amazing. Tell Athena, I am sorry for not understanding her, but I love her as much as you. Ragnar died to keep his vow to protect the family. I can't let his death go to waste now. I honestly consider being able to have such amazing family and friends my true blessing. This inheritance, this power, this blood of the dragon, it's actually a curse. He silently placed the last kiss on her lips. She looked at his face from close and noticed blood coming out of his nose, skin pores and the veins in his eyes going red. Uncontrolled tears fell. She asked, how long have you been in pain? Since the day we became animagus in our 5th year. That was the start. Pushing my physical body to morph into a dragon was my biggest mistake. People always call me lucky, blessed and whatnot. A man, a character in this world with whom nothing goes wrong. I say to them, what worse can happen than my death sentence being written at the age of 15? And knowing it when I had started to dream about living forever with my family. Ugh, I need to go, Emma. Take care. Mum is going to be devastated. Please take care of her. I have left behind a specially created memory strand for each of you, use the pensive. I love you, goodbye. His body started to flow away slowly, going up and up. Emma tried to hold on to him, reaching her hand out, but he shook his head. Magnus, I love you too. I hope there is a heaven or hell, wherever you are, let's meet again. She voiced, a bit louder. This caught others' attention. Magnus shook his head slightly towards his father. Adam understood all there was to. His body felt weak at that moment, as if he aged in an instant. For parents to see their child die before them was a curse no one wished on even their enemies. I am proud to be you father, son. I love you. What do you mean? Magnus? Where are you going? Grace looked up finally. For any mother, to lose 2 sons in a day would be heartbreaking. Someone has to stop them, Mom. Don't cry, I've been fighting ever since I got magic anyway. Going off while doing the same is better than old age to me. I love you, thanks for being an awesome mom. He flew away quicker now. He knew he couldn't see Grace calling his name anymore. He gave a silent nod to Severus and Bobby, talking them in his head, I'll leave things up to you now. Athena will be taking the throne. She is powerful and has no flaws like me. Support her where you can, correct her when she's wrong. Take care of yourself, brothers. He next glanced at Ted, Adrian, Edgar and Tom. He told them mentally too, you 4 are the 4 horsemen of my chariot. I was only giving the direction for you to work. It's time for you four to take the command. I have laid down the framework for the future, just work on it. Ugh, it's damn painful, he cursed silently. Once he reached 1,000 feet in the dark cloudy sky. He opened his arms wide, the staff still in his hand. He let all his magic out and pulled each nuke missile from around the world to himself. Blood started to flow out of his pores even more. His hair started to fall, the right side of his face became numb. He looked at the city. World War II-era raid sirens were screaming all around. People were rushing to take shelter. He knew that if any of the nukes detonated here, no shelter would be enough. So strange is my destiny, I grew this planet like a beloved tree, and I can't be here to taste the fruit now that it's grown up. He took the last glance at the ground, he could see his family looking up in horror. Multiple rockets were headed for him. Soon, Magnus felt his right eye's vision changing, everything started to turn more colorful, sharper, and he could see much further. So this is how Duck sees things. Poor boy, he'd be so sad when he finds out. Magnus realized that half of his face had mutated already. And it was about time he faced the fire. Goodbye. Boom. The first nuke collided with an invisible shield, its own blast made all other nukes surrounding it explode. Each of the 8,000 nukes that came first or later, all started to blast on his back one after another. It created a spectacular show of light and fire in the sky, a giant ball of fire was visible to all, as if the sun had fallen on Earth. As far as one could see, there was fire in the sky, going well beyond the city of London. Some people prayed, some cried. Women held their babies in their arms, covering them from the light, hoping for the fire to not take the little one's life. It was wishful thinking, if the nukes touched them, not just them but the ground under would also melt. That was for a single one, let alone 8,000. In the sky, no one knew that their king was fighting, giving away his dear life. Holding the last line that protected the people of the world. Magnus stood strong, no matter what. The pain was unbearable, but even that became a second thought, the first one was to not die before he saves his loved ones. His body mutated at an increased pace, each second another inch of his skin would turn scaly as if a golden dragon's. His humanly screams slowly turned into a monstrous roar. Rhea! The dragon boomed in the sky, louder than the nuke's fiery cry. The blood of the dragon against the Muggle fire. Which was stronger, which could hold on for longer? Magnus started to lose consciousness. His mind slowly surrendered to his monstrous instincts to flee the danger. But he pushed, now it was also a fight of mind. The instincts to protect won over, even the dragon's scales couldn't hold any longer. His body started to get burned, erased and rot into ash. His regenerative abilities kicked in, none to last too long. Don't lose focus, he told himself again and again. Words of Ragnar circulating in his mind. His dragon body getting injured beyond repair. Chunks of him going missing, to never reappear. Big visible holes in his body, in his chest and waist, his left arm missing, the dragon's body didn't even look dragon's anymore. He was a monster. Slowly, the explosion started to get weaker and eventually stopped. The mushroom cloud of dust took its time to clear off. Magnus used his magic to suck up all the radiation and remove the toxic cloud. Leaving behind just a white cloud of vapors. Rhea! A blood-curdling, painful roar left his mouth. His eyes going on the brink of closure. He had no idea how much of his body was left over. As his beastly instincts kicked in, half-consciously, his body flew to an island west of Scotland. The instincts told him to go home, his dragon throne. Slowly, stumbling, in pain, he flew into Camelot. The entire castle's lights lit up as if reacting to the pain of its ruler. But no one was here at the moment, all hidden in the bunker. Magnus dragged himself to the throne room, where the giant stone throne remained, besides the round table. His giant dragon form entered and rested down on it, breathing heavily, taking his last breaths on the throne of the king. An arm missing, a leg missing. Wings tattered like paper sheets. A chunk of neck missing, one eye closed permanently. The blood oozed out faster than the rain outside. He roared one last time, WRAA. The voice resounded around the entire island. The colony of all dragons got alerted. No matter which species, they all flew straight towards the Camelot castle and started to fly over it in circles. Their wings made wind so strong it made a hole in the clouds, letting the sun shine its warm rays on the castle as if it were a portal to the next frontier. Duck heard it too, he rushed to the castle. But as Duck arrived inside the throne room, he found his sister, Athena, also there, crying, caressing the bloodied face of the dragon, smaller than him, on the throne. Duck was alarmed, but then the hurt dragon spoke. At that moment, Duck's heart broke. "Dad!" Magnus pushed himself to use the last of his life and lift his remaining right arm. He first patted Duck's head and then gently tapped Athena's hair. "Duck, ugh, my son. Take care of family." Athena, cough, blood came out of his jaws. He still continued in his whistling breathing voice, "I see couldn't be a good father, forgive me. It's okay if you hate me. No this, I love you. Dad, no please, don't leave me. I don't hate you, I was just angry back then. I never hated you. Please." Athena cried, feeling the worst of her fear close by. His arm became too heavy to keep up. Magnus felt all the energy in his body leaving him. He knew, his next words would be the last he utters, and they should be the ones that most matter. I love you, too. Dad, wake up, Dad." Duck tried to nudge Magnus' body with his head, but no response came. Roar X 2000. The thousands of dragons, flying in circles in the sky roared in anguish. In the throne room, only the cries resounded. It became evident then. Extinguished was the decades-long raging fire in the blood of the dragon. Chapter 503. What happens after one dies? Magnus wanted to know the answer now. Since he took his last breath, all he was wondering was, what now? He felt like he was drifting aimlessly on the clouds, everything was white around him, from the sky to the ground. He did wonder, is this heaven? Is this it? No. This isn't the end, my boy, an old kind voice reverberated throughout the area evenly. But Magnus felt as if he had heard this voice before. Somewhere, he could just not pinpoint it. So he tried to look around himself. Shocking him, a giant man was sitting on a golden throne. His hair and beard were long and white. He wore sunglasses, smoking a cigar as well. Seeing all this, he recognized him in an instant. "Why you are that old man in the park who told me to go to the cancer hospital." Laughing, the old man nodded, "True, that was me. I am proud of you, my boy, you not only went there but made those kiddies happy. There is no higher karma than to make those pure little bundles of happiness be happy. You must be tired now, fighting since the day you came into this world. But you did the highest positive deed that a soul can, it is to sacrifice oneself for others. You saved the world, you saved billions of lives. Not just from nukes, but poverty, corruption and harassment. You truly remind me of myself from a long time ago. Who are you? What is this place and what happens to me now?" Magnus was more interested in learning about this. The old man waved his hand. A shining golden book appeared in his palm. "This place is called the Hall of Judgment where all souls come to be judged. I am called by many names, God, Old Man, Boss, Ji-chan and whatnot, but I prefer to be called Grandpa. You shall have your soul judged now and it will be decided where you go to. Just like your friend from another universe here." Magnus felt another presence to his right. He turned his head and noticed a tall man with long white wavy hair. He was wearing white Japanese-style robes and his eyes were red. He knew this guy from a dream long ago, Shuriken-dama. The white-haired man nodded and greeted him back. "It seems we didn't just share the same goals but also the same fate." The old god chuckled, now be calm, sons. I am proud of you too. Shuriken, you know where you are going, so off you go." After sending the white-haired man, he turned to Magnus. "Son, your karma makes you eligible to go directly to heaven. However, your brother, Ragnar, made a deal with me. He gave up his soul and refused to go to heaven in order to give you a chance to be revived back on earth with no disease and perfect body condition. He truly loves his family, good lad." Thud. Magnus sat down heavily. "That fool. Do you want to see what happened to him?" God asked. "Yes, please. I want to see," Magnus requested. As soon as he did, his vision darkened and he started to see a scene as if he was there. A while ago, Ragnar appeared in the same place that Magnus stood on. He looked at the giant old man and his jaw fell. "Merlin's tits, you are the old man who adopted me and taught me potions." God chuckled. "Lad, you turned out great. A bit mental but good nonetheless. Since you saved the world on many occasions, you are allowed to go to heaven or become my champion." Thank you, old man. If you were not there, I would have died long ago. And what does becoming champion mean? Ragnar asked respectfully. Simply put, you shall go on missions to fix a world that is full of sin instead of going to heaven. In return, if you are successful, you get to return to your home again with a few strings attached. Another chance to meet Magnus, Mum and Dad, Ragnar thought. But he had already made up his mind. Grandpa, I am ready to do anything you want, I am ready to give up my soul, condemn it to hell or destroy it, but please, don't let Magnus die. Let him live and be happy. God smiled, he was all-knowing, all-present, and already knew what Ragnar would ask for. So be it, you are going to be my champion from now on. You shall go to a world full of misery, corruption and vice. However, unlike a normal champion, the price for Magnus' life is that you won't remember me. All you shall know will be a vague idea, that you are supposed to do something. You can either change the world for the better or be just another monster with inhuman powers there. If you succeed, you will remember me. When that happens, you too shall return home. Now go, write your destiny once again. You have my blessings with you. Thank you, I will not disappoint you, Grandpa. Ragnar cried tears of joy. He could keep his promise and stop Magnus from dying. It was worth everything to him. Back in the present scenario, Magnus sighed. So Ragnar is still somewhere out there. He just does not know what he's supposed to do. If he turns out good, you will allow him to return too, right? God nodded, smart boy. What Ragnar asked for me was already going to happen. Magnus, my son, you were going to become my champion, fight in corrupt worlds and one day return your home. But with Ragnar's wish, you get to return home immediately. With a body healed. But, I cannot send you back to this very instant, as that would disrupt the timelines. You shall go to Earth in the year 2050, don't worry, your family and friends will still be alive. Magnus felt his heart beat hard at that moment. He could go home, I can go home. He didn't mind it being 2050, after all, it was already 2021, he was 61 years old, and he'd be 90 when he returns. He can live forever with his magic and the potions. Perhaps one day Ragnar will return as well. But, he was worried about his family right now. Grandpa, what about my family? Can I see what happened to them right now? The old man's glasses shined as soon as Magnus called him Grandpa. The air around them suddenly felt more warm and loving. Sure, my dear boy. Just close your eyes and be prepared to cry. On Earth, what occurred was nothing less than a world-end situation. Presidents and prime ministers, kings and queens of all nations were immediately sent into deep bunkers. The world around prayed as the loud warning sounds resounded on all televisions, phones and street loudspeakers. It became evident soon after that all nukes suddenly changed direction and headed straight to London, particularly Buckingham Palace. By now, in the year 2020, Magnus controlled 99% of the world, all its leaders were his people. When they learned about it, they knew it was the mercy of His Majesty. They prayed for Magnus' safety. Soon after, the news of the detonation came, but surprisingly, London City was unharmed, even the clouds in the sky were blown away in hundreds of miles of radius. The rainstorm that was over the UK instantly vanished, letting warm sunlight fall. People started to come out of the bunkers and covers. They cried, hugged each other. Some remained seated, still in shock. The world was on the verge of ending all of a sudden for no reason. But in Camelot, the family and friends of Magnus and Ragnar had gathered. Sadly, there was no body for Ragnar left. Meanwhile, Magnus had also turned into ashes for some reason. It could not be shown to the world. Grace cried her eyes out, and so did Athena. Athena was particularly hit by the sudden death of Magnus, as the last memory she had of him was fighting him, telling him she hates him and then his last breath. Bobby too cried. He lost his childhood friend. While Severus was depressed. It was a bad stay for the world, it lost its one true king, who saw it as his duty to make the world better. The next day, an abrupt announcement shook the world. Emma came on television with Grace and the rest of the family. It was immediately announced by various news channels that News. His Majesty, Magnus Grant Emery's Pendragon and Prince Ragnar Grant Ulrich Ouroboros heroically laid down their lives yesterday. They flew a plane into the nuclear bombs that they hacked to change their direction. Both of them were in the plane, they used an experimental military secret technology to create a shield on the city and let the bombs be destroyed in the sky. Sadly, they did not survive. The world now owes a debt to the two great men. Will humanity repeat the mistake and make these weapons of mass destruction again? News end. This was Magnus' last plan. He had taken away nearly all of the nukes from the world. And not just that, he had used the last of his magic to sacrifice his remaining body and spread a curse around the world, the curse of the misfortune of accidental death to whoever tries to create weapons of mass destruction. As the world cried, each nation held a week of mourning. The day when Magnus and Ragnar died, the 1st of September, was internationally announced as Dragon's Day, in the memory of the two brothers. Not only that, one after another, nations awarded their highest awards to the two and declared Magnus the ceremonial king of their nation. In this way, in a few years, the world recognized Magnus as the one and only king of Earth, king of humanity. Meanwhile, Athena took the throne the day after Magnus died. It could not be left empty for too long as per the protocol. The event she went through changed her thoroughly. She became cold and calculative. She ditched her lover, realizing what her father said was right. She poured her heart and mind into doing what Magnus tried, keeping the world peaceful, bringing it together as one and spreading happiness. But, her own happiness was lost. That was until in a few years the feeling of love rekindled, this time with someone respectable and genuine. Hermione also became the minister for magic in the coming year. She did her world splendidly and ended up dating Maximus for a while after Harry got a bit of fame in Quidditch and things didn't go well between them. Later she decided to stay single forever and instead adopted a few orphan wizard children. The pandemic was easily cured as Ragnar's produced cure became available. Also, Magnus' cancer drug was also launched, helping people from all walks of life. It was funny that Magnus was never awarded any Nobel Prize in his life despite carrying the world on his back. The world never tried to create nukes again. China, which had lost all its nukes, also succumbed to the Order of Merlin and the now more ruthless Round Table. With that, the entire world finally came under one influence. More than a decade later, in 2033, the American Union, European Union, Asian Union, African Union and Oceania joined together to create one single Earth Federation. One with no boundaries, with no army. The full concentration of humanity was aimed at space after that. Soon after, Rita Skeeter launched her last book, King Magnus, Blood of the Dragon. In the wizard version, things were kept real. Telling about his life from childhood to his death. The first time he killed someone, the first time he fought. About his love, about his disease and how he died. While the Muggle version had some distorted facts, it focused more on his inventions, his military service, his business empire and added that he had cancer. But before he could finish his treatment he died. Nearly every person around the world bought the book and felt emotional. Magnus and Ragnar were not just kings and princes of the UK, they were the whole world's. Magnus opened his eyes again and looked at God. So, what should I do until you send me back to Earth? God laughed, son, time and space is my bitch. You don't wait, you just go. But, as I said before, there are always handicaps. Merlin told you before, there is always a price. He was right, son. You had become so strong that the universe was rejecting you. The universe works on laws that govern it, it also governs every being in it. It ensures that no one becomes so strong that they can destroy their reality. You have piqued the powers. Hence, in order for you to remain unharmed with your family, you will be bound by a few laws. You can never use your magic to affect the entire world. You shall remain strong, but you can only use your powers on Camelot. At the same time, you can never step outside Camelot. If you do, you will instantly die. Tell me, do you agree? Magnus cared not about the world anymore. He only wanted to rest with his family. Besides, he can influence the world in non-magical ways. But he just realized something, wait. A long time ago Merlin told me that there are wizards so strong that can break the world, but they always stay in their locations and never act. Is this the reason? God nodded, correct. They have reached the pinnacle of magical powers, so they became dangerous to the fabric of reality. Hence, now they live a retired life. I agree. Magnus blurted. Fine then, here you go. God waved his hand, sending Magnus' soul back. Then he took out his tablet with a screen and watched the scene where an old muscular man and a big fluffy dog were chasing an alien, but the dog mistakenly bit the ass of his own owner. Ahaha, this boy Hector, he reminds me of myself. Chapter 504. Earth 2100. Years had passed. Magnus may have been forgotten by the ordinary folks. Just being a chapter in the world's history books, his photos being history memes on the internet. But the family and friends still remember him as good as any day. However, a few changes had taken place. 50 years had passed since Magnus had returned to Earth and lived in Camelot. But the world had no idea. The new king sat on the throne of the United Kingdom. His name was Arthur Grant Emery's Pendragon, Magnus' grandson. Buckingham Palace. Your Majesty, this came for you. It has the seal of the late King Magnus, the royal butler, a wizard, gave the letter to the king. Arthur was a blond man, tall like a bear, 6 foot 8 inches tall, the tallest king to ever sit on the throne. He was a strong burly man who loved exploring space for humanity. He still contained Magnus' blood and was gifted with natural talent and charms. He was the one who started to mine the 16 Psyche asteroid and made Pendragon family the richest on the planet. His next plan was to terraform Mars with a few new magical devices he had designed. Although the magical society was still a secret, a large number of scientists and military personnel now knew, of course, after signing a contract. He opened the letter. Strange, nobody should have this seal anymore. Whoosh, the letter suddenly flew in the air and the voice of Emma reverberated, Arthur Grant Emery's Pendragon. How can you not visit your grandmother? You even dare ignore Athena's calls. I want you present at these coordinates this very instant. Arthur frowned. Fuck. Grandma turns into a dragon when angry. Albert, scratch my plans of exploring Alpha Centauri, I am leaving now. Pinpointing the location of the coordinates, he operated away. But, when he arrived, he felt like he was standing in a dark directionless space. He was stuck inside a Fidelius charm, he reckoned. Whoosh. But he was given access soon after. The next thing he saw made his jaw fall. Motherfuck, I thought this place was just a myth. Camelot exists. He followed the pathways and entered the castle. A centaur waited for him there. Follow me, was all he was told. Slowly, he was brought into the giant castle, and then climbed a lot of stairs. Eventually, the centaur stopped in front of the door. I will announce you to His Majesty, please tidy your clothes. What do you mean His Majesty? I am the king. Arthur was confused. The centaur smirked, you may be a king, but only he is the king of Earth. He pushed open the door and announced, His Majesty, the King of United Kingdom has arrived. Arthur entered the hall confusedly. Just one step in, he started rubbing his eyes. Is this real? Am I dreaming? There sat in front of him on the throne in the center, the legendary King Magnus, still looking just middle-aged, with long blonde hair and beard, fluttering. Beside him were Queen Athena, Queen Consort Emma, Princess Mother Grace. On the other side were King Consort Draco Prince, the husband of Athena and his father. Then there was Prince Adam and his grandpa Severus and grandma Narcissa. Following, there were many more faces. The legendary businessman, now presumed dead, Bobby. Master of Spies, Adrian. Ted, the right hand of Dragon. Edgar, the builder of Earth. Then there was the steed of King Magnus, the great dragon Duck. Standing up, the old King Magnus walked to King Arthur, he patted on Arthur's head and caressed his hair, Wahaha, welcome to Camelot, grandson. You sure have my blood. Bam. Arthur passed out and fell straight on his back. The shock was too damn much. Ha ha ha, big brother, make him sniff your dirty socks, Aurelia suggested. Magnus scoffed, dear, I don't want to kill him now. Athena chuckled and walked to Arthur, she smacked him on the head, son, wake up. Slowly, Arthur came back to awareness. Mom. Where am I? Who am I? Great, he forgot who he is. Bobby sighed. Athena helped him get up and introduced. Greet your grandpa now, Arthur. He didn't come back from death just to get disrespected. Arthur stuttered, why yes, your majesty, I'm a big fan. Magnus laughed it off, calm down, boy. Come and sit with me. We have so much to talk about. I have so much to teach you. Sigh, when will that dumbass Ragnar return? Dad. Can we have a party? Duck quickly asked. Magnus raised his right hand in the air, yes. Let's have party. Mum, please make me pancakes. Grace's eyes shined, immediately entering mother mode, sure, sweetie. How many do you want? Duck chimed in, 1,000. Duck, that's what I will eat, think for yourself. Magnus shrugged. Bonk. Emma smacked him lightly, still in love with her husband as the day she first fell for him, honey, don't be greedy now. Arthur saw all this from the side, standing between his mum, Athena, and dad, Draco. Are they always like this? Athena chuckled, yes, dear. Ever since Dad returned, it's a party here every single day. Damn, the blood of the dragon sure is crazy, he sipped a cold breath. Giggles and laughs ensued and took over the throne room. They all played bingo, tag and whatnot. Life in Camelot was never boring. In the distance, on the wall, the portrait of King Arthur and Merlin hung together. They laughed and played together, for they felt the luckiest ever. Oi, Merlin, you made the wrong move. Play the game honestly, Arthur pointed his finger. Merlin grabbed it and broke it, don't you point a finger at me. It's not my fault your brain is too dumb to comprehend my moves. Really? Is that a move? I should write it down then, Arthur became serious. He wanted to get good at chess. Bam, but Merlin smacked his head, fool, I was cheating. You can't even tell that, how will you get good? Ree, you fucking bitch. I will kill you. Arthur unsheathed his sword. We're already dead, fool. And so was the daily occurrence in Camelot. A happy end to the story of a little boy that turned into a dragon. The story of the dragon that ruled the world. His name was Magnus Grant Emery's Pendragon. But the story was yet unfinished, as one flawed dragon was still lost in cosmos, somewhere in some world, doing God knows what fucked up thing. His story shall continue until the two brothers meet again. The story of the crazy dragon had just begun. If this FIC was more popular, I could have written a few more chapters. I had also wished to hire an animator to make something for the end of the novel. But all that depended on how popular it was. Still, I tried to bring it to a decent end. Ragnar's story has just begun, you can read the first chapter just below. I hope you enjoyed this journey. Thank you for all your support, stay safe and eat healthily. May the monkey gods bless you. Next FIC, Marvel, Mr. President, is already ranked 1 on WN. Check it out if you have not. Got, The Flawed Dragon. Chapter 1, Ragnar Grant Ulrich Ouroboros. Synopsis. Woke up in a mad world where human morality had no compass. A world ruled by evil and for evil. Ragnar, previously a wizard with strong potioning talent and weak wand magic, finds himself in Westeros after his heroic demise. He is a man of might, a talented warrior with the blood of half a dragon, as his last name implies. He is a brutal man, a prince in his past life. He shall take shit from none, and those who become adamant in ruining his peaceful life shall receive 1,000 times more than they asked for. His destiny has been written, but he's yet to learn it. His life is a test, will he achieve greatness despite being a man of ruthlessness, or will he too succumb to the swamp of vices and be just an addition to the list of names a girl wants to kill? Join Ragnar on his journey as he determines his destiny, so one day he can answer the being who sent him to this world. With memories of his loved ones from his past life, he starts the journey to form 1,000,000 new memories. Some are full of fluff, some are full of degeneracy, and some are full of pure blood and gore. Never underestimate my family. Ragnar dragged Grindelwald and jumped into the Vale of Death. Killing himself and the dark mad wizards too. In 2020, Grindelwald planned to bring an end to the planet by spreading a virus, and when all are distracted, manipulate the muggles to launch all nukes. But Ragnar stopped the mad wizard and gave time to his bother to deal with the nukes. What followed was his meeting with the old god in the Hall of Judgment. He stood, in his childhood body, in front of the long white-haired and bearded man, who smoked a cigar and had glasses on his eyes. The style didn't feel godly, but the aura sure was. So, I will not remember you, but I will remember my previous life, right? I really don't want to forget my dear mum, dad, brothers, sisters and friends. Yes, child. You shall forget ever meeting me, but have a vague feeling of having an unknown purpose in life. Once you fulfill the purpose naturally, you will remember everything. Of course, you retain all your powers and I am giving you a few blessings. With these, you should be able to bring about a change to the world you are going to. Are you ready? God asked him. Ragnar nodded. There was nothing else to do anyway, he just hoped that his family and his brother were safe. Send me then. But wait, I want my emergency pouch, the sword and wand with me, Gramps. Oh, that's a new name. Nobody has called me that before. All right, here you go. God waved his hand, sending Ragnar to the new world, on another world adventure. Once alone, he called his little Beige Avengers. They wanted to show him their new gig. It was a play about Romeo and Juliet. Don't worry, you won't get this reference unless you have read Grandpa Universe in Multiverse. A mysterious world, full of death and misery. All vices one could imagine, they were here. If one were to play cards right and gain some power, they could do whatever they want to. A world so backward that things considered unacceptable on Earth were just ordinary life. But, what happens when a magical man from the worlds of wizards, master of all potion, runes and somewhat weak in charms appear? A man who may be from a world of modernity but is crazy enough to put Vikings to shame. A man who believes in brutally dealing with his enemies rather than being political. A man who takes crap from none, be it a peasant or a king. The blood of a Viking wizard king he did carry in his veins. He is the last of his bloodline. He is Ragnar Grant Ulrich Ouroboros. On an ominous night when the land called Westeros was shrouded in turmoil, a mere lord dared to usurp a mad king of a long historical dynasty. As armies fought on the land where three rivers joined, and when the tall red castle was being besieged, a bright star fell from the sky. So bright it blinded the eyes of all across the continent. Thunder roared in the sky, rain poured down heavily. Such sudden change in weather was unheard of. For years to come, it would make the keepers of knowledge, so-called maesters, busy, scratching their heads to know what caused it. That night, the shooting star did not fall in Westeros, it fell in the land even worse, called Essos. It fell with a loud boom in a desert. For miles to come, animals got scared, for the apex predator was here. Dozens of brave men got on their steeds to go and find precious minerals fallen from the sky. In the end, it was greed that moved them, one way or another, money was their intent. They did not find precious metal, but a rather tall and muscular warrior man, unconscious, his body written with dark tattoos in a language unknown. Yet, there were no scares or blood splattered on the ground. It was a mystery, but the one to find him cared not. Getting away was the priority, as he knew many more were headed here like him. He put the unconscious blond man on his horse and galloped out of the desert lands to the Slaver's Bay. The land where men, women and children were sold for gold and sometimes for as little as a favor. The man entered the largest of the cities, Meereen. The city had wide walls and all sorts of defensive mechanisms all around. It was a city of wealthy slavers, for each free man there were 4 slaves. There were giant pyramids where the nobility lived in luxury. Then there were narrow streets, twisting like a snake for poverty. The man as he entered the city, put on neat clothes, this was his home city, he was no nobility, but he still made enough money by sending his warriors into fighting pits. First thing he did, he went to the fighting pit to get his new slave branded, a collar was put around the neck and then he threw him into the cells so he may wake up later to serve him well. Ragnar had no idea what had happened to his body, his mind was reliving his previous life, again and again, ingraining every single moment deeply so he may never forget it. Brother, I will return, someday. A.H. He jolted up, awake all of a sudden. His mind was in a mess, unable to make heads or tails out of the situation. Clank as he tried to move, he felt something heavy, something touching, pulling his neck. Chain. A frown appeared on his face. Urgently, he stood up. Rather than moving further, he looked out, there was a small window with bars. Mostly he saw other buildings, all too cramped, but at a distance, there were multiple pyramids, and this made him wonder, I'm in Egypt? So you have woken up, appeared a man, slightly brown-skinned and bald-headed, fairly tall, about 6 foot, with a big bulging belly that made him look short. He walked in and stood outside the cell, good, you fight next. We shall see if I should keep another dog. Ragnar's mind was still not at peace, he had no idea why he was here, he had died the last he remembered and then, something happened. Who are you? I am Eros Dynerian, the one who found you, the one who owns. You eat when I tell you to eat, you fight when I tell you to fight and you die when I tell you to die. You will be fighting the giant, don't die too early. The man named Eros left without getting any response from Ragnar. Ragnar sat back down and held his head in arms, ugh, I don't feel so good in my head, and I'm hungry. Yeah. Kill it. Rip it apart. Cut that bastard. A grand arena full of people roared in rage as they watched a fight between 10 lions and 10 gladiators. It was a fighting pit where humanity is taken over by the crudest and most violent aspects of the mind. The lions were obviously much stronger than the gladiators. Hence, all of them were getting shredded to pieces at the moment, it was a feast for the lions. Each round lasts 15 minutes, if you survive the 15 minutes, you don't earn any money and live to see another fight. If you win, you make your master some money and you still get nothing but some food. And if you lose, well that only meant death. Soon enough, in the 10th minute, the last of 10 men died, the lions fought for the meat and happily divided it among them. They got to eat every day, after all. The manager of the arena started to announce, the Desert Lions have won. Once again. Now comes the main fight, the moment you all have been waiting for. The fight between the giant of Karth and a new warrior. A tall mighty man with a beard and hair resembling a majestic lion. Don't be moved by his handsome face, he has the body trained to kill. His life is a mystery, his future as well. But today, this arena shall decide his destiny. Welcome the warrior. The blonde swordsman and giant of Karth. The gates opened. First came a giant human, 8.5 feet tall, a broad man. From the looks of his face, he seemed mentally retarded. He had leather armor strapped on his shoulders and a big mace made of hardwood was in his hands. He walked into the arena and stood in the middle of it dumbly. There was not even an ounce of anger on the face, just dumbness and confusion. On the other side of the arena, however, nobody came out. People started to get frustrated and cursed. But they didn't see what went on inside the waiting room for the slaves. Get up, Blondie, you need to fight. I spent good effort in bringing you here and paid money to put you on the slave list. You better make me money, Eros Dynerian ordered Ragnar while opening the handcuffs. But Ragnar was too hungry, to the point he didn't feel any energy in his body. He had by now understood that this was not the same world he was born in. Somehow, he was transmigrated here, to this unknown barbaric place. Get me food. Win me the fight and I will get you whatever you want. Slave, pick up a weapon and leave. Eros proceeded to swing his whip at Ragnar. A big mistake. The whip made contact with Ragnar's skin, but it was his palms as he caught it head-on. Slowly, Ragnar stood up, his towering height of 6 feet 5, his wide shoulders made him look much bigger than the slaver. He caught Eros' neck in one hand and pressed it so hard that the man's eyes nearly popped out. My name is Ragnar Grant Ulrich Ouroboros, memorize that, you buffoon. The moment you call me a slave again, I will end your life, do you understand? Ugh, I own you. Pa. In an instant, the whip was in Ragnar's hand and it hit the man. You will own me? Peasant, you are talking to a prince. My wealth exceeds 1 billion of you combined. Now, be a good little boy and bring me robes. Pa. He swung the whip once again. The man quickly ran away and brought back brown robes from his own bag. They were loose-fitting but fit him perfectly, but they were open from the front. They let his majestic detailed chest and abs appear clear for all to feast their eyes on. Ugh, I need a bath, Ragnar muttered, feeling his hair were smelling bad. He again asked the man, where is my leather pouch? Here, Eros gave it to him silently. He couldn't believe he was allowing a slave to walk over him, but he truly felt scared at that very instant. He had just looked into Ragnar's blue eyes once and he never wanted to see them again. They were the eyes of men who feared nothing, not even death. Ragnar quickly strapped the pouch to his pants and looked around. There were other slaves, sitting silently, in fear. I am leaving, clank. He pulled the metal slave collar with bare hands, breaking them apart. No, I paid so much. This fight, if you lose, I will let you keep half of the gold honors, Eros Dynerian proposed, A/N, it's the currency of Myrene. As soon as Ragnar heard the word, gold, he stopped. Looking back, he asked, how much for winning? Winning. Don't be mindless, / he received one more whip. Tell me what I ask, nothing less, nothing more. I own you now, keep that in your puny peanut brain. He ordered him sternly, scaring him with just a look. Eros shrank his neck and answered, I was to be paid 200 gold honors for getting a man to lose to the giant of Karth. If you do win, you will win thousands, since everyone will be betting against you. Interesting, Ragnar licked his lips wickedly. How many gold honors do you have? I have gold coins too, but they are not the same currency. I want you to bet 10,000 gold honors on me. Here, he passed him a smaller pouch full of gold galleons, the wizarding currency from his last world. Are you going to fight the giant? Nobody has won against him, he was created by the wicked magic of the warlocks of Karth. Shrugging, Ragnar walked into the arena haughtily, but at the end, his face turned deadly cold. Magic? A mere giant? I can crush their skulls with one hand. Ragnar will arrive in Westeros by then and will be living there. In the future, his deeds and Essos will slowly be unearthed by people from Westeros. Ragnar is going to be a total badass in this fic, he's strong, he cares about nobody, he's got no clue what he's supposed to do except a vague feeling that he should not be evil and all he wants is a decent, silent, comfortable life at the moment.